we speaking? How's it going? Nice to meet you.
We're in classes now.
I only went when I'm talking in my...
But you want to see?
John, can you hear me? I don't...
Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah. Now look at this moment here. It's going to take you to frame. Just saying to George, I was thinking I'm going to leave you to it. Good stuff.
I just saw three guys. I just saw that.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Yeah,
in
hi,
position
Nico.
on
Can you hear us
first.
okay? Nico? No, we can't hear him coming back.
I'm here. I'm here.
There we go. Gotcha. Thank you. It is the calm before the golfing storm. For many, the most eagerly anticipated day of the golfing calendar. Welcome to Royal Liverpool and the first day of the 151st Open. Well, the first group will go off in just a few minutes' time, and earlier this week the defending champion returned the claret jug to the CEO of the R&A, Martin Slumbers.
I'm not sure about returning the claret jug. I feel like I don't want to let it go yet. It's been such a cool trophy to have. How are you, mate?
I'm fine, thank you very much. She's beautiful, isn't she? Did you have fun with her?
Yeah, it was so much fun.
I mean, some of the old names are just unbelievable.
Yep.
And it was a real pleasure having you as our champion.
I'll try and get it back, eh?
Yeah, no, it would be fantastic to have you win again.
Holding back the tears, he said, Cam Smith, as he returned the claret jug. He hopes for just a week. There is Matthew Jordan, the man who has the privilege of hitting the first tee shot here at Royal Liverpool. It is his home course. What a moment for him, for his family, for his friends. And how's that for a reception? Family, friends, his girlfriend down there watching on. He's going to play with Richie Ramsey and Brandon Grace. I am delighted to say I've been joined by John Cook, a runner-up in the 1992 Open Championship at Muirfield. Dale Hayes, who played in, 11 Open Championships as well. Gentlemen, what a week we have in prospect.
Well, it's wonderful to be here. Thank you for having me. And I never really appreciated what the Open Championship meant until I first came here in 1980 and then again in 92 and having that chance. So it's just wonderful to be here. It's an incredibly important event, and I just love being around.
Dale, what about the challenge of Royal Liverpool this week?
Well, I don't think I've ever seen a links golf course in better condition than Royal Liverpool is. It's absolutely pristine, and it's always a wonderful test of golf. So this year is going to be no different. I think they'd like it a little harder, and I think it might get a little harder if we don't get any rain, and a little bit of wind would be fun too.
Yeah, just being out there on the golf course the last couple of days, it's got a little bounce to it. If the sun comes out, though, it'll test these young players here. And what a great honor for Matthew Jordan to hit this first tee ball, and how proud his family must be. And I can't even imagine what he's going through right now.
And, he's got a tough act to follow, because Harold Hilton, who won the Open, was also a member of the club. So he's got a tough act to follow.
Yeah, way back in the 1890s when the Open was first played here at Royal Liverpool. This is the 13th trip to these hallowed links. There is Brandon Grace. Somewhere down there is Richie Ramsey as well. How much pressure to get off to a good start, gentlemen, on the first day of the Open morning?
Well, your anxiety level is high, and hopefully your warm-up was comfortable, because this first tee ball is not that comfortable. There is trouble all around, but you just got to clear your mind and make a good swing, and off you go.
No, he's probably trying to take on oxygen at the moment, isn't he? David Lancaster is going to make the announcements very shortly for us, and so we begin the final major challenge of the year. For many, links golf is the purest form of the game, a test of creativity and imagination, but also of courage, adaptability and acceptance in a sporting arena forged by nature. The Open is like no other major championship. It can be baffling at times, especially for the uninitiated. But for those who embrace it, it is a joyous celebration of this wonderful game. So sit back and enjoy the 151st Open.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Royal Liverpool for the first day's play of the 151st Open. This is game number 1. On the tee from England, Matthew Jordan.
Not sure I've heard a bigger reception on that first tee for the first player at the Open.
Yeah, at 6:35 in the morning, they look at all the people in the stands. It's just incredible. That's why I always love coming over here and embraced the championship.
Turn them all outside, please. Yes, sir.
On the tee from Scotland, Richie Ramsey.
Remember up at a Royal Aberdeen, won on links course as well last summer at Hillside, which isn't too far away from Royal Liverpool. So he enjoys this form of the game, no doubt about that. Playing in his 8th Open Championship.
That's probably okay. In fact, it doesn't look like the rough in that position is too long, so he might have got away with a very offline tee shot on the first. This man drives the ball beautifully.
On the tee from South Africa, Brandon Grace.
I mentioned the 62 that he shot, that historic round of 62 at Royal Birkdale back in 2017. He's also a winner of the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship, so again he's got links credentials.
Looks like it's set up pretty good, but they're off and going.
They are expecting about 260,000 spectators this week at Royal Liverpool. There's quite a few of them seem to have turned up early.
That they did. They had their alarm set and breakfast, coffee on the ready to go, and great to see everybody out.
Yeah, here we go. What a moment for Matthew Jordan, the Royal Liverpool member, hitting that opening tee shot here at the 151st Open.
I've been a member here all my life, you know, since I was 7 years old, so it's kind of like a second home and a place where I always am on my off weeks. Starting the Open at my home course is just brilliant. It's just one of those things that you'll look back on and, you know, I say to myself now, and it's just like, wow, this is pretty cool. In '06, I was more bothered about getting autographs. I remember seeing Tiger on the putting green and probably just froze for about 20 minutes. I can't remember what happened in that time. And in 14, I kind of remember more of what went on. Rory with his 2 eagles in the 3rd round. My priorities changed, I guess, with different Opens, but I would say probably the latter, the one in 14, was the one that kind of I remember as a more golfing perspective.
Well, he said earlier this week that he was doing some reconnaissance work out there. He was trying to gauge the bounce out there to know whether it was going to roll out. Certain shots would roll out into bunkers or not, where the thicker patches of rough were, but he said he wasn't going to give too much of his information away. After all, he needs to take the advantage if he can.
Yeah, I'm sure he's played in about every condition possible around Royal Liverpool, and just what a proud moment he must be feeling. Got the ball in the air. Actually pretty good. We'll have to wait and see what that lie looks like, but he should be all right.
Well, it's a little bit overcast out there at the moment. The breeze, there's a little bit of it. It may pick up throughout the day. We're told there could be one or two. There's a chance of 1 or 2 showers out there this morning, and then this afternoon is going to be dry and sunny. So we'll look forward to that. It's a little on the chilly side, actually, at the moment, only between 14 and 17 degrees Celsius. But as Dale was saying, this course really is in absolutely tip-top condition.
We don't want people to think that mower was on the first green. That's actually the 18th green. They're not still cutting the first green. They were out there hours ago making sure this golf course was perfect.
An idea of the ball positions on this opening par 4 at Royal Liverpool. So it looks like it's going to be Richie Ramsey first to play. He's gone the other side of the metal barriers. There he is. And following this first group for us today, it's a very warm welcome to Nicholas Colsaerts.
Good morning, everyone. What an amazing morning to play golf. Just a little bit of breeze. Amazing turn up for the local boy out the first, as we just saw. Bit of a difficult tee shot for Richie Ramsey. It looked like hit it like a long way left over the metal barriers. Not what you want on your first tee shot at the Open Championship.
Certainly a little nervy tee shot there for Richie, but if he drew a decent lie, it's manageable. Get it up around the green and try to make a 4.
Nico, have you managed to get over there and have a look at the lie?
Well, to be fair, I wasn't really expecting I had to jump metal fences out of the first hole, so I couldn't really get there. I've seen the 2 other lies,
How's that for you?
but Richie Ramsey was out of my reach for 6:35 in the morning.
Is that okay for you guys?
That's great. Thank you. Thanks very much.
That's
Thank
good,
you.
Callum. Nick, thank you.
I'm pretty much going to be dead in on this angle here, mate, okay?
I need more loft.
Chopper. Yeah.
But if you can get it on that flag and it just chases up.
Yeah, and even if it's just front edge, mate, that's fine, you know. You got your target?
Presume it's me to go.
Yes. Right, small target, mate, okay?
You heard him say a jumper, so he's expecting a flyer coming out that long grass. That means you're going to get a little bit of grass between the club face and the ball. And the ball should run out. Played some good golf over the last 12 months as Richie Ramsey on the DP World Tour.
Yeah, just negotiate those bunkers right there, and he does a really nice job right in front of the green.
It's 175 yards for Brendan Grace. He's got a 10 out of 10 lie. You can get a height on this because you're going to need height if you want to pitch this on the green and leave it there. It's not an easy pin to start with, to be honest. It's done pretty well. Really good opening shot.
Good quality golf shot from an awkward angle just to get it in the center of the green. Very nice.
Well, this is a little bit different for Matthew Jordan. From 167, there's a lot of grass around this ball. I can only expect this to be a run-up shot. You want to thread it in the middle there, hoping it's not going to get out too hot.
Like he might have caught that greenside bunker. He did. See what kind of stance he has.
The general rule at Royal Liverpool seems to be avoid the bunkers, doesn't it? There are some really nasty ones out there.
I think it's the same on any links golf course that you play. You want to stay out of the sand. And, Tiger did that wonderfully well at St Andrews the one year where he never hit into one bunker. 72 holes. It's incredible.
Always found the sand was wonderful to play out of if you could get a flat lie and a decent stance.
And the interesting thing about pot bunkers is if you have a look at them, the area 2 or 3 yards around them all slopes into them. So although the bunkers are small, the actual bunker is actually probably 8 or 10 meters bigger or 8 or 10 yards bigger. because the ball always runs into them, especially if it's dry.
Just over half an hour to go till Pablo Larrazabal gets underway. He's won a couple of times this season, turned 40 as well. Certainly a very creative, imaginative player, if I can get it out. So you would think he's got the game to go reasonably well on a links course. Right, back to the first tee, because game number 2 is about to get underway. Russell Henley will play with Jazz Jane Watanabe and Graham Robertson, a qualifier.
This is game number 2. On the tee from the USA, Russell Henley.
Four-time PGA Tour winner. Finished top 5 at the Masters this year. That's his best major championship performance.
Pretty streaky player. He won his very first event that he was a PGA Tour member at the Sony Open in Hawaii. And he's very streaky, but when he's on a good streak, he can really strike his golf ball.
3-wood off the tee for Russell Henley. Probably trying to keep it short of those bunkers you can see out there. 2 on the right and 1 on the left.
On the tee from Thailand, Jazz Jane Watanabe.
Interesting, we haven't seen one ball on the fairway.
Not yet, no, not at all.
Jazz came through final qualifying down at Royal Porthcawl. They'll stage the Senior Open next week.
I played there a few years ago. That'll test you when the wind is up, and it's always up. But I played a couple times with Jazz, and when I lived in Orlando at Isleworth, and had a great walk around the golf course a couple times. 0 for 5.
I think we're gonna start having some betting soon.
On the tee from Scotland, Graham Robertson.
Lovely story, this, and this is what you get at the Open. He was a good amateur golfer, then he went away and got an office job. He was sat behind a desk at a computer, came back to golf and claimed his spot at Dundonald Links in one of the final qualifiers. And here he is at the Open.
Sooner or later, we're going to get one in the fairway, but it is the first tee shot of the Open. It's not easy.
Someone will have a statistic somewhere about who was the first person or how long it took for someone to hit the first fairway at the Open. Here's Matthew Jordan in this greenside bunker.
As you mentioned, a very awkward stance.
He actually looked to be standing on his tippy toes, didn't he, there right at the side of the bunker. There's the man who won at Royal St George's back in 2011, Darren Clark. Now plying his trade over on the PGA Tour Champions.
Great representative over at the PGA Tour Champions. Love having Darren Clark over. He loves to play golf. He's everybody's friend.
Back to the first, and Richie Ramsey. Should be good enough for his part. University of Exeter Golf Club. Lovely morning to be out there, and a chance early doors for Brandon Grace. This for an opening birdie, the first birdie of the 151st Open. Generally speaking, John, links greens are a little slower than what tour professionals are used to. That sometimes can take a little bit of adjustment.
Definitely, your eyes and your brain don't quite sync up together. But just walking around Royal Liverpool, I love these greens. There's some very, very flat greens, and then there's some with a lot of slope and a lot of movement to them. So each green seems to have its own little character. Great save.
What a lovely settler that is for Matthew Jordan.
It was a good bunker shot from that awkward stance, and probably nobody knows these greens better than this man. Rolled it right in the centre of the cup. Beautiful.
That'll settle him down a little bit.
Ramsey to tidy up.
Both Ramsey and Grace have both won the South African Open Championship, one in 2010 and one in 2020. So I'm pretty money that Matthew Jordan wins in 2030.
Looking out to sea, they've got the wind turbines out there. Great golfing country, isn't it, this part of the world? You've got a tremendous number of high-quality links courses. Here's Henley, and his second to the opening par 4.
Has a hybrid club from that first cut. Just trying to get it in between those bunkers, get it running up the center of the green. That's going to find the same bunker that Matthew Jordan hit it in, so we'll have to wait and see. Like you said, it kind of travels into that bunker and might catch that revetted face and just drop down, so that could be awkward.
We got 3 wood on number 2, which is a sensible play, trying to use the left-hand side of the fairway with a wind that's down for left.
To Jazz Jane Watananen under the first.
Well, it doesn't look too bad right there, and a nice opening up the center of the green.
Back to 2, this time Ramsey.
There's 2 balls in the fairway. Nerves settled down a little. Oh, I spoke too early, like Dale said. Those bunkers start about, 4, 5, 8 yards away from the actual bunker.
And if it's just flopped in there, that could be really awkward, couldn't it? Quite steep faces going into the bunkers here at Royal Liverpool. Brandon Grace has the long iron here, Nico.
Yeah, Brendan Grace is known for hitting or having a low ball flight, so I think you're going to see a fair bit of this with him throughout the week. Just using the ground and keeping the ball low.
So we do have another one in the fairway on this opening morning of the 151st Open. Slightly different test, isn't it, to 2014 when we were here before. It's a par of 71 now. We've got the 17th, the new par 3 to look forward to as we go to Graham Robertson and his 3rd shot at the first now.
have had a horrible lie after his tee shot shown.
Yeah, it didn't look to be that bad, but got to get back in play. Patience and discipline when you hit it out of position here.
It's too soon to panic.
Don't forget, head to theopen.com where you will find all sorts of wonderful things, how to engage with the Open Championship. There really is some terrific stuff, video content and all the information, all the history of the Open as well. There is the app as well, and that's terrific. So all sorts of different ways to connect with the Open. Best of all, of course, is being here.
It really is a privilege, isn't it? You know, we sometimes take it for granted.
There's Ryan Fox, the New Zealander. Had a terrific year last year, didn't he? Runner-up on the Race to Dubai to Rory McIlroy. He's now turned his sights across the Atlantic to the PGA Tour in the United States. He won the Dunhill Links last October, an emotional one as well. Remember, he partnered Shane Warne the previous year, Warne since passed, and there was a little nod towards the sky as he collected the trophy there. Well, Ryan is going to play with Australia's Lucas Herbert and Ben Ann, who secured his place last week at the Genesis Scottish Open with a good finish there.
This is game number 3. On the tee from New Zealand, Ryan Fox.
His best finish came at Portrush in 2019, Shane Lowry's Open.
Hell yeah, Foxy!
And there we have it. Fairway hit number 1.
On the tee from Australia, Lucas Herbert.
Won in Japan earlier this season to climb back into the top 50 of the world rankings. He's certainly going to be one to watch over the next decade or so. Plenty of talent.
That won't be too bad, just in that first cut.
On the tee from Korea, Ben Ann.
Well, he shot an opening 61 last week, didn't he, up at the Renaissance Club. So coming back into the sort of form that we saw when he won the BMW PGA Championship, one of the bigger events on the DP World Tour, romped home by 6 shots. A slightly anxious look.
Ryan Fox obviously very, very popular on the first tee. His father was a terrific rugby player for the All Blacks, who unfortunately beat South Africa badly over the weekend.
He certainly has the build to be a rugby player. He's going, you better not miss that fairway.
Up to the green side at the first, and the 4th shot for Russell Henley's had to play backwards out of the bunker.
Yeah, that ball just traveled into that bunker, like Dale said, up against that face.
Well, we've got a couple in the fairway, one in the bunker at number 2, and it's going to be Brandon Grace first to go.
So the whole plane is probably a little bit downwind.
Oh, pin way back on that back left shelf. Be putting up over that rise. Good shot, though.
Back to the first, and Thailand's Jazz Jane Watananon with an outside chance.
Looked like he had it on a pretty good line.
Turned pro when he was 14. Jazz Jane took a period off to be a monk. Interesting backstory to Jordan at 2.
Trying to get on that shelf and hold it there. Nice shot.
Everybody played 2 holes. Would this not be a fairy tale story? Harold Hilton, 100 and something years ago. And then Matthew Jordan.
Graham Robertson for his par at number 1. Making your Open debut at the age of 35. Whatever happens, he's going to enjoy it, but that's a drop shot for Robertson at the first. We'll go back over to tee. Richie Ramsey has played out of the bunker, so now playing 3.
That's a beauty. Lovely shot. Still got a chance to walk away here with a par.
Henley now for a bogey 5.
That's a tough start there for Russell.
And that's the thing about links golf. It can happen so easily on the most innocuous holes.
Got the first hole away on the left side. You've got the 18th grandstand there on the right of your picture. And number 2 further left. So here we go. Lucas Herbert just from the first cut of rough at number 1.
Just looking for something right up the front center of that green right there. Avoid those bunkers at all costs. The bunker's going to get some action today, it looks like.
That one's okay. He's got a pretty easy stance there.
Jazz Jane at the second.
Sit.
Now, where did that one go? Well, he's not over now enamored with it, is he? Byung Henan. Ryan Fox is going to be last to play.
See if he wants to take this whole location on from the fairway. He can control whatever type of shot he wants to hit. Quality golf shot right over top of the flagstick.
After the second green, and after having made that lovely par at the first, a chance here for Matthew Jordan.
He leads the Open after 2 holes.
Someone take a picture of that scoreboard right there.
You know, I could beat that. So I led after 1 hole. At Royal Liverpool, I made a 2 on the first.
That will get it done, for sure.
Unfortunately, it took me 78 more shots to finish the round.
Well, that's 2 terrific putts, isn't it, to start the day for the Royal Liverpool member. And there he is at the top of the leaderboard in the early stages of this 151st Open. Ramsey, remember this one's for par.
There's U.S. Open pars and British Open Championship pars, and they're part of the championship. Great battle there for Richie.
Back to the first. There's Lucas Herbert in the green side bunker.
Got a good lie, so I think he'll be disappointed if he doesn't get this close.
Not sure he's going to be first to play. Look, Ben Ann is wandering right towards the back of the green. Into the rough, and it's... well, there's some wispy stuff on top. There's some thicker stuff underneath. We had a lot of rainfall, didn't we, on Tuesday here, so that rough will just have started to grow again.
And that's a long shot for Ben On. That green is 40 yards from the front to the back.
Right, back to the opening tee.
This is game number 4. On the tee from Japan, Rikuya Hoshino.
A 6-time winner on the Japanese Golf Tour. He finished second on the Order of Merit last year to secure his spot in the 151st Open. We've watched a little bit of him on the DP World Tour this season. He's a good player. He's got a slightly quirky swing, especially with the driver. His head seems to follow the club back as is part of his takeaway.
On the tee from South Africa, Charles Schwartzel.
The man who produced that absolutely stunning finish back in 2011 at Augusta National to win the Masters. 4 birdies to finish, wasn't it? Did finish top 10 here the last time the Open came to Hoylake, so he's got some form over these links.
Caught that one fairway bunker on the right. That will most likely be just a pitch out.
On the tee from Ireland, Alex Maguire.
The young Irishman, one of 6 amateurs in the field this week. He came through a new category, actually. It was for performances in the St Andrews Links Trophy in the Amateur Championship and the European Amateur Championship taken together. He won the Links. High and handsome.
He just stepped right up to the tee and hit it as fast as he could and just nailed one right down the center. Big sigh of relief. That's great.
Young nerves, eh? Or lack of.
Ryan Fox now for his birdie. 2 beautiful shots at the first. So a solid par to start for Fox.
Here's our leader at the 3rd.
Nice little dog leg to the right. You see that, those out of bounds stakes there. Just trying to get it to the turn right at the elbow of the dog leg right.
It's actually the first hole for the members, isn't it? Normally, number 3. Internal out of bounds on the right-hand side.
You talk about a scary opening hole. You know, for your very first hole with out of bounds, and I mean, it's really literally right on the edge of the fairway and right on the edge of the green.
No problems there, though, for the Royal Liverpool member, Matthew Jordan, who leads the way. The long putter for Benan. This is a par putt at the first.
Caught a bit of a jumper over the back edge of the green, and a bogey start there for Benan.
There's the 3rd green. So looking back down the fairway. Who's first away here, Nico?
Well, I think it's going to be Richie Ramsey in the left-hand side in the first cut. The ball is sitting nicely, but he's got just a little tuft of grass behind it. I don't think it's going to really interfere with the contact, but it's there. And the pin is on the back right of this green today with the wind off the right. It's not an easy shot. You can find the green rather easily, but anywhere near is going to take ultimate precision today.
Nico, that out of bounds is not that far from the hole location today, is it?
No, I mean, you have that long grass to the right that kind of stops, you know, a ball rolling out of bounds, but anything on the fly that's going to flirt with this out of bounds will be out. I mean, it's not really the side where you want to go. You know, you could see this ball just never really came out of that little first cut there, just short of green. It's not a bad leave. Now Grace, from a much easier position, likes to squeeze those shots, likes to hit down on the ball, and he's got a lovely link style DNA to him.
Took it in there nice and low, just right of flag. Great shot. Just wander off.
That was a bit unlucky. Learned to play his golf in a town in South Africa called George, so learned to play golf in the wind. The same town that John Bland, you'd know very, very well, John, who passed away recently. John Bland spent the last 30 years of his life living there.
I'd just like to point out that I've been following this group for the first 2 holes, and people are fist pumping in the crowd whenever the local boy hits a great shot. I want to see more reaction like that. It's not an easy shot. This, like I said, something with a bit of left to right. Maybe laying the ball against the wind would be nice to get close.
A little left of where he would have hoped. But he wasn't messing with the out of bounds, was he?
Yeah, I think Nicholas called it right. I think he was trying to hit a cut in there and just kind of got on top of it a little bit. And once you do that, it'll fly a little bit too far.
Oshino at the first. Oh,
that bunker is going to get a lot of action, a lot of seconds in that.
And after that thumping drive, Alex Maguire.
Good shot.
Comfortable start to his round right there. 2 real nice swings, 2 quality shots.
He's a massive Liverpool fan, so he's delighted to be playing in his first Open here at Royal Liverpool. Jazz Jane for birdie at the second.
Putting up that little slope into the second level. Does move to the right a little and quite.
He's back to the sort of conventional style of putting, if you like. He's been through just about every version there is, left, below, right, the claw, the saw and everything else in between. The long, the short, but nothing wrong with that. Par start for Jazz Jane. Right, we'll head up to the third green, or green side anyway, with Matthew Jordan.
I think this is where the experience on this golf course is kind of playing Matthew Jordan's advantage. I mean, he must have hit thousands and thousands of chips from that side. I understand that players would have practiced early in the week from that side, but he's grown up here. He knows what this does. Just pitching it on top there.
Drives it in there nice and low there, Nicholas, and what a nice play.
Very confident start. Terrific. Even when you remember, they don't give you those short ones.
Quite the show so far, isn't it, from Matthew Jordan? See the flags on the top of the grandstand at 18 beginning to flutter out there as we wander back to the first tee. Adrian Moronk is about to get going alongside Pablo Larrazabal and Hiroshi Iwata from Japan.
This is game number 5. On the tee from Poland, Adrian Moronk.
Well, what a year he's had, winning the Irish Open, the Australian Open and the Italian Open at the Ryder Cup venue. He's very definitely in the Ryder Cup picture. He will want a strong performance this week. Missed the cut last week at the Genesis Scottish Open.
Sometimes you can get fortunate in the rough. It's pretty spotty.
On the tee from Spain, Pablo Larrazabal.
Well, like Moronk, a two-time winner this season, and also with his sights set on a potential Ryder Cup debut.
It is kind of coming down to the end where you qualify automatically, and then Captain Donald and Captain Johnson, they got their minds on the other picks. I think these weeks, these major championships are so important.
Beautiful tee shot with a 3-wood.
On the tee from Japan, Hiroshi Iwata.
He's 42 years of age now. Iwata played in the 2014 Open here. Missed the cut, sadly. He'll be hoping to go a little bit better than that this week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
He was a little anxious there for a second. Got a nice little kick off that bunker, and now it's perfect.
Up to 3, Brandon Grace.
Oh, this is tricky. He's got to lift that putter up very quickly and then chop down on the ball. It's actually not bad from that, because that's not the sort of thing you practice very often.
See how steep that slope was as he was trying to negotiate, so pretty well done.
To the first, and Maguire after 2 fine shots.
Very comfortable start there for the young amateur.
He's over in Florida at a university there, so like so many young aspiring professionals nowadays, they head over and take advantage of the wonderful competition available in the college system stateside. Ramsey for his par at 3, remember, short of the green in 2. 3 pars to start the day for Scotland's Richie Ramsey. Here's Charles Schwartzel.
So that tee shot in the right fairway bunker could not reach the green, and
Charles, so much is about confidence for Charles Schwartzel. If he gets his tail up, he really does play well, but he loses his confidence, and wow, it's amazing.
So an iron off the 3rd and an iron off the 4th tee for Matthew Jordan.
yeah, fairway slopes a little bit from right to left in the left half of that fairway, so you'll see a lot of tee shots end up right there, trying to stay away from the bunkers on the right. Maybe just overprotected a little bit from going to the right. See that club face turn over there, promoting a little bit of a draw.
Yeah, this is only a long iron. This is straight down. You just got to avoid the first bunker on the right. I don't think that anybody's going to take a club that's going to bring the far and left bunker into play. That's also a bit left for Richie Ramsey, but that's going to stay on the fairway.
He didn't seem to like it, did he, as he struck it, but it is in the short grass, so no problems for Ramsey. There you go, get an idea of some of the slopes on and around the first green.
It's a long, narrow green, but like you can see right there, there's a little bit of containment, but once it drops off, a lot of pitching areas.
Bota por aquí.
No sé yo si le va a llegar, pero claro, es que el otro demasiado.
El otro tenemos que pegar la contra, ¿no?
El otro demasiado. A mí me gusta este, uno allí al palo.
Al palo y
que se hace así un poquito porque desde lo peor,
you can't
o sea, lo
translate
peor, lo
this.
malo desde aquí.
You can't translate this from us.
Al final la
No, I
perfecta
can't.
es la segunda
No.
bandera.
I think he said
Terminando la segunda bandera.
it's a
de la
7
izquierda.
iron.
Y tiene que ser bajita,
Center of the
Sí,
green.
sí, tiene que ser poderosa.
Sí.
Might be more than a 7 iron. And then said, hit me a good shot. He took construction well. Great shot.
And it's easily the best we've seen on this first hole. And a wonderful job for the greenkeeper as well.
Adrian Moronk from the rough on the right-hand side of this opening par 4.
It's really going to have to control the ball's, how far this ball is going to fly, because it's going to have a little bit of gasoline to it.
Fire.
Yep. Easy. That'll really chase all the way through back there where almost where Ben On was a couple of groups ago.
So Iwata off that nice little fortuitous kick off the bunker, right from the middle of the fairway hit. That gives you an idea of the breeze.
Not a very tall man, but uses his height. Beautiful golf swing.
Really connected, real efficient looking golf swing. And a nice result.
Dom, you see the way the game has changed. Just look at the countries that have teed off so far. It's quite incredible. It just shows it's become truly a worldwide game. You know, players from Poland, Australia, Norway, Korea. It's unbelievable.
And Matthew Jordan's got a good lie from this left-hand side rough. He can do what he wants with this. The only thing he can't really get is a lot of spin, just because it comes from the heavy rough. The ball sits fine. Now I'm curious to see if he's going to play that little slope that's at the front of the green, or if he's going to fly it all the way there and try to get it to stop as quickly as possible. It's only a wedge or so.
So that pin is only cut 3 from the left edge.
Just for a moment, he thought that was heading towards that front left bunker, didn't he? But it's crept over the edge.
Yeah, definitely.
And he'll have another pretty good look at birdie. Ryan Fox up the slope here at the second.
Pretty good slope right there. We'll go a little left and might come back to the right at the end, or just go in the hole.
So Fox joins Jordan at the top. Beautifully read, beautifully struck. Next up on the first tee, we have the 2018 Masters champion Patrick Reed playing with Scotland's Connor Syme and Jose Ballester Barrio from Spain.
This is game number 6. On the tee from the USA, Patrick Reed.
Well, she made his Open debut here in 2014. I was a little surprised. I was looking through his Open record, just one top 10 in the Open. I thought he might have fared a little bit better than that.
He's got a lot of imagination to his game, great short game. Really nice start right down the center of the fairway.
On the tee from Scotland, Connor Syme.
But an excellent 2022 campaign on the Race to Dubai. Finished top 30 in the final rankings. That's what's earned him his spot here at the Open. Third appearance. 2 missed cuts to date. He's a better player than that.
On the tee from Spain, Jose Luis Ballesta Barrio.
The winner of the European Amateur Championship played a practice round with John Rahm earlier this week.
Saw a bit of Jose Luis in the States. I cover a lot of the NCAA, the college events, and he's at Arizona State, and quite a good player on a very, very good team.
That doesn't look great. Just on the downslope of that long grass. Might not be able to reach the green in 2 from there.
So a look at the early leaderboard here in the 151st Open at Royal Liverpool, and a 2-way tie at the top. Matthew Jordan from England and Ryan Fox, the Kiwi. This is the 4th hole, and this is a birdie putt for Richie Ramsey.
Little does. 2 good pars at the first and the third, routine par at the second, and a nice birdie, so very nice start for Richie.
Well, Anfield away in the distance. And here is the man from West Kirby, Matthew Jordan.
A little bit of left to right in this. It wasn't far off from going left of the green, which is a no-no. So is he going to make another one?
Yeah,
that was a really good chance here. Just left it a bit short.
Yeah, it's got
people have been smiling all around following him this morning since he first struck that opening tee shot.
Struck the opening tee shot, made the first birdie of the championship. Just a dream start for Matthew.
We know that Meronk was through the green, wasn't he? Got a fly up. He has chipped up to here, so this is for par. Good holding speed, but it is going to be a drop shot. There's Thomas Peters with Darren Clark. They'll get going very soon. And meanwhile, let's see if Lanatharbal can take advantage of that wonderful approach shot. Yes, he can. So he joins Jordan, Ramsey and Fox in a share of the lead. Well, he deserved that, didn't he, John?
That he did. Beautiful tee shot, wonderful second. Let's check this out. Just goes, takes it downstairs a little bit, right at the flag. Just short great momentum up to the cup. Can't draw it up any better than that.
Short even, 195, 195 will be playing. Close to 210. Yeah. Back more out to the right on the tee shot, like this.
Okay.
130.
Just trying to hold it like
hold it and finishing left. Just past on the left, it's fine.
Yeah, there's them two flags. It's like the second one of the two.
Perfect.
Good angle into the screen from there. You can hear his caddy advising him to try and keep a little left of the flag. Maybe try and get it past the flag.
Slow down. That'll catch that little pitching area down there, but depends on the lie. He's got a little bit of room to work with there. Might be on that downslope though.
3-wood for Ramsey on this par 5, number 5. Win off the right. Staying well short of the first bunker there. Great opening into a second shot here on the par 5 for Ramsey.
Yeah, that's a good start, playing 510 yards today, so just trying to get it out there to the corner. Take out, there's some gorse up on the left. If you hit driver, you can get close to that gorse if you miss it left, but these players today certainly can just hit 3-wood and some sort of long iron probably on the green.
Yeah, that's exactly right, John. I mean, you quickly hit this left into the gorse bush if you hit a driver. I think the shorter you stay from these bunkers on the right, which opens up the hole, is a much better idea. And that was a nice little soft bounce, just to stay short of that first trap on the right.
Yeah.
Just stays there for Matthew Jordan.
From the first of the par 5s to the opening hole, and Patrick Reed after a spanking drive.
Right from the center of the fairway, pin cut in the front right. That was a pretty crisp iron shot.
The Rathball. Iron off the tee at the second. He loves it. It's easy to tell when he likes his shots, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And when he doesn't. Oh, the young Spanish amateur in the deep stuff of the first.
Yeah, might have caught that downslope like in that rough. Just trying to chop it up towards the front center of the green, and that flew and way deep.
Well, I look to avoid the really deep stuff where Ben Ann was, so hopefully he'll be able to get up and down from there. That's the place to be, isn't it? If you're not at the golf.
Just a beautiful view.
Third hole, Ryan Fox to jump clear of the rest and get to 2 under. Hoshino. Can't see how it's lying, of course. We'll assume reasonably well.
Took a pretty full swing, and that's confidence when you take that full of a swing, when you know what's behind that hole location there is just a big drop off. So really well played.
Well, this is going to be game number 7. Darren Clarke with Victor Perez, the winner in Abu Dhabi earlier this year, a Rolex Series title for him. He's the man who won the previous year in Abu Dhabi. Well, some brave people down there, aren't they? They're out in their shorts.
I don't quite see shorts today, but good on them.
This is game number 7. On the tee from Northern Ireland, Darren Clarke.
.54 now, Darren. It's asking a lot to win another Open Championship, but we know that experience does count.
That it does. Tom Watson at 59, almost 60, and Greg Norman in his 50s as well.
Those are two incredible finishes by those two wonderful players.
On the tee from France, Victor Perez.
And we mentioned how important this week could be for the Ryder Cup chances for several players out there. And this man is right in that category.
Walked around with Victor and Patrick Cantley, Xander Schauffele yesterday, 9 holes, and along with Michael Kim. And I had not seen Michael up close and personal. Big kid, very impressed with everything about him. He was playing like little chip shots and little flighted shots. He hit it straight up in the air.
On the tee from Belgium, Thomas Pieters.
6th Open appearance for Pieters. Hasn't yet had a top 20 finish, which surprises me.
That looked like it went right to the bottom.
Richie Ramsey with, I imagine, what would be a fairway wood. Just doesn't have enough legs to get there. If that stays out of the bunker, and I'm afraid it doesn't.
That's a little bit of a mistake there. Like he was trying to hit some sort of hybrid, maybe run it through there, but brought that fairway bunker into play. That'll be awkward.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that, John. I don't think that club would have enough legs to get there. Now, Matthew Jordan, you can try to do two things here. Either try to play the wind off the right a little bit and skirt it on, or just go long and try to leave it into that first portion of the green. It looks like he's trying to play a cut.
Pin in that right front.
Oh. Oh. He's entertaining the crowds this morning.
I'll tell you what, he was leaning, he was begging, he was doing everything, and it turned out outstanding.
But I'd also be upset if I didn't make an albatross. I mean, really.
That was the goal, right?
You know, these guys, and he's the leader. Incredible. He obviously thought he was going to catch that bunker.
Yeah, there's the lean and the beg.
Oh.
Landed perfectly.
He's entertaining the crowds this morning.
I'll tell you what, he was leaning, he was begging, he was doing everything, and it turned out outstanding.
Patrick Reed at the first. This for an opening birdie.
This part of his game has always been wonderful, and that was just a little bit of a tug from the start.
After a birdie at the first, Ladder Tharbel into number 2.
On the tee from Belgium, Thomas Peters.
Two beautiful iron shots in a row.
Tell you what, his towards has been very good so far in 2 iron shots.
At the first, by Astaire Barrio for par. Remember, he was through the green. Very nicely done. Jose Luis Ballester Barrio. Wonderful name, isn't it?
Just flows. You make it sound so elegant there, Dom.
As did that putt, as I say, one of 6 amateurs in the field this week, so there'll be a real tussle for the silver medal. Low amateur honours here at Royal Liverpool. 4 tied at the top. We're pretty set in terms of weather, I think, over the next couple of days, and then the weekend things get slightly more iffy. We could get some rough stuff on Saturday, maybe 1 or 2 showers on Sunday as well. As we head out to the first, and Thomas Peters trying to muscle it out of the rough.
Yeah, we saw his tee shot go pretty deep into that rough, but what a well played shot out of that rough.
Right at the bin, let it move left.
Born in France, but lives in Edinburgh these days.
Pretty wide miss there from center of the fairway for Victor.
Oh, this is the toughest shot in golf, that long bunker shot. Let's see how well he can pull it off. Excellent.
They're in 3, so he'll still have a birdie putt, Richie Ramsey.
This is a rough spot to be. Long left here. He's going to putt it up that slope, down the hill, and how good a touch was that? Caught the backside of the hole and goes in. Seemingly out of position, but not so fast, my friend.
That is a very cheeky par, isn't it?
Well, they say you only have to hit 1 good shot on every hole. Just make sure it's the last one.
So Ramsey with this chance at the 5th. This to go 2 under.
Yeah, out of position with his second shot in a really awkward position, long bunker shot, and doesn't take advantage of the par 5. Not that many opportunities out here. Got to take advantage of the par 5s.
This is a great chance, isn't it, Nico, for Matthew Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take advantage of the par 5s, you know, this is, I don't think there's going to be anyone that's going to have a shorter eagle putt today on 5. I mean, that 3 was just pitched over the bunker and released gently. It wouldn't even gone far off the hole. And now he's got a very simple putt up the slope, a little bit of left to right. You can be quite affirmative with this.
Might have just pushed that a little bit. He knew exactly what he was going to do. That's a good birdie, though. He's got the lead on his own.
Well, he's disappointed, isn't he? Because no one knows these greens better than the Royal Liverpool member himself. Matthew, what are you doing?
You knew that putt was going right.
So after a birdie at the first, another chance here for Laratharbel.
Gently goes up this slope. Goes a little bit left and then might back to the right. Had it right in the center.
Ryan Fox at the fourth hole.
Right side of the fairway, left front hole location. Easy. Okay.
Well, next up on the first tee, we have a former Open champion in Louis Oosthuizen. There he is, on at St Andrews back in 2010. What a performance that was. He's come close again since then. He's going to play with Joost Luiten and the amateur champion from South Africa, Christo Lamprecht. You won't be able to miss him. What, 6'8" of him or something?
This is game number 8. On the tee, from South Africa, Louis Oosthuizen.
Golf swings don't get better than this, do they?
They don't. I always just admired his stature, but also the power he generates with this golf swing is just amazing.
Well, slight lean left, so it's heading slightly right of intended target, into the rough. Doesn't look too bad.
On the tee, from the Netherlands, Joost Luiten.
Who's having an excellent season. He's had a couple of really good chances to win this year on the DP World Tour. Hasn't quite got the job done, but he's bang in form.
That's okay. He'll get a drop away from those.
From South Africa, Christo Lamprecht.
Fencing.
Seen him quite a bit as well in the United States. Plays at Georgia Tech. Played in the NCAAs a couple of years, and he does not get cheated on a golf swing. He can move it.
As Dom said, 6'8". He was born on a long weekend.
Does have a little problem with T-ball sometimes. When he catches one, it's pretty impressive, but he can hit some offline.
One thing you do know, it'll be a long way from the tee.
Well, he certainly cut an imposing figure at Hillside last month as Christo Lamprecht continued a recent run of South African success in the Amateur Championship.
I've been playing some really good golf in the last year, especially in college. I knew something was coming if I keep on playing the way I was playing. I'm a very emotional player. I kind of wear my heart on my sleeve. In certain moments in match play, when you get something, when you really want to do something, you really need to make a putt, and you do make it, I kind of can't keep my emotions in, and I have to fist pump. Getting an opportunity to see myself against the best in the world at the best possible places too. I'm just going to go out there and try to hit a golf ball as far and as straight as I can and just kind of do my thing.
Wonderful performance, defeated Ronan Klug from Switzerland in the 36-hole final. This is the first of the par threes here at Royal Liverpool, number 6.
And what a good one this is. I love the look of this par 3. Today playing just over 200 yards, hole location way in that back left. Cannot miss it left with this hole location. Yeah, that'll wander down, get just into the rough, and that will be awkward.
We saw Ryan Fox's second shot. So this for another birdie to join Jordan at the top of the leaderboard.
Solid start there for Ryan Fox. He's played these first 4 holes very efficiently.
I don't think there are too many players who play more quickly than he does either. He doesn't waste any time.
He gets up and goes.
Back to 6, this time Richie Ramsey.
Has he made the same mistake? Is that going to kick off to the left?
Yeah, trying to hit a draw in there, Dale, and I'm not sure that's the right play with that back left hole location. You kind of want to have something that is going to hold onto that green instead of swinging across your line like that.
Now, Victor Perez, remember he missed the green at the first, so this in all likelihood is for par. And he makes it, no damage done.
Kind of sign we saw Ryan Fox make this putt. It's a very difficult putt. It goes up and over a bank. And then down the hill again. Keep going, keep going.
Oh, this is interesting, isn't it? Checking the speeds of the green with the little rod there, the stimp meter, and they're trying to make sure it's not wind affected, so they've got the plastic covers out. I've not seen that before.
That's new to me. I learn something every day.
Attention to detail, I think you call that. Ayaster Barrio up the slope. This looks good.
Good pacing there.
Back over to number 6, the par 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the side you don't want to miss on 6 today. Now, the thing with these shots is that, you know, you see this whole bank in front of you and you think you can just run it up the bank, but the easiest way to get this close is if you pitch this at the very top of it and just one hop and the second one onto the green. He looks like he's got quite a bit of loft in his hand, so I think that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah,
It's got a good lie.
Yeah, if you're going to run it up, run the whole way. But if not, like you said, just one bounce, get that second bounce on the green, and that's pretty well done.
Now this is Lambrecht, the amateur champion. His second shot into the first green. Stay there. Finish in that hollow. And on the downslope. Oh, it's going to be a tricky little chip.
Back over to 6, Ramsey this time.
He went for more of a runner up that slope. Live probably dictated that. Also well done.
Yes, Loughton has taken his drop away from the railings.
Yeah, this should be fine. Good angle. Only just under 140
Come on,
yards.
Vince, sit.
Slightly concerned about it running out and into the right-hand bunker there, Loughton, but he's okay.
Patrick Reed at the second for his birdie.
He had a good
Go on.
opportunity there at number 1.
Well, that's an almost identikit putt to Larratharbles, isn't it? Pretty much had the line, just didn't quite have the pace. So it's a par-par start for Patrick Reed. Here's Ryan Fox.
Going with iron off this par 5 tee. Trying to keep it short of those bunkers that we've seen up the right-hand side. He should be able to reach from there.
It's the wonderful thing about a links course, isn't it? You've got all sorts of options. Right. To number 6 again, Nico.
Yeah, this will be a great up and down because that was extremely difficult from the left-hand side of the screen. I mean, what a start of the day for this guy. 2 weeks ago, I was having a conversation with him to see if he was comfortable hitting the tee shot on the first. He said, "Oh, I'm not so sure." I think his opinion has changed with the way he's started his round. First bogey of the day, though.
Just out of position there with his tee shot there at the 6th. And also with links golf, I'm sure you guys know it's about where your misses are. About position.
Yeah, you're not going to gain a lot of shots if you go left or long on this par 3 today. The play is short, like we just saw Brendan Grace. That was exactly the right thing to do. Just play the green, give yourself a chance from just short. Don't bring the back into play or the left. Now Ramsey for par. After a really good chip as well from the back.
And a really nice up and down from Richie Ramsey. So he stays at 1 under par. Louis Oosthuizen coming out of this very well used bunker at the first.
And that was beautifully played. Hasn't played a lot of golf in the last, 12 or 15 months. Probably played less tournament golf than he's played in a long time.
Little change up in the commentary box. Aaron Hoberholzer has joined Dale Hayes and myself, Dom Hollier. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you for having me, guys. Excited to be here.
Reed safely in the fairway down the left-hand side of the third. Remember, internal out of bounds down the right-hand side, and of course out of bounds on the left as well by the clubhouse. Loughton short of the first green.
That first proving to be a difficult start. I think the first 4 groups, I saw 2 people hit the fairway.
Jason Day back in the winner's circle recently at the AT&T. Byron Nelson.
He has worked extremely hard over the last few years to get that swing to where it doesn't hurt his back. Was almost thinking about retirement because of those back issues, and I know it was a popular win in the locker room.
A little bit like Louis Oosthuizen in some ways, isn't it? Always have to manage the back as we go to the first and Lamprecht. This for par.
Wow, what a good putt. Very confidently hold. Now getting back to Louis Oosthuizen, he's the guy that coached him when he was very, very young was a guy by the name of Vaughan Tucker. Also taught Brandon Grace to play when they were kids. And he told me that Louis had back trouble from that time, 13, 14 years of age. He started having back trouble.
Of course, so much more is known, I think, about the biomechanics of golf nowadays, and all the physiotherapists, so they're all doing a huge amount of core work nowadays to protect themselves.
Yeah, everything's on 3D now, and that you can be diagnosed down to the nth degree.
Jordan Spieth, winner at Birkdale in 2017, of course, loves the challenge of links golf. It suits him down to the ground, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. He can show his creative process. As we take a look at the 7th hole here, the par 4, dogleg right. One of the harder par 4s back in 2014. You got to avoid those pots down the left and the right. And it's a semi-blind shot over those mounds right there. But with the wind direction today and the wind direction that it's been this week, Dale, I think it's going to be pretty much a short iron into this hole.
It is. With a drive off the tee. Is that the right club, Nico?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah. I mean, the wind's off the left. You can aim at that left bunker, work the fairway, and run one through the bunkers.
4!
And that stays just fine in the first cut. No need to shot 4. Yeah, I think when you grow up on a course like this, I mean, you're going to see plays, or you're going to be used to different plays that when you come here for the first time. I'm not surprised to see Jordan with what it looks like to be a driver from where I'm standing.
Yeah, the confidence he must have, and he's been in every conceivable spot on this golf course, so the confidence that he has got to be higher than most people in the field.
Some people contend, don't they, that it's a curse and a blessing, and that you know the course, yes, but you know where the trouble is as well.
Exactly right. That's very true. Take a look at this move. Beautiful strike there.
He's a good young player, still looking for his first DP World Tour victory, but he's only been out on tour for the last 2-3 seasons or so. Here is the winner of the St Andrews Links Trophy, Maguire. It's a birdie putt at number 4. And back to level par, having dropped his shot at the second. Don't know whether you saw his drive at the first, Aaron, but he got it there and absolutely munched it.
It was impressive, those first 2 shots by the young amateur. Plays golf in the States.
To number 5, the par 5, and Ryan Fox took a long iron off the tee.
Boy, guys really wanting to avoid those bunkers if you're taking iron off this tee, and obviously the gorse on the left, you can get blind and put yourself in it. That's a good leave right there.
Two pars to start for Patrick Reed, but he had chances at both 1 and 2. Here he is at the 3rd.
Putting up there right on the back right-hand corner of the green. So that out of bounds, you can see those white stakes going all the way up, and they go right up to the flag.
I think we're going to see a lot of that right there today on the third hole, Dale.
And that's his natural shape as well, isn't it? So that was quite a tough flag for him to get at.
Any right flag for Patrick Reed is tends to be a little bit more difficult.
Well, you remember the great old player Bobby Locke used to hook every shot.
Yes.
And they said to him, when they put the pins on the right-hand side of the green, they said, did you find that very difficult? He said, what difference does it make if I sink a putt from 20 foot left of the hole or 20 foot right of the hole? So I suppose the way you look at it.
Well, when you putted like Bobby Locke, too.
That's right.
Safely into the fairway for the 2010 Open champion. Had a great chance, didn't he, at Royal St George's a couple of years back. Took the lead into the final round, in the end overtaken by Colin Morikawa. But there it is for you. We now have a three-way tie at the top. Jordan Ramsey and Ryan Fox. Plenty of players at even par, including the impressive Alex Maguire. Pablo Larrazábal has played some beautiful shots so far. Jose Luis Ballester Barrio also at level par through the first couple of holes. So that's 3 of the 6 amateurs underway on day 1 of the 151st Open. 3 more to come.
A little bit of a downslope there with a lofted club. Oh, beautifully played.
That's really nice.
Just clipped it off that grass. The fairways are so tight. It gives you the chance to just clip those little shots, if you've got the courage.
3 par 5s here at Royal Liverpool. The 10th plays as a par 5 for members. I'm pretty sure it played as a par 5 back here in 2014 as well.
And 2006, yeah, I think it was pretty much the easiest hole in 2014, and I think it might be the toughest hole this year. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out.
And of course, we're all wondering how the new 17th is going to work out.
Boy, I've talked to quite a few players, and they're waiting with bated breath, let's say that.
It's sort of got that feeling of 17 at Sawgrass, hasn't it?
Yes,
it's
it
like
does.
that dentist appointment, you know, it's coming.
Yeah, nothing's like a dentist appointment.
Now Richard Ramsey from the first cut on the left. Can't get anywhere near this flag from where he is. He's got a closed angle, doesn't have the control of the ball that it required from the fairway. I can only think this is going to be a bit right and safe. Ooh, just missed out that first bunker by a whisker. Ends up in a pretty good position in the end.
That's a wonderful play from there.
Well, you're going to get some good bounces and you're going to get some bad bounces, aren't you? That's what links golf is about, or part of it anyway. You have to accept the bad bounces and take advantage of the good ones. So next up on this first tee, we have the man who won the Open at Troon in 2016 in that wonderful, wonderful final round duel. Stenson and Phil Mickelson going toe-to-toe down the stretch. And this man prevailing after a closing round of 63.
This is game number 10. On the tee, from Sweden, Henrik Stenson.
I recognise that shaft, that dreaded 3-wood. He's used it for a long time.
Absolute weapon for him throughout his career. Oh my goodness.
Probably better off that it went in the bunker.
100%.
On the tee, from the USA, Harris English.
Four-time PGA Tour winner. Coulda, shoulda, maybe one more than that. He is a hugely talented player.
He's had some injuries, plagued by injuries over the last couple of years on the U.S. Tour. Really starting to get his game turned around. That's been a popular spot over there today off the first.
Oh, that's
a good break, actually.
I don't know. I hope it didn't hit somebody, but I think it might have. But
On the tee,
it's finished
from the
very
USA, Andrew Putnam.
Playing in his second Open Championship, he also teed it up at Portrush in 2019.
Tee shot proving to be awkward for the players.
It really is. I think the last time they played there, a lot of players used irons off that tee.
Yes.
Off they go down that opening par 4. We'll go to the par 5 fifth, and Lucas Herbert to get under par and join the leaders. Winner on the DP World Tour and on the PGA Tour in the United States. To 7 and Jordan.
Much better angle from that right-hand side of the fairway. But yet, look at that. It's still very difficult to get the ball close to that flag. I need left flag on this 7th hole.
Well, we saw the delightful little chip, didn't we? Let's see if Ryan Fox can convert and move it to 2 under ahead of the rest. Nice start, 2 birdies, no drop shots for the Kiwi.
Trey Mullinax for birdie at the first. I think most players would be very happy with 3 4s on those first 3 holes and then get onto the scoreable 4th and 5th.
Now, Lamprecht, just a little wedge, it looks like. Just 91 yards. Hole is 458. Wow.
He's a big kid, isn't he?
He is. I was saying earlier, 6'8". He's born on a long weekend.
Yeah.
Just been picked to play for the South African Eisenhower Trophy and part of the team.
And a lovely,
no surprise.
A lovely initiative from the RNA, a new initiative. We've got a new tournament down in South Africa, Dale, coming next year.
That's right. It's going to be played at Leopard Creek, which is a wonderful venue, and a venue that I think everybody's going to love, being right on the edge of the game reserve. You know, it's a fantastic golf course, and the views are just out of this world. I mean, every time you play there, you see elephant or, you know,
or giraffes,
all sorts of animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johan Rupert heavily involved in bringing that tournament to South Africa. We got the Latin America Amateur Championship as we watch Louis Oosthuizen at the second.
That's a little bit of an awkward spot and a beautiful result there. Great touch.
We also have the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. All these pathways being created for amateur golfers to play in these major championships, sponsored at the Open, the Masters, the US Open are all up for grabs. Wonderful incentive.
It's actually, you know, we are fortunate to come to this event every year, and this is, as I regard this as the World Open, because people from all over the world play in it, and it really is a privilege to be here. But it's incredible what the RNA do for golf worldwide.
Yes.
I mean, what they do for golf in Africa, which is where obviously I come from, is quite incredible. You know, they buy machines for the golf courses to try and help them, you know, maintain their golf courses. They pay for people to go and instruct, to create new teachers, people able to teach in some of the countries. It's incredible what they do.
I don't think we from the United States, we understand the reach of the RNA to a certain extent, because obviously we're governed by the USGA. in America, but it's a big job that the R&A has to govern the rest of the world of golf.
And they do a phenomenal job.
They do.
So he pulled his tee shot, didn't he, off the first Harris English. He got that bounce off the scaffolding. I think it's worked out okay for him. Not a bad angle.
Phenomenal angle right there, and a great lie, so he should be able to control the spin and the launch conditions of this golf ball. Just as good as a fairway in my estimation. Oh. Well, that might not be too bad. He could potentially put a putter on that one.
To Henrik Stenson, who just toppled into the bunker, the fairway bunker. Gets a face full of sand for his troubles. No option, just to pop it back into the fairway, take his medicine.
These are some of the flattest pot bunkers I've ever experienced in links golf here at Liverpool.
Ballester Barrio for birdie at the third.
You can see even the flat greens have just a little bit of break. They're very, very subtle. Difficult to read the greens.
And Matthew Jordan just to tidy up at the seventh, to remain at 1 under.
He's in the stretch of the golf course right now, where pars are very good scores. 7, 8 difficult, 9 difficult par 3, and then obviously the 10th, which is now a par 4, which will be a very difficult par 4.
We've seen a couple of shots here that have been, players are trying to draw the ball into the flag and have missed it left and have run all the way down the bank. Left themselves very difficult pitch shots.
And this looks like another one potentially, Dale.
Yep, there it goes.
It's gone, and that'll go all the way to the rough. That is a very steep slope. I don't think there's no golf ball that's going to stay in that chipping area in the short grass.
I love the beard.
So he's leading the way, but he'll do well to stay on top. Ryan Fox, he's got a difficult up and down, upcoming. There he is, one ahead of the Royal Liverpool member, the man who hit the first tee shot, Matthew Jordan, Richie Ramsey, and Australia's Lucas Herbert. Aaron, I think it's a myth, isn't it, which I think we've got over now, that American players tend to struggle with the challenge of links courses. I've heard so many US players come over here and say they really enjoy the challenge. It's different to what they play every week. They enjoy being able to be imaginative and creative with their shots and playing a different form of golf.
Yes, I think so. I always enjoyed coming over here and trying to learn how to play this style of golf, for sure. It is very different than what we play in the States, but I think the younger players now today are more open to it, quite honestly. And I think the Walker Cup helps too when you're on teams that come over here and play over here.
This is a blind tee shot. You can't see over the mounds, but it's quite wide once you get over that all. That's a beautiful tee shot there from Brandon Grace.
Lucas Herbert next to go here at number 6.
I haven't seen one player try to cut the ball up into this wind, Dale, today. Boy, I'll tell you what, it's rinse and repeat. If they only saw what we see. I think they'd change their tact.
One up to number 8, and Ramsey.
Another good one. Some of the fans looking on. Matthew Jordan. I imagine he's going to have, obviously, the majority of the gallery really pulling hard for him, being a member since the age of 7 here. My goodness.
And did you see the swing he had when he was 7 years of age?
It was unbelievable when they showed that video. I could not believe it, Dom. Born to play this game. There's pots up the right-hand side. Oh, that'll be fine. That'll be fine.
Good tee shots from this first group. They make their way down almost to the halfway mark.
He has to be enjoying himself. Look at the smiles on Matthew Jordan's face, Dale.
Absolutely. What a wonderful I don't know what you call it. It's a what would you call what they've done for Matthew here? It's
an honor.
It's an honor,
for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. It's about all you could do there. For Ryan Fox. Now to Andrew Putnam at the first. His third shot.
I love that sound of the strike off the links turf.
It's a different sound than anywhere else in the world. That is will be some sort of par.
By Esther Barrio into the fourth, just with a wedge. Flirting with the back edge.
I think that's another Spanish name that we must get used to pronouncing. You're going to probably see a lot more of that man.
You're a bit more comfortable with John Rahm, are you, Dale?
Yes.
Well, that was pretty much going to be the case, I would think. That left side is going to be a very difficult up and down if the players continue to hit it down there. That is for sure. We haven't seen too many pars from down there. Richie Ramsey made a nice one, but outside of that, it's been tough work.
So a birdie at 5 and a drop shot at 6 for Lucas Herbert. So he drops back to level par, 2 off the pace. That's looking down over the first green, where Henrik Stenson has about that, whatever that is, for his par.
I enjoy seeing him play without sunglasses.
You might not need him this week.
That's right.
The Iceman, they used to call him, didn't they? I think in my lifetime, it's the best Open finish I've seen. His
that
tussle with Mickelson.
That duel in 2016 was impressive. I was glued to the television.
You so very rarely get the situation, don't you, where two players separate themselves from the field and it's just between those two. And the quality of the golf that was played down the stretch was unbelievable.
I think that was the most remarkable thing, Dom, was how high the golf was, the quality of golf.
Ryan Fox now for his par. Well, this hole has caught so many of the players.
Matthew Jordan looks to be the first to play here at the 8th.
Well, if it's only 6'4", minimum would be then 6'5". Sorry, 6'9", 5 on.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine, isn't it? Yeah.
Quite a big green between those two bunkers, the one on the right and the one on the left. There's quite a lot of space.
This flag a little short-sighted to the wind. They're over there on the right-hand side. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Showed a little nerves on that first tee shot, Dale. After that, it's been business as usual around a place he knows very well.
He has played beautifully, he really has. Lovely drive there from Ramsey in the middle of the fairway. So just sneak it, maybe just a touch left of that right-hand bunker. Looks like he's going straight over it. He might have in fact pushed it to the right. No, it's not. To the left.
That's safe. Not happy, but safe.
A little bit like Patrick Reed, he tends to see everything right to left in the air. There's Ramsey. Here's Christo Lamprecht.
So the other one's finished right up against the...
He obviously didn't lay up on that tee.
No,
He
I
went
was going to
with
say.
the driver
Yeah.
straight over the corner.
He took it right over that corner, didn't he? The young players these days. Here's another guy who's not afraid to take the driver and use it to his advantage. Oh, and he'll have a shortish club into that 7th hole.
We're not terribly happy as South Africans with the New Zealanders this week. They gave us a good beating at rugby last weekend.
Oh.
Well, that doesn't happen very often.
No, it does, unfortunately. It happens every now and again now. Although we were successful against Australia.
Is U.S. rugby getting better?
Oh, very much so.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Very much so.
You can tell I don't follow much.
We've got the World Cup coming up, haven't we, in
Yes.
just a couple of months' time?
Look at this.
This is over on the left side of the 3rd.
Oh, he looked like he nipped it beautifully. Wow, what a shot.
Phenomenal hands. Has always had phenomenal hands. You really have to have good technique on this tight grass, to your point, Dale, earlier. You have to have exquisite technique to clip that ball just perfectly.
And good nerves.
Yes.
Over on the driving range, Padraig Harrington, 2-time Open champion. Won in 2007 at Carnoustie and then followed up at Royal Birkdale the following year. Fascinating to hear him last week as well, saying he would back himself against anyone, even these young players on a links golf course.
I think you have to have that attitude. These guys, he never stops working. He's always working on something, constantly.
Now here is one of the game's living legends. Ernie Els walking onto the first tee. And about to begin his 32nd Open Championship.
He's playing along with Kurt Kitayama, who won his first win was at the Afrasia Mauritius Open, which is actually on an Ernie Els designed golf course, and Ernie played in that tournament.
Well, Patrick Reed just catches enough for the right half of the cup there. Well, that's a good par save. All pass so far for the 2018 Masters champion. Lamprecht, meanwhile, for birdie at 3. Well, hello.
These young players are just not afraid.
Ramsey for his birdie at the 8th. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Good putt.
Well, I wonder what time they set their alarms this morning.
Oh.
Well, I hope earlier than you, because if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be here. I saved his life this morning.
Did you? I'd like to hear that story.
Aaron, as usual, it's an exaggeration from Mr. Hayes. I was 3 minutes early for the bus, and he said, oh, you know, I had to hold him back. You nearly missed it. He's trouble, he is, Aaron, if you don't know already.
5 minutes early means a half an hour late in my world. Brandon Grace now.
You know, whenever I see those hoodies, reminds me of the Dutch Open one year where a guy hit it unplayable at Den Haag Golf Club in, I can't think of the name of the place now, and he took a drop. In those days you had a drop over your shoulders, and he dropped the ball and he turned around and they couldn't find it. And he dropped it in the hood of his, and they couldn't find the ball, and they had to call for a ruling. The guy said, it's a lost ball, you have to drop again.
Oh my goodness.
And he only found out when he took his off afterwards.
Oh my goodness.
This is game number 12. On the tee, from South Africa, Ernie Els.
Well, like Padraig Harrington, a two-time Open champion, winning at Muirfield and at Lytham when Adam Scott rather fell away over the closing holes. Got a couple of US Opens to his name as well. Now, will he be short or will he be over the bunkers? I think he's straight in.
All depends on where that is and whether he'll be able to advance it at all. That swing hasn't changed over the years, though.
It's quite incredible, isn't it?
On the tee, from the USA, Kurt Kitayama.
And Dale, you mentioned the first victory on the DP World Tour in Mauritius. He won in Oman. That's a link-style course, wasn't it? And then, of course, a wonderful victory at Bay Hill earlier this year.
Yeah, that was a special victory for Kurt for sure, against a stellar field.
Stay out there to the right and miss the bunker. Yes.
I'll tell you, visually, it's just very difficult for these players to get a handle on this first tee shot. It's very awkward looking from that tee.
On the tee, from Japan, Takumi Kanaya.
Well, he's a good young player. He's only 25 years of age. Grabbed his spot at the Mizuno Open in Japan.
Beautiful. Yet another one choosing not to take on those pot bunkers. I think the scoring would be better by now.
Yeah, a little bit, isn't it? Yeah, 2 under leading the way. Next best is -1, and only, what have we got? 5 players under par, beg your pardon. 1 under is leading the way, and there are 4 of them.
Lucas Herbert, the second at the 7th. Trying to move one in from right to left. Oh, that's one of the best of the day that we've seen there at 7.
Well, let's see if someone will get to 2 under.
Good opportunity right here. We're right up the hill.
Very popular. Beautiful putt. Local man leads.
Back a hole to Ryan Fox.
Well, nothing more than a 9-iron or a wedge there for Ryan. Spin.
Great chance here for Pablo Alara-Tharbel, who has just dropped shots at the 3rd and the 4th hole, but this is for eagle at the par 5 5th.
Oh, he's a little bit of everything for the Rothball.
So he's back under par with that one blow with the putter. Well, they've come from everywhere to be here at Royal Liverpool. And don't forget, if you want to connect, you can use the app or you can go to the website, theopen.com. Find out all about the players, follow the coverage. You can see the scoreboard. You've got all the feature group coverage and the 3-hole coverage as well.
Now at the 7th, Ryan Fox coming up over this little tiny rise here in the 7th green. No shame in par here at the 7th.
To our leader at the par 3 9th.
Getting more and more comfortable as the round goes on, it looks like.
The man who had the opening tee shot here this morning.
Maybe a little bit of nerves there off the start.
He managed to make par at that opening hole and then a chance here at 2.
I just think he needed to get that opening tee shot out of the way and get into the round.
See his second shot to the par 5 5th hole. He thinks he might have pushed it. He thinks it might have catch the right-hand bunker. But he's wrong.
Oh, that's the members bounce right there if I've ever seen one.
Unfortunately, he didn't make the eagle putt, but did get a birdie.
Dropped a shot at the 6th, the par 3, having missed the green, but this a short while ago into 8.
You know, knowing every flag and seeing every flag in every conceivable condition out here, he's going to have some understanding of this golf course that a lot of players aren't going to have.
And then the putt. 3 birdies, just the one drop shot, and the Royal Liverpool member leads the way at the 151st Open. Playing with Richie Ramsey today. He's next up here at 9.
Rich, flip your hands more.
Well, I think that one's left. Oh, let's hope that one got to the bottom.
It's a tough pin placement, very front right of the screen. Not easy to get it close.
To Lucas Herbert, who's got a chance here for birdie at 7. .5, the greens are running out there today, just a couple of inches up on yesterday.
Adrian Maronk. He needs to make a couple of putts, and that's a good start. Well done. Played wonderful golf this year.
Oh boy,
Daisy.
Now this is what I know everybody in the States tunes in to see, because we don't get these lies over there. Boy, staying stable and catching the ball clean. This is the hardest part about this shot. Good out there. Take another look at this. Oh, that's nice. All you're looking to do is just not make a 5 from that position. Oh my goodness. Good thing this man has probably got a 30, I'd say 38-inch inseam at 6'8", Christo. having to play away from the flag and just avoid that other pot bunker.
He had to go with that one, didn't he? We're going to have a change up in the commentary books. John Cook's going to rejoin with Aaron and Terry Gannon as well.
John Smith now. Oh, well done. Wonderful start. Just the start you're looking for. These first 3 holes are proving to be pretty difficult off the start. Definitely not a handshake start here at Royal Liverpool. After that wonderful tee shot by Matthew Jordan, he has this for birdie. How about it?
Still just a dream start there for Matthew Jordan.
Couldn't think it up any better, I wouldn't think.
First
Cookie.
tee shot, first birdie of the championship, and sees his name atop the leaderboard.
This is game number 13. On the tee, from the USA, Sam Burns.
Gentlemen, great to join you so far. What are your thoughts as Sam Burns gets ready to tee off the opener?
I'll tell you what, I'm a little surprised at how high the scoring's been. I thought the scoring would be a little lower. The wind's down. The golf course is fairly soft. I'm a little surprised to see the scoring so high.
From what I see, the hole locations are pretty difficult.
Yes,
you know, unless you get 1 and 2, that third hole is really playing difficult, and you know that 6th hole is difficult. If you don't get the 5th hole, there really hasn't been many birdie opportunities.
Speaking of difficult,
that's been the miss.
Haven't seen many quality tee shots off of number 1 either.
Seb Strucker.
Winner just recently on the PGA Tour at the John Deere with a beautiful final round 62.
Yeah, birdie's 18 for 59 and rinsed it on his second shot, made double, but still won the tournament.
you started so positively, John.
I'm an old pro.
It'll get you in the end.
Don't remember all the good ones. You
On the
remember
tee,
that one that you
from
rinsed.
the USA, Chris Kirk.
Speaking of veterans, a man who has been there, and here he is at the Open Championship once again.
That tells a pretty big story right there.
The 38-year-old has won 5 times on the PGA Tour. Does it ever get old, this setting as a player?
It's phenomenal. Fantastic look. Unique.
You're just so anxious to start and get the championship started on the right foot. You just can't wait to get there.
Even for a drawer of the golf ball, this tee shot just proving very awkward visually for the players today.
So game number 13 underway here, day 1 of the 151st Open from Royal Liverpool. Check in with the Ramsey. Bunker to here, this for par.
Oh my goodness.
Had a couple good saves early in his round at 1 and 3, and
another good one at the 6th after missing that green to the left.
Oh, that's right, over long left.
By Esther Barrio. One of the 6 amateurs in the field. This for birdie at number 5.
Arizona State Sun Devil.
Boy, Matthew Thurman continues to just get the talent into there.
Speaking of talent, Lamprecht at the 4th from in front.
And this is his 4th after bunkering that 3rd and leaving himself a brutal shot. Looks like he's going to get away with a bogey.
Going to see a lot of the golf course today, John, you think?
That he will. He's so fun to watch. When he's on, it's so impressive. Saw him at the NCAAs the last few years, Georgia Tech, and there at Greyhawk. And when he's on, it is something to watch.
How about what it's like today for this man at his home club?
Going with the 3-wood.
Looks to me now he's just settled in and he's just out playing golf on his own golf course. It's really very impressive.
It's a comfort level there, but also, I mean, he's got to know so many people just following his group and on every hole in the grandstands, right?
No question about it. I'm sure he's just getting, applause and acknowledgments everywhere you go. I know, Aaron, you've probably played close to home. I've played at home many times, not in championships like the Open Championship, but certainly, you got that following.
Adrian Moronk at the 6th. Finally, someone who hasn't missed it long left. All right.
Really well done. I think at the 6th there with that hole location, Aaron, I think you got to hit something that's just dropping onto the green and not swinging across the line.
Couldn't agree more.
Just not going to hold that green.
Lucas Herbert getting down after one. Oh, very nice. Very course to where Matthew Jordan hit it. Similar putt.
Guys, can you imagine a better time right now with the conditions to just go after it and post a low number?
I can't, but
this
we're
is
not,
it, right?
But we're not seeing it. That's the weird thing. Not yet, at least.
Ramsey off the tee at 10. Now a power 4 this time around.
And you can see a lot of guys using 3-woods here, Terry, because there is a run out, especially for the longer hitters, where you can kind of go down into a hollow and be blind to the green.
Yeah, pinches in down there too, so not real advantage of trying to press one down there.
Darren Clark, Open champ from Royal St. George's, 2nd at the 5th.
He's walking after it. Why not?
And the defending Senior Open champion from Glen Eagles last year. It was an impressive victory there.
Be at Royal Porthcawl next week. He'll be there defending.
That's where one of the qualifiers was, Porthcawl.
Bring your rain gear.
And your cement shoes, because it can get windy.
You can see, but there's Wales off in the distance somewhere there.
And there's where this game has hit their golf balls off the first tee. The left side isn't as bad. It just depends on the lie where Burns is, but he's got a great angle in that front right hole location. Strzok obviously in a fantastic position.
Chris Kirk, not so good.
No.
He'd be pitching out sideways.
And Kirk has played out of the bunker, had to come out sideways.
This side here, mate.
Yeah. You move back. Yeah.
So Burns going to get a ruling here with the railings.
Okay, so you want not go to the hole and then just try to find the nearest point of complaint release from the fence as a movable. Over here.
We're going to need
I think that you would play, not to hit the fence.
It looks to be a TIO over there.
Yes, that particular section over there, when playing one, the metal fencing and the TV towers is all a single TIO, and it seems like he's taking relief from the TIO swinging around.
We got to get these guys.
So maybe an area where the gallery has walked. We'll get back there in a moment. Fox third from the fescue.
And that was rough going right there at the 8th.
Oh boy.
From rough to bunker.
To rougher, perhaps.
This will not be good. As solid a start as he's had so far, just to play the 8th a little bit loosely.
And now you place the ball. So, like here. Okay, good. Look, think like.
What a fabulous break for Sam Burns, being able to drop and place that ball now, and with a clean lie and a great angle, he can attack this front right hole location.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like a clean line.
Yeah.
A little bit more.
Should, yeah. Just holding it kind of at it, huh?
Yeah. If anything, on that left.
That's pretty good.
What's that? Stop around up in the air between the flag and that first post that's left over, the white one right there. Yep.
Really doesn't want it much further than that front number. Still might have a little bit of jump to it.
Oh boy.
Actually, he got a break that it came all the way back through the bunker, where he'll have a flat lie and a flat stance.
So Burns a bit of trouble at the first. Strzok on the way with his second at the opener.
Yes.
Gorgeous.
Yes. Yep. That will work.
Try to ride that momentum right here to a major championship.
Oh, it's a great look there at the 10th. What faces Matthew Jordan. You can see those mounds in front, kind of semi-blocking his view of the green.
You can only see the top of the flagstick.
Massive fall off to the left of this green too. You have to be careful of.
Really just have to play to a number, Aaron. Just
Yeah.
that's all you're looking for.
Oh, I think he's in a groove right now. He's starting to get into maybe a little bit of a zone, understanding this golf course as well as he does. It's like a Saturday Nassau with his buddies out here right now, I think.
And the loudest cheers on the golf course have been for this man.
Yes, they have. Take another look at the strike. Very clean.
Right on the back of the ball. Descending club face.
There's no turf like this turf. This kind of turf, is there, Cookie?
Just the sound that the club makes going through the turf and the compression of the ball.
See that view for Grace. You can't see the top of the flagstick, but that's it.
You got it wide side, but not far enough. And
that is a deep bunker.
A couple of balls in there.
That's a great look.
Fox at 8 with his fourth from the bunker.
Long bunker shot. I always love this sand. It's heavy. You don't spin it, but it comes out clean. As long as you have a flat lie and a flat stance.
I can promise you the one thing you're going to get in these bunkers this week are flat lies.
So the approach from Darren Clark. This for Eagle at 5.
Good speed.
So Burns caught the top of the face of that bunker. Came back. This is third at 1.
A little bit of green to work with. Ball will tend to release down that little bit of a slope.
Looked like
too bad.
Looked like he got that one maybe just a little heavy. There's Perez. Victor at the 5th, playing with Clark for his birdie to get back to even. So I would imagine someone is like Luke Donald's keeping a good eye on Victor Perez for that Ryder Cup team potentially.
No doubt. When you win golf tournaments, that deserves a look.
Yes.
On the DP World Tour, a PGA Tour.
Calm morning here in Hoylake, just about 8 miles from Liverpool, and 151st edition of the Open. Opening round underway. Just from that front edge. Not a whole lot of difference just off the green from on the green with this turf.
There's not. There's not. Just a difference in speed.
Carried a tiny bit too much speed. That would have been a heck of a par after driving it in that fairway bunker.
5th start at the Open for Kirk as we jump to Lucas Herbert for birdie at 8.
Takes advantage of that nice opportunity there at the 8. Gets him into red figures.
Got the bunker cam here for Richie Ramsey.
Oh, that's a great look. Clean lie in that bunker at the 10th. He can't see the green. Barely see the top of the flag.
That's the thing about links too. You look from up above and you say, okay, put it here and then there, but when you're up there, you can't see the green. You're blind so many different places with mounds and whatnot. We take you back to that opening tee for the next game, and it will be a headline game here. Spieth, Fitzpatrick, Day, all together here on day 1 at Royal Liverpool.
This is game number 14. On the tee from the USA, Jordan Spieth.
29 years of age now, the man from the University of Texas, and gave us some kind of highlight at the Open with that win in 2017.
He's going with driver. This brings in a couple of those pot bunkers, but if he hits a good one, turns this hole into a birdie opportunity.
Asking for it. Well, he's asking for it to get right, but it flew those bunkers. It'll be a tough angle, depends on the lie. But that was the play, I guess.
On the tee from England, Matt Fitzpatrick.
With his brother in the field this week. U.S. Open champ. Surprised some by saying at the press conference the other day, yeah, if I'm top 30 here, that'll be a good result.
I wonder if he's just laying in the cut. With
You wonder,
comment
don't
like
you?
that.
Maybe,
yeah.
That's a little bit of a bait, maybe.
Yeah, his ball flight is so good for an Open championship.
He's got it choked down to almost to the graphite, trying to hit a low one, and it gets left quickly.
We've seen a few people bang it off that scaffolding.
On the tee from Australia, Jason Day.
Major champ who we've seen a resurgence in his game. 13-time winner on the PGA Tour. Making his 11th start at the Open. You see his best back in 2015.
So good to see him back and mostly healthy. Done a lot of great work with Chris Como. Getting his backswing a little higher, a little deeper, a little more width so he can maintain that on the downswing. gives him more space.
Takes pressure off that back. They needed to, Cookie.
And he did really struggle with that back, and that's what Chris Como is so good at.
Won the AT&T Byron Nelson earlier this season. First win since 2018 on the PGA Tour.
A little higher finish. He's a little taller through to the finish instead of being so much torque on that lower back. So we'll have to wait and see what that lie looks like.
Guys, another one here, you think?
This would be a heck of a 3 on this hole. Wow. You take 4 fours there now that it's a par 4 and run this week. That is for sure on that 10th. That is going to be a tough hole, especially if the wind picks up later this week. Not right now. Only blowing about 5 to 10 out there. Dream start.
And Fox for birdie now.
See if he can get one back after that bogey at the 8th.
How much of an adjustments are the green speeds when you're used to playing maybe 12, 13 on the stimp meter, how they measure them?
Yeah, it's just a days of preparation. Your brain and your eyes just don't connect. It takes a little while. But that's what this game's all about, is adjustments.
Awareness and adjustment, constant.
What a performance at the home of golf from Cam Smith. He's off in just under an hour. Along with Xander Schauffele and Wyndham Clark, the U.S. Open champ from LA Country Club. Ramsey trying to save par at 10.
Oh, fantastic.
Well, he has battled.
He really has.
He's made 4 great pars in his opening 10 holes.
The Scotsman, he's known to some links, I'm sure. He understands exactly how it goes around these places.
To the 9th, and Herbert to get it to 2 under.
Another good shot in here at the 9th. 218 yards today. And beautiful, too.
Think of the par 3s, 200 yards. The 9th, 13, 195. Eventually, you make your way to 17, 126 yards. Yeah, that's it. But that just begins to tell the story.
Yeah, that's like the shortest par 4 on the golf course.
Yeah. Lamprecht, a lengthy one here from 51 feet. So it's Matthew Jordan from Royal Liverpool right here in Hoylake, sharing the lead at 2 under. Lucas Herbert right there. You've got 5 players under par. That is it, even though the winds are down, not yet quite double figures on the wind gauge here. Day 1 at the 151st. So watching those early starters here in the opening round, but these games still to come. Patrick Cantlay, Koepka, interesting pairing, guys, and Hideki Matsuyama.
Yes, for sure, but Patrick Cantlay, got to watch him on Sunday as I was walking around the golf course, and his game looks like it's in decent form.
How do you argue against Scotty Scheffler here right now, the way he's playing?
You can't. He ball strikes his way to, how many consecutive top 15s and top 10s? That's a lot.
I don't think we've seen a ball striker of his ilk since Tiger, quite honestly.
And on these greens, there's not a lot of stress.
No.
Because they're not runaway fast. He's got to be definitely one of the top dogs.
Schauffele played pretty well last week. Wyndham Clark says he loves links golf. Shane Lowry, the Open champ from Royal Portrush. Ricky Fowler, obviously the recent win. He is back. And Robert McIntyre, oh so close at home in Scotland.
And Ricky played fantastic here in 2014, so has good vibes on this track.
Cameron Young close last year. Siwoo Kim, a Players champ. Bryson DeChambeau. So those three in game number 21. So back to the first, and where they ended up here, and you see the slope on this green, the many different areas.
That's a fantastic view of what the guys are looking at from the green back to the tee, and you can see the left side. If as long as you can avoid a bad lie and or the pots on the left, you've got a decent angle over there.
Yeah, so we're a bit left of it.
5 left of it.
Fitzpatrick obviously able to take a drop from that scaffolding. TV tower, and he's got a clean lie and a good look.
Yeah, with that front right hole location. No real obstacles in the way, just a little bit of bare dirt and committing to your line.
All, please, guys.
Ooh.
That's a wide miss there from Fitzpatrick.
Well, maybe what he said. Maybe the ball striking isn't as good as we.
You're starting to believe him now?
Yeah, I'm starting to believe his sound a little bit.
It's only the first hole, Aaron.
Very true.
Patience,
Very true.
my man.
Very true.
I believe it'll be Jason Day next to go.
The rough is spotty. It's thick in spots, thin in spots.
Yeah, you can get fortunate or
Yes.
or not.
It's kind of a microcosm of links golf.
100%. This lie looks to be okay. Looks like you could do something with it.
Just wants to avoid those bunkers around the green. Just get it up the center of the green. Let it run back there.
Never dull watching Jordan Spieth.
This is probably his best canvas, I think.
No commentary needed either.
You know what? You knew he liked it because he didn't say anything. Excellent start here at 1. Winner at St. Andrews, Louis Oosthuizen. This at the 5th for birdie.
Yeah, this will wander to the right just a little bit.
Made it look easy, as he so often does. 211 and Jordan.
It looks like it's over on the mounding on the left-hand side. Oh my goodness, that's right of the 10th fairway. Wow, that's way right. Good Lord.
Looks like he can get a pretty clean strike on this.
Well, you can actually see the flag too, which is sometimes tough on 11.
Goes down and digs it.
That did not sound good.
Yeah. Pin just over that bunker. Well, that just depends on how close to that revetted face it is. And
on the tee from Ireland, Padraig Harrington.
Great two-time Open champion himself, Padraig Harrington, and still playing great golf. Now in his 50s. Competitive last week at the Scottish Open. Just works hard. Still John Cook.
and those practice swings, he will take 3 full send practice swings before every shot. He's got to have 500 fast swings by the end of the day. But he's been training for this.
Oh my goodness. Another guy who loves to continually reinvent himself.
Hey, he does, yeah, and he's played so beautifully on the PGA Tour Champions with U.S. Senior Open Major last year, and
on the tee from
continues
Ireland,
to play well.
Seamus Power.
.36-year-old's got a couple of wins on the PGA Tour. player in Europe and missed the cut back in 2022 last year, his second appearance here at the Open.
Could be a sneaky good little pick here. Kind of a dark horse.
Top 50 player in the world.
Got over that bunker onto one of those little knobs, but good angle. Just
On the tee from the USA, Taylor Gooch.
The 31-year-old from Oklahoma went to Oklahoma State, which has produced so many great players on the PGA Tour. This is his third appearance at the Open.
Avoids those bunkers.
There's your example, though. Could be a great line. Could get lucky, or it could be tough. Oh, the fourth now for Fitzpatrick.
Really making a mess of things here at the first.
Just does carry it.
They headed to the right, short-sided, then the bunker. A bit of an awkward stance. Saw how that
Look at that.
That club just descended straight down on the back of the ball. Holds that face open beautifully.
Yeah, that is textbook right there. Oh my
This one's a little different.
This is hit and hope, but I would imagine he's seen this before here.
The thing is, though, he can. If he pops it up and it hits that revetted face, it could pop straight up and just barely get on the green. Maybe get close to the hole. I think that's a big ask, but.
Ask and you may receive.
Pretty close. Just can't be out of position off that tee ball out here. Watch this. Goes straight up that revetted face.
Well, it's a
Look at
good thing that was on. That had a little bit of an upslope. Some of these bunkers, you do not have the upslope by the revetted face.
Still, if you're an amateur watching like you go, how?
Yeah.
How is that possible? Spieth for birdie at one.
Well, it just stopped breaking at the end. Comfortable start.
The 13th time that the Open has been held here at Royal Liverpool. First time back in the 1890s. Day for par.
Well done. He'll be asked to do plenty of that this week.
Start at one, into that wind, come back downwind at two, and then the difficult third with the out-of-bounds right. Lamprecht, Herbert, and Matthew Jordan sharing the lead so far in the early going here, the opening round of the Open. Aaron John 18 under, won it the last time around. Rory McIlroy 17 under in 2006. Tiger, those numbers about right this time around? What do you think?
No, I don't think so. I'm thinking 10 to 13 under now that 10's a par 4.
Yeah.
They've lengthened 15 and 18, the par 5s on the back. Well, that'll be a bogey for Jordan, but that's about all he could hope for after he gets up to, against that revetted face. And that front bunker right there.
Yeah, I'm thinking if you get into double figures, I think at least back 9 on Sunday.
And there could be a train wreck on 17 this week, depending on how that plays.
You're so optimistic.
I'm telling you.
No, there will be drama.
There will be drama.
No matter what you feel about that hole, there will be drama.
You could see a 1, you could see a 6.
Yes. Gooch, his second at 1.
Just trying to dig it out of that rough on the right-hand side. Just trying to put it anywhere on the green. This is on the left. Well, depending on that lie, that's not horrible over there. It's got a lot of green to work with.
I'm worn out watching the practice swings.
Have you watched him warm up like on the practice tee? He just goes right to, he hits a bunch of wedges, then goes right to drivers.
Tom Watson used to start with a 3-iron.
A 3-iron, right.
All dependent on the lie. There you go.
A little wispy, but I think it might be all right.
So Podrick played up. And 153 for power. Just as we look, just the thought about Podrick too. It's not just competing and the will to compete. It's the will to prepare to compete and to keep doing that year after year.
The want to.
Yeah.
The want to is tough when you get to that age. Not for him. Now, just guessing right out of these lies, Cookie, that's one of the harder things for these players this week.
Yeah, 53 hole means 41 to the front. That's all he wants is the front edge. Something like that.
Well done.
As they say over here at the Open Championship, it was proper. That was a proper play.
Useful.
Useful.
Spieth. So you look at the target at 2.
Yeah, just looking to lay up in between those two, in between the pot bunkers on the right and the left. Keep it short of the ones on the left.
Almost like a
like that.
Reverse of the first hole.
Yes.
Where it goes a little bit left to right.
And this is normally the 18th for the member play here. The second hole. Different for the Rhoda.
Lamprecht, this for birdie and sole possession of the lead.
He will be exciting, no doubt about it.
Day on the tee at 2.
Looks like he's choking up on some sort of fairway wood.
Yeah, just going to try to chip it down there.
With a rough on the right-hand side of this fairway is nasty on the second. All cost avoid that.
Patrick Reed for birdie at the 7th.
That's a good birdie on the 7th.
Seventh played as the most difficult hole on the golf course last time around in 2014. Bunker cam look at the 3rd for Herbert at 10.
Seen a number of players in that bunker already, and all have done that right there. Just guarding against going past that flagstick because it'll go down the hill. Look at Jamie Mulligan right there, my old good friend. With Patrick Cantley and Joe LaCava, Hall of Famer.
Behind the scenes look. It's pretty good with the car cam.
That is very cool.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that. The arrival cam.
Uh-huh.
Jamie Mulligan's been Patrick Cantley's longtime coach since he was a child.
So back to that opening tee for the next game.
This is game number 16. On the tee from Korea, K.H. Lee.
The 31-year-old from Seoul, a couple of wins on the PGA Tour, 2 wins in Japan, 2 wins in Korea as well. Second trip to the Open. Remember that International President's Cup team went 2-1-0 at Wells, or in Charlotte, where they normally play the Wells Fargo. Nice when you draw oohs and ahs from a gallery.
Straight away. That you knew where that was going.
On the tee from the USA, Davis Riley.
Good player, 26-year-old. Went to school at Alabama.
Beautiful golf swing. Absolutely, technically, about as sound as they get.
Got over that bunker.
We've seen a couple of different. If you're able to fly them, Cookie, that's might be the play.
Yeah,
just
that's
take them out of
okay.
play.
Yeah, just then shoot it up the center of the green.
On the tee from Japan, Taiga Samikawa.
#22 #1 ranked amateur in the world last year. Turned pro on October 31st. Taiga Samikawa, and he said yes, it was inspired by Tiger Woods, somewhat.
Flew right into that left bunker.
Let's hope it came back from the revetted face a little bit.
Yeah, that will be awkward.
Up to the second, the fairway for Spieth.
The ability to attack here, downwind to this middle left hole location, just barely up on top of that tier.
Yeah, I got to go in there nice and low. Try to skip it back there a little bit or fly it back there and hold it. That needs to settle.
Easy.
Needs to settle. Yeah, that's short side. Might be up against that crease as well.
But now we get to watch his short game.
Yeah, this is thrill ride. Watch this strike, and he was a good strike. Might have tugged it maybe just a little bit and went a little further than he thought.
So much more rotation in that golf swing now than there has been in the past.
It really is. He took it way upstairs, just below that little ridge.
I think he saw Jordan and said, no, I want no part along.
Correct.
Herbert par putt. Here at 10 to stay at 2 under.
Headed in that front right bunker. Explosion to there.
So back to 1. Patrick Harrington with this to start with a birdie.
Yep. It's a little bit of a misread.
Not a whole lot of break around these pins, these cups.
Some of the flattest greens you'll ever encounter here.
It's interesting that you'll have a lot of greens that are fairly flat, and then some with a lot of wave and some slope to them.
Dropped the shot. He's at 1 under. Jordan on the tee at 12.
I think it's a tough tee shot right there.
It
You see
is.
where that fairway slopes from left to right. The hole goes back from right to left. Have to barely get it in that right side of the left side of the fairway to keep it in the right side, and just snuck through. It shouldn't be too bad.
All right, Taylor Gooch with this left for par. Xander Schauffele for a major championship. It's a little less than a half hour away from that group. It will be one of those that you'll want to be out here following today. Schauffele, Cameron Smith, and Wyndham Clark together.
Be good.
Back out to the second green. Some work to do for Jordan Spieth. Some excitement to watch for us.
Absolutely. Look at, he obviously feels like he can get a clean look at the back of this ball, Terry, if he's going with the putter here.
Yeah, he's going to run it straight up that slope. Either pitch it once, one bouncer in there, or run it up and master.
Come on. So fun to watch. I don't care what club he pulls around the greens.
You know, you get so many different choices on links, golf courses around the greens, but he always has so many choices.
That
and they're always the right choice.
Yeah, no matter what.
Some people get stymied or stifled by all the choices. He always makes the right choice, it seems.
And in today's game, week to week, you see the ball in the air so often.
Yeah.
I mean, he chooses many different ways to play around the greens.
This is why he's never missed a cut in an Open Championship.
Should be good enough to cover that one, you think?
Yeah, I think it's just with a little jump. I think you're good. Okay. It's gonna be a little
Second
right.
at 1. You can see the golf ball looks like a decent lie.
Yeah, just wants to make sure he's got enough club to cover that first right bunker, which is about 10, 12 yards short of the green.
Stay right. Stay right. Stay right. Stay right. Stay right.
All right.
Jason Day at 2. This for birdie.
Coming up over that little rise in the green to this shelf. Moving a little from his left to right.
Johnny, you're talking about his back, too. That's the other thing. You get healthy, you can practice putting longer, too.
No question about it. That is such a great thought that, you know, there for a while. He's so proficient with that club right there. Good to see him healthy and able to work at the game.
Lamprecht on the way, is second at the 7th.
Boy, just flipping a wedge in there.
Good quality shot underneath the hole.
Second at 12 for Matthew Jordan, just off the fairway. Tried to stay there, but just rolled off.
Kind of an awkward lie. Ball well below his feet, coming uphill into the wind.
It's about 11 yards short of this green. That if it doesn't clear that, it'll come back down the hill. But really nicely done.
Fitzpatrick for birdie at the 2nd. After trouble at 1. Patrick Reed at the 8th for birdie.
Had some good opportunities early in this round. Just hasn't been able to capitalize.
Each leads second at the 1st.
Perfect tee shot. front right hole location. Cannot miss it to the right here. I'll just take it right at it.
My goodness.
Beautiful shot. Very nice start there for KH Lee.
That's when you feel like you've got complete control of your ball striking right there to take that short side on.
So back to this opening tee. Game number 17 getting set. Patrick Cantlay, Brooks Koepka, Hideki Matsuyama. Be interesting to watch Cantlay and Koepka together today, and Hideki, Masters champ, part of this group. With the lead at 3 under par. Here we go.
This is game number 17. On the tee from the USA, Patrick Cantlay.
31-year-old from California, went to school at UCLA. 8 wins on the PGA Tour. Top 3 finish in a major 2019. This is 5th appearance at the Open.
Yeah, trying to get him to really embrace what the Open Championship is all about, because he can play all the shots. Just needs to get over here and just embrace what this is all about. Like so many before.
And he will get relief.
Get relief and a good angle.
On the tee from the USA, Brooks Koepka.
Proven major champ 9 times now at the Open, trying to win this one. Guys, what do you think about his chances this week? And it's a major,
Solid.
so you got to like him. Do you love him?
Does he embrace this type of golf? You know, I don't know him well enough.
I think he does.
I think he does.
Absolutely. I think he enjoys difficult.
I think word is out.
That's the miss.
That's the miss. That's the miss today on Thursday.
On the tee from Japan, Hideki Matsuyama.
So here is the Masters champ from 2021. Been dealing with a bit of a neck injury throughout the season.
Stay short. Looks like an okay lie in that first cut.
Nervous thought or two, though. It's head right towards that bunker. If you
going
want to
right
miss
towards
left,
it.
you want to go way left.
Your heart's beating a little harder when it's going at those pots for sure.
It's good now, though. Should be all just fine.
He's par putt here at 1. Simikawa on the way. So drop shot at the first for Taiga. Spieth. So he's got the iron at 3. He got the out of bounds right. And then the smart play.
Yeah, it's the widest part of the fairway, and you just try to get it to that little elbow right there, and it just leaves a mid-iron into the screen, but dangerous hole location in that right side.
Lengthy one to get it to 2 under. Birdie try.
beautiful second in here, right past the hole.
Meanwhile, Jason Day, iron as well.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a popular play to the corner of that dog leg. To the right most of the week, Terry.
So it's the opening hole for the members here at Royal Liverpool, that third hole. You got the out of bounds coming in on the right, stay left. But the thought was during the practice round, you take a driver, hit it right over that, and then have a short iron in. So we'll see throughout the day. Good putt. Davis Riley. Prevailing wind out of the west, southwest off the water. At a practice round or two where that wasn't the case. So you get a little taste of what maybe on Sunday they're saying might be a different wind. We'll see.
They're going to get 4 different ones this week.
Pretty much, yeah. And practically get it to 4 under par.
After that nice approach on the tough 7th. Just another roll or two.
And a wayward tee shot at 1. You thought, oh, maybe some nerves today. Might be a tough start. You look up and you're leading the Open.
By 2.
As an amateur.
As an amateur. He is all about excitement. Very dynamic.
Left, left, and left.
I think the players have done their scouting. They like their scouting report here at this golf course, and they know where the rough is thick and where it's not. And obviously, the left side is where to miss it today on this first hole.
And that wind coming out of the right, too.
Yes.
Looks like a deck. He drew a nice lie. Shouldn't have much trouble controlling distance or spin. Doesn't look like it's much of a heater.
That's the guessing game you play around here, isn't it? Is it going to jump? Is it not going to jump?
Imagine this has got too much fire in it. Maybe a foot to the left it might. Choking down on the club.
It's the correct miss.
Well, quit it.
So Koepka now.
This one might have a little fire to it. Seems like it's just a little more
The crowd stay back
brown
for me,
grass.
Oh boy.
Squirted to the right and
easy. That will be interesting.
Will be interesting. Tight lie, short pin.
Rather be in the bunker?
Rather be in the bunker. Well, if it got into the middle of the bunker, sometimes
it
it'll
depends
just
where in
sneak
the bunker, yes.
Yeah. Might be even on a little bit of a downslope.
Up to the third and the second for Jason Day.
Whole location's just in the middle on that right-hand side. There's a little bit of a slope to the right as well.
Oh boy,
that is not far from the out of bounds.
That's out of bounds.
See those white stakes right there. You're staring at those things, even with a 7-iron in your hand, right down that fairway.
I would imagine a very popular pick
Grew
this
up
week.
not too far from here. You talked about how special it would be to win an Open, of course, but especially right here. It'll be Fleetwood, Scheffler, and Adam Scott. Next at the opening tee. Spieth at the third.
Great visual, Terry, of what the guys are looking at with those white stakes down the right-hand side.
See how aggressive he wants to be. If he was trying to play the little proper left to right shot, and had it on line.
Jordan on the tee, the par 3, 13th.
194 yards today.
Trying to get the wind to move that back a little to the right.
Pretty brave shot.
I'll say.
Another couple feet, it moves down there into that left rough, but solid strike, right just short of hole high.
So you got the drop. And now the second at 1. Can't lay on the way.
Pretty clean lie. Great angle.
Looked like a clean strike, too. Yeah, it'll find its way down there.
You hesitated because that could come right back.
Yeah, you never know whether it's going to go back into the bunker or down into the swale, but that's not too bad. He could putt that from there if he so chooses.
Going to be some break, though, right?
Yeah, there's going to be some break, some pretty good right to left break, and it's fairly steep there. It'll be interesting to see what they do when the rain starts potentially this weekend, whether they choose putter from off the green.
Podrick for par. Got that determined look this week, too. All business. Right, back to the opener for the next game. And 3 of the top names in the game.
This is game number 18. On the tee from the USA, Scotty Scheffler.
The reception at the opening tee for the #1 player in the game, Scotty Scheffler, and on a roll. Not only a couple of wins, but just in the mix every single week that he tees it up.
It was some ball striking, Terry, that we haven't seen since the likes of Tiger Woods, quite honestly. It's been really impressive.
Winner in Phoenix, winner at the Players this year.
And top 5 every other week.
Pretty much.
There's a magnet over there.
Looks like it might be sitting up a little bit. Might be awkward stance.
On the tee from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
The man from Southport, Royal Birkdale's right there. And Hoylake not too far away.
Quietly having a very solid year.
6-time winner on the DP World Tour. Looking for his first win on the PGA Tour.
That's that dramatic playoff to Nick Taylor at the RBC Canadian Open. Well, Taylor made that 70-foot eagle putt.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's just a
On
matter
the
of
tee
time
from
for Tommy.
Australia, Adam Scott.
Couple of top 5s in the previous Opens here for Adam Scott. 2006 top 5 here at Liverpool, and 2014 top 5 here at Liverpool.
So you're saying?
I'm saying I wouldn't rule out another top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Low and left. This is the bunkers.
Making his 23rd start at the Open, Adam Scott. Part of a celebrated group there. Jordan for birdie up ahead. It's at 13.
Right at hole high. Nice iron shot in there. And comfortable.
Matsuyama just off the green at 1.
That was well judged. Had the lie to where he could spin it.
I always like pitching around here, because there's always just enough cushion on there. You could play any type of shot you wanted.
Well, and you had great hands.
Nothing like the turf here, though, right?
The turf
Links,
is so beautiful. How about
Jordan.
it?
Oh.
Good start for Jordan, though. Even par for those first 3 holes. I think most of the players would be happy with that.
All right, Koepka, other side of the bunker, AO.
This is awkward.
Just trying to hit.
Just trying to get that to check quick, and I don't think he caught that the way he needed to.
No, I think he caught it maybe a groove low, might have bounced through.
Lamprecht, the leader.
8th hole, perfect tee shot. See how aggressive he wants to be. Can't miss it to the right. And he misses it long left. There's some little whoop-de-doos right there for him to either putt through or pitch through.
It's all worked out so far. Can't lay putter off the green at the first.
Yeah, this should have a pretty good-sized break from right to left coming up that slope.
Yeah, pretty slow going up that.
Easy. Oh, hello.
Well, hello. Thank
Slow
you, Ben.
break, difficult, maybe not so much.
Good thing the flag got in the way there.
Magical start.
Come on, Patrick, give us a smile. All business. Take another look at this. Coming up over this slope. Big break. Right there, he's thinking, that better hit something.
Yeah, and it did. Dead center.
Didn't look worried. Didn't look any different than before the putt. Christel Lamprecht, the 22-year-old from South Africa, star at Georgia Tech in the States, playing in his first Open, and through 7 holes at least, up by 2. Got a few more guys in red figures at the moment. 8 players under par. Koepka to save par at 1.
Bad miss on his second, out of position, and really couldn't do much.
Lamprecht's third at 8.
You're choosing to pitch it over those little slopes there, and pretty well done.
I'm really impressed with this young man's game, Cookie. You've seen him quite a bit, though.
Yeah, we see him there in college. We'll keep talking a little bit more about him.
Matsuyama did make his par here at 1. Adam Scott, his second.
Just going down after it, trying to shoot it up the center of the green. That's got some heat.
There's the flyer we were talking about. In that wispy stuff.
You would have put in some work on long putts this week.
Yeah, without a doubt. At all Open Championships, the lag putting is absolutely crucial. You're going to be doing a lot of lag putting from off the greens too, Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to
like
rocket
yeah.
it.
I like a nice one.
No
Don't hit it too hard, do you?
No.
It's a nice one.
Yeah.
Nicholas Kolsak's out there now with this match.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Nicholas, how are you? I believe he's out there. We'll check in with him in a moment. 14 miles an hour. So the wind has picked up a little bit for Tommy Fleetwood second.
Sure has. Very similar to what we saw Adam Scott going way down to the steel, just trying to shoot it up the front of the green. And that is a rocket ball.
Yo. I haven't seen one there yet today. But again, plenty of green to work with.
And now Scotty Scheffler. We can't see the golf ball.
Yeah, this might not be one of those good ones. The variance in lies is just crazy at Open Championships, what you can get. That one's a straight knuckleball. My goodness. What a piece of judgment. This is what we're talking about, Terry.
Landed it exactly where he needed to, about 10 yards short of the green. You allowed it to slow down. It's just such great control.
Guys, he's so great out of the rough, too.
His judgment and ability to judge the lies of all kinds. I think that also that really upright swing, Terry, really helps him get a lot of great contact.
And the next group approaching that opening tee. Now the group that includes 3 of the top names. Cam Smith, Xander Schauffele, Wyndham Clark. Always thought, John, if I was a spectator, I'd want to roam the golf course, not stay in one place. But those groups coming up, the opening tee, I think I might want to sit right there.
I think I'll hang for a little while right here. Watch these show ponies come through here.
Jordan off the tee at 14.
Just trying to get it to that corner there. Dogleg left. Be a blind second shot, mostly. Might be able to see the right side of the green, but position A there for Matthew.
Spieth, tee at 4 at even par.
Just playing for position. If you get it too far up the left-hand side in the fairway, it can kick to the left into the rough, but that is really well done.
They approve.
They're feeling good about the day.
I think they'll feel better and better throughout the day, too.
A good chance.
Amazing crowds. We had nearly 40,000 out here yesterday for the practice round, more than that today.
Yeah, it was glorious yesterday, wasn't it? With the sun shining and people out. Not too difficult here, Terry. I think you try to drive it in there a little bit low, let it release. As you can tell by that, it is going, it does slope a little bit from front to back, so he's going to go up the slope just a little bit. Got to give this a little extra hit.
Go. What's up, Milan?
Yeah, pretty well judged.
Well done.
This is game number 19. On the tee from Australia, the defending champion, Cameron Smith.
What a great run on Sunday in the final round at St. Andrews. Remember, McIlroy was leading. This man trailing by 4, eventually 5 straight birdies, 10 through 14, and a birdie at 18 to close it out for a major championship. Matching the record for the best score in relation to par in a major.
Picked up that tee pretty quick for good reason, right down the absolute center of the fairway. Great start.
On the tee from the USA, Xander Schauffele.
'29-year-old, was born in California, 7-time winner on the PGA Tour, 6 times at the Opens. He came close in 2018 in search of that major championship. He did win the gold medal at the Olympics in Tokyo.
Yeah, he'll go with less than driver here. Kind of cut it up against that slope. It was a nice shot, controlled.
On the tee from the USA, Wyndham Clark.
Recent winner of a major championship, LA Country Club, the US Open champ, who hasn't been home since. been on vacation over here. He said loves link golf. Fell in love the first time he played links golf. So really looking forward to this week.
Taking out driver, and he can smash it. Just a matter of time before he started winning. I mean, just as a really progressing through the ranks, good college player at Oklahoma State and then at University of Oregon.
Played links last week, top 25 finish at the Genesis Open. So those three, Smith, Schauffele, Clark, away day one. As Adam Scott takes a look at this birdie tryout one, we welcome in Kurt Byram to the broadcast.
Morning, fellas.
How you
Good
doing,
to be
Kurt?
with you. Yeah, good to be with you in here in the box.
Lengthy one for Scott.
Goes up the slope a bit.
Pretty good indication of good speed right out of
That
the gate
was
here.
right. He has adjusted quickly.
Jason Day just on the edge here.
Short par 4 downwind today. Outside of the par 5s, an opportunity for these players.
Yeah, it might be tough to judge the spin out of that little lie, but he does it masterfully. What a good shot. Looks like he sent that straight up in the air.
Scotty Scheffler, this for birdie at one.
Be interesting to see how he putts the ball this week. It's been the one thing this year that's been a little bit of a problem, even though he has a couple wins.
Yeah, that wasn't his best effort to start the day.
He's had it with us talking about it, though.
Yeah, that's that mental toughness.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to hear it.
Lamprecht this for par to stay at 3 under.
Yeah, had it long left, pitched it to here. Nice little scramble par there for Christo. Nice little par save there for Tommy Fleetwood. Long left. Nice pitch. Good save. Out of position on his tee shot.
Stuart Sink. That dramatic win at Turnberry. Mentioned Tom Watson earlier today, and playoff win over Watson. That bounce at the 72nd hole. It's links golf, John.
Yeah, it is. It was, you know, we love us some Stuart Sink, but boy, what a win that would have been for the great Tom Watson.
So Lamprecht with a one-shot lead here early on. Stuart Sink right there, 2 under. Really good start through 7. Jordan from Hoylake, member here at Royal Liverpool at 1 under. Commentary change again. Now comes back for a little bit. Talk to you a bit later here in the opening round at Royal Liverpool.
Good position there for Scotty Scheffler.
That's the whole thing this week, isn't it? They keep it out of the bunkers. Got to make a decision off every tee on these 4s and 5s.
And Kurt, these bunkers play bigger than they appear, because there's about 4 or 5 yards before the bunkers that ball tends to gather.
Yeah, it does. I like the start for Xander. Conservative off the tee as well as that second shot. Just get off to a good solid start. The first hole is actually playing well over par right now.
Yeah, only 3 birdies and a couple of doubles. That hole location right there, it's really close to that right-hand side. 3 perfect tee shots for this group, and now Cam Smith with a nice look.
Ooh, that was aggressive there. Only a couple steps from being down in that swale, but the defending champ, solid right out of the gate.
Good tee shot, aggressive second. And we know how he can putt it.
He's the best putter in the game right now. Pretty aggressive off the tee with that driver, but it paid off. He's got a chance to maybe attack here right out of the gate.
Easy.
Might have tugged it a little bit. Gonna have to hold on. It does.
Guys, I don't know how much you saw of him play last week at the Scottish Open, but my word, if he'd hold a few more putts, had a little more luck on the greens, he would have been right up there at the end. Jordan Spieth up this steep bank at number 4.
And this is where it's fun to watch him. See what happens here. Taking a putter out, and boy, that had a good look. Did that back at the second as well, so working hard.
And this will be a challenge here for Koepka at the second hole. His third shot, short-sided, but he handles it easily. Underrated short game. This guy, when he's healthy, doesn't have many holes in his game.
Jason Day, by the look of it, isn't it? Oh, a very brief glimpse before we go to Christo Lamprecht.
Pretty good look there at the tough ninth, the par 3. Really solid outgoing 9 holes.
Oh, we just got a glimpse of him, so here is Jason Day with a birdie putt.
Sand wedge in here for his second shot, trying to take advantage of this short par 4.
He's reading a lot of break in that and read it perfectly.
It is just getting that little bit warmer out there now. It was a little bit chilly when we arrived at the course early this morning, but warming up nicely. You can see the shadows as well. The sun's coming through the clouds.
I'll firm the golf course up a little bit, make it a little more fiery.
Good save. Not a lot of wind, though. I was out there a little while ago while you guys were on the air just checking it out. Maybe 5 to 10, maybe at most 1 club wind if you're going back into it.
Which is actually a little less than they forecast, isn't it? Maybe with the heat that things will begin to pick up a little bit. It tends to switch, doesn't it, as well by the seaside. That's the thing about links golf. You can have it one way in the morning and then in the opposite direction in the afternoon. Here's Wyndham Clark at the first.
Yeah, it kind of goes as the tide goes. I learned that from growing up on the West Coast in California.
Don't tell Faldo that.
Oh,
he's
no.
going to use that later.
He's probably listening, so give me a little cred there, Nick, if you use it. You go right ahead.
He uses it all the time.
Well, the greens are all the way down to, 9 on the stint meter for that final round last week. They're up at a nice, more healthy 10.5, which is still kind of, foot and a half slower than these guys are used to, maybe a bit more than that. Back to the tee. Here is the 2019 Open champion.
Fairway finder there to start his day.
Yeah, beautiful little cutter out there. Well placed.
On the tee from the USA, Ricky Fowler.
One of the most heartwarming comeback stories of the year. Ricky's re-emergence and that victory.
I talked to him yesterday, asked him about his approach to this golf course. Of course, he finished second here in 2014. I said, how many drivers do you expect to hit? He said somewhere between 1 and 6. per day, depending on the wind direction. You can see it. He should have a shot from over there.
Yeah, he could shoot it up the center of the green from there.
On the tee from Scotland, Robert McIntyre.
A lovely reception. What a 3-wood he played to that final hole last week at the Renaissance Club, and what a round of golf, a 64 to finish there.
Where do you suppose that would rank in his history of great rounds of golf? It had to be near the top of his best ever.
I would say it's right up there, and he certainly said that that was the best shot he'd hit of his life, the 3-wood into the 18th on Sunday.
Starts out with a beautiful tee shot, cuts it around that left bunker.
You felt a little bit sorry for Robert McIntyre in a way, didn't you, that Rory did manage to finish birdie. Stunning as the victory was, it would have meant so much to McIntyre. Getting that victory, it would have been a PGA Tour victory. All sorts of doors would have opened for him. Up to the first and Schauffele.
A nice second to the center of the green, and aggressive effort. Leave him about 4 feet coming back for his par.
For the second, Tommy Fleetwood.
It's kind of near that walkway, so maybe a decent lie here. Back left hole location, just don't want to go long.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to control distance, but lands it right in the front of the green on that little upslope, and that should get up that little bit of a slope.
Very fortunate with that lie where people had walked through there.
Took advantage of it, now has a great look for birdie.
Back to the first, and the defending champion Cameron Smith to open with a birdie.
That's not even fair. You're wasting daylight making him even putt.
Like a
right
2-footer.
Only the 4th birdie today on that opening hole. It's been a bit of a brute so far to Scheffler at 2.
Iron off the tee, making sure he stayed out of those pot bunkers right there.
Let's see if he's going to try to get it all the way back there. Leaves it just under the ridge.
A little bit like Wyndham Clark last week. If he'd only hold a few more putts, he would have been, well, if not leading, very close to the lead.
And one of the best short putters in the game right there, Xander Schauffele. That's really the heart of his practice when he putts, too, is inside of 10 feet. That's where he concentrates probably 80% of his time.
Here is our leader, the South African Lamprecht at 10.
This hole is going to be different this year compared to 2014. It might be the toughest hole on the golf course. As a par 5, last time they were here, it was the easiest hole on the golf course.
That is A1 position there for Christo.
Well, you know he's long when he's taken iron at a 505-yard par 4 off the tee.
172 mile an hour ball speed with an iron.
One birdie there for, I beg your pardon, Kurt, for Matthew Jordan.
Impressive, I think. You know, he had to be feeling some pressure, you know, having grown up right here at Royal Liverpool. And I'm really impressed with how he has played through the first 14 holes.
There he is, topping that group at 1 under par, 2 shots behind the young South African. And we mentioned it before, the performances of Tom Watson, of Greg Norman in their latter years, still competitive at the Open, and Stuart Sink showing that he's able to roll back the years, use his experience on the links.
Yeah, looking at Cam on the second. Just a very easy tee shot, really. He's just playing the fairway.
That helping breeze there, just under 300 to that first bunker down the right.
Almost like the opposite hole is number 1. A little dogleg right with bunkers on the right, and one kind of directional bunker on the left.
Said he got emotional the other day when he had to turn the trophy in, the claret jug.
Then he said, I'll be back in a week, maybe to pick it up again.
He came in here confident. He's been playing well.
Yeah, that was kind of wiped to the right. That's going to need to be lucky.
That's a kind of a low area right there with a lot of grass, so that might not be the best spot.
To the green, and Adam Scott with a birdie putt here.
Putting uphill the whole way. There's a ridge right there.
Back to the second this time. It is Xander Schauffele.
He's been working on trying to get a little bit better position at the top of his swing. He can kind of get it a little bit sideways. And when he gets it in the right slot, he can flush the golf ball.
Well, Scotty Scheffler has got to put up the little slope here at the second.
The speed was off on the first hole, but pretty good right there. Oh, excellent, actually. Big confidence builder early on for him.
Yeah, with these greens at not like runaway speed, I think maybe he'll get a little more aggressive. Not that the first two putts were aggressive, but you see one go in early.
I think actually last week at the Scottish Open with the greens on the slower side, you know, got him in that mode a little bit. You know, typically in the U.S. he's on 12 and a half stemp meter.
Shane Lowry. Good tee shot. Good drive at the first, and a lovely second as well. Meanwhile, to Tommy Fleetwood.
And in that right rough up against the crossing walk, so it wasn't a horrible lie, and didn't take advantage of that good second.
What did he say when asked if he dreamt about winning the Open on home soil? And, well, I've dreamt about it about 1,000,000 times.
He's on an aggressive line here. That OB is just a few steps right of the green at 3.
And up to Jordan Spieth at the par 5 fifth.
Front right hole location here.
A lot of players are laying back off the tee, even they can still get home in 2 just like that.
Just
something other than driver off the tee, and then they still feel like no problem. 3 woods, irons in there.
That was a beautiful shot. Tried to hold that up against the wind, so when it hit the green, it hit soft. It used that ridge. Beautiful look at eagle. Check this out. Nice descending blow. Going to hold that face open just a little bit. Cut it up against that wind to that right pin.
Links Golf brings out the best in him.
So creative.
Oh dear, real problems for Ricky Fowler. He has left one in the green side bunker already. This is his 4th shot at the first.
Bit of a sloppy start there for Ricky.
Scheffler coming off the birdie at 2.
Maybe just a hair left. But because he hit that club right there, no problem.
And Over to the first again, where McIntyre has, what, 25, 35 feet or so for an opening birdie.
Goes slightly uphill here, so he can be aggressive with it. Looks like he has been. Really good effort there for Robert.
Well, Cameron Smith has found the rough here at the second.
And that's some pretty heavy rough right there. This is going to, if he can get the club on the ball, it'll be tough to judge. You got helping breeze, you got to land this probably short of the green if he can get that kind of contact.
Well, you have to watch it. That grass doesn't grab that hosel and shoot it left, but he just held that face open there, Kurt, perfectly. That's a really, really good golf shot.
And a really good start for him. Birdie at the first.
Just a little more flutter on that flag, so maybe the breeze is beginning to kick in out there. Fleetwood back at the third.
Just trying to get it to that corner where it turns back to the right. That needs to slow down. There's some heavy rough on the left-hand side here, but stay short of it.
Might force him to be a little protective on that next one.
Well, there is under Schauffele.
Yeah. Yeah. 40 is good, 55. What's our max?
Entirely sure what he's waiting for here. 166 to go, downwind.
Really has to guard against going long here, but see what type of shot he wants to hit. He can drive it in there a little bit low. We've also seen players try to fly it all the way back there, and that's where they bring the back of the green into play.
Might have been just a gap wedge for him.
Pretty good.
Tough to get it on top that flat up there, and you take a little risk going over the green if you do.
Lamprecht into the 10th.
Oh, the twirl of the club.
Got
he
the
likes it.
Club twirl in the follow.
And he should like it.
Great strike, great control, right just past hole high. Looks very controlled.
Impressive. So to Lowry, let's see if he can start with a birdie. Affirmative. Jason Day in the sand at 5.
This will be challenging.
Be pitching on the downslope.
Yeah. Did he make that look easy? That is tremendous from there. Look at how high he was able to get that ball up.
So good around the greens. That's one part of the game he hasn't lost. How he holds that face open there, Kurt, and just flips the club under the ball.
He's a slicer in the bunkers.
Yeah.
He's cutting across it. Some players don't do that. They have a little bit more straight through on the contact.
Well, here's Brooks Koepka. Remember, he got off to a slightly scrappy start, but this is to get back to level par.
Looked like it hopped a little bit on the way, and
yeah, speed is the issue.
That's a good 6 feet by.
Fitzpatrick. An eagle chance here for last year's US Open champion. This would turn things around nicely for him.
Really good effort there for Matthew.
Interesting comments, though, before the tournament started. Like, his expectations are top 30 would be fine.
It'd be a good result, I think he
that's
said.
That's what he said.
Lamprecht to get to 4 under. What a performance this is from the amateur champion from South Africa. 4 birdies, no drop shots on the card, and Lamprecht leads the Open by 2.
Very impressive going out.
Who'd have thought? Stuart Sink in his 50s. Jason Day on the comeback trail, the born-again golfer from Australia. The local man, Matthew Jordan, is up there as well, so is a former Masters champion in the shape of Patrick Reed. Sam Burns played beautifully last week. He was a bit unlucky, wasn't he, when he drove it into the bunker at the 10th, and it sort of hung all right on the revetted face.
Crazy, yeah. He's one of those guys that's putting the ball really well this season. So if his ball striking, Sam Burns, if his ball striking is good this week, you never know.
You may have seen Cam Smith, the defending champion. If you are just switching on, he birdied the opening hole. Birdie 2 for Shane Lowry. Tommy Fleetwood there among the level pars. And what a beautiful day we have on this opening round of the 151st Open from Royal Liverpool.
Let's see how aggressive Tommy wants to get with this right hole location. There's a little slope just to the right of this hole, and just trying to put it just short of the green, and he'll have some options there. I would imagine he might putt that.
Well, we saw Ricky Fowler having problems in that green side bunker here at the first. This is for a bogey 5.
Yeah, drove it to the right. Second in the bunker, left it in the bunker, up and down for bogey.
Scheffler next to go at 3.
Right now, has to be considered the best ball striker in the game. Tee to green, there's no one better than he is right now. And just another solid golf shot right there.
Yeah, and to your point, shaped it in there and got it right to hole high, and that's the sign of a great ball striker, is distance control.
Brooks Koepka has this one for par, remember.
Might be a little bit of a confidence boost to see a 5-6 footer go in. You've made a little bit of a mistake.
Great look right here for Eagle.
He hit that beautiful second. Did he read it correctly?
Not quite. Lacked the speed. Putting back into the wind there, it might have made a difference.
First birdie today for Jordan Spieth after those 4 straight pars to start. Cam Smith looking for a birdie start.
Yeah, this goes up that pretty significant slope there. And give it a pretty good wrap down to the left and break back to the right. Oh my, that caught a lot of that golf hole.
Feels he's a better golfer than he was 12 months ago when he won the Open at St Andrews. That's what is facing Jason Day at the first of the par 3s here at Royal Liverpool, the 6th. And that breeze is definitely just starting to pick up a little bit.
Yeah, 201 yards today, back left hole location. Do not want it long left, so I think you got to hold it up against this wind. You start to get it going that way, and that's going to miss left.
Still times where the swing that he's worked on the last 2 years, and it's gotten a lot better, but there are still times when it's still uncomfortable. Looked like it there.
Schauffele to get under par.
Up the hill. Just wandered to the right. Good effort.
That's the view looking back the other way at number 6, the par 3, towards the tee from the green. And there's Jordan Spieth.
Like if you are going to ride the wind from right to left, you've got to try to land it maybe a third of the way onto the green and let it work back that way.
Yeah, I think anything center of the green here is very acceptable. See how he kind of held that on just a little bit.
It might be turning over more than he wanted. He got away with it.
Very acceptable on the 6th today. Only been one birdie through so far.
Disappointing miscut for him last week, wasn't it, up at Renaissance? So plenty of hard work over the weekend to sort things out. Fleetwood short of the green at 3. Out with the putter.
Yeah, pretty well judged.
Well, back to 6 last to go. Matt Fitzpatrick.
See what type of shot he wants to hit in here.
Go. Get back there. Go. 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 Go.
Just fine.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of people who played that hole who would take that. Here is our leader, Lamprecht, the 11th. Driver. It's only 387 yards, this one.
Wind out of the left, though. It's narrow. It'd be very easy to miss this fairway with a driver. But he's going to catch a lie. Should be okay there.
To the 3rd tee, Cameron Smith.
Comfortable start there for Cameron. Birdie at 1. Good look at 2. Now just trying to put it to the elbow, where the hole turns back to the right.
From Korea, Leo Ken.
First tee is very close by here, so he's just getting slightly distracted by the announcements there. And as we mentioned earlier, this is the hole that plays as the first for the members.
So far, we haven't seen anyone really try to drive it over the out of bounds with driver and get it as far up there as they can. Almost every player right now just chipping something down the fairway. Boy, that was less than a chip down the fairway.
That was like a lay the sod over a little layup. And Kurt, we talk about it a lot. When you're laying the ball up, have a plan. I think he was just distracted as he got backed off his original.
Up on the green, a good look for Scotty Scheffler, this to go 2 under. Now that's what we saw plenty of last week in Scotland.
Dom, that's what we've been seeing a lot of this season, and it's not. He's still having a great season. He's #1 in the world and all of that, but the putting just hasn't been there.
Back on the tee, Schauffele.
Easy. There's some heavy rough over there on the left. Pay the price if you miss that fairway.
Shane Lowry, something other than driver off the tee. Good angle from the fairway. Let's see how aggressive he gets here at the 2nd.
Going off that birdie at 1.
God, it's just so tough to get on top there, but a good shot.
He's accepted, he says, that it may never get better than what happened at Portrush in 2019, and he says, I'm fine with that. I'd love to win another Open, but that was something special, wasn't it? Fleetwood to tidy up. Next his par, stays level par for the championship. Born in Southport, so he's from the area. That's about a 30-minute drive away, but maybe a bit more than that. Hasn't played this course since the Open here in 2014, though, says Tommy. Bobby McIntyre into the 2nd.
See how aggressive he wants to get. He's young.
Maybe it paid off hitting. He didn't lay up short of the bunkers. He drove it down there quite a ways.
And to Koepka up ahead at 4.
Needs a good wet shot here. Try to get back to even par.
Pin's only 3 from the left side, so he kind of went wide right. We'll have a look, though.
Good sensible play.
Sensible.
Not sure he liked it.
Not many pins he doesn't go after.
Second one. On that left side. Yeah.
Scheffler. Tee at the 4th. Funny, isn't it? He's won the Players' Championship. He's got 2 victories this year, and yet some people are asking him, you know, has it been a disappointing season? I guess his standard is so high these days, and you mentioned the sort of form that he's in, that, you know, he would be hoping at least for one more victory, and this would be the perfect week.
He's in it every week. His ball striking is so good. First bunker down the right is just under 240. That's what the players are. It's kind of like, if you're going to lay up kind of thing. Just keep it out of that bunker and accept whatever it has left, short hole.
I really don't see any scenario where anybody will take a go at that green. You know, even downwind, there's just nowhere to put it. So much danger around the green, so I would imagine everybody be laying up all week.
It makes that second shot a little more difficult.
Yeah, not a great angle and just out of the rough. Be a little more difficult to control distance and spin.
Lowry up the slope. This for birdie at the second. Not going to get there, is it? But it is going to be a birdie par start for Shane Lowry. Well, further ahead, remember, first group out, first tee shot for this man, Matthew Jordan.
First tee shot, first birdie of the championship, and just a nice round of golf going there for the local.
Well, he's still got the par 5 18th to come. He's got 17 also upcoming. Can't wait to see that little hole in play in championship conditions.
Check out the short game of Lamprecht here at the 11th. Remember, he drove it in the rough, so missed the green. Left himself plenty of green to work with, but he's got some work to do to stay at 4 under now.
For most people, that would be a long putter, wouldn't it, in hand? But it's pretty much standard for him. Cam Smith out of the rough at the third.
Yeah, really poor tee shot off the third tee, and
That's fine, mate.
stay on the green.
Good job.
Well, safety first. Got that out of bounds 20 feet to the right of that hole.
And not an easy bunker shot here for Patrick Cantlay in that pot bunker. Not much green to work with downwind. I'd say he's pretty satisfied with that. Landed on a downslope.
Back to 3, and Chauffolet also out of the rough.
Yeah, a little out of position. Just layups there at the third. Well, that's just a left knuckleball. Yeah, got away with it a little bit, though.
Bob McIntyre. This for birdie at the second.
Aggressive second shot to get it on that back level, and narrowly misses.
Jason Day, we saw that he missed the green at the 6th. This is what he's left himself.
What kind of shot he wants to play? Take it straight upstairs. Use the wind to slow it down a little bit. Excellent. So good around the greens.
Christo Lamprecht to stay at 4 under par. Well, first bogey today for the young South African, for the amateur champion. Maybe you'll have to reconsider the strategy there at 11, taking driver off the tee.
No, he won't. He's going to hit drivers everywhere he can.
Well, he still leads the way, but he's back to 3 under. It's turning into one of those lovely links days, isn't it? A little bit of sunshine, a little bit of breeze out there. It's getting firmer and bouncier. There's the view out over the Dee estuary. If you look a little further left, you'll be looking over towards Wales. Used to be a horse racing track many, many moons ago. That's, funnily enough, why you got the internal out of bounds. Used to be the paddock. And confirming the situation then after that bogey at 11 for Lamprecht, he is back to 3 under, 1 ahead of Stuart Sink. And then you got a big group at 1 under. Jordan Spieth amongst them there. Sepp Straka, who got that wonderful victory a couple of weeks back and had us on 59 watch, maybe even 58 watch for a while, the way he started that final round.
Yeah, he took it all the way and really had a good chance. Put a lot of pressure on the guys that were chasing.
Normal middle, yeah. It's going to run, I'm telling you. We'll land this on left edge 4, on 4.
The lie looks good here, but I think he's got to protect a little bit. Don't be surprised if he's out towards that camera tower with the number 4 on it right here. Just a little safe. Let's see.
I love that little sawed-off follow-through. Controls that club so well. Needs to stay. There's a little false front. It stays up on top.
You got a nice bounce there. Worked out pretty well.
Scheffler, who's got a better angle and coming from the fairway.
I think this might be a little bit of a green light situation here for Scotty.
Sand wedge.
He had it online. You can see how he was looking up and down the flagstick. Put it right where he wanted it.
So he'll have that to go 2 under. Here is Schauffele, who's missed the green at 3.
Back in your stance. Got plenty of green to work with.
He works so hard on his short game. All kinds of different shots, a lot of variety. Doesn't play just one standard shot.
To our leader Lamprecht at the 12th. He's down by the estuary now.
Got to start it in that left rough with this left to right wind and then not run through the fairway. The fairway cants a little bit from left to right. Now this needs to settle down. All right, you got away with it. At least it's not in a pot bunker.
194 ball speed. Wow.
Same thing here for Cam Smith.
That got away from him. There's a little slope right there. That'll go off the other side of the green.
For a guy with his short game, that's a pretty major mistake.
Strange, isn't it? It's made such a lovely start. Great drive, great second. Made the birdie at the first, and a wayward tee shot at 2, a wayward again at 3. And real problems for the defending champion there. To Matthew Jordan, a chance to go 2 under at 16.
How about it? Think he's liking today? Think he's having any fun at all?
It'll be interesting to hear from him afterwards, get his thoughts, because I'm almost certain, depending on what happens at the last couple of holes, he'll say, yeah, I enjoyed it, played well, but I could have been a bit better than 2 under.
Always. You can always go better, can't you?
Now, is this just sitting down a little bit for Adam Scott?
Yeah, the good news is he has green to work with here. He can kind of plop this out and let it run downwind. Actually, for an Aussie out of the bunker, he won't be happy with that. Most of these guys, I don't know what it is about Australia, but they're great bunker players.
From one Australian to another, Cam Smith, who is struggling here at the 3rd.
This for par now goes up that slope right there, so he has to give this a pretty good punch.
So he's going to give that birdie at the opening hole. He'll go back to level par. Meanwhile, Patrick Reed to get to 2 under at 12.
Yeah, Patrick Reed. 3 birdies now and a bogey for him at that tough 10th hole.
So 2-4 and Tommy Fleetwood.
Does go uphill just a little bit, and off that bunker, moving to his right, kind of bobbled and lost a little bit of speed.
Chauvelet after the chip. This is for par at the 3rd. Well, that's a collector's item. It really is.
Yeah, you can mark that down on your calendar. He doesn't miss many of those. Like Kurt mentioned, he really works hard from that distance in. A little bit out of position with his tee shot, trying to lay the ball up, laid it up in the rough.
Great look at the 4th green. Adam's gone out of the bunker to here, so this is for his par.
This putter that he went to last year, it's been a good thing for him. He's putted the ball much better.
There is the winner of the Thailand Open on the DP World Tour earlier this season, Torbjorn Olesen, 1 over par at the moment. This into the par 3 9th.
218 yards today, and that is taken dead aim. What a lovely golf shot.
Saw the approach of Scotty Scheffler. Can he take advantage? Yes, he can. 2nd birdie of the round. And Scheffler within 1 of the lead. There's some discussion, isn't there, about whether it's going to be an advantage to play late early, with the way the wind may go out there to both this afternoon and tomorrow. We shall see. Lowry with just under 200 yards to go here at the 3rd.
Yeah, laid it pretty far back there.
These players want nothing to do with that out of bounds lurking just off the right side of the green. See if Ricky can hold one in there. Oh man, that was another mishit by Fowler, and only probably 2 steps from being out of bounds. The lie didn't look very good at it either. So he's a little off here early with his swing.
To the US Open champion at 4.
Just trying to put it in position. Ideally, you'd like to be up the right-hand side. Kind of like that.
No, a different approach here for Cam Smith. He's got the driver.
Be interesting that the second bunker down the left is from where the tees are is about 295 to carry that, so no problem downwind. But then it really narrows up, heavy rough right. There's gorse left of the fairway here, as well as a bunker short of the green about 25 yards.
He's going to have to fit this into a perfect spot. He's going to be in the rough coming over a bunker off of a downslope.
I mean, that's
a curious one, isn't it?
Curious play.
He's got to play out to the right. He is handcuffed from there.
he was confident in that strategy. I guess during the practice rounds, he thought that, you know, maybe this was the way I was going to play this hole, so he was committed to it, but didn't pull it off.
As we watch Schauffele here at 4 going with an iron, I always find it interesting how all of these players figure out their strategy and are committed to what they thought that was best for them. And obviously Schauffele now, he just thinks laying it up is the way to go.
And another misplay off of a layup there for Xander. 2 in a row.
Well, we saw the drive from Lamprecht down the 12th. He's in the rough. It looked to be lying okay.
He'd be happy middle of the green here with this second shot.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Right about there. Good call.
So many good young players emerging from all over the world, really, aren't they? And South Africa have got their fair share. Here's Spieth at the 7th.
Talked about links golf bringing out the best in him. It's just, he loves to shape the ball, play shots. It brings out his creativity.
Lucas Herbert to get to 3 under and join the lead. This is an eagle putt at 15 for the Australian. And he's got it.
Talk about guys that can putt their ball. This guy, underrated on the greens. Excellent putter.
Two par 5s in the closing 4 holes here at Royal Liverpool. This is all the way back at the 3rd. It's going to be a little bump and run, isn't it? For oh, he's got the putter.
Yeah, he's going. Got the conservative route, but again, that's kind of your strategy. You figure that out early in the week and you stay with it. You know, if I'm going to be right here to this pin, this is the club I'm going to choose.
I think this is a good lesson too for your average guy at home, the club player at home. You're a 6, 8, 10 handicap. This guy has one of the best short games in the business, and he's going with putter from off the green.
It needs to slow down.
Sure does.
There's a little bit of a slope. It just hangs in there, so about 7 feet for par.
Here we go, first look today at the 17th. Little Eye, they call it, the new par 3.
Wind back in their face.
136 yards today into the... Take it there every day, 4 days in a row.
Every player I talked to before the tournament started said, just get me in the middle of the green.
He knows.
All right, back to the 3rd, where McIntyre has a birdie putt. He had a couple of good chances, hasn't he? He's come close at the 1st and the 2nd. He's got into one of those automatic qualifying places for the European Ryder Cup team through his performance last week. He says another big week here, and he's hopeful.
He certainly looks confident, comfortable. Very nice start there for Robert McIntyre.
And he wasn't, John, earlier this season. He was struggling a little bit with his game. He sort of flip-flopped through coaches. He went to a new coach, then went back to his old coach briefly, and then went back to the new old coach, change of caddy as well. He wasn't enjoying his golf that much, but he's certainly turned things around now.
Yeah, professional game is just all about adjustments.
Schauffele second here at 4, and you got to be careful on this one. Land it around the front edge, maybe just short, right of the hole somewhere. Of course he doesn't, he goes right at it, but this might come back off the green. If it avoids the bunker, it's fine there.
Lamprecht to get back to 4 under par.
Smart play on that second shot, just a little in that right rough. Come away with a nice par.
Lowry for his par at the third. That's disappointing, isn't it?
It's back-to-back short putts missed there, both to the right by Schauffele and Lowry.
Yeah, we've seen this play quite a bit. A little less than driver off the par 5. Just trying to hit it kind of to the corner. Does dogleg to the left, keep it out of those bunkers, and take a club that doesn't bring the gorse in on the left, and that's well done.
Playing a shot, kept the trajectory down with a little draw.
Good start from Scheffler. Funny, isn't it? If you look at probably the three best players in the world at the moment, you look at Scheffler, you look at McIlroy, and you look at Rahm, they all do it a very different way.
Very true. They are all three excellent ball strikers, though. They do have that in common.
Tommy with a good start.
So here's the fourth hole. You can see where the birdies have been made from, and pretty much it indicates you've got to be in the fairway. Someone had a go at the green and managed to make birdie from there. Cam Smith has had a go, but he's left himself in an awkward spot.
Boy, this is such a challenge. Maybe even just get it on the green.
Yeah, see where he's going with this. Way upstairs. Yeah.
That's all he had.
Yeah, like Kurt said, just out to the right, out of position, get your back in position, and on the green, you know what we can do. He can do with the putter.
See if Jordan Spieth can move it to 2 under par. This for birdie at 7.
It's a great birdie there at the 7th.
Quickly to Matthew Jordan at 17. This to move 3 under. Fourth hole, McIntyre.
A lot of loft on that club, maybe even as little as a 7-iron off that tee. 6 or 7-iron for him.
From the tee at 4 up to the green or nearby anyway, and the US Open champion.
One of the strengths of his game right here, his short game is fantastic.
A little undercut spinner in there, nice. He might wander a little ways, but pretty good shot.
Hasn't been home since the US Open. Apparently, been on his travels, went to a wedding in Italy and then up to the Scottish Open. Here's Patrick Cantlay into the 5th.
Right side of the fairway. Trying to hit a low cut and got on top of it.
This is pretty straightforward here. Up the slope, breaking right after it gets up on top. He would have liked it a lot closer than that. Lucas Herbert here at 16. Oh, he lost it out there to the right. That whole location just up on top, a little bit of a tier there in the left. A long bunker shot up coming into the wind for him. Cam Smith here at the 4th for birdie. Interesting to see if he continues to try to hit driver there, downwind. Had it figured out, just lacked a little bit of pace. And back here at the 5th, we saw Cantlay miss long left, tried to hit a cut in here to this par 5 and ended up here. Plenty of green to work with. Gonna go down a little slope right there. Boy, after a good drive, if he doesn't make that for birdie, he'll be disappointed to walk away from the 5th hole with a par. At the 4th, Schauffele has this short putt for par. Remember, he missed the one similar length at number 3. Trying to avoid back-to-back bogeys. Can't do it. Not often you see him miss a couple of short putts like that. Trouble. You get out of position off the tee and it catches up with you.
And Terry Gannon back with you. Kurt, nice to be back. Steve Sands joins us now as we watch Koepka. A long way for Eagle. Big break.
A little bit of a slow start here, so a chance to get back to even par for Koepka and get back on track.
So 3 under leading the way as we check in, Steve, with Clark at the 4th for par.
Moving along nicely, even par. First time playing in a major championship, Kurt, as a major champion. It's got to feel awfully different for Wyndham this week.
A little different feeling for him walking to that first tee here after coming off that U.S. Open victory, which he hasn't played since then. So riding high. And a good save there. Good up and down.
And you see Jordan there off to a wonderful beginning. First birdie of this 151st Open Championship.
And if you're wondering why he tried to start that way left and hit a cut, the out of bounds is right next to the fairway here at 18, and you're going to see a lot of that type of shot.
There's Hideki Matsuyama now for birdie. Trying to climb back to even par. All right, so Hideki finally gets his first birdie today. What a gorgeous day. Earlier in the week, fellas, it was nasty out there. Yesterday was gorgeous. Today, another really nice weather day on the northwest side of England.
Stick around, Steve.
Yeah.
We'll get back there.
Sure.
But today's the day for that. No doubt about that. Some ice cream here. McIntyre. Lowry is at even par, but so is Robert. You know, you come on, I wonder emotionally after last week, how do you react to that?
I think you take it all as a positive. You know, you gave it your all. You shot an amazing Sunday round and gave yourself a chance to win. You just got beat by somebody who did better in the end. But the other thing is, the incentive for him, as we just talked about it briefly before, is he has a chance to make the Ryder Cup team, and a good finish here would lock it up.
Yeah. Shane on the way, his second.
Yeah, just the beauty. You put the ball in the fairway at 4, you have a sand wedge or some sort of wedge for your second. Chance to take a chance.
So it's a guy named Jordan with the initials MJ who hit the first tee shot, made the first birdie here at the Open.
trying to run something in there, and that is not where he wanted to go. You can see because of that angle and those pot bunkers between him and the hole, he is in a very poor position.
Kurt, do you know how difficult it is for Terry Gannon to talk nicely about a North Carolina Tar Heel?
For those elsewhere, I went to the rival school, yes.
Now Scotty Scheffler.
Wind out of the right. He's aimed a little left. He's going to probably try to hold this with a cut. Did he overdo it? He sure did.
Ooh, and it's up against that revetted face.
Maybe just enough of an angle to get to that.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see. The #1 player in the world off to a fantastic start. On a day where you have to figure, Kurt, you should see some low scores out here on this Thursday.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, right now, it's obviously very early. 14 players are under par as we speak. So I think you're right, Steve. The golf course is still relatively soft compared to what it could be without the rain that we've had before the tournament started.
Here's Tommy Fleetwood playing in his home country.
241 to the hole. This should be a cut as well. Got it turning over. Let's see.
Okay. I'll take that. He must have been excited when he heard that announcement that 2026 is going back to Royal Birkdale. That's where he's from, in Southport. Tommy has had a terrific run in the U.S. Open a few times. He's had a chance here at the Open Championship as well. Just wonder when that breakthrough is going to happen, Kurt, for Tommy.
I can't imagine that it's too far away. It's just been a hurdle for him to get over. Once he does, I think Fleetwood's going to win plenty.
Lucas Herbert has joined Christo at 3 under par, one of the 6 amateurs in the field this week at the Open.
So 32 players are at even par or better so far in the early going here. 13th time that they have played the Open Championship at Royal Liverpool. Here's the defender.
Using 3-wood off the tee to stay out of the bunkers down the right-hand side. Starts to pinch down at about 300. It's down that right side, short of the bunkers. I think it stayed in the fairway down that right side. He should be fine.
There's Adam Scott hitting his 3rd at the par 5 fifth. Okay, leaves himself a nice look at birdie there. What a chance he had to hoist the claret jug 11 years ago at Royal Lytham in St. Anne's. To 13.
Lamprecht down the tee, the par 3, 195 today.
Be careful not to miss over there to the right. Let's see, this is close. Yeah, he kept it short of that. Drops off severely on that right-hand side if you miss over there.
Oh. Well, that doesn't look pretty there for Jordan.
Brutal. Maybe some of the greenest grass out here and longest. It is down grain, but he has no shot at the hole. He's got to go out to the right. See the guy in the white shirt? I think he'll try to go right about there and just try to keep it on the green. Basically all he had without taking a tremendous amount of risk here, and he's got a great round going. Don't want to bogey this par 5 finishing hole.
Yeah, take your 5, get out of here with that 2 under par score.
Kurt, you talk about the importance of taking advantage of the par fives, and the guys maybe in 2014 who were in the field. It's a little different, though, with the rerouting, the change of the golf course, and 10 now different.
4 par fives back in 2014. Because of the change at 10, only 3 now. And boy, Steve, you were right. Scheffler had nothing in that pot bunker there. Sounded like he caught some of the revetted face on the way down, maybe. Not good. Maybe it was on the way through, but
The bunkers here at Royal Liverpool are so punishing.
yeah. Sometimes around the green, but especially off the tee. Let's see. It might have been on the follow through. Definitely came out of there weird.
Second at the 8th, Jason Day. So we missed the fairway here. Going to deal with that fescue.
You can be semi-blind over there, some bushes in your way. They have an idea where to go, but the rough isn't bad left of the fairway at 8, and that's going to work out.
He knew the direction.
Yeah, this is going to catch that swell. It's not too severe there, though. That should be okay.
Lamprecht long way at 13 to get it to 4 under once again. Wonder if you'd want to look up at a leaderboard. You know you're playing well, but yeah, I'm an amateur. Do I look? I have the lead or not?
You telling Mom in the gallery to take a photo.
let her worry about it. Your family, yeah.
Fleetwood now for eagle across 5 green. A lot left there for his birdie. It's a good question, though. You wonder about amateurs. You know, they come in here looking to make the cut and have a fun weekend. Now, all of a sudden, it's middle of your first round and you're leading the Open. You have to change your mindset a little bit.
He obviously has a lot of confidence as we watched Cantlay at the 6th, the par 3. He's been a little off with his ball striking here.
So the only play he had at 18, Jordan coming all the way back for birdie now.
2 putts, get out of here with your par and go in and relax and enjoy your first day in front of this massive home crowd that he has. Member here at Royal Liverpool. He's won the club championship as an amateur here 3 times.
Speaking of family, let family worry about ticket requests and everything else. Just try to focus and play golf. Be hard to do, though.
I was literally going to ask you, how hard is that?
Got to be hard.
What an opportunity, though. No one knows this course better, other than the 17th hole, possibly.
Yep. Scotty to get it to 3 under.
Be a little disappointed. Just overcut that fairway wood from the middle of the fairway on that second shot. But still, 2 under through 5. It's a good start.
This guy is on a leaderboard every single week. It's amazing. His consistency, Terry, is remarkable.
Yeah, been a tough start for Ricky Fowler. 1 over from off the green at 4. One of those players that a lot of people picking this week to at least be in the mix. Obviously, what he's done recently, what he did here the last time around. Tommy Fleetwood rolls it in.
I think a lot of people thought this guy would play well this week as well, Terry. Tommy was on the short list for a lot of people coming into this 151st Open.
Jordan Spieth from the edge at the 8th.
Speaking of being excited about going back to Royal Birkdale, this guy certainly would enjoy that return trip.
Likes the practice area there.
Did you guys see that stat about Jordan Spieth? Since 2017, he's 42 under par in this championship. That's 15 shots better than the next nearest person, which happens to be McIlroy and Fleetwood.
Yeah, we were talking about that in the
It's crazy.
trailer earlier. That is a crazy number.
Lowry. A little more than a tap in for birdie to get it to red figures. Jordan to finish up. So later on, the grandstands will be full, but they're loud right now. And he probably knows about a third of the people sitting there. What a thrill.
One of the great honors you can ever receive in the game is to be first off at an Open Championship, because when you are first off, there's a reason you're in that position. Darren Clark at Portrush, Calcavecchia did it at Troon, all through the years. Having him do that here at his home club, what a thrill that must have been.
Yeah, they welcome the world to Hoy Lake, and he welcomes the world to Hoy Lake, hometown. And a very successful opening round. Good chance that picture might be on the wall. Lamprecht par. Cam Smith, right edge of the fairway now at the 5th.
You'd be happy with middle of the green. Boy, he held on to this one. Going to miss that pot bunker, but oh my gosh, look where that ended up. When it's green, dark green like that, that is a indicator that it is lush in there, and that will be an awful spot.
17. Boy, there's been a lot of chatter about this short par 3, Kurt.
And that was a steery looking swing by Lucas Herbert right there. He's actually going to get away with it there. He missed the pot bunker. He didn't go down into the dune over there on the left, so he's very fortunate where that ball ended up.
6th hole, bunker, can't lay.
Challenging shot here. He made it look easy earlier, and that's pretty well done.
What percentage of your practice through the week would have been from the bunkers?
Yeah, a lot.
Quite a bit, huh?
Absolutely. Seeing how much you can risk to get out of some of those, up and out of those revetted faces over them.
Jason Day from off the green here at the 8th. Can't get that one to fall. We'll need that to remain in red figures.
So Lamprecht coming off the putt, sharing the lead, tee at 14.
All about the fairway with this club here. Just an iron, long iron off there. It's hung out though. Some bunkers down the right. Actually, a good bounce there to get out of the primary
You want
cut.
no part of left there, right off
left,
the tee.
Left, yeah, not good at all.
There's Brooks Koepka. Long birdie putt here at the 6th. Won his 5th major at Oak Hill. It's one more than McIlroy, 2 more than Spieth.
That's a good look. Right behind Xander Schauffele. You're at 5.
Two fixed trying to hold it there with a cut up against that right to left breeze. 256 to the hole, trying to run it in. Took a little bit off too much there. He was probably in between some sort of fairway wood and that iron.
Back on the tee at 6.
John Cook
Tommy
was talking
Fleetwood
about,
can do here. Sorry,
yeah,
Kurt.
Tommy Fleetwood. Sorry there. You know, you try to, if you were going to ride that right to left wind, you have to trust and start it out there. And John was saying, you know, most of the players that are comfortable cutting the ball would want to hold it in there. Once it turns and gets to riding that wind, that's what can happen right there. Pretty easy to knock it over the green.
Yeah, for a little while there, it looked like that was going to be an excellent result, but that'll be a challenge coming back. How about that, Kurt? One birdie all day long at 6.
Such a challenging tee shot. Most players you can see have tried to get the ball to the middle of the green, except making par on the 6th and move on.
Let's see what Adam Scott can do. Boy, that swing is still sweet to look at, isn't it, Kurt?
It is. It's just a classic golf swing that hasn't changed a whole bunch since he came over here to play college golf at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
It's timeless.
Smother again. Easy. Fight! Gosh.
Said he smothered it again, and it dives into the bunker.
Probably just enough room. I don't know if he can get it all the way to the hole.
Herbert's second at 17.
Kurt, you're not kidding. You miss the bunker there, you catch an enormous break left, but this one's going
Look
to
out,
go
look
over
out.
like when the other one.
Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. What a mistake that was. That's a little bit of a downhill lie where he's going to be. You know, we talked about it. We all were out there looking at 17, and we were saying you could easily make 6 or 7 here, and Herbert might be the first guy to do that.
Man, you catch the break left there, and then you do that. Now you're in the worst spot possible on that hole, and you're about to hit your 3rd. Here's Scheffler.
See if he cuts it or tries to ride the wind. Tried to cut it, lower trajectory. That's the thing. He's such a shot maker. You know, typically tee to green, he doesn't make a lot of mistakes.
Guys are talking about 17. We've only had a handful of players go through there so far. We've got a birdie and 5 pars. That may change here. Herbert is 3rd from the bunker.
Steeply up a slope. And that's a guy who's trying to take the risk of coming back to and out of play right there. So he'll have that for bogey.
Now Shane Lowry has driver in hand at the 5th.
Just try to hit a flighted driver, something with a lower trajectory and sneaking up there a little bit further. That's in good shape.
Now up on the green at 5.
Cam Smith, he was short right in 2, so actually a pretty good third shot to get it to right here.
See him get emotional when he had to give back the claret jug?
Saw that. Yeah.
It's a pretty cool moment.
Absolutely. He did say, though, he's talking very confidently. He said, you know, who knows? In a week, I might be right back here.
Actually,
holding it
he
again.
said hey, to his friends, hey, hang on, we're going to be drinking from the claret jug in a week.
He did.
Yeah.
Really good third shot to get it to here. Remember, he hung up on a mogul over there and some lush grass. So an outside chance still to make birdie.
I asked Cam the other day, how much fun did you have with the claret jug for the year? He said, how much time do you have?
No comment. So this left for Herbert after playing from the bunker. Yep.
He's not done yet.
No, that for double now. There's your answer.
Scary little 135-yard shot. Actually, 126 today.
Lamprecht at 14. He's now the outright leader once again. Herbert going to make at least a double up at 17, so 3 under, setting the pace. Back to Wyndham Clark. You talked about him not playing since LACC in the U.S. Open. What do you make of that, Gert?
Good for him. You know, when you do what he's done this season, you need to celebrate that and revel in it for a while. But back to business. He's so talented. I mean, we kind of all knew the talent level that he has. And it's every part of the game. He's a good putter. He has a great short game. He hits it far. It was sort of the mental game, the mental hurdle that he finally got over this season to get to where he is now.
Second at 6 for Fleetwood. Big swing. And no. So you take a chance, and that's the danger. All kinds of problems at the short 17th for Lucas Herbert. You know, here's the thing. No matter what you think of that hole, you want volatility down the stretch, you want drama, you're going to get it.
Some of the players may not enjoy that, but you're sure. This is a third shot for Lamprecht at 14. Oh,
how about that?
Oh, the amateur. What a day.
It started the whole tie for the lead, and now he has a 2-shot lead. And he is about to enter those finishing holes. 2 par 5s, that par 3 17th. A lot can happen coming down the stretch, but maybe it doesn't begin at 15. Maybe it begins at 14. What a shot.
A bonus birdie at a tough par 4.
Back here at 6, we saw the play from Tommy Fleetwood. Came back down the hill. Putter from off the green. Well played.
That tee shot was this close to being a great tee shot, too. But then over the green, and he knew that going in, it was going to be really tough.
Xander for birdie. This at the 5th.
Needs to see one go in. And does. So at 2 over par, he had missed a couple shortish par putts. He needed to make birdie and kind of get this thing going the right direction.
Yeah, went back-to-back bogey. Picks one up there.
Back on 6 green, Scotty Scheffler and his man Teddy Scott trying to figure this one out. Nicholas Colsaert is down on the ground. Nicholas, what are you seeing down there at 6?
I see a quick putt coming from the right. Oh, the wind's coming off the right a bit. That's going to accentuate the break on this early on.
That's good. Boy, he's one of those guys, Kurt, when he misses, he doesn't miss by much, does he?
It's just amazing what he's been able to do, and you know, you keep harping on it, but as an average putter, really, for him this season, I mean, he's there every week.
Take a look at this again. Kurt, he's one of those guys, when he got off to that crazy start last year and ended up winning the Masters, there was that theory, is he great or is he hot? I think that question has been answered. He was hot, he still is hot, and he also is great.
When you strike it as well as he does from tee to green, and you're able to play shots like he can play, you're just never out of it. You know, even if you're putting average. He missed 2 playoffs at Colonial was one of them, where he finished almost dead last in putting that week. Memorial was the other one.
Adam Scott now to remain 1 under. Okay.
You know, Scheffler's been keeping it at a certain level so long now. I'm not sure it's even hot. It's just him.
Oh, yeah.
It just defines him.
He's just there.
Lamprecht tee at 15.
With help. Trying to turn that driver loose, trying to go over those bunkers on the right, but this is well right of them. He's actually going to catch a great break. He's out there where the galleries have been walking through. Look at that lie.
Yeah, it's one of those, if you miss it really wide. Scheffler, ooh, kind of rattles that one in. Good steady start for Scotty. Sepp Straka. How about that day at the John Deere Classic a couple weeks ago? Wow, some of the best golf you've ever seen in your life. He was 11 under par through 14 holes on that Sunday.
Heck of a birdie right there, too.
Yeah.
That's only the 5th birdie at the 10th hole today.
Get the feeling that bunker left there is going to get raked a lot today. They're like magnets, these bunkers. They're small, but man, does the golf ball seem to find them.
Well, a lot of times there is almost a funnel toward these pot bunkers, especially, it seems, in the fairway to me.
Bunkers over here are the opposite of the greens. They're small, they become big. The greens are big, they become small. The landing areas where you can play too.
Great point. Xander off that birdie.
He's on a good line.
Please. Please.
Well, he said please. He's being polite about it.
One of the best tee shots so far today at the 6th. No question.
Shane Lowry.
Now back on the tee with Wyndham Clark.
He doesn't really need to play a draw. He's more comfortable playing a cut shot anyway. His swing kind of produces a cut. Let's see if he tries to cut it and hold it out to the right. Trying to hang on to it. Now the wind has it. That's fine.
And Adam Scott now.
Just going to use the wind off this tee shot here, aiming at the left bunker and let the work do the work for you. That looked like it went right by the cameramen. Took about 2 seconds for them to find it, so maybe all right.
He's lucky he's not in a gorse bush over there, Nicholas. Very close to those.
Yeah, because when you hit it right off the tee on this hole, you don't think you're going to have a clear shot, because all you see from the tee on the right there is those gorse bushes. I mean, it's not a very complicated tee shot, to be fair. You just got to use the wind, use the left. You got plenty of room to use on the left of this hole.
Pretty wide fairway.
Yeah, it's one of those easy tee shots on the front nine, I find. This looks like it's heading towards me. Oh, very close to me, actually.
Quick feet.
And it's setting up like a lollipop as well.
It is. I was going to say, how's the lie?
Did you see Nicholas's hole-in-one celebration last week, by the way?
It was tremendous.
Dancing around.
Congratulations.
Like a young man, the Belgian there.
I find it crazy I had to wait more than 25 years playing the game to do my first one.
You might as well enjoy it when you do. McIntyre's enjoying that one. Nice shot.
Tommy.
I love how these guys can vary the trajectory with their driver as well. It's not just their iron shots with the wind. It's they vary the trajectory. Sometimes downwind, they'll just send it as high as they can. Into the wind, they'll hit that little burning cut, maybe even a trajectory of a lower draw. It's really fun to watch these great players hit those drivers.
And nowhere in golf does it matter more trajectory-wise than playing here at the Open, especially when the wind is really pumping.
And you're so exposed. There is nothing to stop it.
"15 players are under par here at the 151st Open Championship, played at Royal Liverpool for the first time since 2014, 13th overall.
So we scroll through the names here. Those out there playing so far on day one. Beautiful day. It was beautiful yesterday for the practice round. Had rain a couple of days ago. Actually very dry through the early summer, and then once you got to July, and plenty of rain. That's why this golf course looks so green, much different. I mean, if you go back and look at the tape of Tiger winning in 2006, you'd never believe it's the same place.
Literally, it looked white, light brown that week.
Yes.
It looks really, really pretty out there this week.
So Cam Smith ended up in the bunker. How much does he have?
Got to be pretty aggressive to get it close. We saw Cantley in here earlier.
That's the angle, though.
It's tough. Long bunker shot. That severe revetted face staring right at you.
That was a perfect look, guys, at maybe more so than anywhere else. You just have to take your medicine, especially when you're in the bunkers here. Fowler over par early on.
Yeah, he had to like his chances there. There was a little bit of rough in his backswing, but I think the lie was good.
Peters for eagle at 15. And there it goes. Couple of eagles now for the field at the 15th. Worth another look. Birdie try. Patrick at 7. Yep. Wonder how much discussion going on in that group.
I'll take the under.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Speaking of that discussion, here's Cameron Smith. I think he handled himself well earlier in the week. Coming back here as the defending champion, getting a lot of questions about where he's been playing, how he's doing, those kinds of things. I think he has the right demeanor to handle those types of questions.
I think he's pretty good at shutting out the majority of that noise.
Yeah.
I don't think it really bothers him because I don't think he pays that much attention to it. Gotta two-putt this for bogey here, though. Don't do worse than that, and it's going to be a challenge to two-putt. Such a good putter. I said earlier, I think he's the best putter in the game right now at this level.
Wow. Man, that is saying something. Here's Scotty. Left at 7.
That's about all he could do from there.
We heard Nicholas say it was sitting up like a lollipop there in that left rough, so he was able to muscle it onto the green.
Just didn't have a great angle at the hole.
On the opposite side, in the right rough, is Adam Scott. Awkward stance.
Sounded like he got a lot of ball. He sure did. 7 was the most difficult hole back in 2014. The long par 4. Depends on the wind direction.
Meanwhile, Lamprecht at 15.
Front left hole location, so you don't want to miss left. You're looking out to the right. And we can see it from here, which is a good sign for him.
To the 10th and the 2nd for Spieth. Cannot see the flagstick.
A lot of fall-offs on this green, especially on that left-hand side. That's solid.
Xander for birdie here at the 6th.
Try to keep that momentum going, coming off the birdie at 5.
Back-to-back bogeys. Trying for back-to-back birdies now. Patience is going to be a huge, huge thing this week. You have to stay patient. Patrick Reed on the way for birdie. It was a Koepka talking about being cautiously aggressive, which seems like a contradiction.
Yeah.
But just knowing when you can take chances and when you have to give back to the golf course.
That's exactly right. Sometimes it's a conservative line off the tee, but swing aggressively. Sometimes it's a conservative approach to an area on the green so that you don't bring in a pot bunker, but you can swing aggressively.
Yeah, talking to a bunch of guys yesterday in the practice round, they were saying that exact same thing. They know it's out there on certain spots on the golf course, Terry, so you can be aggressive in places, but you really have to stay conservative in other spots as well.
Big putt right here for bogey.
A little more than it looked initially for bogey. All right. Good example there. He's in the bunker, knows he can't take a chance and go anywhere near that hole location. Play to the front edge, take your bogey.
Pure putting stroke.
Robert McIntyre, what a week last week. Hit a nice third. And there's a birdie for him. And here's Scheffler, one of those featured groups, going out early. Always a question at major championships, Kurt. Going out early on Thursday, going out late. Weather aside, to have to wait all day for the first round at a major championship has to be more difficult.
I think the biggest thing, though, is you're just praying that you don't get the worst end of the weather.
Right.
You know, that's the biggest thing. You see it here quite often. You can get unlucky. You can be playing great golf and
Rory
get unlucky.
at St. Andrews
there you go.
I mean,
you get unlucky.
80. And you'd have to say, I don't know what the weather is to come this afternoon, no matter the forecast, but these have been good conditions so far. For sure. That's well short. Maybe a little bit of a test for Scotty there. From one Longhorn to another. Spieth to get it to red figures. Third, 15, Lamprecht.
Great angle. Really good chance for him to get this ball up and down for birdie. He was very lucky to catch that kind of lie. Great lie, great angle. Sepp Straka.
big man from Austria.
Looking to make that Ryder Cup team.
Yes, he is. A lot of guys here this week making a late push to play for Luke Donald or Zach Johnson. Rome. That place ought to be rocking, huh, Kurt?
I would imagine.
Man, it's going to be jumping.
Have you been to a Ryder Cup that wasn't?
I mean, the last one internationally in Paris, the first tee scene there was unlike anything I've ever seen in this sport.
As Tommy Fleetwood lines this one up at the 7th. You know, players who haven't been there trying to make a charge, make an impact at a major championship to get attention, but also top names. Justin Thomas right now not playing all that great. You never know.
He's outside the top 70 right now in the FedEx Cup. He's worried about making the FedEx Cup playoffs.
In danger of not making the playoffs.
Yeah.
Good putt, Tommy. Back on the tee, Cam Smith.
That wind out of the left, you got to start it at that bunker down on the left and let it drift with the wind. Just like that. That is ideal right there.
Here comes that attempt at a two-putt for Scotty. All right. Handles his business there on the green at 7. And the number 1 player remains 2 back.
McIntyre getting set on the tee. Here at the 6th.
You guys were there last week. What an emotional ride it was for him on Sunday, huh?
Tremendous. What a shot. Shot of his life at 18. And putt.
Just the opposite there. As a lefty, hit a little draw to hold it up against the breeze. Again, just accepting middle of the green and hopefully a par and move on.
At the 8th, right in the middle of the fairway is Patrick Cantley. Okay. Jordan Spieth finds himself on the tee at 11.
We talked about this hole earlier, but choices here. It's not a long par 3 or par 4 of 387, but it really narrows up once you get past about 250, 60 yards. And that should stay in the fairway there. That is a really good drive. It's very narrow where he just drove the ball.
On the tee at the 8th, Tommy Fleetwood. 4 birdies so far here at this hole, but 10 bogeys or worse.
Pretty aggressive play. Couple pot bunkers down the right-hand side. This whole hole moves gently from right to left. Excellent drive.
Yeah, you do have choices on the tee here as Adam Scott gets set. Try to get it a long way down there. He's trying.
Definitely with this driver right here. This brings in both those bunkers down the right-hand side, so he's got to fit it in there with that wind right to left. Does not like it, obviously.
And there is trouble left. Fescue, but then the course right there blocks your view, or it can, right around the bend.
The amateur's trying to grab the lead all to himself once again. Okay, Lamprecht to 5 under, like you said, Kurt. It's a good spot to get it up and in, and he does just that.
I mean, he looks like a pro out there today. He's having a great day, but he's handling himself really well.
And now the number 1 player in the world.
Yeah, this is 3-wood.
Easy.
First bunker on the right's 291. Now that is well done right there. You can see if you get down there too far left, there's some deep bushes over there.
Yep. Yeah, trouble there, but also no view then on your second. Scotty's okay though.
There's a place you don't want to be. In that bunker right of 17.
No, the camera's as close as you want to be. Yeah.
What do you make of what we've seen so far from Christo?
Amazing. I mean, he's obviously very talented, but he just looks comfortable. He's just going about his business out there like a guy who's been on tour for 10 years.
Stewart Sink, that first page of the leaderboard. Open champ.
2009 Turnberry.
One thing Stewart hasn't lost is his length. He
You're
still
right.
gets it out there, so there's no reason why he can't continue to play at this level.
Players like that too. And at Podrick Harrington, they come to links play. They believe they can compete. Still have a chance to, obviously, as Tom Watson proved that year. Wyndham Clark taking a look now.
Still remember Stewart at Turnberry in 2009 after winning in a playoff, apologizing for winning the Claret Jug. Terry, remember that?
Yeah.
Wow.
And Wyndham Clark here at the 7th. Really no angle to attack this whole location. So with helping wind, you just got to go out to the right of this pin somewhere. Could come out hot as well. Got to land this somewhere short or just on the front. That's all he had. He handled it about as well as you could.
Now the two gentlemen in this 3-ball. Xander Schauffele pounded it out there. Only has 145. 10 yards back is Cameron Smith.
From the fairway and a short club here, this is a chance to, take advantage of that and maybe attack this whole location. And does. Great shot.
A 64 on Sunday at St. Andrews to win the Claret Jug. That was an amazing round of golf a year ago.
Peters from the bunker at 16.
He's going out sideways.
Only place you could go. And player at this level is going to take every look and try to do anything to advance the ball. You hate to go sideways or backwards.
Exactly.
See what Schauffele can do after seeing Cam Smith knock it relatively close.
No reason for him not to go attacking here closer to the hole than Smith was. Yeah, pretty well done.
Here comes a par putt for Shane Lowry, the winner at Royal Portrush 4 years ago. Yep. The weather's supposed to get nasty over the weekend. That man right there is one of the great mudders in this sport. So look out for Shane Lowry if he hangs around here the first couple of days.
Going back to Portrush in a couple of years, too. Spieth, second at 11.
Just a little sand wedge left, so he should be attacking this whole location as well. And he does. How about that shot? Big time spinner to draw it back to the hole.
Yeah, we saw the drive from Scotty Scheffler was a little bit left, but it is right there on the fairway's edge.
This whole location 6 off the right edge. It does drop off back there, but a chance here to be a little more aggressive, but he tried to hold one, and this is headed left.
You expected worse from the reaction, didn't you?
Yeah, didn't you?
Yes.
I think we all thought it was going to go on the gorse.
Yes, it's about as
after
bad.
that.
That's about as bad as it gets for him.
High standards. So played to here. And this for bogey now.
That's what those bunkers do, Terry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Makes the eagle at 15, and then does what you can't do, putting it in one of those bunkers and makes double on the
And
next.
you know it. You keep
Yeah.
telling yourself
Oh, yeah.
that, but
Robert McIntyre. Couple of guys going by the wayside here, and Lamprecht just cruising along at 5 under with that 3-shot early lead.
see the numbers at 8, 120 to the front. Tommy Fleetwood.
Green light right here. Wind out of the right. It's a little short iron flighted.
It's good. Wanted better.
Did the murmuring give it away, Terry?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Were you a murmurer?
Telltale. He
When
was a
you were
yeller.
playing?
He was a screamer. Yeller.
A little more outward than that.
Here's Lamprecht. Oh boy. Let's see here.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Saw that approach from Cameron Smith. This is going to be a really good look at his putting stroke. You have to figure you said he's the best putter in the world. He and like maybe a Denny McCarthy, somebody like that.
But I think I would rank him a little higher only because he's proven under the most pressure you can be under, his putting stroke still holds up. And he still makes putts.
Without question. Talking about a players champion and an open champion, and there's another putt that goes in. Nice bounce back after that bogey at 6 for the defending champion.
Excellent approach for Spieth. Chance to get it to 1 under. Little momentum for Jordan, his 3rd birdie of the day.
Well, Cameron Smith just poured one in. Let's see if Xander Schauffele can do the same thing and get back to even par.
The one thing about Schauffele that you can always count on is that he never gives up on a round. He is an absolute grinder. You talk about patience, even when things aren't going well. This guy stays patient.
How about that? Birdies for both of them. And Schauffele has clawed his way back to level par. Talk about him being a grinder. He's a tough customer, a pro's pro is Xander Schauffele. Siwoo Kim putting for birdie at 5.
Super talented. When the interest level is up, he can be dangerous.
It's an image that never gets old, does it? Man. Seaside, links, big grandstands, packed.
Nothing like it in the sport.
All the different colors on the golf course, and it's green this year, but so many different mixed in. It's great.
Although if you're back home in the United States, Terry, you're looking for wind and rain, no sunshine, miserable weather, and right now you're not getting it.
I agree. It'll be here. patient. We talked about patience being the key this week.
For the players, yes.
Why you guys have to be so negative? I mean, I don't want to see that kind of weather.
Wait. You're home in the U.S. right now. You have a cup of coffee in your hand, a T-shirt and boxers watching the golf.
I want to see a little wind.
Oh,
I don't want
Terry.
I could do without that picture you painted.
Oh, come on now. All right, let's see if 17 causes any issues for Thomas Peters. Oh, yeah.
Middle of the green.
You'll take that all 4 days, by the way.
Middle of the green.
All 4 days, if you hit the green here in that spot, you'll be happy.
Tommy Fleetwood, this to get it to 2 under.
Little conservative on that second shot there. You can see it drops off on the right. Did he get it? Boy.
Terry, you're going to step out of the box here for a little bit. We'll see you in about an hour.
I'll see you later, though.
Yes,
I'm
you
hanging
will.
around.
Yeah, it should be a
Enjoyed
lot
it,
of fun.
fellas.
Absolutely, a lot of fun. John Cook is going to be stepping in here shortly. Back on the tee after that birdie. Here's Xander.
Going to stay aggressive. This driver brings in both of those bunkers down the right-hand side. Watching it carefully, but that looks, yeah, it's just fine. Boy, that shortens the hole up, too. He'll have a short club for his second shot. Lowry trying to figure it out here at the 7th. That hole location, not easy to get to unless you've driven it down there where you have a short iron approach.
How close he came to that bunker, too.
Oh, what an aggressive play. A little unlucky, landed on the downslope on the backside of that bunker. And that's the only reason it didn't stop closer to the hole.
Scotty Scheffler trying to clean up his par here at 8.
Oh, man, that was ugly. That was not a good stroke.
At the 15th, here's Stuart Sink. Talked about him earlier as we welcome John Cook back in, the 2009 Open champion of Turnberry. Ageless out there.
Warmed up with a good finish last week on the Champions Tour.
He did. He played at Firestone in the Colleague Company's championship, senior players basically, and his second event out there, and played very well. Just kind of learning what the PGA Tour Champions is all about, but winner in the Open Championship, can't take that away.
It's early on Thursday, but Stuart Sink, north of 50 years of age, is beating every other professional who's in the field. The only one who's on top of him is an amateur. As we go to Spieth at 12.
Yeah, that wind out of the left here with this 3-wood. Got to start it, yep, right at that target, which he has done. Swinging the club really well.
It really is. He's got some speed.
This won't run through the right-hand side. If he hits driver on that line, it could still run through a little bit of a dogleg there, and there are some pot bunkers down the right.
Third at 16, short of the green, is the amateur, Lamprecht.
Yeah, hit a nice second out of a dodgy lie. Pitch up the green, and that'll leave him about 8 feet. Kind of maybe caught a little too much ball. Used a lot of loft right there.
He certainly did.
Patrick Cantley's getting comfortable over this putt.
That was a pretty good look there at that tough 9th hole. 200 yards today.
We wait until it turns around the wind and comes 180 degrees opposite. How tough that 9th hole will be. That'll be directly into their face, potentially on the weekend.
Now Robert McIntyre.
Those humps with the fescue on them up there make it a semi-blind shot. That stays up, and it's not going to. So it just got a lot tougher down there in the bottom of that swale.
Yeah, he'll have a few options from there. What he is comfortable choosing for the next, his third.
Cristo trying to remain at 5 under here. Not to be. He's going to give one back.
Yeah, got up and out of that quickly, missing it left, and little errant tee shot.
There's Tommy Fleetwood.
Just wants to land it somewhere on the front part of the green. Really nice.
Good shot there.
Can't go in that pot bunker on the right over there. That is no good. He played away from it. How about the crowds here, the galleries? I mean, they are tremendous. Yesterday on Wednesday, there had to be, I don't know, 40, 50,000.
Kurt, you and I were talking about that yesterday. We were driving around. It is incredible how many people are out here.
Just taking advantage of the good weather and the great players, the venue.
They love their golf and they know their golf. That's what's so amazing is everybody that's out here knows so much about the game.
Yeah, they're like
they really
St. Lou-
appreciate the skill level.
They're like St. Louis Cardinals baseball fans. They're the most knowledgeable fans in the sport here.
Boy, another thing, if Fleetwood somehow is playing
Oh.
late on Sunday and
Look
has a
out.
chance to win, that will be raucous out here.
Yep.
Grew up not far from here. Exactly what you said, John. They're all playing right to the front edge, basically, there. Even just off the green. That's a very easy shot. He may even putt it.
Now, coming off that bogey at 16, he still has the lead at the par 3 17th.
Let's see what type of shot he wants to play. He's a young kid. He's going flag hunting. Right in the center of the green where you're supposed to.
Hit and pray. That's what you do at 17 this week.
Hands on the steering wheel.
Oh, man. The pressure coming down the stretch at 17 is going to be so much fun to watch.
Especially if the wind's up a little bit.
Yeah.
Just enough to, you know, it's just not your stock standard pitching wedge, your little 9-iron.
See the flag laying relatively limp right now. If you're going to get after it, these conditions are seemingly ripe for it.
.191 front, 200 flag. That will be a little flipper over that bunker. Scotty, not quite on his game right now.
Not razor sharp.
Not razor sharp. A little scrappy.
Just made a bogey from the fairway at the 8th, did Scotty Scheffler. Everybody looking up at the amateur, who remains atop the leaderboard. He's been there for quite some time. Thomas Peters caught him at one point at 4 under par, but then he made a double bogey right after his eagle. What a story developing in the early stages here at the Open. Sepp Straka coming off his second PGA Tour victory at the John Deere Classic a couple of weeks ago. He finds himself in the red currently. Cameron Smith is at even par, hitting his second at 8.
See how aggressive he is here after pretty much ideal drive. Definitely trying to hold it up to that, up against that right to left breeze.
Has it on line,
Yeah.
needs to hold right there. Well done.
If he goes another one step, it catches a slope and feeds off the right-hand side.
Shane Lowry from long distance back at the 7th green. Good speed.
Just hanging around, kind of hanging right there.
We're now on the 8th green. One of the featured groups this morning.
Where are you?
A couple of major champions in Cam Smith and that guy, Wyndham Clark. All right, so we hear the phrase all the time, guys, about trying to back up a big victory. How do you prevent yourself from getting ahead of yourself when you get that huge win and you know you're trying to validate it at some point pretty soon?
I think the biggest thing for him is that we talked about a little earlier today is the mental part of his game is so much better than it used to be. He's strong mentally now, and he has a game plan. His caddy, John Ellis, is essentially his coach. They work together, they get a game plan together, and they're focused on what they can control now, not what else is, everything else going on around them. And I think it helps him get past what you're talking about, looking ahead and trying to do too much. They just stay focused on what their plan is.
You have to have a great support group that allows you to accomplish what your goals are. Like you said, his goals now are going to adjust. And whatever you can do between now and the end of the year to accomplish those goals, you have to have a great support system that will allow you to do that. But then you also enjoy your downtime. Don't be afraid to relax when it's time to relax. But when it's time to get back into that mode, you have to be in that bubble.
Talked about his support group and the mental approach. Sports psychologist Julie Elian does a lot of work with him. She is one of the great mind readers in the sport. He gave her a lot of credit a few weeks ago in Los Angeles when he won the U.S. Open. As we go to the leader now, putting for birdie at 17. No! Well, you make it 2 at 17, and you're really making up some ground. He will gladly take his 3, however.
I actually think you will see some birdies at 17, but you'll also see,
big ones,
like Lucas Herbert did earlier. You're going to see some guys make big mistakes here and make double or worse. It's only 126 yards. Even though the wind is back in their face, that's just a little chippy gap wedge up there.
I was laughing yesterday when Cameron Young said, I hit an 8-iron off the tee from 131. I said, when's the last time you hit an 8-iron 131? He just chuckled and said, no idea. Stuart Sink at 16.
We were on the same flight over here on Monday evening, getting in Tuesday morning, and he was surprised, not really surprised, but at the quality of play that he's run up against so far in the senior PGA and the at Firestone as well. He said, these guys are still really good. I need to get a little bit better at a couple things.
This guy's good at everything right here. Scotty Scheffler up there close, going to make, looks like he should make par at 9, although he just missed one about that length at 8.
Back here was Xander Schauffele at the 8th.
Played the hole pretty aggressively and didn't come away with birdie, but solid par though at the 8th.
This is one of the great things to watch in this sport. Jordan Spieth's short game. When he can turn on the imagination, it is awesome. Uh-oh.
Yeah, even Jordan was going to have a tough time with that one, well below the green.
You know, remember, he drove it right in the middle of the fairway off the tee, so a major mistake on his second shot. Instead of playing right at that hole location, overcooked a draw in there and got in trouble.
Tommy Fleetwood. He has a birdie putt.
You saw what Scotty Scheffler's pitch shot did. So he had the line, just did not have the speed.
Here's another look at that stroke you talked about, Kurt. It's butter, man.
Just poured one in at 7. I mean, it's just
so good.
It's so good. The ball goes in at the perfect speed, it seems like, every time.
He doesn't rattle them home either. They just go center cut.
And Kurt, you made a great point. He's done it at the highest level with the most pressure on.
Scotty missed a little one earlier to the left. Let's see if he can make this one.
Better stroke, better follow. You know, it didn't look like he was trying to hope it into the hole there, wish it into the hole. That looked like a positive stroke versus the one at 8.
At the home hole, Patrick Reed putting for birdie.
Pretty solid round of golf Patrick Reed has played today.
You can't believe that one didn't fall. One of 16 live players in the field this week at Liverpool. He was hoping for a gust there. Didn't happen. Jason Day.
A little uphill going that direction, and did he hit it? He had the line.
Tommy Fleetwood. Beautiful right to left motion.
Yeah, fits it up there pretty close to the edge. Just through, will it come back? He'll be on a little uphill lie, ball above his feet. Left pin, though.
Yeah, these fairways are not wide. Cameron Smith, the par 3 ninth.
See if he plays to the front edge here. It's really away from that right pot bunker, somewhere just left of this hole location near the front edge. Hang in there.
Hang in there. Nope.
If you're going to miss the green, though, that's the spot. You cannot miss over there to the right.
Still fine, yep.
There's a lot of green to work with there for Cam. There's another Australian.
Adam Scott going with less than driver. Trying to turn from right to left, but kind of hanging a little bit.
Needs a kick.
He gets a nice one.
Not on that line, a little left of that line. It's 315 through the fairway there. So that's why they're hitting the 3-woods. The wind's off the right.
That one's to the right enough where he won't be able to see the flag or the putting surface.
Tough to get it in a spot on that fairway where you can see the putting surface.
It has to be hugging that left-hand side.
See the shot of the gallery behind these guys on 10T? There are a lot of folks following this group.
Yeah, less than driver for him as well. 3-wood. Just send it down that right-hand side. Let that wind drift it to the left.
Looks like it's on a nice line. It is.
That hit pretty soft. Might have a little bit longer shot, but center of the fairway. Might be able to see the top of the flag stick.
Weather's been terrific the last couple of days. Maybe it is hardening out just a touch, but there's been so much rain here, Kurt, that I don't think there's any way they're going to be able to get the course firm and fast for the week.
Yeah, when I talked to Ricky Fowler about that yesterday, he said compared to 14, the golf course was a little slower and a little softer at this point.
Lamprecht.
Going with driver off this tee.
Yep.
Look at how close that OB is on 18. I mean, it
such
is
a good
right
drive.
there.
Such a good drive, and he's 10 feet from out of bounds.
It's a scary proposition.
Yeah.
It's like the out of bounds in the middle of the fairway almost. Jordan Spieth, he's putting for par at 12. He was in a nearly impossible position earlier.
That is such a great save. Kind of a Spieth type of a hole right there. You make a mistake with that second shot, but because you're such a good putter, you're able to save par. Short game putter.
Yeah, the short game is a two-pronged approach there. You've got to make the putts as well. And that time he was able to bail himself out after that difficult spot he was in with his third. Marcel Siem. He's putting for eagle at 5.
You've seen this putt quite a bit down the hill. Wanders to the left. Tries to go back to the right at the end, but just not quite enough. But good birdie.
The man bun is on the move early on a Thursday. Shane Lowry at 8.
Perfect tee shot and a nice second.
He looks to be in pretty good form.
Don't pull a hammy now.
There's no running in golf. What's he doing there? Stuart Sink. Can he make another one?
Pretty flat on top of that tier there where the whole location is today.
His demeanor is so perfect for these big championships. He just seems like he's always chilling, John.
He's won a lot of golf tournaments
Yes, he
for
has.
good reason. He's a good player. He's bigger than you think. Wonderful putter. Major champion.
How about Matthew Jordan? What a story earlier.
That's great.
Hit the first tee shot, made the first birdie. He's a member here at Royal Liverpool. Finishes it out with a 200 par 69. It's a day he'll never forget. The morning wave as we turn into the afternoon, and some of the afternoon pairings are fabulous. Min Woo Lee made that run at the Players earlier this year. Christian Bezuidenhout from South Africa, and another amateur. He would love to match what Christo is doing. Corey Connors, a lot of people think Corey Connors could fare well here, the way he plays the game. Billy Horschel and Alex Noren also in that game. Game 35, Tom Kim, Tom Hoagie, and Abraham Answer. And there's the United States Ryder Cup captain, Zach Johnson, the winner of the Claret Jug at St. Andrews in a playoff in 2015. Matt Wallace was picking the brain of Darren Clark yesterday as they played a practice round, the 2011 champion at Royal St. George's. Sahith Theegala. How about Dustin Johnson? He's had a chance, plenty of chances over the years.
Plenty of chances in this championship.
Speaking of 2011 and Royal St. George's when Darren Clark was a winner, it's been a while since we've seen Dustin Johnson really make some hay in one of these major championships, but you have to figure at some point he's going to put himself back on a leaderboard again, John.
Yeah, if he still has the desire to work, which he does. He's an athlete. He's a professional golfer. I don't think he's, super comfortable yet. If he still has that desire to work, he absolutely has game.
That was a good spot to miss it. We talked about that. Cam Smith, with his short game, he knows that he can pretty easily get that ball up and down, which it looks like he will. See that whole location at 10 there. You get left of that, it drops off pretty quickly. So most of these players at 10 are trying to just miss a little to the right of that hole.
I hear you say that a lot, both of you, that you got to figure out where to miss. It's every bit as important as hitting great shots close to the hole.
Especially in these major championships. And as good as these guys are around the greens nowadays, like even if they short side themselves, unless it's impossible, they figure that they can handle it. But you have to understand wide side, middle of the green, where the wind's blowing, type of shot, shape you need. It's a total examination. Winning major championships.
Well done. Very nice.
This was a par 5 in 2014 as well as 2006. So that wind direction ever gets out of the left and into their face, this hole is going to be a mean par 4.
I get the sense you're rooting for some bad weather, at least one of the 4 days.
Not necessarily like rain and wind all together, but I like to see some wind. I think you find the best ball strikers when they have to deal with, 10, 15, 20 miles an hour worth of wind.
Yeah, it just keeps them honest, It just, you got to play shots.
You just can't get away with mishits.
No.
It's going to get punished.
It's such a fine line in this game anyway. It all ratchets up when you come to these big 4 events. The huge championships in this sport really separate the guys who have the chops to get it done.
Yeah, that's the thing. It not only identifies the players that can hit the shots and shape the ball and are shot makers, but also under that kind of pressure that we've been talking about.
No, we don't talk about it. Okay, no. Yeah. We don't fuck around. Alright. Some wind up there, shelter, there's no ball. Yeah. Hey. You can come off with all left and just keep going. I like 8, I love 8 now actually. Got you start? No, give it room, Tom.
A little bit uphill lie, ball above his feet will promote a draw here. So he's really going to have to try to hold one off, keep from overhooking it.
Beginning to see a little heat haze out there. Beautiful conditions right now. Yeah, nice reception for the amateur champion as he walks onto this 18th green. Well, we've changed things up in the commentary box because joining myself, Don Hollier, it's a very warm welcome to Thomas Bjorn and to Andrew Johnston.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Is it afternoon? Just about. Just about.
You got your first call right, Thomas.
Just about.
Well, one slips by there for Shane Lowry. What a wonderful morning it's been for them out there. Beautiful weather, not much wind.
What do you think about the scoring, Thomas? Did you expect someone to go a little bit lower in these conditions?
Well, somebody should. Somebody should go out there and take advantage of this. Certainly, you feel comfortable out there. It's a tight golf course. It's a tough golf course. It asks a lot of questions. But if you're on your game and somebody's going to have good breaks and have a day where they just got to get it low, I think, and see something this afternoon, I think.
Looking down over the 10th green. Andrew, I guess your most memorable Open Championship came at Troon in 2016. Played nicely there. Are you a links lover?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's
it's such a different test. We don't get to play it too much during the season, and especially coming for usually Irish Open, Scottish Open, and the Open is generally an amazing stretch.
There are some wonderful courses, and as you've probably been hearing throughout the day, Royal Liverpool is in absolutely tip-top shape. Greens are beautiful. So Fleetwood just in the light cut of rough and out with the putter.
Yeah, just putting it slightly back in the stands just to get the ball first. Lovely putt. Lovely putt from Fleetwood. I think for Tommy Fleetwood this week, it's one of those weeks where you can stay away from everyone and concentrate on your golf. Living around here, it's obviously a lot of people supporting him in the crowds. Not be everything for everyone, but just be something for Tommy Fleetwood this week. Brooks Koepka, that's more like it. 2 over par through 10 holes. And that's an excellent shot in there.
Here's Germany's Marcel Seymour, winner in India earlier this year. Played nicely at Royal St George's, didn't he, a couple of years ago, but he knows where that's going, and it is not... Well, depends how it's lying and which part of the bunker he's caught. Nikolai Højgaard with a chance here at number 7. Two birdies on the card, no drop shots so far. I wonder if one or both of the Højgaard twins will make it into that Ryder Cup team at Marco Simone.
Well, you'll have to ask Luke Donald. I know what I want.
Nicely done from the defending champion. There's Wales away in the distance, over the other side of the Dee estuary.
Yeah, this is the far end of the golf course. This is where you turn around by the 10th here and then you start heading back towards the clubhouse. Oh no. I think we're all surprised, but no one more than him.
I'm afraid that was the story last week for Scotty Scheffler. Patrick Cantlay. Up to 18, and Christo Lamprecht with an outside chance of an eagle 3 here. Well, he'd like to be half as close again, wouldn't he? But what a performance, Andrew.
Yeah, incredible start. He'll definitely want to be knocking this one in and getting off, having a nice bit of lunch. But yeah, regardless if this goes in, it's an amazing start for him.
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, 3 of the last 5 amateur champions have been South African, and the 2 years that they weren't South African, it was because of COVID and they couldn't participate. So South African golf coming on very strong.
Excellent. A birdie at the last, and it is an opening round of 66 for South Africa's Christo Lamprecht. The amateur champion leads the way at the Open.
Yeah, that's superb. Excellent round of golf. Such a proud moment for this young man. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of him in the future.
To Tommy Fleetwood, who makes his par at 10. That's a dangerous hole out of the way with. Back over to the 18th. A day to remember for Christo Lamprecht, another day to remember. Playing with Joost Luiten, who shot level par today, 71, and Louis Oosthuizen, the 2010 Open champion. Around in 74, poor back 9 for Oosthuizen, home in 40.
Yeah, what a great day for the young man to spend the day with Louis as well out there, former Open champion and one of the great South African golfers that's done so well in this championship. A very, very proud moment.
Well, we saw the tee shot of Marcel Siem at the 6th.
Yeah, good touch there. He's in a tricky spot in that bunker. It's not the place you want to be.
And to another experienced player, Stuart Sink.
You can say that. Nice round going here for Stuart Sink, 3 under par. I'm more worried that I'm going to have to deal with him next week at the Senior Open. If he's playing like this, it's going to be tough. He loves this championship, obviously a former Open champion. Superb round going.
Swing there, Bob.
They seem to like it. And what is not to like about that from McIntyre? Here's the world number 1.
Swing.
Oh, he's got it over the mound as well. I think Tommy's laid up short, and that's going to leave him a little wedge in. So it's a good birdie chance here.
Scheffler in good shape. Let's head over and catch up with Siwoo Kim, who's got this at 8 to move to 3 under. That's a natty jumper. That's the sort of thing that Beef would wear, isn't it?
Maybe indoors.
Any bit of into is like a 10.
When you're at home learning the alphabet.
Big wide stance for Marcel Siem. Oh, shame. First drop shot of the day, I should say, for Siem. So he's back to 2 under par. Here's Hideki Matsuyama. He's been too quiet for too long, hasn't he, Matsuyama? As we head to McIntyre, we saw the tee shot. This to get under par at 9.
Yeah, nice run of events for Bob McIntyre. Just got up short in Denmark and last week at the Scottish Open. This one slides by after a wonderful shot. That'll be a par 3.
And that has been the theme for him out there today, Thomas. He's hit some quality shots and not really been rewarded. Matthew Jordan, the Royal Liverpool member, round in 69 today, but it's the amateur champion who leads the way at Hoylake. That's the ball of Cameron Smith.
Oh, this is a tough one. The ball's sitting down a little bit. Really just got to open that blade up. Get weight on your left foot and try and throw that right hand in under the ball to get it out. It's got it out. It was always going to be difficult to get it all the way to the hole, and to get it out was the most important thing. Look at that release through the ball. And that's probably the most important thing in shots like that. You see the right hand overtaking, maintaining that loft to get the ball up.
To Jordan Spieth at the 14th.
Beautiful rhythm there from Spieth. He's staring at it. And that's a good shot. Right into the heart of the green. That's exactly where he was trying to go. An open leaderboard is always a little bit better when Jordan Spieth's name is on it.
Likewise, this man, Shane Lowry. I'm afraid that's going to be a drop shot for the Portrush champion. Well, we're heading back to the first tee, where Minwoo Lee, Christian Bezuidenhout and Harrison Crowe are about to get underway. There's Minwoo. Made his Open debut a couple of years back and played at St Andrews last year.
This is game number 33. On the tee from Australia, Minwoo Lee.
One up at Renaissance a couple of years back, a Rolex Series victory for him, and played really nicely, didn't he, at the US Open at LA Country Club. Big injection of confidence after that, and pretty much secures him his PGA Tour card for next season. He's excited about that.
Well, only 71 holes to go
On the
off the
tee
tee.
from South Africa, Christian Bezuidenhout.
Unbeaten on his President's Cup debut last September. He's got a terrific record so far in the Open, but he is a quality player.
That is exactly what you want to do down the first.
On the tee from Australia, Harrison Crowe.
The winner of the Asia Pacific Amateur Championship. That was last October. He's already played in the Masters and the US Open, and now here he is at the Open.
Well, that's left of the bunker. It's all about the lie now. And he's got a nice one. He'll be happy when he gets down and see that ball.
Great view of what's facing Tommy Fleetwood here at 11.
What, you're just aiming at a cloud? Well, he picked the right cloud anyway.
So to Cam Smith, and remember this one is for par.
not quite for Cam. So that's an outward 9, a level par.
Koepka at the 12th.
I spoke to him earlier in the week, Brooks, and he was just so delighted and happy that he's healthy and fit again to play the game at the highest level. I think even he was worried at one time that he might not get back there.
Well, we all saw it in the Netflix series, didn't we? Scheffler.
See that? I thought that would be the difference with Scheffler and Fleetwood there, him taking the wood and being able to get it over the hump and see the flag.
Wyndham Clark. Nicely done. It's the first birdie of today for the US Open champion, so he gets it under par. And to Spieth.
Just a slight misread from Jordan Spieth. It's very rare you see him miss them by that much.
Nice roll from Tommy Fleetwood here. Oh, and they love it.
That's exactly what I said, didn't I? You have a better birdie chance getting over that hump.
Welcome to commentary, Andrew. You can only call it how you see it, can't you?
Just look at the reaction of the Liverpudlians here behind those blue ropes, or yellow ropes, sorry. There you go. Doesn't matter which football team they support him.
Well, let's see if Scheffler can follow him in. Can't miss him, can you? Siwoo Kim with an outside chance of a 2 at 9. Two under par, 3 back of the lead is Siwoo. All very neat and tidy. No drop shots today for the Korean. Here's the defending champion. He's on the 11th tee.
Well, he's not quite on it today. He's making a few birdies, but also a good few mistakes. He definitely didn't play like this last year. Beef, that's you there. That's you this afternoon, is it?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm usually one of them most mornings, Tom.
I think he's on one of those newfangled foil things which lifts up out of the water. They're quite spectacular. Stuart Sink at 18.
He's in his 50s now, Stuart Sink, and that's an excellent round.
His wife caddies for him. He says it works out really well.
Par 5, 15, Jordan Spieth. This used to be the 16th hole here, and they changed the routing a little bit down the right-hand side, but should still be able to knock it forward, miss the bunkers.
it almost doesn't matter where he ends up, Jordan Spieth, does it? You know he's going to have a chance. And so to the 18th, and let's see if Stuart Singh can close out with a birdie here for a round of 67.
Just looked like he underread that a little bit, but well, I think he's going to tap this in, and it's a great start.
One for the 50-somethings there. A bogey-free round of 68 for Stuart Singh. Lovely way to start the week. Koepka.
There he is, coming on a bit of a run here as well, and as we've seen in the past, Koepka's such a dangerous player in the majors.
Arguably the most determined player out there, isn't he? Psychologically pretty strong now that he's got over his injury problems, and back-to-back birdies takes Koepka back to level par. He is 5 behind Christo Lamprecht, the amateur champion who leads the way here at Royal Liverpool. And coming off his birdie at 11, here's Tommy Fleetwood.
A little bit out of this one for Fleetwood, so it's heading down the right-hand side.
Right.
Just got to miss the bunkers. I don't think it did. He knew it straight away where that was going.
Yep. Good.
Heavy.
Yep.
Well, it never bodes well when you can't see anything of the ball. That's exactly what's facing Cam Smith here at 11.
The only thing that's in his favour is that he's up the left, and it's kind of opened up the green a little bit.
I tell you what, if that's a long way left that off the tee. He's pretty much going in the direction of the number 11 there. I think he's just waiting for the guys to tee off the 12th tee. You can see there on your left-hand side.
Sounded like a reasonable connection, didn't it?
Yeah, he hasn't held back on that. That's not too bad of a position there. The only place he couldn't really miss that was right there.
He's working hard for his score out there at the moment, is Cam Smith. Somewhere down there is the 12th tee. And the world number 1.
Steady, steady. Oh, it's just okay. It's a really difficult driving hole, this one, because it really does push you to aim down the right side towards the bunkers, and it's really hard to try and aim further left and hit it up the left side.
Well judged from Scotty Scheffler. Look at some of the names up there. Tommy Fleetwood, Patrick Reed, Jordan Spieth. High quality. You've got the amateur champion leading the way, Matthew Jordan, the local lad. There's Scheffler. Adam Scott's up there, the US Open champion in contention as well. We've got a Tiger here, but he's from Germany, Tiger Christensen. Poor old Lucas Herbert. He was going along very nicely, wasn't he? But I'm afraid came a cropper at the 17th. Little Eye, this new par 3 here at Royal Liverpool. Rookie Fowler level par at the moment. Last week's runner-up, Robert McIntyre, also on that score, along with the 2019 Open champion Shane Lowry. Pablo Larrazábal started his round beautifully, struck some exceptional shots. In the end, had to settle for a 1 over par round. Richie Ramsey, he was out in that first group with Matthew Jordan and Brandon Grace, 73 for the Scot, and likewise for South Africa's Grace. Darren Clark, the man who won at Royal St George's some 12 years ago now. Oosthuizen with the poor back nine, slipping in the end to a round of 74. Bryson DeChambeau not off to a good start. He was coming into the week with plenty of confidence, felt his game was in good shape. Has not worked out for him thus far. It's the first taste of the Open for Dan Bradbury, the Joburg Open winner. Rasmus Højgaard struggling, so is the Finn Sami Välimäki.
Well, here's a nice look at the 13th hole. Pin on the left-hand side, as you can see. Played slightly downhill. It's one of those wonderful links par threes where you can see everything. Good line. We'll have to blame the caddy for that club.
Cam Smith down in the depression to the left of 11.
This is where links gets really interesting for me. He's opted to chip it. You can putt it. There's always 2 or 3 different options you can use, and it's sometimes you can get caught in 2 minds.
Problems for Nicolai Højgaard. This one is for par at the 9th, the par 3. Bob McIntyre's in trouble as well.
Yeah, he didn't hit the best of chips, you can say, over to here. Bit of a hack, and now he's got this for par up the hill. And a little bit of work left there for bogey. Well, Tommy Fleetwood has missed the bunker. We thought he was in it. Now it's all about the lie. Pretty good angle in here.
These are ones that can be really difficult to judge, and I wonder if he's anticipating a flyer here as well.
Yeah, the tough part of this is it's up the hill and the golf course is pretty green, so it lands short. It might not bounce forward. If it lands on the green, trickle to the back. That's an excellent shot from Fleetwood. Worked it out well with his caddy and Finnis. They love playing golf around here, Hillside, West Lancs. They out there all the time, learning their link skills.
So when he started, he used to sneak onto Royal Birkdale when all the members were in the clubhouse with his dad. I think they're going to backdate bill him for green fees.
Oh, that's some shot there. That is, again, even out the rough, judging it up the hill. What a shot.
So close, wasn't he? at Royal Liverpool in 2012. Got himself a good advantage with 4 holes to play, and then I'm afraid it all just went wrong. The wheels came off, and he allowed in Ernie Els.
Well, this shouldn't be the easier one of the 3 off the fairway. See, he gets a spin because it was off the fairway. Just a little bit into the breeze, stalling on him, but still a chance.
Well, we saw the chip, and this is what Cam Smith have left himself, a par at 11. Disappointing start to the back 9. Drop shots at 10 and 11 for Smith to seam to get to 3 under par.
He's absolutely flying here. What a great start. 3 under after 7.
Yeah, he loves his Marcel. What was it? Was it Port Roche where he was up there as well, where he was giving fist pumps, or was it?
I thought it was St George's.
It might have been in St George's, but he was all over the place that week, loving every minute of it.
Lovely judgment of pace there from Brooks Koepka. And a birdie putt here for Wyndham Clark. He's seeing a little bit of left to right in this. Maybe the other way.
Great read there, Dom. It was the way he stood over the ball, wasn't it? It looked like he was aiming left.
Really enjoys the challenge of links golf, and unlike Cameron Smith, he has started birdie on the homeward journey. Wyndham Clark, so he's got it to 2 under. He's within 3 of the lead. Says he would simply love to go home for the first time since winning the US Open as a double major champion. Has been quite an amazing rise in the professional game, hasn't it, for Wyndham Clark over the last couple of seasons.
Well, this is Jason Day for birdie. Can't really see the hole. There's a head in the way. What a lovely stroke, though. It's nice to see him playing this kind of golf, Jason Day. He really dominated the game there for a short period, then a lot of injuries. Seems to be back to some of his best.
Let's see if Tommy Fleetwood can roll this one in at 12, just over 30 feet, and
I tell you, he's hit a lot of great mid-range putts that look like they've been going in and just snuck behind. You can see that ball directly behind the hole as well.
well, there would be no more popular winner, I think, this week than that man right there.
Pretty easy one here for Jordan Spieth. A little bit up the hill. Give this a nice roll. And he doesn't miss those when they... It's one of those, as a player, you just see the line. It's a bit up the hill. You can give it a go. And when you're as good putter as Jordan Spieth, you see nothing but holding it.
That on the leaderboard. Seam and then Jordan Spieth.
Well, you can just see the top of the flag there, left of the TV tower. He had to get that up. Oh, this is an excellent shot. What a shot from Ricky Fowler.
Well, no birdie for Tommy Fleetwood. What about Scotty Scheffler here at 12?
Again, still mid-range. I think he'd be quite frustrated where his drive ended up, having 130 yards in and sort of being that far away for a birdie putt.
Let's see if Cam Smith can find a fairway here at 12.
up the left side again. All depends on that lie. It's difficult driving hole, like we said.
For a much needed birdie, Matthew Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, he had a poor Scottish Open, surprisingly, and he's not really gotten off to the start that he wanted here as well, Matt Fitzpatrick. Just struggling to find his best.
Really surprised by his pre-tournament comments. He felt a top 30 finish would be pretty good at the moment, the way he's playing. Adam Scott does make the birdie, fully deserved as well. Well, this is the 13th hole, and Patrick Cantlay.
Yeah, this hole is looking very difficult into that bit of wind to get the ball all the way back to this pin, and it's leaving players 40-50 foot putts.
One of the holes that features on our par 3 coverage, that and the 17th. You find that through the app or the website. Oh, good heavens.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that, you know, you feel like, I mean, the statistics tell you that we haven't seen a golfer like him since Tiger Woods from tee to green, and just on the greens, there's just something at times where he just doesn't quite get it right. If it's confidence or if it's a little bit of action in the hand, it's just difficult to tell.
Well, 16 used to be a par 5, didn't it, before they made the changes of routing to accommodate the new 17th hole here at Royal Liverpool. Concerning news for fans of Bob McIntyre. We're hearing this is for a bogey 5 at the 11th. Remember, he's just dropped a shot at the 10th.
I mean, it's tough, you know. If you knock that in for bogey, you sometimes feel you can even gain momentum off that. Dropping a double on 11 there is not ideal.
All the way out to 3 over par, McIntyre. Coming off the birdie at 12, Adam Scott.
Hang on. That probably just running off there has made that a little bit harder. Again, 194 yards back into that breeze, and you're trying to draw it back into that flag, and he's just overcooked it a bit there.
The average proximity to the hole here, almost 46 feet.
I'm glad your yardage book doesn't do that when I play. I'll get so nervous. All the things, trouble you could get into. Fleetwood on 13, looking straight at the flag. And as you say, Andrew, it's just difficult to get it back to that hole today.
Yeah, I don't think long's ideal, and you're obviously, if you're in between clubs, you're probably going to take less club and try and flight it a lot, aren't you, to get as much out of it as possible. And if you end up there, you take your 2 putts and walk off with a solid par.
It's time to collect your thoughts after, what, a 2.5 foot missed putt on the last. Nice little tick off the left-hand side there into the green.
You'd think he'd be a person that wouldn't get too phased about that, right?
I don't think many things phases him these days. He knows his qualities are from tee to green. And this is definitely a fly alive for Cam Smith out of the left-hand rough. And is it going to hang on? No, that's off. And that's going to roll a long way off. It might even roll off the fairway. Not easy from there. Eighth hole, Marcel Sim. You know, this guy deserves a lot of credit. He really rededicated him to the game, works extremely hard on and off the golf course, and he's seen the results of it in his game. You know, he's turned into a very, very solid, good player. It's a great season this year, winning golf tournaments again.
And then if it
Marcel Sim is
too far to the right, you're just chipping across. The only thing we're preventing is the short left, right?
This looks awkward. Seems like he's in a hole with his left foot.
He's done well there. I mean, keep it on the green. He can only hit it to that right side. He's done really well there. Good shot.
Spieth out of the rough at 16.
Yeah, he had a great line in there, into the flag on 16. That's probably the better side to come in, and as you can see, he could chase it up the green. Still got to hit the shot though.
And a birdie putt here for Shane Lowry at the 11th hole. This to move back into red figures.
Lovely, right in the centre.
Adam Scott missed the green at 13. He's going to leave himself that for par at the par 3. Definitely signs that that breeze is beginning to pick up now, isn't it? And at times just gusting slightly as well, which adds to the difficulty. Here's Henrik Stenson, the Troon champion from 2016. Well, another little change up in the commentary box, because joining Beef Johnston and myself, Dom Hollier, it's a warm welcome back to Aaron Oberholzer.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Looks like the sun's shining. The green's looking like they're maybe getting a little firmer. The golf course playing a little faster this afternoon.
Well, we saw this a short while ago from Patrick Cantlay, didn't we? Firmly hit by Fleetwood.
Yeah, as I said before, he's putting lovely. The long putting's been great. It's one of them where you just need to stay patient, and if they keep slipping by the edge, just let it be.
Frenchman Antoine Rosner, who won in Mauritius at the back end of last year, counts for this season though. Very nicely done. Let's wander back to the first tee.
This is game number 36. On the tee from the USA, Zach Johnson.
The man who won at St Andrews in 2015. The US Ryder Cup captain, big couple of months upcoming for him. Also a Masters champion.
He played a practice round with Brooks Koepka earlier this week, so you know he's got his eye on Brooks. Obviously, Brooks is right now on that team. Prolific drawer of the golf ball, Zach, throughout his career. Didn't draw enough.
No, looks like he's sitting all right, though.
On the tee from England, Matt Wallace.
Yeah, remember that PGA Championship? I think that was where he made a hole-in-one, wasn't it? It was quite the week for Matt Wallace. Announced himself on the world stage. Picked up his first PGA Tour victory earlier this season. Another player who's desperate to make it into the European Ryder Cup team. He's a little way off the pace at the moment, but a good week here could change all that.
I was watching him on the range earlier this week, and he looked to be swinging it really well. Very, very neutral ball flight as well.
From
Just
Australia,
flighting
David
it really well on the
Micheluzzi.
range.
From Australia, making his first appearance at the Open. He's not the tallest of guys, but he does get it out there.
That one looks to be sitting pretty well as well.
At the end of the day, I'd like to know the stats, how many players have actually hit that first fairway.
It's got to be one of the toughest fairways to hit. Out of the first 6 guys of the day, I think one person hit the fairway for sure.
Yeah, that right side is so favourable there.
Well, this is for 3 birdies in a row for Wyndham Clark.
It would have been an absolute steal of a birdie if he had knocked that in where his second shot was, and the lie it looked like he had didn't look too good. So I think he'd be happy if he rolls that in and walks off with par there.
Oh, speaking of a lie that doesn't look too good. Oh, that is fantastic. Man, there aren't too many other players in the world, Beef, that could have pulled that one off. You need the strength of Brooks Koepka right there, that's for sure.
Cam Smith putting for par again.
Oh, I mean, that's a great save from where he was. When you go right off that hole, I mean, it's literally 8-9 foot lower than the green. That's tricky.
Spieth at 16. Pay off another birdie to get the 3. Gorgeous. Boy, if it weren't for that double on the 8th, could be a completely different story. Nonetheless, he's still only 2 back.
He'll be delighted though, won't he? Because it was a poor week last week at Renaissance. Missed the cut in the Scottish Open. Back on form now. Fleetwood.
Stay away. That's beautiful. Boy, flighted that driver. You can see he's choking up a couple inches on that driver. He can play some shots.
Well, let's see what Marcel Siem can do here at the tough 9th.
Really? Come on, guys.
I think that could have been a lot worse.
I thought for sure it was going to be a lot worse based on the reaction.
Back to 14. This time Scheffler.
Decided to go with the 3-wood. Fairway slopes a little bit from left to right and reverse the off the dog leg right to left. Good shot.
Right to the 17th and Spieth.
Get down, get down, get down. Sit.
Yeah, good shot there. It is just one of them holes that plays on your mind. You know, you know it's only probably a wedge or a 9-iron, but you know if you miss the green, you could be in such a problem if you miss it.
There's a lot of angst when that ball's in the air on the 17. Abraham Answer out of the bunker and in to the hole. Beautiful bunker shot there for Abraham Answer. It's him to 1 under. Let's take another look at that. Boy, a lot of speed to get it out of these, over these revetted faces. That's just a bonus when it goes in.
Can Brooks Koepka capitalize on that wonderful shot from the rough at 14?
Oh, he's clearly misread that. Again, par's not terrible, but when you hit it that close, you really feel like you can steal a shot of the off everyone there.
Going back a few years, I remember the way he muscled it out of the rough at Bethpage Black. It was some performance from Koepka, now a 5-time major champion, of course. It is the amateur champion who continues to lead the way, though, here. Jordan Spieth closing in, 2 back, 2 holes to go. He's found the putting surface at 17. Here's Wyndham Clark. This at the par 3, 13th.
Looks like he's lined up for a cut there. Left.
Yeah, we haven't seen many people hitting it left to right on this hole. Everyone's been trying to draw it in there, but I guess if you're comfortable hitting a shape, then hit it.
These green to these certain tee shots sit kind of at odd angles around the entire golf course, subtly, and you've really got to figure out the shot you want to hit and be committed. Jason Day at 17. Oh, it looks like a good line. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh boy. That is the pit of despair right there. That front bunker is just awful.
As we say at my home course in Hell's Kitchen.
Ugh. Oh, it'll be interesting to see what he can do from there. To Lowry at 12, meantime.
Ball's still not bouncing as much as I know I'd like to see. It's still pretty soft out there.
So the ball positions out here at 14 for Fleetwood, Scheffler and Scott. And Jamie Spence has caught up with the world #1 and Fleetwood and Scott.
Yeah, good afternoon. What a beautiful afternoon for a game of golf. It really is. Bit of breeze though, bit of breeze. Adam Scott has come out smelling the roses here. Went into the crowd, no one hurt, fortunately. Big shout for, that's what you should do. 210 he's got from a really good lie, but one of the most difficult holes on the golf course.
Yeah. Do you think, I mean, if it's on a low flight, is it a bit too hot? No. I'm not worried about that anyway. Okay, honestly, not worried about it. Yeah, I'm pretty straight in. Straight in. Can I just get a little bit of room here, please? Yeah, sorry, I just need to have a swing. Thanks.
Front left will be a good play here for Scott. Big run-off area to the right of this green, and that pin is cut tight to it as well. So left half of the green would be ideal, but it's a long way in from here, straight into the wind.
Oh, that's where he did not want it. That will challenge him for sure.
Scotty Scheffler found the middle of the fairway. Beautiful tee shot. 187. Playing near a 205 on this angle. Straight back into this club and a bit breeze. Be a 5-iron for Scheffler. Keep it left.
My goodness.
It's so easily done though, isn't it? When you're trying to flight one, and all you've got to do is just lean into it and just get the club a little bit behind and push it like that.
That one might be even tougher for Scotty Scheffler. Now Day at the 17th out of this cavernous bunker in the front. That revetted face in front of him, over 6 feet tall, and that is gorgeous. My goodness.
It's no Hell's Kitchen there, right?
Oh.
It's obviously the place to miss. Wonderful stuff from Day. Marcel Seam distracted off the tee. Outside chance of a 2 though here at 9.
It's one of them putts. If he had knocked that in and I was playing with him, I would have just turned around and be like, what was all the fuss about on the tee?
Better go buy that fan a pint. That went in.
To 13 and Cam Smith.
Oh, it's looking straight at it. Yeah, great shot. He's one of the few who's got it back to that pin today.
Well, that's what he did all Sunday afternoon, wasn't it, at St Andrews when he went on to win last year. Good tee shot from Jordan Spieth at the 17th. Can he find another one? Nearly, not quite.
Speed's been pretty good today for Jordan. For the most part with that putter, it usually is.
Back to the first. There is Dustin Johnson.
That's the middle of the 18th fairway.
That's on purpose, is it?
I don't think so.
No?
Yeah, there you go. You can see the grandstands down there just disappearing out of your picture at 18. Well, it's an interesting play.
Xander got a little lucky to stay in the shorter cut and not reach that fuzzier cut behind him. Pretty basic pitch here.
Yeah, nice touch there. Nice touch.
2 birdies, 2 bogeys today. All the rest pars for Schauffele to Scheffler.
Well, this is going to be difficult here. Short-sided. He's got to use the hill here, I would think, Beef.
100%.
That was always going to be difficult. He also had a false side right there.
I mean, it's so severe, that bank.
Couldn't afford to come up short. It was coming right back to his feet. And there's a great look at where these guys are and where Adam Scott is.
Different proposition here for Adam Scott. Putter all day long, but it's such a steep bank. It's a good 6.5 feet in front of him. So he's got to give it a good clunk to get at the top, but then it's downhill when it gets on the green. So to get this the right speed, very difficult. Line's not so bad.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Some touch, that is. That's so easy to just overhit it and end up 10, 15 foot past.
Well, that'll be good enough for par, so Adam Scott will remain a 1 under. Meanwhile, to Wyndham Clark. Almost 60 feet of green to cover. And once again to 14, and this a par putt, Jamie, for Scheffler.
Yeah, he left himself nothing down there, really. The issue was the lie in the semi-rough there. It was just sitting down there, so he had to make sure he got it up there. Not a bad shot. Yeah, Teddy's caddy just pointed just outside the left. There's quite a bit of break on this for Scheffler. We've seen him hold so many of these over the last few years. But it's got a bit of break on it. Good foot, this. Depends how he sees it, dying it in. Biggest galleries of the day with this group so far.
I think he hit it where he wanted to. It's just a little bit of a misread.
After a great start, it's just slipping away at the moment for the world number 1 to Cam Smith. Good chance here to get it back to level par.
Just looked a bit firm, a bit too much pace for that line there.
Well, what a shot from Fleetwood. Couldn't have put it in a better spot here. Really couldn't. What a cheer. Will go up. If this knocks in, it's got to be off the right, this one. Just a little bit uphill. Quite slow because it's into the wind as well. You have to factor that in a little bit this afternoon, especially on a putt like this. So it needs to be struck firmly here from Fleetwood.
This would be stealing one here, Jamie, if this is the second hole, hardest hole on the golf course today.
Straight in the middle. He's got to be absolutely loving it out here. Around here, right near where he lives.
If I'm Tommy, I turned my phone off, though, this week, without a doubt. We'll pick it up on Monday.
And he's got a couple of par 5s to come, hasn't he? Fleetwood
Yes, he
now
does.
within 2 of the lead. Matt Fitzpatrick.
He's going to grind. You know that.
Yeah, again, another player won't really get too phased if he can make 3 or 4 up the last. It turns it into a decent day.
Into a save for sure. He saved his championship.
His brother, his younger brother Alex, of course, has qualified to play at the Open, so they're all sharing a house together, the Fitzpatrick family.
Nice save for when you don't want to 3-putt that, just give one away.
To the tough 10th hole and the second shot here for Marcel C.
You can't see the green from where he's hitting from, and that's a great shot there. It makes it so much more difficult when it's blind and you can't see the green or flag or get too much perception. And there's a few houses behind the back where he's probably picked something out there.
And the 8th, Antoine Rosner to move into that group at 3 under par. You played much with him at Beef?
I'm not sure I have played with him. Not that I can remember, no.
3-time winner out on the DP World Tour. Of course, you've been injured lately, so you haven't played too much golf, but he's a quality player. Here's Fleetwood.
Driver brings in the left bunkers, should take out the right-hand ones, 2 either side of this fairway.
That was a beautiful golf swing right there.
Absolutely perfect.
And he will definitely have a go at that with this wind direction today.
Yeah, it's a hole to attack, no doubt about it. 602 yards, but it is down the breeze, so it's easily reachable for these players. And what a drive from Fleetwood. And a driver for Scott as well. Be trying to peel it off those left bunkers here.
He's begging.
I don't want to say anything. It's good now.
Yeah. You never know, do you? Until it stops rolling.
Yeah, we don't want to be calling them too early, do we? We'll have a letter through the post. Driver for Scheffler. Soft shoe shuffle. Watch this feet. Watch this action. The hip movement. Get out of the way of it. Hit it hard.
Right down the middle!
There you go. Take that, you two. Well, Bob McIntyre needs to start turning things around and quickly as well. He's 3 over par at the moment.
Oh, that's not going to be much easier on right up against that cut.
You can't help but think that it must have taken so much of it out of him last week, so much energy.
Yeah, that him coming back from that 66 at the Scottish Open definitely took something out of him for sure. Getting in contention and almost having a chance to win.
It's that adrenaline, you know, you're going through Sunday and you're so pumped up and you can feel so flat the next week.
Schauffele on the tee at 14. Again, just going with the 3-wood. Wind off the left. Trying to draw it. You know, at 173 mile an hour ball speed with the 3-wood.
Well, let's catch up once again with Nikolai Højgaard, the maiden Himalayan champion. I beg your pardon, it was his brother, wasn't it? He won that late in the day when you got up as early as I did. Anyway, he does roll that in for a birdie. I think I got that right.
Dom, I was going to ask, how do you tell those guys apart?
Well, it's very difficult. We've all made that mistake at some stage.
I can imagine. Oh, that one's got to settle.
Hey, right.
He talked about it, that this was going to be the club that was going to make or break him this week. He's going to have to get the tee ball in play here.
Get the feeling there might be a range session after play today for Cam. To the 18th tee and Jordan Spieth.
Trying to get that wind to move it back. Might need a bounce, might need a couple of bounces.
That's the only shape I see off there, though. Straight down the left and try and use the wind and cut it back. That out of bounds to the right is so tight.
It's 6 paces off the right of that fairway.
Yeah, they moved it 20 yards closer to the fairway since the last edition was staged here in 2014, the edition that Rory McIlroy, of course, won, and he will be out this afternoon, 3 o'clock-ish local start for Rory. So just 17 players under par at the moment.
You guys a little surprised by the scores?
No, I thought when I've had a walk, it looked tricky to me. It looked like the golf course gives you a lot of options where you can lay it short of bunkers, leave yourself longer shots in, which is effectively going to make it harder, but you're not bringing any bunkers into play, or you can take 1 or 2 on. I think it offers so many different options to play. I thought it was quite tricky.
Well, I wonder whether Dustin Johnson played from the 18th fairway into the first in practice.
I just don't think I've ever seen him hit it that far left before.
Yeah, and I know why you asked me. Was that on purpose?
You shot me straight down on that.
I don't think it was. I honestly don't. It might have been, though. We'll have to ask DJ at the end of the round. Oh, my goodness. He doesn't want that one again.
Wow. I reckon you had, what, 2 yards to land that in?
About the size of a hula hoop.
Well, Shane Lowry has misleft on 13.
That is very unlike Shane. Those are some of the best hands in the game. You don't see that, but that's what that rough can do.
Up to 15, and this is an eagle putt for Hideki Matsuyama.
Oh, great putt there. That was looking on a good line the whole way as well. And it's one of them, if that goes in, all of a sudden you just leap straight up into 2 under.
Marcel Siem has this one to move within 1. Oh, Marcel.
No shame for a 4 on 10, that's for sure. You take 4 of those and run to 11 all week.
Brooks Koepka, this for a 4 at the par 5 15th.
He's brought it back nicely on this back 9.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's gonna lay around. There's no doubt he's not gonna go very far. And he knows it's going to get more and more difficult as the weather comes in, potentially. Dustin, that's where he ended up. Coming up over that brow right there. Good putt. Looks like he might get away with a par here at the first.
Would have been a heck of a birdie, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Well, he's won the US Open, he's won the Masters. He'd love to win the Open. Came close, didn't he, at Royal St George's. And Darren Clark won Matsuyama for the 2-putt birdie at 15, so he moves it under par as well.
They're always pretty nice, stress-free birdie they look like to me.
Yes, and today is just a day, don't shoot yourself out of it, because this is probably going to be the best weather day we get this week. Just don't shoot yourself out of it today. Just hang around that even 1 under, 1 over.
Do you think that plays on your mind when you play 9? If there's going to be bad weather, it puts more pressure to get off to a good start?
I think in the back of your mind, you know what's going on absolutely for the week weather-wise.
Scott from 250 straight down the wind, though. Won't be playing anything like it. Playing about the 200 mark. Tight entrance to this 15th green, though, this par 5.
Just have to avoid that pot bunker that he just kind of started right over. Oh, yeah. Excellent. Excellent, excellent shot.
To the 4th, and Christian Bezuidenhout.
Lovely again. He's another real chilled out, calm fella.
Got to be a great player to win at Valderrama, haven't you, Beef?
That's from 250 for Fleetwood, just trying a little soft draw off the right.
Ooh, that's some thicker rough over there. That should be all right. We can see it from here, which is good, Jamie.
Yeah, it's not good if you miss it over there, really. Huge drive. Scheffler, 236. I mean, 6 iron. Might be a 7 down this wind. Slightly off the right, but there's a good club and a half behind him here, and if he knocks it up in there, you can add a bit more for that as well. He's got a pitch about 10 short here, Scheffler.
Excellent leave. I think he was right in between clubs there, and I think he went with the obviously went with the right one, trying to carry the shorter club as far as he possibly could, and use that wind to his advantage.
Does that bunker that sits 30 yards just short of the green, when it's downwind like that, it just, you have to play a game of chicken there to get it to the front edge.
Oh boy. This looks, oh my goodness. Welcome to Royal Liverpool, Wyndham Clark. Take another look at this. This is the worst lie I've seen all day anywhere on the golf course, and look at that. That is a strong young man, and he moved it about 5 feet.
That was like a hockey player firing into the back of the putt. See?
See if he's taken, yeah, it's absolutely perfect. I think he's taken that ridge out, so he's not going to have too far in.
He's got a lot of love and respect from his fellow pros, hasn't he? Had to go back to the Challenge Tour when he lost his card on the DP World Tour. It started this season on a qualifying school card. Changed all that with a victory in India. Here we go again.
Oh boy.
I mean, that's what that rough can do. You draw one horror lie like that, and what you're concerned about is when it moves a yard, is this lie just as bad?
Up to 18, Sepp Straka from Austria. Hello. Hello, hello.
Oh, come on. You've got to be kidding me. That was one right there that Seve Ballesteros would have been proud of.
There would have been anxiety as that's going into the bank and just trickling over the hill for that split second.
Look at this. I mean, talk about the exact trajectory, spin, landing it in the right spot. My goodness. Incredible skill.
Made a 7 at the 15th. He's birdied the last for a round of 71. Well done to Sepp Straka. Here's Fleetwood short of the green at 15, Jamie.
Got a great lie. There's some thick stuff down there, right in my book. Don't go right, but he's pulled a doozy here, Fleetwood, and it's a pretty simple up and down. Really just lob it on the top and let it release. Could even hole it. Expect him to get up and down here.
Well done.
Well, he's going to walk up, tap that one in. He'll move to 4 under par, within 1 of Lamprecht, the top.
Flying over the universe.
So we'll head over to
what's the play?
18.
Where
Wood. Jordan Spieth was bunkered off the tee.
It lands past the hole, right?
It's
That's
down
a
off the
good thing.
left, yeah.
And it's what front? What am I to the hole?
266.
3-wood lands over the green and just gets way back there. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep. I hear you.
Just send it over and come backwards for par. I don't think I have like a good number to be able to, like if I had 4 iron, I would like it. I think 3 is in the bunkers.
You have to split them, yeah. You have to split those bunkers.
Yeah, mainly
down
off the left.
Just finish anywhere.
I mean, over Smiley's good, or that's not Smiley.
No, left of that.
I think ideally it's over the pin, Michael.
Yes, that's
I don't
what I'm
want to be
saying.
left of the pin.
Yes.
All right. Straight off the left, a little help.
It's quartering.
Okay, all right.
Always clear of thought. And the discussion with he and Greller's fantastic discussions those guys have. So going to play it backwards, Beef. Get it over the green and try to get up and down from there, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can't be short where this pin is.
Ooh. That one could be tricky.
It might just be far enough just to miss that trap to be able to let it run up onto the green.
Back to 15 this time. Scotty Scheffler. He's out with a putter from the French. This is for an eagle 3. Well, Cam Smith in another awkward spot. This time at the 14th.
Boy, that was a long way long of that green.
Must be just a big flyer off the second shot.
Had to be out of that left rough.
And over to 15, and let's see if Adam Scott can make the eagle. This would move him to 3 under.
Again, I like to call them stress-free birdies there. Is it 2 great shots, and tapping 4, can't be disappointed with that.
To 11. Marcel seems second at this par 4.
Yeah, this is a pin you can get at. Just let it drift on the wind.
Now, and to your point, Beef, he took the chance. He took the chance, drove it up there in the narrow part of the fairway, and was rewarded with a visual and a wedge.
When I had a walk, I thought that's the only option you can do. I thought you got to take it on, get over, give yourself a good chance.
Well, Scheffler would have hoped to have been a little bit closer than this, but it is for birdie of 15. And the world number 1 is back to level par.
You know, when that first putt, and after he missed the short one, it can really kind of play on your mind, and he might be worried about pace on that first putt.
So the continuing adventures of Cam Smith at the 14th.
Stop it. Is this guy, he could make, I'll tell you what, he's never out of a hole with that club, is he? Never. Just incredible.
You call that regulation 4?
Yeah, that looked like a 4 all the way.
It is the most magic of magic ones, isn't it? Look at this.
Dead centre.
Time and
Perfect
again.
speed.
460 this 16th. What a great finish to this golf course. I think he's flushed it, might go a bit left. Missed the bunkers though.
It just depends on the lie.
Yeah, worst case, even if it's not great, he can run it up that green a little bit as well, as long as it's not in the bunker.
Can't believe that this is for bogey. He's been struggling on 14, needs it. How about it? How about the par and the bogey from those guys in that group? My goodness.
Yeah, that's a bogey that'll feel much better than that.
Scott, we're the driver here on this brilliant 16th hole. What a strong hold is at the end of a round. 280 to the right-hand bunker. That one.
Oh man, it is so difficult when you got a long hole into wind, and sometimes all you're seeing is 2 bunkers either side, and It is. It's such a tricky tee shot.
You're aiming at that one as well, Beef, aren't you? Really, that one up the right.
100%. Yeah, I'd be trying to just draw it off of them traps.
I wasn't sure they could reach it. I know they can now. This man can, no doubt about it. Just got to hit a good shot. It's as simple as that on 16. Something spooked him in the crowd, a shadow or noise or something. It's typical Hoyle. There's two sort of, they position the bunkers so well here. There's one short down the left, one long up the right. You can't avoid them all.
They're staggered perfectly, aren't they?
Aren't they just?
Four left! Four left!
Well, that is a long way left. He could get a break here because that's where the spectators have trampled down the long grass. And it looks like he's okay to Spieth at 18.
Let's see if he left himself anything here. Wow. That's pretty special, actually, considering that lie. No green to work with on a downslope.
He's made that look so easy.
I tell you, the guy's, he's a genius around the greens. He's so fun to watch.
But he has got that one for a closing par, hasn't he? At the 18th, Jordan Spieth, there he is in amongst the 3 unders, 2 back of our leader. It's still Christo Lamprecht, the amateur champion, in front. Fleetwood closing. Well, it's been a terrific morning. Good-looking leaderboard. We've got plenty more to come as well, including Rory McIlroy out this afternoon. Cantley 1 under 3 to play. The US Open champions done well to make bogey there at 14. And just to whet your appetite, coming later on, what, at just about 10 to 3, local time, Victor Hovland with Tony Finau and Justin Thomas. After that, it is McIlroy with John Rahm, so the world numbers 2 and 3 play together, and Justin Rose as well. Colin Morikawa, who won at St George's in 2021, plays with Max Homer and Tyrrell Hatton. And then about 11 minutes later, we have the man who won at Muirfield in 2013, Phil Mickelson, with Nick Taylor, the Canadian Open champion, and Adam Schenk from the United States. We're going to change things up once again in the commentary box as we go to Cam Smith on the tee at the par 5 15. Thomas Bjorn is back with Andrew Beef Johnston. And Alison Whittaker is also going to be joining us as well.
He's having one of them days with the woods where you just cannot find the fairway.
Well, here's a look at Antoine Rosson on the 10th, leaving the flag in. Well, he never really got online. Oh, the speed there from Rosner. As we head up to 18. And Jordan Spieth.
I'd say it's a good score, but that can leave a bit of a sour taste in your mouth finishing there when you're teeing it up on 18, thinking, come on, let's make a 4 here, and come off 4 under and make it a real great day.
Well, it's improvement on the other majors this year for Jordan Spieth. tied 5th at the moment. There's a lot of golf to be played, obviously, today. But it's a good round of golf. It's a good start. You can only play your way out of it on Thursday.
I'm looking kind of in the middle of that bush there, just right to the camera.
Perfect, Scotty.
Okay.
Perfect. Nice full commitment with this. Come on.
Had to come out sideways, Scott, a rotten lie. So what a chance, this pin's just on top of a ridge, however, tough to get close to for Scott, straight back into the wind.
Very non-committal shot from Adam Scott there. It's unlike him.
Two great lies down the left-hand side, Fleetwood and Scheffler. Oh. Honestly, couldn't get better than this. 182. The rough's not too bad down that left-hand side, you know. Far worse up the right. Well, players will be thinking of that later in the week. 182 for Fleetwood. It is a bit of a jumper, and that'll help him into the wind. He can just pitch this 10 on it, or it will release off this lie.
Oh, that's a great shot. That is. Again, it's a difficult one to judge coming out. Is it going to jump? Is it not? It wouldn't be taking that again.
This is Marcel's sim for birdie. This is to go to 4 under par. Oh, that looked a little bit sensitive, that short backstroke. That doesn't work with that long putter.
And Scheffler from an even better lie, a bit further left, but no problem whatsoever into this breeze.
Hold still, please.
Yeah, solid shot there. I mean, sometimes definitely in tournament golf you are better off hitting it a bit further offline. You've got Adam Scott that's come out sideways out of the bunker, and Scheffler's hit it a long way offline, and he's got a miles better lie.
Why don't we take a look at the last 4 drives of Cameron Smith on the way in. Said he'd never been hitting it better than he was coming into this week. You can see there's a pattern emerging down that left-hand side.
Sometimes, you know, obviously it's such fine margins, and if he's played in a bit of wind, that can change something, and all of it might be a slight tweak to go and change on the range after.
Well, here he is out of the rough, trying to chase it down there with a bit of a jump on 15. And that's into a good spot, just laying up. The good thing for Cam Smith is they're all the same way. I think as a player, it's nice when they're at least the same way. Then you kind of have an idea of what you need to change. If it was both ways, you'd be much more worried.
This is for par for Shane Lowry to stay at level. Poor chip to here, poor chip by his standards. But a good putt in the end to match it, at least, to make up for it. So he stays 5 shots back. Over to Wyndham Clark.
Second shot, 15. See the 242 to the hole. See if he can chase it up there. Oh, that's an awful bounce. That's very unfortunate. That was a good shot. Still not a bad place to be. Lots of greens to work with.
Yeah, lovely there. Straight in the middle.
2 birdies in a row to Adam Scott quickly.
Yeah, up the slope for Scott. He's good at those, isn't he, Adam Scott? Huge hospitality right behind him. Absolutely rammed watching this group.
They've been great all week. There was actually almost a viewing party in the bottom of the hotel this morning. About 50 people watching the golf. The way that Liverpool has embraced the Open, like they did when Rory McIlroy was triumphant here in 2014. It's a great vibe to it, the city, this week.
Yep, there is people everywhere. You go, come for the Open. Is that a bit of you, Thomas?
It was very dark in his room this morning when he put that on, I think.
A couple of characters in here, a couple out there as well.
Having a bit of a crack with the guys here. These Liverpudlians have got a sense of humour. I had one caddy for me for about 5 years. Now, big putt here for the world number 1, and I think he's just overread him so far. Just looks like he's left a few on the top side to me. This is a little bit right to left. Back into the breeze a little bit.
Yeah, Jamie Calder there, a little bit into the breeze, just didn't quite hit it hard enough. Good line. Battling to get under par.
This is where usually Cam is deadly.
Yeah, good for distance. He might have looked to hit that a little bit closer than that.
Biggest cheer of the day, this goes in. This hospitality unit will go mad if this knocks in. Just a touch of left to right. Down the hill for Fleetwood.
He's due one of them. He's hit so many good putts from mid-range. That was due.
A trio of birdies when Tommy Fleetwood joins the lead at 5 under par. He said earlier in the week, thank you to Matthew Jordan for taking the local player pressure off him. Just 30 miles from where he grew up. Tommy Fleetwood in Southport.
I think you'll find that local player pressure grows this afternoon when he comes off the golf course. Look at that. They love their sport up here, and it's obviously one of the biggest football cities in the world, but they all get together behind their favourite golfer, Tommy Fleetwood.
Let's get on to Marcel Siem, second from the right rough at 12.
Yeah, up the hill here. Just a little bit tricky. I think that just jumped on him. Turned the blade a little bit, and now we got trouble.
Won't be long now, you'll be safe in there.
These are ones you just want to knock in and get off this hole. Hasn't been the best hole for him. Yeah, good work there. It's one of them, knock it in, get off and reset.
I just always think with Adam Scott, he now looks much better with that long putter, just a longer stroke and then just let it drops down and the putter goes through. So looks better on the greens, that's for sure.
He drops back to 1 under par courtesy of that bogey, but Tommy Fleetwood has joined the lead here at Royal Liverpool. Couple of Georgia Tech boys, aren't they, in Christo Lampert and Stuart Sink, who are, well, playing some brilliant golf. Sink bogey-free out there today. Cantlake just in the red, as is Matsuyama, Brooks Koepka, amongst some of the other biggest names in golf. Adam Scott there too, just falling back there at the 16th. 17th, we've learnt already today from what happened to Lucas Herbert, will always be looming right up until the 72nd hole here at Hoylake. Back out to the golf.
Wyndham Clark, just a fairly simple chip across the green here, and he's made the most of it. Very, very good.
He's clawed his way back in this round, completely turned it on its head. Now, again, you're not going to be disappointed with a 3 there, and he's still got the last to see if he can pick up a shot.
One over through 10, 3 under since then for Koepka. Just 1 under the card as he rolls that one in. Back to the birdie putt ahead of Cameron Smith at 15.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle today for Cam Smith. I always think for the defending champion, it's a tough week. There's a lot of things going on, handing the trophy back and a lot of media stuff. So the first round is one of those, can I just get through it in a decent way and then start focusing on my golf? This will help.
I'll tell you what, though, for the way he's driven the ball to be level par and the way he scrambled it shows what a top-class player he is. And if he can get in even around level par, he can hopefully sort his driving out and crack on for the week.
Well, there it is. The new green on 17, or the whole new 17th hole here at Royal Liverpool Golf Club. Not long, but I'm telling you, this is going to cause some damage this week.
Oh, and that just clings onto the putting surface by a hair. It's even smaller than it looks, isn't it, on TV when you get out there, Andrew?
It's smaller than it is. It's high up. You can't really see any of the green. And it's not comfortable until you hear that crowd clap and you probably know it's on the green. You do not want to be hearing ooh, like that as your ball's coming to rest.
126 for Scheffler, middle of the green, as you guys are saying. That's absolutely perfect.
Fine play there from Scotty Scheffler. Take that all week long.
Every time.
Even the placement of it, Jamie. The 71st hole out there. The fact that it will be in the hands of the elements as well.
We're going to see some drama here, Ali, there's no doubt about it. And then the wind's picked up since this morning. I was covering this hole earlier on. Fine if you hit the green. If you miss the green, I don't know what you do. You need a bit of luck. Fleetwood's ball's hanging on by a roll. Otherwise that's going to roll down into the rough. So he might want to run up and mark it. Adam Scott, what a swing this man has. Just something to dream about. I hope he hits a good shot here. Just a little holder.
Doesn't need to spin too much. No, we're good now. We're good now.
Just his 10th green hit for the day as well, Adam Scott. He's had to lean quite heavily on his short game, but that's been a common theme here in 2006 and 2014 as well. Scrambling stats were high amongst the top 10 in a good way. What views were afforded from the drone out over the River Dee, the Dee estuary. It's over the back of 17, amongst others. Flanks from 11 onwards the golf course.
Well, this is a tough one for Marcel Sib, up and over. Just overdone it a bit. Easily done though.
See if Cam Smith can straighten this one out at 16.
Hold it. It's heading towards that trap. I think it's in the trap, and again, after hitting it left for a long period of the day, it's an overcompensation sometimes that can creep in.
So this is for Marcel Sims Park. Well, the emotions always rides on the outside of the shirt here, but he's got a good round going. He's got to just keep it calm. Bogeys are going to creep in. This was a double, unfortunately, but they are going to creep in, and just keep your head together and get a round in that you can use for the rest of the week.
Antoine Rosner playing nicely. In close at 11 and makes the birdie. He's within 2. Another man that seems to always perform near the coastline. Champion in Mauritius on the DP World Tour. There he is alongside Stuart Sink. The two of them at 3 under par. Sink already signed, sealed and delivered for round 1 here of the 151st Open at Royal Liverpool. Pleasure to have your company wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Or maybe if you're down by 17 green, Jamie.
Yeah, it looks like the crowds are doubled. It's like the Pied Piper, Tommy Fleetwood. The Pied Piper of the Wirral. And this is just two-part wander off. Left to right all the way. Actually, at the hole, I was watching this morning, it's just drifting to the left when he gets to the hole. You take 2 putts all day long here.
Very nearly took one.
I'm going to say it again. His speed putting has been brilliant today.
Calls Dubai home these days, but it's tough to find a more adored player in professional golf than Tommy Fleetwood, especially back on his home coast.
You know, you can feel the pressure as well, being a home favourite, and he looks so calm and relaxed.
Another view from the low side. Just changed its mind at the end, but beautiful for pace. Great illustration from down here. It's just how much slope there is around the aprons of this green.
Great effort that from Fleetwood. Now Adam Scott. Slightly different angle to Scheffler's pot. It's a bit straighter this. It still should just drift a little bit from the left here for Adam Scott, for the bird.
Nice little lag down. One of the few that managed to contend in both our modern trips to Royal Liverpool in 2006 and 2014. Adam Scott was there and thereabouts each time, over to 15 with Ricky Fowler's second.
Only an iron for Ricky Fowler. It's a lovely drive down the centre. Can he find the green? It's a narrow entrance to this green. Yeah. He's playing solid golf at the moment, Ricky Fowler.
Let's see if Scheffler can knock one in. He hasn't had the best day on the greens, but again, top-class player, and he's still well in it, even though he hasn't been at his best.
It's a similar story to what he did last week at the Genesis Scottish Open. Got off to a slow start on Thursday, again on Saturday. somehow manages to just keep himself on the flanks with a chance at making his move on the Sundays. Something he's done a number of times this year.
Yes, as you said, Thomas, it's you can play your way out of it on a Thursday, and even if you come in level par, 1 over, it's not the end of the world, because you've got so much golf to play over 3 days to claw your way back and being with a chance on Sunday.
Well, Tommy Fleetwood making his way to the last. And look at who's here on the first. We won't miss him today. John. The only problem he has these days is his knee is really bad. I hope he makes it round. Hopefully for 4 rounds.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah. Just barely off the right, playing the end. Heavy.
The voice of Sam Pinfold on the bag of Cameron Smith. Remember, this is 3rd shot.
Yeah, let's see if he can make another save here, and again, not ideal. It's tricky into the wind with that slope there. You had to get that past the pin. It was always going to spin back with a wedge in his hand and into the wind.
13's tee, Marcel Sim down the hill. Centre of the green. Oh, he's turned another one. He turned it too much. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Good shot.
On the green in 2 at 15, Ricky Fowler. Just under 25 feet left for his eagle putt. This would launch him inside the top 5.
Yeah, didn't quite hit it up the hill there, but he got off to a bit of a rough start. Ricky left one in a bunker and wasn't quite on it, but he's fighting his way back, and it's kind of a sign of where things are for Ricky Fowler. A lot of confidence, and when everything is against you, not playing well, you shoot 74, 75. Now he might end up shooting 1 or 2 under, even though he hasn't had his best day.
And there's plenty of golf ahead as well yet to come from Hoylake. Hasn't missed a cut since his runner-up finish here back in 2014 in the Open. He's missed a few of them though.
It's really great to see him back playing well.
Well, Bob McIntyre. This is for birdie. It's been a rough ride today for McIntyre. He could really do with this one.
Saying hopefully he can pick 1 or 2 up coming in and get in and regroup, but after last week it can be very difficult.
Can didn't do much wrong, did he, last week at the Renaissance? 3 holes left for McIntyre. Back to 12 with Rosner. His 3rd. And a little ways left for par.
Is he going to is his putter going to bail him out again?
He did it on 14 with a ridiculous putt.
Yeah, this is a tough one though, up and over the slope. I think pace is the one thing that he's concentrating about the most here. See there, 47 feet.
Again, great speed, like you said, Thomas. Great speed, and obviously it was a massive outside chance that he's going to knock that in.
Well, it was an excellent shot for Marcel Seamus, an outside chance of a birdie. He could do with something happening after that. Awful double on the last. Good roll. Second shot for Brooks Koepka up the last. That's going to find the bunker. And if the lie's okay, it's not the worst of bunker shots up there. You just kind of semi-duff it out and roll it up to the flag. But he does need the lie, and you never know in links bunkers.
Especially these ones with the bottoms of them flattened out.
Not what Shane was looking for there.
No drop shot from Lowry over to Fleetwood.
That's a 3-wood wind off the left and down. It's heading left, unsurprisingly so. Needs to come back. Well, he's found the rough and it's on the upside. It's not good, but it's in play. It's okay.
Oh, it's such an athletic move from Tommy Fleetwood. Look at that, the extension through the ball. Very, very strong, works very hard off the course as well.
And Scheffler. I mean, what do you do off this ATT? You'd love to hit the driver, but you've got the out of bounds down the right. I think you've got to pick a club you draw. 3-wood for Scheffler. Can't reach the bunkers with this at 320, I don't think. 2 of these will get him home. Oh. It reminds me a bit of Lytham, this course. It's quite a narrow piece of ground, but they've done so well with the spectators. Everyone gets a view. The routing's spectacular. And what a finishing hole.
Yeah, that's a good one, that. Straight down the middle of the fairway. Beautiful shot from Scheffler.
How do you see this, Thomas, this tee shot? Because you've got choices, haven't you?
Well, I seem to remember, you know, Woods always would hit these shots with, you know, that famous stinger, either with a 2-iron or with a 3-wood. And I think that's the shot you should have practiced coming in here. You really do need it on this hole. Kind of land it just on the fairway and just roll it out from there.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Get it on the deck. That's heading right, I'll know. That's OB.
That is, it's not the easiest tee shot, and as you watch Tommy and Scheffler hit that low kind of cutty one up the left side. Once it goes in the air and the wind catches it, it just drifts. He's taken a huge bounce off something there.
Hope everyone's all right down that left side. A classic over-adjustment. I guess that's the reason they've crept the out of bounds a little closer to the line of play. It's only 5 paces off the fairway, down 18.
Well, we go away from that up to Anton Rosner on the 12th hole. Bit of a struggle here, and this is for par. And that'll drop him back to 2 under par. If you can hold that one. You never know, Beef, do you?
Got to get the ball in the hole, man. You've got to get it in the hole. It's never safe until it's in.
No, only 2 holes playing under par on the entire golf course right now, which reflects how well our leaders at 5 under par are doing, Fleetwood and Lamprecht. What a day it was for Matthew Jordan out early on. The crowd, pure joy on that first tee earlier today for the long-time member out at 6:35 a.m. with the honour of hitting the first tee shot and then to back it up, Thomas, with a round of 69. Incredible stuff.
Well, I think, you know, for any player to play a big golf tournament on your home course is amazing, but to get to play the Open Championship on your home golf course, just a wonderful day for Matthew Jordan. I really, you know, I think everybody that knows him and sees him on tour are really proud of the way he handled himself today. It was a fantastic performance, and may he long continue throughout the week.
Here. See if Marcel Siem can thread one down there at 14.
Yeah, it looks like he's regrouped well here, and it's easy to really lose your cool after dropping a few shots, but it looks like he's back to what he's been doing.
Down to Little Eye with Cameron Smith.
Yeah, this is for Cameron Smith. I mean, this is bread and butter stuff, but this is the 17th hole at Royal Liverpool. It's not easy for anyone. This should be dancing in the middle of the green, though.
It's the only one I've seen that's really gone straight at that flag there. What a shot.
Little wonder he was staring that one down.
It almost looked like it hit the flag, though, didn't it? We'll have another look. Well, when they look at it like that, you know it's good.
Straight up, straight down, straight at it at 17.
We'll head up to the 18th green. Hideki Matsuyama. Been a little bit of a back and forth up this hole, so this is for birdie. A long one.
Yeah, solid putt there. Obviously take a 2-putt and walk off, finish the day under par.
It's only 22 in the red right now as we speak. This for bogey for Rosner. Rolls that one in, but falls back to -2. Blue's a par, red is birdie, black is bogey or other.
This is Fleetwood on 18. You can see the ball there. I don't think the lie is too bad, but he still has to go over that corner where the out of bounds comes in. Jamie, what's he looking at?
Well, Fleetwood's not got a great lie here. He's on the upslope, but he can lay it up, you know, he can knock it down the left. It's on a steep slope, that's the issue here. That you get a good view of it from behind here. So he's just trying to bunt something there. Get it 9-iron, 8-iron, doesn't need to be greedy here. Probably a couple of 9-irons to the pin, actually, from here for Fleetwood. What a hole this is. We're going to see some drama with these last 3 holes. boy, oh boy, over the next few days.
No, you're right. 55 is the run out, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you can, as long as it comes down on that first flight.
Yeah.
Winds off to the left.
Yeah.
Helping, yeah?
Wedge gives me a bit of room.
Yeah, when you kill it, more start line, yeah?
Yeah, it's quite a bit of room down the left-hand side for Fleetwood. Finish just telling him that. Winds off the left a bit. I don't think it'll touch it really off this slide, to be honest.
Well, he's walking after it. That should be all right.
Tell you what, that was close, Thomas, to you, OB. It's only a couple of yards away, that.
Yeah, we're just trying to find it with our camera.
Just on the corner in the rough.
Rightio. Well, let's go to Patrick Cantlay for birdie. Up ahead at the green.
Solid day's work for Patrick there.
Round of 71 under par. Been quite strategic, he and his team, his coach Jamie Mulligan here. They went and played a practice round on Tuesday in the rain. They said, we've got to do it at some point in time. Do it at a time that you can recover from it before Thursday.
A better chance here for Brooks Koepka. We know this breaks left to right. And that's a good day's work as well. It was a bit of a rocky start, but he's fought back well, Brooks Koepka. And you just always know that he's going to be around come Sunday.
All right, this looks adventurous for Shane Lowry. Let's get our bearings. That's over on, is that 14? 15 fairway for Shane Lowry.
14th fairway into the 16th green. There you go. Doesn't matter where you come from. A little bit of Sevi about it there. There was no cars parked over there, but it was a long way left. Great shot though. Take advantage of these situations when they go your way.
I think the 2019 Open Champion had a little fun with that, as you need to these weeks. To Rosner at 13.
Yeah, he's asking it to go, just spun up a little bit there. And that's definitely an outside chance of a birdie, that Beef.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he wanted to go any more of that.
Well, chance to get back to level par for Cam Smith, our defending champion. It's just been a bit of that kind of day for him. Nothing really happening, nothing really going his way, putting a lot for pars, and when he's had the birdie chances, not really.
Well, Adam Scott's laid up for 4 here on 18, and here goes Scheffler. It's just over 290, 3 wood, narrow entrance to this green, and the pin's guarded by 3 bunkers on the left-hand side.
Ooh, this is heading right. Oh, that's okay, that's good. That's excellent. That's excellent, that's brave. That's everything you want to do. And now he's got the easiest chip you probably can have. Straight down that green to the flag.
His movement's amazing, especially with the right foot that's been talked about so much. But, God, wouldn't we take his ball striking, huh?
I tell you, nobody does it better from tee to green, that's for sure, at the moment. It really is. When you speak to all our American colleagues, they all keep talking about this is striking of the golf ball that gets as close to Tiger Woods as we've seen when Tiger was at his best. And that is a big, big compliment, because that was very, very good.
Jamie, it was close to the line in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, he was never going to go over there, sort of roll to this position, but yeah, it's close to comfort on this last hole from Fleetwood. But he's got a great lie. Perfect. It's a jumper. It's going to really shoot off this lie. So it won't be a lot of club. Can't go for the pin. I think just take 5. Try and get it on the green from here. It's going to jump. It's going to run. It's going to be fiery, but get it on the green, make your 5. You've done your work for the day. It's not time to go for the flag. I don't think he can stop it if he goes at the flag. So he'll be playing at Scheffler's ball, just inside the bunkers. If he can get it pin high, you never know, he might roll one in. But what a team these two are, Ian Finnis, Tommy Fleetwood. 160 the front I've got from that corner. 170 odd the flag, so, but it won't be playing that. This is 9-iron most, might even be a wedge here, Fleetwood. He's just going to go. Simple advice is what you want from caddies.
That's a great shot there. I mean, sometimes it's difficult when you can't go at the flag, but you've still got to be aggressive to where you're trying to hit it and not feel like you're bailing out or being negative. That's still such a really positive shot.
Might just finish as he means to start, or the other way around for our leader Fleetwood. Been impressive today.
Yeah, he has. You know, it's a tough, you know, there's a lot of great things about the week, but it's also a tough week when you're a local player. So many things going on, so many people wanting you to do well, to keep your head down, do your work, and get prepared in a proper way. He's a class act, Tommy Fleetwood, he really is, and I think everybody in the world of golf is cheering him on to win one of these championships one day, and he's off to a good start this week.
Back to Shane Lowry at the Adventurous for him, 16, that shortened the jaws. Would have been a pretty cheeky birdie in the end. We'll have to settle for par. And a lot left ahead of Antoine Rosner over at 13.
Oh, that's a great putt there. Again, when you're putting from so far out and you can knock it close, it really does take the pressure off. You don't want to be dealing with 5, 6, 7 sort of 3, 4 footers all day long with a bit of breeze, and it really does make a difference.
And they're not huge green complexes here compared to at least 12 months ago. St Andrews are massive. Here's the champion from the 150th, Cam Smith, down the last.
Okay, this not being an easy tee shot, but trying to cut it off the left side there. That's tight. Yeah, we just found that left fairway trap there. He's going to have to lay it up. At least it makes his mind up, and he knows he's going to have to lay it up and leave a good number. This is one of the special things about playing in the Open. The walk down 18 is just one of the most special walks. I think I'd say it is the most special walk in golf. As you see the big horseshoe stand that comes round, I'm going to say 60, 70 yards before the green, and the walk-up's amazing, honestly. It makes the back of the hairs and the neck stand up. It's such a special walk.
It is, and you won't be able to enjoy it until you've found the green down the 72nd hole, depending on what your lead is. It's going to be brilliant. Will Tommy Fleetwood be there on Sunday? Currently in a share of the lead. Let's go back to 16. Chance to get to -2 for Ricky Fowler.
Yeah, misread there. Would have been one of the very few birdies on 16. That's not playing easy today.
Surprisingly, 18 as well. Par 5 is over par for the day.
Scheffler, what a chipper this man is. Dead straight up the green into the wind. Digs it out, spin it.
Back to birdie coming next. So a chance for a final four coming for the world number 1.
Yeah, lovely. Really nice. They're always good when you see them just rattle the back of the cup and go straight in the middle of the hole there.
Delighted to say that Jay Townsend has joined Andrew and myself in the commentary box. Afternoon to you, Jay.
Well, good afternoon, and it's so great to be here. My favorite week of the golfing year, the Open Championship.
We'll throw it down to Jamie with Fleetwood's birdie putt.
Yeah, well, 2 putts all day long from here isn't. That won't turn much. It's just pace. Quite slow, this one.
He knew right from impact there, Beef. He just didn't get the strike he wanted.
Yeah, like you said, as soon as it comes off the putter, you generally have a feeling if you've left that a bit short or you've hit it too hard.
So a little work left to do to sign off today. And round 1 for Tommy Fleetwood. There's the 18th over on the right, getting ready for the next group to get their afternoon started. Some late tee times here this week. There always are. And it's the group of Victor Hovland, Tony Finau and Justin Thomas. What a 3-ball this is. Some mouth-watering groupings this week. And it's going to be the world number 5, Victor Hovland, who's impressed in majors all year long, to go first.
This is game number 44. On the tee from Norway, Victor Hovland.
Stayed in it at the PGA all the way to the 70th hole. One errant drive took him out of contention. But his finishes at the Open have been 12th and 4th. Making his 3rd appearance this time round, coming in with form and confidence as well, Victor Hovland.
It was there all last year, right to the very end. Different test this year. Just a wonderful driver of the ball.
Yeah, again, what absolute flusher. Absolute flusher he is. And for me, when you look at someone like Victor, some great finishes, and yeah, he narrowly missed out, but it's a matter of time.
Tony Finau.
I guess you could say the same of Tony Finau, really, their stories. He's now a 6-time winner on the PGA Tour. He's barely finished outside. In fact, he hasn't finished outside the top 30 in the Open.
He's a guy that can play so many different shots, and the conditions at the Open suit his game. It's the putting which can hold Tony back.
It still always amazes me the speed he generates and the way he hits it. I mean, it still amazes me.
On the tee from the USA, Justin Thomas.
Former world number 1, now the world number 20. Lots happened since he took the PGA Championship, his 2nd at Southern Hills last year.
And another guy's really struggling on the greens this year. Such a talent. He's trying everything. We saw him on a Saturday make a birdie on 15 at Colonial. The very next hole decides to try for the first time left hand low. He's just so much struggling on the greens. He's gone into the whole aim point thing, and Justin Thomas, I think, you know, if you look at him, you're a JT fan, you're just thinking, okay, just go back to your natural athleticism on the greens the way you do from tee to green.
Definitely. Sometimes you could just completely overthink it, and sometimes you need to go the opposite way and simplify it. Come on, Tommy, knock this in. Lovely, and what a great round he's had. Always nice to knock that putt in on the last for par and come off. And as a crowd favourite, and I think he's going to be right up there come Sunday.
How much do you think Fleetwood, being somewhat a local, it just has to keep his head down and away from all the hoopla this week?
Oh, 100%. But I think he's perfect person for it, and I just think he's so chilled out. He's looked so chilled out all day today.
6 birdies, just the one drop shot in that round of 66, 5 under par today for Tommy Fleetwood. Scotty Scheffler gets his final 4. And 2 birdies on the way in since 15. Sees him with a round of 70.
It's what the great players do. I don't think he's had his A game today, but he's come off under par, and he's right in the tournament still.
Something he's done for about the last, well, year and a half now, I guess we can say. Down to Marcel Siem at 14.
Long range birdie putt here. Did the right thing with his approach shot, played away from short siding himself. Hang on there. That's a little aggressive, but putting away from the sea, down breeze. He's a good mutterer.
He's having a good battle with himself at the moment.
Adam Scott up ahead. Unfortunately signed for a round of 72 after 3 dropped shots from 16 onwards. Double bogeyed the last, out of bounds with the drive. Cam Smith third.
Again, if he can get up and down here, he's deadly with his wedges. Yeah, tough pin to get to today, being downwind, but you wouldn't bet against him to knock that putt in and come off level par. And I mean, I think it's a brilliant round the way he's been off the tee today.
Yeah, didn't find the temptation to be overly aggressive. Cam Smith trying to get himself back into the round. What a round it was, though, from that man, though, a smiling Tommy Fleetwood. Enjoying the walk, enjoying the view, especially when he looks over at the leaderboard as well.
Coming off 5 under, it makes it a lot better walk.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of media ahead. Always great with the kids. Got some great storylines in the mix here already, don't we? It never ceases to amaze the Open.
I think there is just so many great players, and any one of them can pop up and shoot a low score and come out of anywhere. You're seeing a few guys hang on now on Thursday and staying in the tournament. As I said, there's just so many players that can win this tournament.
Important to note, each of the last 23 Open champions have been within 5 of the lead after the opening round, so it is important to keep yourself on the flanks if that stat is any indication. Back to the first with Tony Finau.
Yeah, this hole is a long, thin green, and distance is key here. Or that.
like that.
Just flush it straight. As I said, I'd be aiming sort of middle green when I looked at this, and you're never going to be more than sort of 15 foot away, but you just flush it straight at the hole.
Abraham answer for a birdie 2 at 6 to get into red numbers. Hello.
One under through 6. Nicely done. More to come from Answer. Back to the first with Justin Thomas.
And Thomas, comfortable cutting the ball. He can play that driving cut shot into a right to left wind to a right hole location. Be careful about ballooning it, coming up short right in those bunkers. Now he's going to be on the downslope, pitching up, landing on a down. That's a wicked tough spot.
That doesn't look pretty to me.
So the group of Wyndham Clark, Xander Schauffele and Cameron Smith at their final green. Nice little opportunity to finish it off with a dash of yellow for Wyndham Clark.
A couple of 6s on his card today, which you don't really like. Oh, excuse me. No, that was. Scratch that.
The other Clark.
Yes.
That old chestnut. Just to get within one of the lead, though. Just like that. For the US Open champion.
And most people around the world, Wyndham Clark would not have been on their radar. He won on a very difficult and good golf course at Wells Fargo, and then in the world stage came from nowhere to win the US Open. Everyone in the States knew who he was and what kind of talent Wyndham Clark had.
Just shy on speed there, but cracking first round, and yeah, he'll walk off delighted with that start.
How quickly confidence can change in this game. He'd barely been inside the top 70 at a major with 6 goes before the US Open victory. And there he is, 2 shots back after a round of 68 today.
Again, this second shot could suit Hovland here. See, that's when I said that's where I'd be aiming, sort of middle of the green.
But you're aiming middle of the green. If you push it a little bit, you're right next to the hole. If you aim it at the hole and you push it a little bit, now you're struggling to get up and down. So 100% agree with what you're thinking.
Yeah, it's one of them. You aim middle, and if you can shape it back in and stop it a bit quicker, but you're not going to get greedy on the opening hole.
This is the next group to go as well. We've been looking forward to it all day long. It is game 45, and it includes Rory McIlroy, Jon Rahm and Justin Rose. And it's going to be McIlroy to play first.
This is game number 45. On the tee from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
He's the only Open champion in the field to have won on this very golf course. He comes in filled with confidence after a 2-iron to remember and the title last week at the Genesis Scottish Open.
Pretty cool. He's the only one to have ever won the Irish, the Open, and the Scottish Open. I mean, when you go back through history, 3 great events, McIlroy the only one to do it.
Left it obviously down the right side. Should be okay.
On the tee from Spain, Jon Rahm.
The world number 3, reigning Masters champion, said it would be incredibly special to be the first Spaniard to win an Open since Seve. He got the green jacket on his birthday as well. He is a man to watch this week.
Heading right like McIlroy.
On the tee from England, Justin Rose.
The last time he came to Royal Liverpool, he had the same odds to win than Tiger Woods that week. He is back on the top table of golf after his victory at Pebble Beach earlier this season as well, Justin Rose. And what a group this is. Rose, Rory and Rahm.
Nasty rough over to the right. Looks like Rahm got a pretty good break, and Rose is going in a bunker. That's oftentimes you're going to see all afternoon, little one-shot penalties out sideways.
Yeah, the bunkers are brutal here.
Yeah, they're proper hazards, no doubt about it. Rahm looking to become the second Spanish-speaking winner here at Hoylake. Of course, Roberto Di Vincenzo in '67. He was one of the greatest players of all time. I was lucky to see him hit some shots in person.
Huh. That's pretty cool. The history here really is quite amazing. So we go back to this ahead for Justin Thomas.
Oh, this ain't pretty.
Off a downhill lie. He was trying to pitch it into the bank at the top of the bunker. And just to give you an idea of what these lies are like around the greens, just imagine playing it off the linoleum in your kitchen, trying to lob it up onto the countertop. That's the lie you've got.
For a final birdie for Cameron Smith.
I think he'll be happy to get in 1 over par. And hopefully head to the range and go and work the driver out and see what he can come out and do tomorrow. He's well capable of shooting 66, 65s.
Hit just 5 fairways out there today. He did make hard work of it. Smith walks away with 1 over par. Round of 72. The defending Open champion. So this is the 4th now for Justin Thomas.
Still isn't a great position here. But when you've got a bunker game like that, it doesn't matter too much.
And most of the bunkers, the sand is very flat. There's no little upslope. That one has a little upslope. Langas for a rare birdie at 10. Of course, this is a converted par 5 to a par 4 this year, hence the par 71.
They've made quite a few changes to the golf course and the routing over the years. You can see a video of it at Royal Liverpool's Twitter page. They say change is the only constant here. To 1. Hovland, oh, very nearly gets an opening 3. I think there might be a little bit more left on that than perhaps our camera angles showed. So let's go to Siwoo Kim at 17.
Oh, again, it's this 17 is such a frustrating hole as well. If you come off and when you look at it and you think it's 135 yards and you come off with bogey, it can really frustrate you.
Justin Thomas has made his bogey. This for birdie from Finau. We saw that amazing second shot. Not much shade between the back of the backstroke and the ball and Tony Finau's stroke.
So this is where the good and the bad has come from down the opening hole. Just 12 birdies. Not too many from over where Rose, Rahm and McIlroy are, though, down that right-hand side. Tough angle to that flag today.
Yeah, very, very difficult. As I said, the only real shot you've got if you're coming off the fairway there is to hold it back up into the wind, so you can stop the ball a bit softer.
Well, one man's got the best seat in the house out there today. His name is Anthony Wall. How you doing out there, Wally?
I'm grand, Ali. Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. What a magnificent afternoon we have. Great golf course in perfect condition with some of the best this afternoon. Not a great start for Justin Rose. Look like almost a bit of a stone against the ball. I think it's probably sand. Up the face, not ideal. He's just waiting for the second tee. They'll probably go in between yet. They've teed off, so that's okay. Rahm and Rory can wander across and have a look for the first time at their balls. But as I mentioned, Rose up the face, doing nothing but chopping this one out. No more than 20 or 30.
Just the added bonus of a little sand in your face after you take the punishment of having to not advance it very far.
Got to keep your mouth shut when you're hitting that one.
Game is just punishing when things aren't going well, and then it just throws a little sand in your face.
Not a lot. Now listen, you gotta play for at least that front number.
Yeah.
57. You know, if it flies, there's nothing wrong with long.
Parallel to the first is the 18th. A fairway medal out for Shane Lowry, who's been adventurous the last few holes.
Yeah, he has been adventurous.
All right, I love it. Make your shot.
And this is exactly where, if your ball is rolling into that bunker, you're just hoping it's in the middle of the bunker and it hasn't stopped right at the front edge or got too close to the back, so at least you can have a good chance of getting up and down there.
Over to John Rahm with his second at 1.
184. It's a jumper, this. We'll be saying this a few times today. Wind has picked up a little into the breeze, but that's not going to bother this ball. This will get moving pretty early.
Oh, sit down hard.
Yeah, just as you predicted, Anthony. Hard to control the distance, and that just into the wind, but it's downhill the last 2/3 of this first green. Runs away.
He's been doing his homework, watching all of the past videos of Royal Liverpool.
Drawn a poor lie, McIlroy really has, really sitting down. 175, a completely different sort of shot. Way out on the right-hand side, happy to hit the green. This could do one or two things, not quite sure myself.
What a brilliant shot. Bad angle. Suspect live. That's just Rory McIlroy. Has the power. And just as you said, Beef, from his angle, that was right up the middle of the green. Perfect.
I mean, he's made that look so easy. He's one of them players is just can hit any shot, can't he? He hits shots that we can't.
That was class. That's Justin Rose got with his third, Anthony.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Played wonderful last week. 146 for Justin. Third shot, looking to get up and down. Pretty much straight in at this angle, so this is doable.
Yeah, he's given himself a great chance to make 4 there. Man, he won't get too flustered.
Oh, he's done it before, hasn't he? Winning the U.S. Open.
Abraham Answer trying to get to -2. Ooh, lap of honour. That's 2 in a row now. After the puck that came on the previous hole. 3 birdies already on the card through 7.
This is game number 46. On the tee from the USA, Colin Morikawa.
He said when he saw the tee times come out, this might very well be his favourite pairing he's ever had. Playing alongside Max Homa, who he's a good friend with, as well as the character of Tyrrell Hatton. He was the champion 2 years ago at Royal St George's. Getting his round underway now.
And going with less than driver here, just needs to hang on. If you're going to lay up, you don't want to lay it up in the rough.
On the tee from the USA, Max Homa.
It's just a matter of time until Max Homa finds his feet in the majors. He's won 6 times already as well on the PGA Tour. Comes into the week as the world number 8.
On the tee from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
This man right here is a great watch. Just sit back. He is going to entertain us. Never know what you're going to get. He's like Forrest Gump, a box of chocolates. You never know which one's going to come out.
We saw everything in that final round last week. He had to lead on the back 9 at various stages. Came home with a broken sail.
15
He's had a love-hate affair with the Open. As high as 5th. And a myriad of miscuts as well, which Tyrrell Hatton's going to show up this week.
It is the box of chocolates, but he wears his heart on his sleeve, and he's a guy I play with quite a lot, and even when you think he's lost it, he hasn't.
Very slow putt for Rahm uphill, especially the first 2/3 of this. Then it levels out. It is a little bit of wind. If there's any wind on the putt, it is helping from the left. Most of the time around the Open, there's either so many people or such big grandstands, putts are really not, wind affected.
So Shane's found the middle of the trap. Still not easy.
It even looked like that ball was sitting down. He kind of got a lot of sand. It nearly didn't come out. Came out kind of soft and to the side.
Good leave for McIlroy. Not much in this. Just a hair right to left, just a fraction up the hill. It's a good chance to get the day moving.
He's having a second look, slight misread. But from where his ball was hitting his second shot in, I think he'd be happy with 4.
Especially from the sounds of the line as well. That he had with the iron in. It's an opening par for Rory McIlroy.
Oh, this is such a momentum builder, this.
That's a couple times we've seen Marcel in that inside a 10-foot range. Kind of pull one a little left. That won't please him. Rose for par after having come out sideways out of the fairway bunker. Got the same read that McIlroy got. That just breaks a little bit left, something they're not seeing.
Yeah, the greens, a lot of the greens are quite flat and really subtle, so they can be really difficult to read. And when you stand there and you're having an iron, do I hit this just inside the hole, just outside it? They can be really tricky when it's subtle.
all three of the group of Finau, Thomas and Hovland found the green at the second. Hovland a little longer than the others.
And you've got to have good approach putting if you're going to win the Open. So many times, because of conditions and hole locations, you're this distance away from the hole. Oftentimes, you have to play away from the hole. It's a percentage play. Going up a little step.
The greens are rolling beautifully as well, aren't they?
The entire golf course is presented just unbelievably perfect.
Hearing that Ricky Fowler hit his second shot out of bounds down the last, so this for a 6. So it's going to be a double bogey finish. And a round of 71 in the end. Shame after the birdies there at 15 and 17. They're always hard-earned down the stretch, especially at 17. It's going to take its victims, the 18th.
As I've said earlier, that out of bounds is so tight.
Rory McIlroy and co have made the short walk down to the second tee.
Yeah, Tyrrell Hatton down the right. As we've seen so many. Actually, this morning it was more left, wasn't it, off the first, but as the winds changed, more up the right-hand side, taking all the trouble out of play, obviously, apart from the rough. McIlroy just going to flight this down breeze. This could run, well, certainly within 100 yards. Drove the ball beautifully last week.
I missed it right off the first tee, and this one looks to be going right as well. You want to get rid of that one before you get to 3T.
There's a time to do it. 3 isn't it? So we'll find out where that ended up for McIlroy. Back to Morikawa.
As you said, Jay, if you're going to lay it up, you've got to hit the fairway. 205 out of the rough is not ideal into that wind.
Rory went to driver. Rahm going with the iron.
Just easing one down. They're using the breeze. Jay, I like this play. You stout these fairways bunkers this week. You'll have a good week, that is a fact.
Keep going right. Keep going right. Keep going right. You might get away with it.
Was hoping for a little of the so bad it's okay down that right-hand side. Not quite in the trodden down area. Just go back to 1 second for Homer.
Homer with that characteristic fade. That's that right hole location. Suits him well, right over the top of it.
Iron as well for Justin Rose, Anthony.
Yeah, strange one. Rahm missing it so far right. It's not the widest of fairways. It's quite a good angle, actually, just to pop one down there. It's this hole I always think is always about the second shot. There's so many, they're so guarded by the bunkers around these greens.
Always are starting to get quicker.
They're starting to get quicker, and this is, as you're playing, this is stop, stop, stop. Oh.
Yeah.
2 for 2. The way that ball dropped in, he's not going to have a stance either. It's going to be very difficult. We're going to see this throughout the week. I mean, they are truly hazards this week, unlike normal when you can hit a 5-iron out.
82 of them around the course, aren't there, Jay? 82 chances to make bogey.
82 one-stroke penalties out there.
Yeah.
Lowry has this one swinging off the slope of the left fringe.
Oh. Whenever you see a player like that bending, hands on their knees, you know it's close.
Lowry signs for a round of 72 today. So close, but no reward down the last.
Again, speed is key here. Going up the slope, downwind can be quite tricky. Yeah, it's a good putt there.
Here that Tyrrell Hatton's found the front edge of the green in the group ahead of the one that's about to go out now. One of the most familiar faces in golf. It's Mickelson to the tee.
This is game number 47. On the tee from the USA, Phil Mickelson.
Champion golfer of the year at Muirfield, one of the fairest tests. A lot of people say that there are comparisons to be drawn from there to here, as well at Royal Liverpool. Taking the iron.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna leave a long second in, but straight in the middle of the fairway, can't complain.
Now 53 years old, Phil Mickelson. Over to 2.
Just at the base of the slope, so the first third of this putt is uphill. Not far away, but the difficulty going up the slope makes distance control tough, and it fooled Justin Thomas.
I feel like he needs to knock this one in, try and get some momentum. Yeah, lovely. Hopefully that puts him on a nice finish and he can build some momentum tomorrow and get back into it.
Certainly a disappointing day after that great finish. 64 in the wind last week to come up just short to McIlroy at the Scottish Open.
10 more shots for McIntyre today in his opening round. Over to Morikawa, left of the green at 1.
Oh, that better sit down. Yeah, that was an odd play from Morikawa, who, if he has a weakness in his game, it's, you know, that pitching, chipping around the greens.
Victor Hovland, opening par at 1. This for the same score at 2. And he'll walk to the third tee through the tunnel, level par. Nice 2-putt from range in the end.
And this all depends where that is, and by the look of the swing, that wasn't pretty, but it's ended up all right.
He was afraid it was going to roll down to that next bunker up. You can see the back of the ball here for Rahm, a little bit of an upslope. Pure strength is required. Rahm is your man.
Find out where Rahm's ended up. Back to 1. This is the 4th though for Morikawa.
Has to go up a big bank right to left. We saw Cantlay hold it from a similar position this morning to start his Open Championship off with a birdie 3, but Morikawa is going to struggle to make a 5 at this point.
So this is where the ball of Rory McIlroy ended up. Nearly in seat 13B on the first tee box, Anthony.
Yeah. Nearly perfect, nearly on the cut grass on that first tee, Ali.
Huh.
I think he's going to get a referee.
Bloody hell's going on there?
The big kid. The big kid.
Should be just the stairs, really, of that stand. I think he'll get well, certainly probably 2 or 3 yards left, which will definitely improve the lie for McIlroy.
This is all getting broadcast on TV, James.
Good break early on.
Then you're going to make a problem, and then after the next problem, and the next
So pretty straightforward ruling there for Rory McIlroy. Gary Butler helping out. David Rickman and all his team said it's quite a straightforward, a clean golf course. Rules-wise, at least. Back to 1 for an opening birdie for Max Homa. And a long way off there. A little bit of a misread. So we can see John Rahm did find the putting green. Missed that early on. I think Justin Rose might wait for Rory.
Yeah, I think that's the right play. McIlroy's got in there pretty quick. Referee's been and gone. You can tell nowadays by all the camera phones in the air when he's going to play, and they go up and down. So Justin Rose, rightly so, after making a bad mistake off the tee, doing it again, just taking his time. I think that's the right play for him.
So easy to feel a little hurried in that kind of situation after dropping one at the first for Rose. In trouble again. Not much left in for McIlroy. 117.
Yeah, playing, well, I wouldn't say it's playing any more than 100, Ali. Reasonably decent lie, but once it hits the deck, it's going to keep moving.
I should think he needs to land it on the lower level and let it hopefully release up to where the hole's cut. Just like that. Rory McIlroy, just a touch of class.
He's been out of position twice, and twice he's done that on the opening 2 holes. Brilliant stuff so far. Scintillating from Rory McIlroy.
Come on, Rory.
Probably one of the best they've seen all day. And it came from over there, from the world number 2. So this is the third. 2 fairway bunkers already to the name of Justin Rose. Up and down required for par. Need the trailing wind. Fine shot. That to save his 4. Second shot for Tony Finau. He's found the fairway at the dogleg right, 3rd. Pins over that way today. That was right down the pipe of it, wasn't it? Birdie at 1. Another look there at 3, 2 holes later. Little change in the commentary box. Thomas Bjorn back in with Tony Johnston, as well as myself, Ali Whitaker, taking you through for the next little while.
Thank you, Ali. Bjork at 10 on the upslope. Oh my, what a gem. Thomas, this is like days of yore when we played together and glared at each other quite a lot.
Oh, it's so nice to see you again, Mr. Johnston.
Nice to see one drop at the last there for Siwoo Kim. Round of 69 for he today. Good bounce back as well after the drop shot at 17.
Well, back to the second green. Anthony, what's he facing here?
Yeah, long one up and over the slope, left to right, Tom. I mean, I have to say, he did well to get it through the front edge. It's pretty narrow from the lie he had on the upslope. Quite a weedy looking lie. It was always going to get there, but could he get the direction? Sort of putting through a bit of a bowl sort of towards that second third and then up and over, so quite difficult to judge.
Well, you would consider that a fairly good effort from that distance from John Rahm.
Taking the same approach that Justin Rose did, but he's crept on through to the right fairway trap. Colin Morikawa needs to be a little further left. First time we're starting to see the sandy bounces as well on the fairway. The course is drying out. What great work James Bledge, the links manager, and his team have done around Royal Liverpool coming into the week and for the last few months.
This is Phil Mickelson into the first. And it's a beautiful start from Mickelson down the fairway into the heart of the green. Exactly the way you want to start your Open Championship.
Big putt, actually, early on for Rose. Felt right to left, but I think actually it's probably just inside left. It's interesting when you sort of address a putt, sometimes it can feel the other way, but you've really got to pay attention. And they're subtle this week. One or two new areas just been applied over the years. A huge putt, but one I feel he should make.
Yeah, expecting a bit of a break, wasn't it? Not the greatest start. Bogey, bogey.
16th green, Marcel Sim. And chance. Not the greatest chance, but it's a chance. Nice roll. Never really thought he got it on line. Walked off it quick, but it's a par.
Back down to the action at the second green. So this for par for John Rahm.
Well, the crowds will be absolutely enormous with this group. That's for sure. And they're all feeling a little bit of pressure on their golf shots early on. That'll settle down.
Well, using all the hole, but takes her at the bottom, that'll do.
Yeah, it wasn't a comfortable stroke, was it? Just kind of good speed on the way back, but then it's kind of stopped. Now McIlroy.
What a second shot that was. Oh my goodness. Can he open his accounts? Oh, also using all the hole. No remarks column on the card. It's a good start.
Well, it's a great example, isn't it? Even the best players in the world, when they come to these championships, they're just feeling it a little bit extra, and it's just a bit tentative. You know, the best driver of the golf ball in the world's been all over the place on the first two holes, and just a bit tense on the putts, but they're feeling it. But as I said, they'll settle down and they'll get into this round, and then they'll start working their way around. But that was almost a miss, that one.
Nothing is sure at Links Golf.
You know, he's working very hard on keeping the putter lower through impact. Says he tends to come up too much, and that one, that was more like the old stroke, a little bit high up the ball with a follow through.
This is Alexander Bjork on 11. He made birdie on 10. There you go. That used the hole as well, but that was from a bit more distance, and that moves him to 3 under par, tied for third.
Back-to-back birdies at 10 and 11. He's keeping his hot streak alive. He's been one of the men to watch on the DP World Tour this year. Over to Victor Hovland. Putting back towards it at 3. And very nice weight.
Mostly across for McIlroy, just an iron, just trying to feather this finishing really left half. Opens up the green. Such a controlled swing.
Yeah, he's swinging beautiful at the moment, he really is. It looks under control, able to hit that stinger.
Said he didn't remember much until he kind of started to see the holes again and get familiarised. It's been 9 years since his victory here.
Excellent birdie chance for Tony Finau. Yeah, some of these greens are so subtle. Tough to read.
It's tough to find the fairway as well from back on the tee. What club are you pulling from back here, Wally?
Well, ideally you want to get it to the corner, which is 250. But with the wind off the right, it sort of does narrow the fairway down. So I think sort of 3s and 4s all week if it stays this direction. Right to left, looking right, wrong. Testing that corner.
The only entirely bunker-free hole on the course. No fairway bunkers, none around the green. Quite unusual on a links course.
Just flanked by death, all down the right side instead.
It's been a bit of a rough start for Justin Thomas. And this is for par. It's just off the green on the collar. And up to there, that's a nice putt. That'll settle him down a little bit.
Thomas, you talked about trying to get into the round. You know, what kind of things are these guys feeling and trying to, you talk about what's the process of doing that in a major championship?
Well, the anticipation of getting started in a championship like this is so big, it builds up through the week. So you just kind of, you get on the golf course in the first few holes, it's just you taking everything in and you're just trying to feel the golf course under your feet. And then after 2 or 3 holes, they really get focused and determined and settle into the round. They just need to not make any big mistakes early on. That can unsettle them more. But if you don't make any big mistakes early on, they seem to find their way and then they start moving along in the round.
The nerves settle. Par at 1 for Mickelson. Nice shot in there for Colin Morikawa, getting the assist off the back edge of the bunker. The second hole might just drift its way back down the ridge. It's only a pace or 2 short of that pin position. Marcel Siem has made his way to 17. It's always looming, even with just a little wedge in hand.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Heart in mouth.
Ooh. You know, this hole is called Little Eye. They say it's named after an island in the distance. No, it's because you get an ocular twitch when you get on that tee and look at the hole. Hatton at the second. Perfect tee shot. Flag up on that back left plateau. It's okay. Greens, so many of these greens are raised. If you go long there, you go over the back and you've got nothing to work with. Just 354 yards. We saw Christo Lamprecht this morning, one of our co-leaders, the young South African amateur, hit driver into the greenside bunker and then have to go sideways.
Finau finds a fairway. You said that you had a chat with Christo the other day and that you felt like you were standing in the bottom of a pool talking to him, Tony.
Yeah, I was down in the deep end and he was up on the paving. I got a sore neck looking up at him. The guy's a giant. And the most polite, nice youngster. That's a beautiful motion, isn't it? Totally natural.
So fluid. Over to Hovland at the 4th. Playing alongside Finau today.
Yeah, nice little bounce there into the fairway, and that's perfect from Victor Hovland.
see so many interpretations of how to play depending on what game you bring to Royal Liverpool. Tiger Woods did it hitting just one driver in 2006. Rory McIlroy overpowered the golf course 8 years after that. That's the out of bounds, the old racetrack that feeds its way into the narrative down the third.
And turned back into the breeze. 207 for McIlroy. It's a bit of barometer to see how you're feeling with this right pin. You never quite know. You want to go left of this, but oof.
He's happy with that. He's just heading towards the centre of the green from where he was. He really never wanted to take that flag on. That's all you're trying to do in this hole this week. Just get it in the middle of the green, make 4, get on with it.
Let's go to 16. Antoine Rosner, the Frenchman, for a birdie. Oh yes, 3 under par. And into a tie for third.
Got out of jail at 15, finds one on the very next. Just the 2 left to play for the Frenchman.
Absolutely.
.195 for John Rahm. Perfect second for McIlroy. Like Thomas said, he's just find the green, move on. Same for the Spaniard.
Looks like a more aggressive line. Oh, and that's the danger. I think he struggles to play away from flags, Thomas. He's got that aggressive bent, hasn't he? Where just instinct, he wants to have a go.
He definitely does. When he's in good position, he'll go for them any day of the week. Marcel Siem, it wasn't a great shot, but he's found the green on 17 down the hill. Oh, this is going at pace.
Let's have a test of that. It's incredible, really, isn't it? It was 126 yards, and there's not one guy in the field that walks off there today with 3 and is disappointed.
Definitely. There's holes like that on links golf courses, but that's one of those. It's like the postage stamp at Troon, you know, you just 3 is a good score.
Looking good for Colin Morikawa. Nicely done. Gets that drop shot back from the first hole.
It'll fly. It's going to fly down 28, yes. Okay.
Great little view from here at that tuck left flag at the 4th, ahead of Tony Finau.
Amazing how low his hands are at addresses. His left hand is nearly touching his left thigh. Great control.
You get the perfect tee shot away on a hole, and then all of a sudden you have the perfect line into these flags, and then you can set yourself up all day long. Justin Thomas, second shot. This is only a gap wedge. Get this dancing with just a bit of spin. There you go.
Marcel Siem, return putt for the par. Oh, yes. A slightly disappointing tee shot. Got away with it. 3 is fine.
Well, we've seen 2 good shots in here from this group. Tony Finau and Justin Thomas. Victor Hovland, I'm sure, is going to follow them in close. Just 119 yards. Just didn't quite sound right, did it? It just sounded a little bit heavy.
Martin has been given an idea of the pace and I suppose a bit of the line from Morikawa. Oh, beautifully done. I think he's up for this. He loves links golf, as most of us do.
Brian Harman. And this is for birdie. They're loving this. They really are loving this at the moment. We've seen some nice putts going in. Taking advantage of good conditions out there. Perfect golf weather, isn't it? Perfect. Like just in between putting a jumper on and a t-shirt. Brits will be in t-shirts, the Americans will be in jumpers probably, but that's the way it is, what you're used to.
Ball on the way from long range for Sahith Theegala. Oh, you are kidding. Needed it. Hasn't been his day so far. Maybe that's the turning point.
Yeah, that's been a tough old run for him, hasn't it? That'll make him feel an awful lot better. It just gives you that belief that things are not all bad. Gets up and, I mean, this is motoring. His caddy's thinking, please get down. Well, it did. About 5 inches down.
Tricky one for Jon Rahm here. Just off the back foot, just bumping it along. That's one of the shots you really only practice on links golf. And he's executed that to perfection.
An interesting feature of the third, the right part of that grandstand is actually within the out of bounds as well. The out of bounds kind of feeds its way through the columns of the corner. Never seen that before. Have you, Anthony?
No, Ali. There's a lot of changes actually. Every year seems to evolve beautifully.
So close to the action now.
It's brilliant. Just the will of all the fans wanting everyone to do well. They just want to watch great golf. Actually had quite a good lie there, Rahm. This one's surprisingly pretty straight for McIlroy. Might have a little bit of left to right at the end, but so little. Looks a quick green, this.
That's a lovely try. Look at the crowds. I think when the draw came out, the fans must have been salivating, drooling, itching to watch this group.
Yeah, I was sitting next to Martin Slumbers the other night at the Golf Writers dinner, and he said it was all coincidence that these three were playing together.
Hearing this was for a par for Alexander Bjork. Uncharacteristic for a man that's been inside the top 10. I think it's 6 of his last 8 starts. So he's going to drop at least one there. Over to Justin Rose.
Yeah, bogey start for Justin Rose, and this is for par. Go on, Justin. Very good putt. There was a lot of pressure on that. It really was. You definitely don't want to start with 3 straight bogeys.
We saw Hovland come up short and feed back down the fairway. Electing to putt it, as so many will do on these pure fringes, and that'll do just fine. Thank you.
A little bit of a tester here for Jon Rahm. He's just having another thought about the line. It wasn't the most confident stroke on the second green. I think you can go a little bit harder at this one. It's slightly up the hill. No problem.
Just 5 birdies made at the third. It is the third hardest hole on the golf course. Quite a firm start.
Justin Thomas. Birdie chance at 4. Ooh, wow. It really did dive, didn't it? Got that little shoulder from the bunker just intruding into the green, and it has an effect on that pin position.
Marcel Sim on the last hole of the day.
Oh, man, this must have been
Got to get lucky.
Still going.
So my understanding of the rules there is that he gets to drop it on the inside of the fence. Is that correct?
Yes, well, if you're outside the fence and if the fence is between the hole and within 4 club lengths of the ball, you can swing to the inside of fencing.
The voice of Jinwoo Kim helping us out with the rules. Ball's on the way for Rory McIlroy. He finds the fairway at the 4th. One under through 3. 3 pars to here for John Rahm.
And a bunker down the right alley, 241. Just a nice cooling sort of 1 club breeze helping, so just looking left of that. I think it's the play early in the week. No point going for this green just yet.
Oh, first bounce was good, second bounce not so much. But the ball's visible.
Come on, John, head up.
That'll be okay for Rahm.
Sir, can you slide cruise in there? Thank you.
Settling start, I felt, for Justin Rose. There's so many people out of here. I mean, it really is quite incredible. John Rahm, possibly 1 or 2 poor ones, I think. Maybe a lack of golf. But a pretty simple iron shot down the fairway. It's quite a flat fairway for a links fairway. There's not much here.
And that's better from Justin Rose. Finds the middle of the fairway. Set up a birdie opportunity, I'm sure.
He and his wife Kate were given a nice little award the other night at the dinner you spoke of, the Association of Golf Writers Award, for their contribution to the game through the Rose Ladies series. Nice stuff. It really has made a huge difference, especially to English golf, their contribution, Thomas.
Absolutely, it was a wonderful to hear them talk with the passion about it the other night. It's you know, it's tough, dark times for everyone in the world. Oh, this is going right. Oh, that's miles out for Colin Morikawa. It's a redrop. But yeah, the passion they showed at those dark times, and the women golfers around the world were suffering probably more than anyone, and they set up this series, which was fantastic and well deserved to get recognised by the golf writers.
Slowly down the hill goes Antoine Rosner. It's kind of trying to wring out as much out of the towel from up there as he can. A little 2.5 footer for his par at 17 though.
Mickelson. Birdie chance at 2. Par start.
Has the company of Nick Taylor, the Canadian Open champion in his home country, and Adam Shank, who I'm delighted to hear that it seems like his golf clubs have shown up. Jamie Spencer's hot-footed it to the group of Hovland, Finau and Justin Thomas.
Yes, you'll have 5th hole, par 5. Wind in off the right, some bunkers up the right. It's the gorse down the left I worry about.
I'd love to see a video of his swing when he was about 10, Thomas, because I reckon his swing probably looks exactly the same. It looks so natural, doesn't it?
It really isn't. It hasn't changed in all the years I've known him, that's for sure.
And a driver for Hovland. That bunker on the right is reachable just about into this breeze. It's sort of caution at the players coming from about 2 o'clock as they play the hole. But it's easily reachable, this par 5 today. Got to make the most of the fives here at Royal Liverpool.
Yes, Victor!
I'm not so sure he loves it. Just settled down as well, didn't it?
Looking for some control down breeze, McIlroy. Lovely clean lie, actually, 135. This left-hand pin, I think he can certainly get it pin high, sort of 8-10 feet right of it. A little bit of a ridge where I think if you can catch that, it will pull up pretty quick.
These pot bunkers, they're like giant vacuum cleaners. Anything near them just gets sucked down into the bottom of the bunker.
21 is playing with this breeze.
That's a bad mistake from McIlroy. There's no need for him to do that.
Is to polish off for the par, does so. Rosner and walks to the last 3 under par.
Spot on, Thomas. Yeah, he's just pushing the envelope a little bit there, McIlroy. I think he had plenty of room just right of it, pitching in a little upslope, as I mentioned. It was not a real issue, really. It's about 110, 112 to that front side. You must pitch past that, Justin Rose.
Well, that's a beauty. Nice hold putt there for par and 3, and now he's got that for birdie.
Love it. Yeah. Just give yourself a little room there. Right on that 4 is absolutely perfect. All right, buddy.
Decent lie, actually. He's got a little bit of weed just in front of the ball. Not going to bother John Rahm. This probably will have a bounce in this. Be amazed if he does run this. I think he'll just accept 15 long.
Good feet away, but that's a good break. You could hear them discussing it, trying to go at the number 4 on the TV tower, which was at least 7 or 8 yards right. He's undercooked it, and now he's got a little tester. But a heck of a lot better than being in the bunker. Oh my goodness.
Well, Colin Morikawa hit it out of bounds for his second. So this is his 5th shot. It's a fairly easy chip. I'm not so sure it's easy when it's your 5th shot. And that's at best average for Morikawa.
Great shot in at the 13th for Adrian Ategi. Been rewarded handsomely with a birdie too. He's inside the top 10 now.
Tyrrell Hatton. A long birdie putt at the 3rd. But please just give me 2 putts. Give me 2 putts and let me get out of here. I won't. Well, I will tempt fate. There's not many better in the world than Hatton from that range. We'll see if he can get it.
Just a hint on the downslope, but lots of sand under this for McIlroy. So if he can get the strike, he will have the control here. It's come out too low.
sounded like he just didn't get enough sand with it. Sounded a little bit clunky. He's normally a very good bunker player.
Morikawa, this is for a 6 on number 3. And that's a good putt. That's a very, very good putt. Under the circumstances, excellent. Be a bit frustrated with that. Don't really know what happened on that second shot. Normally if it's a bad lie, they'll go left more than they'll go right.
"25 feet or so really for Rahm. He's nearly 2 feet below the level of the green here. Clever little subtle changes over the years here at Hoy Lake. Bit of breeze as well in this right to left when it gets on top for Jon Rahm. These are never easy to judge because they're quite quick once they get on top as well. You can whiz away quite quickly.
That was a massive break. That was pretty clumsy. I tell you what, that was at least 20 feet past. He got such good touch, but I mean, look at the speed on this thing. Bye. Hello.
I know what he's thinking. How unlucky am I that that didn't go in?
We're all the same, aren't we, Thomas? That was a great break. From where he was in the fairway with, or just in the semi-rough with a little wedge, if he'd walked off with 5, he would have been furious. He's feeling pretty darn good now.
That can turn your day round, Tony, can't it?
No question, Wally. No question.
It was going some as well, wasn't it? There's loads of these little subtle drop-offs. They can make such a difference. You run away, all of a sudden you've got something like that where if it just hangs on, you've got a flat 12, 15 footer for birdie. It's a big break. I've not managed to get in here to see McIlroy's putt. But Justin Rose's will be right to left, so I imagine it's something similar back into the breeze. Doesn't want to be dropping a shot here. This is certainly a birdie hole for all week. Down breeze.
Yeah, that's a stinger. Off a lovely tee shot. You would have expected to find the green. You would have expected to hit the bunker shot closer. You probably would have expected to make that putt.
First drop shot comes at the shortest par 4 on the front side for Rory McIlroy.
It's a nice spot actually for you sort of drive around the buggy on the way to the first tee from the TV compound. It's a quiet area. Not now. Not now. There's not a seat in the house. Amazing, amazing game, isn't it?
Give me your phone, Dad. Give me your phone. I've got a view.
There's no 4G out here, Tony.
Maybe the video. See if Justin Rose can roll this one in for birdie.
Like Thomas, just not seeing that sideways bender at the hole.
Yeah, it is quite severe, isn't it? Especially in the dying stages. So no reward after the second in. He walks to the 5th tee, 2 over par, Justin Rose.
Well, he laid up off the tee now, but he can still reach there. It's a long way in though. 250 the front. Anything left with this pin on the right.
Hopefully not up against the face, which it looked like it might be. They really... oh my goodness. That is just horrific. You saw on the practice days guys attempting those shots and taking 3 or 4 to get out.
Hovland's got a good lie. Bit of snag behind him from 2-4-2, but it will jump. The ball's sitting right on top of the grass here. It's not too bad. Has a chance of getting it there. It's that bunker just short. That's the problem.
Yeah, that bounces along, and it's a little bit of down to the lie, that one. Not much green to work with. You never like when you have to get these kind of irons out in the rough. You always feel like anything can happen, but he had a good lie, got down right on top of it. Just
Well, Gary has been here all day from Northup Golf Club in North Wales. So this is the longest drive of the day down here, and it's just a 2-1-5. Into a bit of breeze off the right, but he might better cut one up into the wind here.
It's on board. It's a long way from the hole. 2 putts for the birdie and out of there.
Marcel Siem on the last green. He's way left of the tee, so this is only for a birdie up here. He's there for 3. No! He would have been running around the green for half an hour after that river's gone in.
Oh, ever the showman. And what a thrill he is to watch as well, Marcel Siem. You think back to 2 years ago when he burst back onto the scene. Royal St George's with his top 15 there. It's around a 71 for him today, after really getting it going. A little bit of a tough back 9. Quickly to the 5th tee. Driver for John Rahm.
Almost trying to take the corner on, I think. Bunker's in play, but you can go well left of those.
Sweet drive.
Yeah, it's quite a dog leg actually. It's a good chance. You'll see a lot of eagle putts this week at 5. 3 bunkers down the right. They're all in play with iron or with driver, so you've really got to hug the left side where all the gorse is, but use that breeze right to the left and into.
Oh, not too far left. Oh, well, that's adios. That's never going to be seen again. Certainly not by human beings.
Looking confident, as he always is, McIlroy. A win will just add to that. Makes the greats even better. Needs to find the fairway, easily reaching 2. Don't need to go at this.
Ooh, I wonder. I wonder if that stayed short of that bunker.
What are you looking at me for? I can see the same as you.
You're taller than I am.
If only that counted. We will find out. The fate of Rory McIlroy down the 5th, the first par 5 on the golf course. But there's how it looks as we tick just past 4 p.m. local time here in Liverpool. It's still Lamprecht and Fleetwood that lead the way so far in the 151st Open, courtesy of those 66ers out earlier on today. But it's great to have you with us for what should be another special week in Open history. So many of the big names, the likes of Patrick Cantley, Brooks Koepka, Hideki Matsuyama, as well as the world number 1, Scotty Scheffler, in with rounds of 70 today. Same too for Xander Schauffele. But there's little doubt that perhaps one of the best stories of the day came from the local, the member here, Matthew Jordan, who got to hit the first tee shot out there today. Let's hear his thoughts with Rishi Prasad.
This is game number 1. On the tee from England, Matthew Jordan.
That was, the coolest thing I think I've ever experienced. But I think I was just praying that it missed the trap. It was okay, and we just went from there. It might be a bit raw, but certainly from what I can think of, it was just, one of the best feelings ever, that was. People were going nuts for me. But certainly when everyone's chanting your name and standing up and clapping you on every tee, it's absolutely brilliant. And as I say, you can't avoid that. I have to accept it because it's that good. Quite sure actually how it finished where it did. I was trying to hit it kind of 20 foot left. Yeah, very pleased, considering the occasion and the nerves, obviously. And of course, it's not actually playing as easy as you think. Certainly break 70 was very pleasing.
Would have been indeed. What validation. Those thoughts after his round, looking back on the day that was, that round of 69, he's seen this place in probably every set of conditions there is. And the footage of him out here as a 3-4-year-old swinging the club is nothing short of magic.
Yeah, been a member here since he was 7. Oh my goodness. I just don't know how you get out of here. I think he's just going to, a 1-inch backswing and just trying to move it down into the flat of the bunker. And most of these bunkers have been redone. Most of them used to have an upslope to the lip, and they've flattened all of the bases out. They are a nightmare.
Coleman on the 4th. And that's why you should be looking right at this flag and not straight at it. He has gone straight at it, but that's where McIlroy made the mistake. You just got to be careful.
Fourth shot for Tony Finau.
Ooh. Tell you what, you get scared of these lips. Yeah. Phew. It's not the first we're going to see. Take a couple to get out of a bunker, and I promise you it's not the last.
And such a relief when you do after something like that. Glad to see the back of it. This is down the last for Antoine Rosner.
Out of the rough down the left-hand side. He's 3 under par. He's just trying to get this up there somewhere. He's had a good shot. Is that going to miss the bunker? Oh. As you keep saying, Tony, they're like vacuum cleaners, aren't they?
They really are. I mean, those three bunkers up the left there are not that bad. They're not that deep, but they have got those sheer faces.
Found the green. Justin Thomas, long way from it though, at the 5th.
Well, his face tells its own story there. Definitely not happy with that.
Nor dare I say would Colin Morikawa be. Missing this green, like a number of players have, short at the 4th. Up the big slope. Could he? Thank you very much. What a bounce back. He's done it twice now, Colin Morikawa. How is he just 1 over par? It's 2 from long range that came at the 2nd and the 4th now.
I'll tell you what. Was that a ball that came? Did you see him jump there? Did the ball come from the tee? I think that's why he was smiling.
Hot-footed it. got away with it, perhaps. Hovland, that was tracking. But it will be just the par at the 5th. 5 pars to start. Well, the final tee time out there goes up at 4:16 this afternoon. The very final match of the day. It's Hurley Long, Seung-Soo Han, and Marco Penge, who got through qualifying. A name very well known in the UK as a talent. He's been brought unstuck by a knee surgery, as I understand it, the last year or two. Great to see him back, though. He said it was the best week of his life at St Andrews 12 months ago, and he's back again. There he is.
This is game number 52. On the tee, from Germany, Hurley Long.
His birthday tomorrow. Where else would you rather spend it than at the Open?
It's been a long wait. I've had this tee time, and it is a really long day. You're excited about playing in the Open, and you're going to wake up early with the excitement, and it's a long day. It seems like it's never going to get there, and then now you're ready to go. That was worth waiting for.
On the tee, from the USA, Seung-Soo Han.
Korean-born American. Won the Korean Open, in fact, earlier this year. He too, like Hurley Long, making his debut in the Open. How special that is.
On the tee, from England, Marco Penge.
Came here, walked around for the 2014 Open. This time he gets to pull the clubs out. It's what golf is all about. Very nearly missed it. Had to shoot 65 in his second round in the qualifier at Dundonald Links to make his way here.
Aiming well left. If you get a lie, that's a pretty good spot to be. Good angle to that right hole location, and the final game is on the way here at the 151st Open Championship. Finau for his par. Just needed a bit more pace and would have held the line.
Max home on 4 for birdie. We've seen this right to left putt. And he reads it correctly, unlike the others. That's a nice birdie there for Max.
Justin Thomas for birdie at the 5th, and we've been joined in the box again by Andrew Beef Johnson. First birdie birdie today, gets back to even par. So moving in the right direction.
Well, Rory McIlroy, it stopped short of that bunker.
Yeah, been lucky. 225. Just got to be careful with the lip of the bunker here, Thomas. I think he's going to have to just cut this a little.
Well, that's a poor one from McIlroy.
Yeah, you can see him pointing to the lip of that bunker. Certainly affected his shot. Is Rahm ready to go?
Yeah, definitely an issue. I thought it might have been, but never really aimed left. He just aimed straight and cut away. 220 from the perfect spot. Right hand pin, one to stay away from, but the wind off the right will certainly get this whizzing down the left. This is when Rahm's at his best.
I don't think that's too bad of a miss there. No, he's got tons and tons of green to work with, so if you're going to miss it, that's not a bad spot at all.
We head up to the 18th. This is Antoine Rosner for his third shot up against the lip. He should be able to get this one out. Oh, that's popped right up in the air. It wasn't easy. It was easy enough to get it on the green, but it certainly wasn't easy to get it anywhere near the flag.
This hole, he's got to be careful about going too long here. Yeah, I think it's quite a difficult pin to get right back to there, because if you hit it too long, it's over the back.
Brian Harman for a birdie 2 at the 9th to get to 3 under.
Oh, he can roll it, this guy. When he gets on a run, he really can roll it. That's an excellent start. Excellent front 9 of 32. 3 under par, no bogeys. Just a slight breeze off the right there. Maybe a little bit into as well. Right down the flag.
Anything long and left here at 6 is a bad miss. Back to Homa. Tee shot at the 5th with less than driver. McIlroy's come up short and to the right, Anthony. Looks like a pretty grassy lie from our view.
Yeah, not much green to play with. Justin Rose hit 3-wood down the left after taking a drop. So rightly so, went a little bit further left than he would have wanted, but he's left himself the whole green to play with, so McIlroy will wait.
Sorting themselves out. We'll go back to the tee with Morikawa. He's also electing a 3-wood. He's just heading down the right-hand side. Just spun up a bit. That's okay. It's a long way back, though.
Heavy, heavy lie.
Go on, get it there.
Oh, there's some shot there. That was not a good lie to get it over the trough and control it and still keep it on the green. I think that's a brilliant shot.
Run from left of the green.
Yeah, just in another one of the little gullies, just ran through. But as we mentioned, certainly a good miss, sort of chipping across the slope up and over into a little bit of a bowl, and it almost just comes up again at the end. So it's quite a comfy shot, really. A little bit surprised that Rose's ball's not been marked. A slightly different angle, but it is, I would say, in the eye line. Bags of green to play with.
Came out so low and so hard. Weird shot from Jon Rahm there. He's normally very good on shots like that.
I got the feeling this is going to be a full out swing, trying to pitch on the ledge just short of the green. McIlroy can get under this, but it is pretty heavy. Down breeze, down hill all the way.
That's a great shot. It's one of them shots that's so easy in that rough for the face just to turn over, and you can end up hitting it sort of 30-foot past. That's a great shot.
You know, Thomas, everyone talks about Rory McIlroy and oohs and ahs over his great ball striking ability, but he's underrated with these type of shots around the greens.
He's hugely talented around the greens, and I think some people get sometimes confused. Like, we see him miss a lot of putts, and his putting can at times be iffy. But around the greens, I think he's hugely underrated. He really has. He has all the shots, and you know, seeing him in a bunker, seeing him chipping, he's got different kinds of shots, and he's got the imagination with him as well.
Rahm from the fringe.
Curious pitch across the green, Jay, wasn't it? Came out very low. I was quite surprised. It seems to lack control for Jon Rahm. Back into the breeze, possibly. Maybe just threw him out a little bit. Just coming across the slope. Quite a hefty one at that, left to right. Just lacking a bit of consistency early on.
Five is an interesting hole because it's a short par 5, barely longer than what 10 is as a par 4, but it's such a different test. It's daring you to hit it up in the bottleneck with the gorse on the left, bunkers on the right. So it does really play a pretty strict par 5 because of where most players are forced to lay it back off the tee.
So clever, Jay. So clever. It just tempts you all the way around this par 5, around the corner. It's a narrow fairway coming across the angle. That's the issue. Very little in this. Just a fraction of a rise up towards the end, towards the hole for McIlroy. Be a wonderful up and down. We saw a few last week. This would be one of the best.
Just creeps by.
We saw a lot of those misses last week, and he still won. Just goes to show you the quality of player of a McIlroy.
Yeah, but he'd be annoyed with his performances on the 4th and 5th hole here. He's kind of leaving a couple of shots out there.
This would be a great escape here. To come out par with that after that tee shot. just wiggled right at the end.
Victor Hovland on the 6th green. It's a good shot to here. I think, as Andrew said earlier, not many people take on this flag. You're just kind of hitting it in short of the flag and trying to two-putt and get out of there. And if something magic happens, you'll be obviously delighted. But it's kind of one of those flag positions that you don't want to do too much with.
I tell you, from being around the green in 2 and having this par putt, this is testing. This made this putt a lot harder for par. I think that's a great putt. From that position, he would not want to be walking off with a 6 there. That's a good putt there.
Now he stood 220 out in the middle of the fairway, and all of a sudden you're trying not to make 6. That's that will test anyone.
Yeah, again, Finau putting up the hill here on 6. Just looking to, putt it close and walk off with 3. Good putt.
We'll head up to the 18th green. So Rosner came out to here. This is for birdie. This is for a round of 67. Why not? Why not? What an excellent round from Antoine Rosner. And people that don't know him so well around the world, he's one of the most impressive iron players I've ever seen, and this is a great start to his Open Championship.
And first player to post a 67. One shot behind the 2 co-leaders in Fleetwood and the South African amateur Lampert. Another look at this putt.
Again, Hovland here just trying to clear up for par. Solid there.
And a par, a good 2-putt for Hovland. Playing companion Justin Thomas hit a poor chip and followed his birdie at 5 with a bogey, so falls back to 1 over par.
This is Phil Mickelson. So he's hit his drive up to here, and I think that's the one I saw running through the legs of Colin Morikawa when that's what they were laughing at. But he putted it up there, Mickelson, for 2. That was a drive of 358 yards from Mickelson at the age of, 52, 53?
He can still move it out there, can't he? Van Gas with a good putt. The French are making hay at the moment. A couple under for Romain.
Yeah, this is what's facing you on the 6th, and there you can see the pins at the back of the green, and you really don't want to go long. Look at all those blue ones over the green there.
.204, Thomas, but there's just a subtle downslope around by the hole, so really anything just short right of this. It's so easy to go long on that right to left breeze. Almost picks up pace once it takes its second bounce.
Where's my super suit?
He's overcooked this. Yeah, that's into the bunker. And that's not going to be easy, that one.
Luckily got down in the middle of the bunker, not close to the face.
As you're saying, Mickelson, Harrington, what they're doing, the distance they're both hitting it is incredible. That's it, rolls it in for birdie as well. That long driving's paying off.
fairways, 3 greens for John Rahm so far. Not ideal. Right to left, strong right to left for McIlroy. Naturally draws the ball. So something just down that right edge will find the middle of the putting surface. Good set of par 3s this week. 204, looking all the way.
It's so hard to get it back there, and as I said, I think all the guys are going to take a club less and try and shape it in there, and if they can pitch it just under the bank and let it run up, then take it. If it stays there, it stays there.
That's a swing that everyone comes to see right there. Just absolute poetry from last week's winner and the last winner of the Open Championship here at Royal Liverpool.
Yeah, you're spot on, Beef. Absolutely, that's the play. Hit it under the hill, and if it gets on top, so be it. If not, no damage done. A couple of hooks off the last tee. Pull hooks, actually, for Rose. Normally such a strong tee to green player.
Yeah, that looked a bit of golf swing from Justin Rose. It's on the perfect line, but the same result as most people we've seen. But 204 to the flag, 209 to the back edge. You're never going to take it on, are you?
Thomas, how much in an Open Championship in your prep work do you take and work on your long lag putting?
Oh, it's key. I remember walking around in one of my early Opens with David Ledbetter, and he just kept saying to me, long putts, lagging them up there, lagging them up there. It's so important for this week. 3 putts can kill you.
2 on 5 under par 66 in this opening round of the 101st Royal Liverpool Open. Max Homa 1 under through 4. Many think that he has a major championship in his not too distant future. Same score for Tyrrell Hatton. How exciting would it be to see the Englishman win? Danny Willett, former Masters champion. He's on even par through 9, and the back 9 is going to be interesting. Hovland ready to go with the driver.
And just give it everything he has, Victor Hovland. Oh, that's beautiful. It's no problem. That kind of rough there is no problem for these players. It's easy to get the strike.
Morikawa's third shot to 5. He's opened up the green a bit on this left side. Let's see what he can do here. Oh, just trying to sort of cut that back into the wind a little bit. It's a good shot there.
Well, Brian Harman's had a wonderful front 9, 3 under par. But this is for par on the 10th. That's just pulled it a fraction. It went right straight off the putter head. And that's a drop shot. Back to 2 under.
Tyrrell, this doesn't look too easy here. He's got to just land this just over the bunker. Let it roll down.
Tell you what, that's a good shot. He had to pick that up, Beef, didn't he? It looked like he had to pick it up, not to hit the lip.
It's Rahm playing that second shot out the bunker. Played a nice shot there. Well played.
A couple of very, very good bunker shots there.
Hard to find top players that you don't admire their short games. You always had such a great short game, such a great imagination around the greens, Thomas.
Yeah, but there's still a few around that, you know, they obviously they hit good shots around the green, but sometimes they struggle with it. There's standouts, but it's funny how some people get credited with a great short game and some people don't. And you talked about it before with Rory McIlroy. He doesn't really get credited with a great short game, but I think that's because his long game is so massively impressive, so that's what we love talking about. Excellent putt from Holmer. 2 under par. Lovely start.
Neiman at 7 for a birdie. He's got a good chance here. He's having that second look. He might have just misread that a little bit.
Anthony, with the way things are going, getting in later into the round, how much is the wind coming up? You're getting closer to the sea rather than the start of the golf course?
Yeah, it's sort of cooling a little. It's beautiful out here. The atmosphere is just incredible. There's so many people with this match. Everything, I would say, is firmed up a little bit. We had a lot of rain on Tuesday, and no question it's firming up. I think the wind's doing that as much as the sunshine. It's a good club and a half out here, mostly across the holes as well. Justin Rose putting up pretty much stone dead from the front edge. And now McIlroy, similar sort of line, just right to left as it approaches the step up the green. Just dying it really off that right side.
That early walk is always an indication of maybe that's not going to get to the hole. I've definitely walked a few times like that, Thomas.
Yeah, we all got kind of the same manners, don't we, around when things are not going our way. It's very easy to tell with players what kind of shot they've hit.
I think one of the most telling things can be, Anthony, the body language after a miss, whether a player hit a good putt or hit it offline.
Yeah, sometimes the shoulders just drop, don't they, after the shot. Definitely silence here. This is quite large, I think, for McIlroy. It's not been the 6 holes he would have thought after a good start. Pretty flat.
That's a confident putt from McIlroy. And you're right, Anthony. It's not been the start he was looking for. It looks hit a couple of loose shots early on. He got away with it on 2, but he's just not making the most of it right now. Long way to go, though.
Yeah, conditions are good for an afternoon tee-off, Thomas. You know what it's like. You're hoping you're not going to get a real strong breeze. They don't have that. It's manageable. It's reasonably warm out here, so the numbers are good. They're not fighting anything, really. Par 3's a key. Keeping out of the bunkers. There's another one. There's loads. It's a great design this week.
Top quality save there.
All pars to start for the number 3 ranked player in the world.
Hovland out of the left-hand rough. Not a bad lie, but all the angle against him from 160 down the breeze.
That was high. Very high. That's a good shot. This is going to hang on. Yeah, it just hangs on the back edge. That's an excellent shot from where he was.
Morikawa for birdie here at 5 after his 3rd shot. He's got a good chance here. Oh, it's just veered off left there. I think it looks like that could be a tricky one to read from that angle.
We head further on to the golf course on the 15th hole. This is Adrian Otaegui. This is for eagle. Just misses the sprinkler head. He's going to come back. Quite. Well, it came back in the end, but when it was way past the hole. A tricky one left there for birdie.
Former world #1 and major champion Dustin Johnson. This for birdie at 12. Not bad pace from distance, especially putting into the breeze. Not really a wind yet. Hope we get a wind at least one day. Just makes things interesting. Rahm ready at the 7th.
We will, Jay. It's coming.
It's also nice, and he's sitting in here in the warmth of a commentary booth and hoping it's going to be bad on these guys.
Yes, yes. You can tell he's retired from golf. The murmuration just gone over the back of the tee. Beautiful set of birds just appeared out of nowhere. In out the left. A fairway you need to find, bunkers left and right.
Just up into the primary rough, but it looks pretty sparse. The rough here this week is a bit spotty due to the dry spring.
Certainly you pick your battles this week, Jay. There's a few heavy spots, actually, more with driver, I think, than irons. But 3 good drivers of the ball. McIlroy, obviously one of the best, if not the best. Hugging that left side. Almost cutting the ball at the minute. Loves that shape. Now he has it.
Mashed potato!
More bunkers down there.
Well, we're just over 305 to carry, and with a crosswind left to right, not a problem.
Catch that tee. Up on the green, Tony Finau. It's a difficult pin to get close to this over those bunkers. But you kind of want to putt from the back of the green. It's slow up the hill, be aggressive, and that's a nice putt.
Otegi just trying to knock this in for a birdie. Move to 3 under. Lovely. Dead centre. It's a good 2-putt there.
Otegi's the only one on that small first page of the leaderboard out on the golf course. Gas there at the bottom as well. 3 under and 2 under par, but they're all chasing Christo Lamprecht and Tommy Fleetwood. 66s this morning. They lead the way here at the 101st. Former champion Stuart Sink with a wonderful 68 for the over 50. Scheffler round in 70. Good opening rounds, not overbearing or anything, but they're right in there with a chance. Only 4 backs. We head down to Hovland.
Yeah, he can be aggressive with this one. Just about 40 feet. I don't think he's hit that anywhere near hard enough. Nope. That comes up a few feet short. A good line though.
Good look down at the 6th green and a couple of beautiful bunkers. Beautiful to look at. Not too beautiful when you're in them, but Morikawa has just missed the 2nd one up the left.
You just wonder how a ball gets there without going in that bunker.
The bunkers here aren't large, are they? But they play larger because the ball wants to collect into the bunker with the slopes.
How would you play this, Thomas?
All I see there is just bump it into the hill there around those 2 just left of those 2 sprinklers. Just kind of stick it back in your stance a bit, shut the face down a little bit, make sure you get that forward bounce. He just didn't pitch that far enough, so there was a little bit flatter where the ball landed and just kind of scooted on. You wanted to pitch that a little bit further, was a bit more upslope, and then it just kind of bounces up, one bounce up on the green and then rolls on.
It's Justin Thomas for birdie. Again, it's so tough to get close to this pin today with downwind being over the traps. Yeah, a decent putt. As I said, it's not a real hole you're going to be looking at trying to get close for a birdie putt there.
This is the 8th fairway, working Neiman. It's a little bit of an awkward stance there, ball below his feet, but it's only a short distance in here. And he does the right thing, right into the centre of the green. Every time you just got a little bit of an awkward stance, a little bit, you should just go a little bit safe on a golf course like this.
Good look at the 7th with the wind direction. Mostly left to right off the tee, but Anthony, it looks like it might be helping a little bit more in the angle on the second shot.
Yes, agreed. A couple of bunkers really covering that flag. 167. Just raking that front left bunker at the minute, so it's just holding pattern for 20 seconds.
So we do have that as our minimum as well.
That is correct.
Just 9 iron. 15 feet right, maybe 12 feet right of the flag. Probably starting on it, just let it drift away. Everything sort of runs from left to right. So it's probably quite a difficult flag to get close. It'd be interesting to see how many threes are there today. I think if the pin was on the right, you'd see probably double that amount, whatever that number is.
He's struggling a little bit with his swing here, Justin Rose, early on in this round. He might be seeing the shots, but he's not executing them.
Got help, it's going to jump. I think, yeah, 30, just over 130 shot. Right.
Yeah, Justin Rose looks just a little bit out of sync, actually. He's working really hard. Dozens of practice swings, just can't quite find it.
I think, yeah, you started kind of at the flat, right? Finished on that staircase.
163 with a jumper. So anywhere in the 40s, I think, helping out of the left. Looking really sort of front right, really chasing forward. I don't believe he can go anywhere near this flag.
Yeah, we heard Adam Hayes talking about up the walkway, well to the right of the hole. Veteran play there, isn't it, Beef? Playing away from the trouble, the 2 bunkers short.
Them 2 front bunkers that put in position is no good, and if you haven't hit the fairway, you've just got to take your medicine and walk off with 4 there. There's no need to play around.
Yeah, taking your medicines right. 147, Beef. So just a decent gap wedge.
Yeah, anywhere inside 20, 25 foot's a good shot, and I'd say that's the best you're going to get there. I mean, it does help when you're hitting gap wedge 150 yards, or it'll be hit downwind. Have you ever seen McIlroy off balance with a shot?
Very rarely.
Looking at the 6th hole for a birdie. It'll be a rare birdie. Most are coming up short.
Well, it's a good start for Tyrrell Hatton. He's 2 under par after 5 holes. I thought he looked really, really good last week. Things didn't quite work out for him, but he looked very, very good. He was very much in control of his game. Joaquin Niemann, this is actually for par. We thought it was his 2nd shot in there. It was his 3rd. So that would be a bogey.
First bogey of the day for Niemann.
Hovland on this very difficult, intimidating tee shot, winding off the right.
Morikawa for par here after he's overhit this chip. He's held a few of these. And he's got another one as well. That putter is saving him.
Morikawa's putting stats have gotten much better in the last couple of months. He was really struggling early in the year.
Here's Hartman shot to 11. Wedge in, he can get this close. Yeah, good shot again. It's one of them holes where the players can really get at today.
Particularly slow one here, Anthony, from the back.
Yeah, it took the words right out of my mouth. Slow one back into the breeze. Just feels a little bit more fluffy, this green. It's got a hint of right to left. Must be, 50, 60 feet. We do want to get this all the way back, actually. They're a nice, comfortable pace, but this is slow.
Got all of that. Thomas, when you've got these long putts at the Open, the greens are slower than they are typically week in, week out. What do you really key on as far as getting your pace correct?
I always think about transition in my stroke. I always want to have a transition where I can feel like the transition is smooth for lengths, and that gives me a good feel for the stroke. I think sometimes when you get either short or too long in your stroke, you've got to have that kind of smooth transition. It's just, it kind of lags to your hands and the feel for the putt. It's all about feel from distance.
Here's Mickelson on 6. He's the only one I've seen today get it up on that back, and it would be Phil, wouldn't it?
Beautiful shot there, and shot that's proven to be pretty difficult this afternoon for players to judge correctly.
Justin Rose for birdie. It's a long way away from the hole here. I'm looking to 2-putt it, really. Lovely roll there. Just feel he needs a couple of solid holes to just kind of settle it all down and believe a little bit in his golf swing again.
As we look at Finau, staying with the Rose thoughts, he's 3 over par early. Do you play any mental games with yourself at that point?
No, I just think when you're in that situation, you see he's struggling. You feel you're struggling. You just really want to stand up and kind of find a fairway, try and hit a good shot. It doesn't necessarily need to be close to the flag. It's just that kind of feeling of a good swing, and then kind of built on that. Justin is experienced enough to know that 3 over par this early in the tournament is not the end of the world, but he needs something to start going.
McIlroy looks like he has 30 feet right on the button.
Yeah, and he thinks about pureness of strike, McIlroy, from long range. It's amazing. I think if you asked every golfer, they'd come up with a different answer. Not a whole heap in this, just a hair up the hill.
Great putt. It's one of them as I found as when I play, if you leave one just in the jaws like that, you're happy that you've rolled a long putt up dead, but also you think, come on, just hit it that little bit harder.
What do you mean when you played? I hope you're coming back to play at some stage soon.
I'll be back.
We're missing the big chest pump on the greens, Beef.
I think we should do one of them, a big chest bump between me and you. I think that'll go well.
I'll tell you what, if our bellies hit each other at pace, we'll fly off in each direction.
I'm not sure if that's broadcastable. Rahm for par after running it well past from the back of the green. Not really an unforced error there. It was really the with the putt. It was really the second shot that he was, well, let's say, face it a little bit out of position. But it's a bogey for Rahm, the number 3 player in the world. First non-par of the day.
Huge drive from Justin Thomas down here on 8. Only 116 yards, just a pitch. Coming off a double though on the last, where he was in bunker trouble. So it's a golden opportunity to get one back here on 8 with the wedge.
Gets a little spin back there, not what he wanted, but a good shot for Thomas. Currently 3 over in the last 2 holes.
Just a short walk across to the 8th. Anything misses left here, you just completely lose all visual of the green. So even though there's bunkers down the right, the wind's off the right, you're looking that side. So positional play, that's all that's required.
McIlroy sends that one on its way, and a little change in the commentary box. Tony Johnstone is back, as well as Allie Whitaker.
Good to be back. Rory finds the fairway. As we go to the 11th, Brian Harman. Chance to get within 2 of the lead here. And does. Impressed last week, was very good around the greens at the Renaissance Club.
Driver for Rose, taking it on. We saw a couple left on the par 5, so just needs to find something here.
Easy. 2 pot bunkers down there. Oh, he's miscued that.
Tony, you know what I saw right there? He's been struggling off the tee. It didn't look like he was hitting to as solid of a left side there that Rose typically does. I mean, his left knee was a little bent. Normally he hits really to a solid left side, something to hit against. And we can see pretty equal misses, both left and right. A little bit higher scores to the right.
That was a fairway finder, definitely, for Rose. Just popping it in the air, really. 1 club less for Rahm. Just taking the bunkers out of play. That's the play. Down the 8th.
Purely positional, isn't it? Just feathered it down there, not as usual violent motion through impact. It's pretty dynamic. Beautiful.
One of the best shots we've seen all afternoon at the 6 from Mickelson. This to get to 2 under par. He just seems to be timeless. Hasn't played particularly well this season, but major championship comes up and boom, there's Phil. disappointing putt after hitting the great tee shot. And the most important shot is not the great shot, it's the follow-up putt after the great shot. Otherwise, it's all for naught.
From the greenside right bunker to here for Romain Longasque at 17. So it's going to be a bogey, as it always seems to be, from down there in the sand. Down there, exactly. So that's how it looks. It was the lowest opening round in his major championship career for Tommy Fleetwood out there today. How special it is, just 25 miles as the crow flies from where he grew up. He's a joint for the lead with the amateur Christo Lamprecht. Impressive start from Tyrrell Hatton and Max Homa alongside each other out there. Both 2 under par, both with 2 birdies to their name. Bogey free so far. It's been a bit of a different story for Colin Morikawa, who is on the outside of par looking in. As we scroll through some of the scores, look at the flags. What an international game it is, with the Open qualifying series making its way around the world as well. Something Ockie Stratum knows all about when he won his first DP World Tour title at the end of last year. Picked up another since then.
To your point, in the previous page, 9 out of the 10 players, 9 different flags on that page. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it is. It's a global game now.
It truly is the most amazing championship in the world.
And the opportunities just keep coming to the corners of the earth as well. The African Amateur Championship happening at the start of next year under the eye of the RNAs. We go to 7. Second on the way from the step cut for Max Homa.
He's got a great angle in, but being in the rough, he's done well there. That's a good shot. It's a beast of a pin position. My goodness, with that left to right downwind. Wow.
There are times to be strategic, without question, out there today.
Finau, long-range birdie, and this one is just riding a ridge just to the right of his line. You could actually putt it off the fringe. Well played.
Was also in the greenside bunker for Joaquin Niemann, this time at 9. But again, it will be a bogey.
Back to 8. Hovland putting through this little crater here. Wow, so slow, isn't it? He gave that a good clout too. That's a good view of how much below the green he was.
One under par for his round today, Abraham Ansah. This is second at 15.
Oh, there's some nasty rough over there to the left. Snuck it past the bunker, but that is going to be lie dependent at 15. Holes cut front left. Virtually no chance to get that within 30 feet of the hole. It'll be a fun one to watch, not fun to play.
What a marvel it is. The way that this golf course is being crafted. The grass that along the fairways was they were either born here or blown here, you could say. Second on the way for Rose.
Be nice to sneak a birdie in round about now. Oh, that's a delightful second. Maybe this is the turnaround for Rosie. Long birdie try for Morikawa. Also pretty slow, giving it a good hit, and that's well judged.
Besides Rahm, we've seen most players from the back portion of that 7th green coming up well short.
He's done well to keep his cool out there today, especially after the shot that went OB at the 3rd over to Rory.
And short iron in hand for McIlroy. He'll be able to attack, but you have to be careful. A little bit long and right, it goes down into a swale. guarded against that and comes up, well, at least a club short.
Says he loves how strategic this course is. Rahm's turn now.
144, Ali. It is a difficult one to get all the way back.
Get a nice little read off McIlroy.
Yeah, the intention is to be aggressive till the club's about 2 inches from the ball and the handbrake comes on, because all you can see is that drop off that Jay described, and that is no fun.
Great look down at the fairway. You can see short of that second bunker, right in the top middle of your screen. It's nice and wide, and then if you get overly aggressive, it narrows in. Makes you think off the tee. Hovland with his tee shot at 9. 200 yards right on the button today to a front right hole location. Guarded on the right by a bunker. Not surprising to see a couple balls to the left of the flag.
Mickelson out with the big stick at 7.
Oh no. No!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Straight in that gorse bush. The trouble is, nobody wants to go in there to try and find a ball in gorse. That stuff will punch you everywhere. It's wicked stuff.
Yeah, we have tea tree back home. That's not fun either. In Australia to 12. Brian Harmon putting back towards it for his birdie.
Right on line. It's so infuriating as a player. It's difficult to read the line, difficult to get it on the line, and then if you don't hit it, because you've done all but hitting it correctly.
There it is, the 8th green on the left, the 9th tee to the right. A little bit of a meeting place to snake your way through the back 9 as well. Flanked along the water. They are just stunning pictures.
The golf course is gorgeous. The fairways and greens are a little too green, let's face it, for the way you want an Open to play fire in that. But the fescue rough, the brownish, just really frames things up. That is just a beautiful picture. And let's not forget all the people that are out there that just frame every hole for these players.
Jay, I just thought a couple of the greens early on had lost that deep green that we saw earlier in the week. It might just be, you know, the pictures on our screens, but it looked like some of them had just started to get that little bit of bluish grey in them.
Well, Anthony can probably tell us how they've changed in the last couple days to what they are right now after McIlroy played the second in.
Yeah, certainly softened up a little bit. They are changing a little bit. They're getting a little bit more glazed as we get round. I think it will certainly take a turn for that as we progress through the week, right to left. Relatively quick, I would say, just gently down the hill, falling that way all the way.
The ball always looked like it was going to be short, but it crept up closer to the hole than what it initially looked as it was rolling pretty slowly.
Alex Noren at 15 with an eagle chance. Go on, go on. Oh, suddenly to 2 under. Great move.
And Noren really needs a good week. Of course, this counts as both DP World Tour and PGA Tour points and money. And Noren is on the outside looking in and keeping his card next year, so he needs a big week this week. Now Rahm lining this one up. Similar line to what McIlroy had.
Yeah, correct. Probably maybe a club out, maybe in between, and just slightly misjudging the coolness of the breeze, maybe getting the angle just slightly wrong. Some huge flags in the distance, pretty much almost straight in, so playing half a club longer than Rahm thought.
Would have been paying very close attention to McIlroy's. Yeah, I think the head shaking is because he knew exactly what he had to do after Rory's putt. Didn't utilize it.
Just took his time, Justin Rose, wandering onto the green. Perfect tee shot, clearly just out of sync. He just chopped across it, made sure he found the fairway, and then attacked the second shot with clearly a good number. And that's the sign of someone who still knows how to get things done. Even though he's out of sorts, he's putting himself in that position to try and get back into this. He's not worried about fall through hat tricks and going for it. He's playing to his strengths. There's nothing rushed about Justin Rose.
Tucks that shirt under his right arm. Bob McIntyre tucks it under the left. This would be time. This would be time. There you go. Now he'll feel a lot better. Now we can start doing some work.
It's been pretty scrappy, but a player of Rose's caliber, he just needs a little bit of sniff of something good, and he can turn it around. And 71 even par would be a very good score after he was 3 over pretty early. He even bogeyed the first 2 holes. It was a good par save at 3 to not go 3 over after 3, as Rahm has his little tap in.
Stays at 1 over. Yet to produce a birdie.
It should be a mere formality for McIlroy. You give him this on a... Oh, goodness. Wow. And you know, you never know, Sunday afternoon, that putt right there could prove very costly because you know he's going to be there. That is just a shock to everyone.
Yeah, I can't believe that, Jay. I was with you. I'd given it to him.
Absolutely. It's just something you have to watch because you're playing in a championship. You would never make Rory McIlroy putt that if you're just playing for fun. Ever.
The game of golf. Dear, oh dear.
So from par to 1 over for Rory McIlroy, over to Victor Hovland. Trying to get back to level, outside chance.
It's trying, it's trying. He's got the pace of the greens, hasn't he?
Just needs one to drop. Still in search of his first birdie of the round. So he'll head off to the difficult 10th, now a par 4. But a lot of good golf being played. The best out on course right now are Adrian Otaegui and Brian Harman, who chased the lead by 2 at Royal Liverpool. It's looking back toward the tee where Justin Rose is at the 9th.
Not sure he can feel it, Ali, but he's certainly helping more than I think Justin Rose will feel on the tee. He's a little bit sheltered, 200. Front pin, you almost want to come up short of this, actually. Don't really want to take this on. Slightly out of the right as well. So maybe just holding this one down that left half.
What a bounce. Little head shake. A little unlucky there. Average proximity 36 feet. 12 yards. Shows how tough it is to get it close to that flag.
I don't remember, I had in my head, I was thinking at least 65, just over.
I wonder, has Rahm learnt from Justin Rose, no question, half a club long. Anything pitching on top's going to scoop 20, 30, 40 feet long. I like 8-iron max, really. Anything around the front will kick forward.
The big lean. Won't hang on. And maybe on a slight downslope too. He's getting frustrated.
What the type of golf course it is, isn't it? I mean, it just kind of chips away at you. It looks like it's gettable, but there's a subtle little mound here or there, a well-placed bunker, Anthony, that really makes things difficult.
Yeah, it's a good pin. There's a mound about 20 short, heavy grass on it, which is really obscuring the view. I think that's what's making the players hit more club than required.
.28 feet high and soft and beautiful.
Yeah, just what you said, landed a little short and let it run up. But it's a pretty narrow little target with that bunker on the right. That front portion of the 9th green is, well, maybe 13 yards wide in the opening. Small target from 200 yards.
Tenth hole, this par 5 turned into a long par 4 iron for Hovland because it's downwind. Ball's going to chase. Tough hole, this 10th to start the back 9.
Well, if you're going to hit an iron, you better hit it in the fairway. The old rule of thumb, if you're going to hit it crooked, hit it long and crooked. Short and crooked is not good.
Oliver Wilson, he's even par, and he's got an eagle putt. Oh, and he's bottled it. Beautifully done. A man who's had so many highs and lows in his career. Great to see him doing this well.
Yeah, thankfully more highs in the last 15 months or so, winning in Denmark. Was that last year? Came close at the Belfry this year as well to Homer.
183 wind off the right here to that right hole location. You just have to go left of the hole. You have to respect that swale just long and right. Now he's beyond the swale, and that is a wicked position. Homer would have looked good in the air right over the top of the flagstick, but overly aggressive, I think.
Great shot in for Alexander Bjork at 17. Outside chance for a birdie. Gosh, he's good with that club in hand. One of the best putters on the DP World Tour, and he's doubled his total there. He's going down the last, 2 under par.
Hatton. How aggressive will he be?
Hold, hold, hold. Get on the ground.
Not too bad. He's not happy, but it's... Yeah, come over the top there. Just growling.
Loads of green ahead of John Rahm to work with down at the 9th.
Yeah, and back into the breeze up the hill. I like the chip. Some would probably putt alley, but you can try and get this dancing around the hole and get some control on this.
Just beautifully played. He is fantastic around the greens, Rahm. Beautiful, positive, accelerating chipping action of his. You'll never see him decel on a chip. And the result is you'll never see him duff one. Look how crisp that is.
Just delightfully played. He loves all the possibilities of links golf. You could see someone like Guido Migliozzi doing exactly the same. And his goes for birdie at the 5th. So he too now 2 under par for the day.
Every single spot all over this golf course on these hills is just full of people sitting and standing. It's great to see so many children out here as well, learning this great game. Slow one, even though it's down the hill for Rose. Club long with a tee shot. Can he make up for that?
If he hits it harder, it will break and die down to the right, but just got it radically wrong.
Noren coming off the eagle at 15. Can he pick up another at 16 to get within 2 of the lead? Get it there. He did. Beautiful roll for Noren to turn his whole season around, which has been, kind of on the outside looking in. Hasn't played particularly well. Plays vast majority of his golf in the States. 3 birdies and an eagle on his back 9.
And a good time of the year to make an impression, perhaps, in the lead up to the Ryder Cup. So there's the 9th green, where Rory, Rahm and Rose are. Down the bottom, the 10th, it's now a par 4. And then you make your way, you turn around along all of the dunes with the 11th. Great shot in for Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely perfect play, pitching on that front edge. It's a great chance, actually, just on the edge, right edge. Just took a while for the crowd to settle.
Yeah, he saw more in it, didn't he? He's hit that exactly where he wanted, but Anthony Wall was spot on, right edge, could not have missed.
Something he and Brad Faxon have been working on, just trying to be as creative, as invested, as athletic on the greens as you can be. They don't use the word work anymore in relation to putting. Trying to turn it into a bit of a game. A little befuddled there, McIlroy.
We saw Homan go over the green at 8. He's got a reasonable lie, but he's got choices. He can land it down in the swale, run it back up to where the hole's located. Great lie, could have possibly flown up on top. That's wonderful touch. Your TV screen made that look a lot more simple than it was. He had to land that well below where he was standing with enough forward follow to get it to go up the slope. Brilliant shot from Homan. Now long range for Harman. It's an awkward par 3 13th, isn't it? You don't see all the left-hand side of the green. It gets more narrow as you go further back.
Morikawa with his birdie chance at 8. It's proved to be difficult, this putt. I mean, look at that, how far short that is from that range. And he's certainly not the first that's done that.
Hovland's got a long way in here. He thinks he can reach, but it's a claggy lie. He needs to get all of it. He's hoping for a bit of a jumper, aiming up the right, trying to pull it and run it into this green. Flag tight left. Can he get it?
Yeah, it's just so hard to control the club head through that thick, lush grass. You know the face is gonna shut down. You try and start it right, and still not enough.
We're hearing Justin Rose missed the return, so he's walked away with bogey. This for par for Jon Rahm. So front 9 of 1 over for Rahm. Same 2 for Rory McIlroy. 3 over for Justin Rose. They make their way to 10, as do we. Up ahead, Justin Thomas.
Unsighted here for Thomas to a left hole location. Wind coming out of the right. So it's on the leeward side of the green, which always helps. shot.
One of the kinder pins you'll see with that wind out there today.
Phil Mickelson. This is for a bogey. Drove it out of bounds off the tee on 7. So that's a little messy for lefty.
Well, clearly stroke average down the left, not the place to be. About equal, in fact. It's almost lower from the right rough than the fairway, surprisingly down the 10th right now at least.
It's uneven, this fairway, left and right actually, but middle is not the spot because you're obscured by quite a big mound. John Rahm, I like 3 wood down the right, really run out about 320. And the meat of the course is coming up, so birdies are needed the next couple of holes.
God, just a bullet right down the middle, low, straight one.
Don't know why he looked displeased with that, Jay. I don't know. I think maybe his foot just slipped a little or something, but it's good.
Look at this, easiest fairway to hit. But then you're met with the second. We are a little over 1 in 3 of finding the putting surface with their approach.
One player has gotten it up and down out of that front right bunker. When you're in that front right bunker, not even Tony can see the putting surface out of that bunker.
Driver, McIlroy, this is a funny one. He has to be cutting this into this breeze. He will go through this fairway if he flushes this.
No fairway bunkers at 10, but what's he done? He doesn't look too impressed with it. Oh. Oh, that's a great break. If that hangs up on that upslope in that rough, it's a nightmare. That is now not bad.
Good call as well by Anthony Wall. Hit that one out of the centre.
Langast at 18 to finish on 2 under par. Shoot in the 60s. Slow putt, left to right at the end.
A little shy, but nudge that in. It's a good afternoon's work for the gritty Langask.
Yeah, nice to see he and his compatriot Antoine Rosner, both in the red. He's been trending in the right direction the last 3 months or so. Langask, the talent of. Over to Tyrrell Hatton.
Excellent try. I would be astonished if he wasn't in the mix on Sunday. 217, Alex Noren. Another birdie chance. It's quite swift down there. Oh, not quite that swift. Pity, dead on line.
He would have taken a 3 if you gave it to him when he stood on the tee.
Any time, any day, any wind, Jay.
Scary hole. Shortest par 4 on the golf course is 17.
Playing over par as well, as you can imagine. There is Alex Noren, so he's got a chance of a final birdie coming next as he makes his way to the par 5 18th. Currently trailing the lead by 2. That is still at 5 under par from early on today from Lamprecht and Tommy Fleetwood at Royal Liverpool.
Hovland putting for par. He said he's trouble down this hole. Couldn't get any closer than here. Unlucky he didn't actually roll down onto the green here for Victor Hovland. There's even big crowds this end of the golf course, furthest point from the clubhouse here on this centre green. Every vantage point taken. And neither of these three players are on top form, to be honest with you. Finau was in the bunker short. He's got about a 25-footer of his par, so it's a bit of a struggle. Difficult this afternoon. Greens are definitely firmed up. Wind's picked up a little bit. So this is down the slope. Big right to lefter for Hovland for the 4.
Wow, look where he's aiming this. And he's trying to start that 15 feet right. Oh, wow. That really is a fine putt. He would have snatched your arm off there if you'd offered him a bogey.
To the second of Adrian Otegi, down 18.
Fade a little. And there's out of bounds over to the right, and it's going to be in every player's mind. Just narrowly skirts that first of 3 bunkers up the front left. Good shot.
And Tony Finau was in the front bunker. Boy, that's a deep bunker. And he was close to the lip as well. He did well to get it out to here, actually. He's not had much luck in the bunkers. Anyone in this group, actually. So he's got this for his par. Finau punting across the green. Not a lot of break.
Yeah, it's just the nature of these bunkers on this golf course, fairway and green side. The second your ball disappears into one, you're thinking bogey.
Left hole location here at the front right hole location. 10th hole. Slip my book. And this suits Homa. Loves to play a cut shot, so playing a little cut shot up against the breeze, but no. Oh, that's going to just go in the. When you go in the bunker, you want it to have enough momentum to get to the middle, so you have a swing and a stance.
Thomas for birdie needs it. Really does. It's a little bit of right to left down the green for JT.
That's the thing, when you're not putting well, you get that mid-range putt that you should give it a look. You leave it short because you're afraid of that 3-footer coming back. Those short putts, when you're missing, they really work back through the rest of your game.
Yeah, and then it puts pressure on your chipping. And then that puts pressure on your iron play. You're right, it just goes all the way back almost to the tee. Oh, that's nice, even when you're having a bad day.
To 15, third shot from Dustin Johnson.
That was such an awkward shot, downhill lie. And, you know, early in his career, he was really a very poor by tour standards chipper and pitcher. And he's made himself into a wonderful player and certainly well above average by tour standards.
.41 for John Rahm. A little bit probably further back than he would have liked. So this pin on the left, just on the upslope a fraction. Had to wait for the group in front to finish. Wind just feels like it's turned a little bit more down at the minute. Have to get this up that right hand side and get it on top.
Guys, come on, man. Hey.
One or two cameramen, I think, behind. Easily disturbed. There's thousands of people watching this group. This hole is called far, and I can vouch for that. It is far from the clubhouse. Ignore this flag.
Fat. You could hear it, you could see it. Sometimes you get those fat ones that come out with a bit of overspinning. I tell you what, I think that is a heck of a result, because that looked like one of the worst strikes we might see Rahm make the whole tournament. It's done well, really well.
Hatton actually got lucky here in the bunker where he's got a stance and a swing. Plenty of green to work with. This is an easy bunker shot.
Tidy. Got a hot temper and a great short game, Tyrrell Hatton. Chance to get up and down and keep the bogey-free run going. Down short of the green at 15. Here's Grillo.
Tough one to not miss on the right here. Oh, he hit it with plenty of speed. Actually did get it high enough. Everything was going left to right, slope and breeze. So have that left for a birdie 4.
What's the lie like for Rory McIlroy, Anthony?
Drawn a good one, actually. 182. It's difficult, really. He's got to send this. Well, it's going to go seriously high off the upslope. Looking well right, which is the play. So the bunker is in play. So needs to flight it over that. This will go high and it will turn from right to left. Needs to be careful here.
We heard the thump before we saw it, but McIlroy will like it when he walks up to it. Birdie chance coming again. Can he convert that one?
Couldn't see the green due to the mound in front of him. So it's a blind shot, aiming well to the right. Off an upslope, but a good lie, as Anthony said. Had to hoist it up high to get it over the mound. Wind coming off the right and just played to perfection. Wonderful shot from, well, just a fabulous player.
Dustin Johnson almost played that chip too well, but he still has the birdie chance, and in she goes. Nicely done. Still 2 over after that double bogey on the previous hole. Ouch.
Hearing this is the third from Max Homer. The first attempt stayed in. That front greenside trap.
Well, the ball just barely trickled in there, and so he was close to the edge with the first one. And didn't even get that one in the middle. That was good to get it out with the third shot. So that one left for bogey at the par 3.
Let's go to 18. Alexander Bjork. Laid up short on the par 5. Does he like it? Well, you know what? He wants nothing to do with that pin. Downwind over that mound next to the bunker. That's a smart play.
Found the front edge of the green at the 9th Colin Morikawa. Tracking. And it finds the bottom, back to level par. What's happened since he teed off? Third birdie of the day right there.
Birdie putt for Grillo is a little longer than what we originally thought. A little right to left on this one, coming off the slope from the fringe at the top of the picture, but well done, getting down in 2 from short of the green. Gets within 2 of the lead.
Always working hard here, Justin Rose. This is not easy. Fully 7 feet below the level. Putter grip means one thing, bump and run. This needs to be spot on.
Not far from it. 25 years now since he sprung on the scene in 1998 at Royal Birkdale. Tied for 4th there. An Olympic gold medal as well. Went his way in Rio. Over to 10, Morikawa.
No.
I'm going the less than driver here, Tony. You've got to get it in the fairway. He did.
He did. Wind drifted it back. He wasn't happy, was he? But it's done well for him.
John Rahm sizing up this birdie putt at 10.
I think it's a better 4 than it is 5. When I played here, it was a 5. Good change. Surprisingly straight this for Rahm. It feels right to left, but I don't think it is at all. Breeze off his left as well, holding it up.
Oh, yes, indeed, for John Rahm. Waited a long time for it, but birdie number 1 of his Open campaign comes at the 10th. It's worth another look. Great view from overhead and behind. Just grabs that left edge. Can McIlroy follow him in?
So just a hint of right to left, Ali.
Yes.
Yeah, just midsection, not much. Felt more when you walk on the green, but with the big backstop behind him. It's like a second serve, they always go in, don't they?
It's 2 good looks missed in a row for McIlroy off the back of the missed short one that came at the 8th. Settles for par. Struggling to build momentum right now. Down the last with Adrian Otaegui now. It is his eagle chance. He's never opened in a major with an under par round. Wouldn't this be some way to finish? This for a share of the lead.
Oh, it's tracking as well, but just coming up a little bit short.
Thomas Bjorn and Andrew Johnston back in the commentary box alongside myself, Ali Whitaker, as we see if Justin Rose can get up and down. From down in the hollow on the left. And that one stays straight. Go figure.
Yeah, not a very confident stroke, that one. When you say Andrew Johnston, I'm looking around and thinking, who's that? All right, Beef.
Over to Hovland. Second, can't see much of the flag. Nearly knocks it out though.
Oh, that was close to going in, that was.
He too much in need of a birdie.
Yeah, a couple of guys in this group quietly making a little push for a Ryder Cup spot. Alexander Bjork, Adrian Otaegui. And that's a nice start from Alexander Bjork. Steady player, this guy. Doesn't make a big fuss about it all, just goes about his business. And what's that? 2 under par, 69. That's a good start. That'll work in any major championship.
I've always enjoyed watching him hit his irons.
Not too shabby on the greens either. This man's pretty good around them. This for par. Needs this Brian Harman to stay at -3.
Every time you see him go in, they just keep your score ticking over. Another hole out the way, a difficult hole out the way, and you can just carry on looking and staying aggressive, and you're not going backwards.
$11, $12, $13, $14. Probably don't suit John Rahm, but you could do with almost a bit of a draw into this left to right breeze. But 4 great holes, 4 great difficult tee shots. Stunning part of the golf course. First things first, find the fairway. Looking to carry this over the ridge.
Yeah, it's an important tee shot, this. He said if you get it over the mound and on the fairway, it stays on. Now he's got a great chance, and he should have a great look at birdie from there.
Great illustration of just what Anthony was talking about. 11, 12, 13 and 14, all in the same direction with the wind off the left.
It's a super stretch. Different game plan for McIlroy. This club got a working out last week, especially on the last. Just to drill this one. Trying to get some work on the ground. He's playing long.
He likes that one. If he can hit it like he did on the last, he'll never hit anything else in his entire life.
It was quite remarkable, wasn't it? The finish, if you haven't seen it, is worth going back and looking at the highlights. The fairway medal that McIntyre hit into the 18th, the toughest hole on the course, then McIlroy to follow and get it done.
Here's a Taggy trying to finish well here, knock this in for birdie, and dinner will taste even better. Yeah, lovely. What a great round that is, and a great start.
Watch that space. He's won at Valderrama. He's also won along the coastline at the Fairmont of St Andrews. Round of 67 for the Spaniard today. One shot back.
Hatton, 206 here. From where he is, you can only just see the top of the flag. Stay there, stay there.
It's Mickelson on 9. They're just trying to hit this up the front edge here and just let it release on, and pin's tucked right on the front. Just like that. Just like that.
You little beauty. Mickelson's not missing that one, and he needs it as well. Hot off the back of a double bogey that came at 7, another drop shot at the 8th. So a great opportunity to go into the back 9 with a little better momentum, which hasn't been an issue for a lot of the players on the front page of the leaderboard. What a thrill it is to be in contention at the 151st Open and having an amateur co-leading, no less. Jordan Spieth got off to a nice start out there today. Managed to shoot a 2 under par, 69, including a double bogey that came at the 8th. A lot of good golf that offset that. So we get down to the action with Tony Finau.
Yeah, tricky one here. I think you got a pretty decent lie. He's popped that up nicely. That's just going to release out. Yeah, nice shot. Well executed by Tony Finau.
Okay, when you look at this and you can't see much of the flag here, you're picking something out in that background, maybe a window or chimney, something like that. You really got to focus hard on hitting that. Ah, it's a great shot there. Great shot. It can really make it difficult, can't it, Thomas, when you can't see much of the flag and you just have to trust your line.
Yeah, blind shots is always a thing in links golf. Picking your lines and targets. Hovland, it was such a beautiful shot. He just spun off a little bit. He needs something to get going. Yes, please. All the way around the hole for the Norwegian. And that's his first birdie of the day. Many people's favourite, one of the favourites coming in here this week, looking for him to do well. Got so close last year and just fell off in the end, but his day will definitely come on the links.
What a beautiful stretch of land it is. The River Dee and the Dee estuary in the distance. Absolutely stunning. When it hosted for the first time in 1897, it said the attendance was very large and caused no little inconvenience to the player. The year that Harold Hilton won his second Open. Loads of crowds out again. Look at this. This is awkward for Hatton.
Yeah, just picking that club off very quickly. Fortunately for him, he had a lot of green to work with. And that's a good shot from where he was. Still leaves a little bit of work.
Great illustration of how Jon Rahm threaded it down there. McIlroy a little further back by 35 yards.
Yeah, both in great positions here. Both can use the wind a little bit and set it off and get a bit of spin and let it come back to the hole here. I think they both have good birdie chances here.
Perfect play, that 2-iron. McIlroy 124. Beautiful little pot bunker, just short right off the upslope. Doesn't want to get suckered into that. So into the breeze, looking just slightly long and left. Yeah, they're just teeing off just to his left. I think just put him off a little bit, Ali.
This little stretch of holes almost kind of doubles back on itself from tee to green every now and then.
Yeah, it's great for an on-course. You can just walk forward a fraction, just grab the extra 100, Ali. Just needs to get a move on.
Wow, I was not expecting to see that, to be honest. I thought I'd quite fancy him to just set it off in the middle of the green and let it drift naturally with the wind. And
Yeah, he's just chasing it a little bit too hard right now, McIlroy, I think.
do you think that could be slightly in between clubs that he's trying to just force that one a touch?
No, I just think he just really sometimes can't look away from the flag and just play the smart play. He gets a little bit over aggressive in his golf, and when he's off a little bit, he just makes some really silly mistakes.
So they're going to wait for the 12th tee. That's where we go. Justin Thomas, little fairway metal out. It's played down in the left rough already.
Yeah, this is a tough driving hole, this one, especially with the wind off the left, and it's pushing everything towards the bunkers and into that direction. It's very hard to hit it up the left and keep it on the fairway there.
Seems to have found a little bit of the heavier rough down that side as well. Jump back to Jon Rahm's turn now, ready to go.
And just under the dunes, maybe that's what McIlroy didn't feel, 90 yards. Driving this forward. This will get there.
That's exactly the way I figured out. We've seen a lot of shots like that from the guys just left the flag and use the slope and let it spin. Good shot there.
Chance for 2 in a row for Jon Rahm. Go over to 16 with Dustin Johnson, working his way back towards par. And back toward the hole. We'll have to settle for a 4.
10th hole, Morikawa. This is for par. He was in the front right-hand bunker. And he came out to there, so it's not the best of bunker shots. And that rolls by. And he's finding himself over par now.
Griot at 16 for birdie. He's going along nicely here. Oh, looked a good line, but 4 is a good score on that hole.
He's stitching one together after 2 drop shots in the first 3 holes as well.
Anthony, what's this like?
It's not great. Trying to stun this, I think, on the downslope. Nothing of a follow through. Go, go, go.
Such fine margins. On the right side of it that time.
He hasn't got any other choice except to play that and open the face, really try and nip it. I said the only thing in his favour might be a bit of wind there that he can use chip it into, but it wasn't a good spot there.
Yeah, you just feel like he's just underhit this, but he got away with it. But looking at his face walking up to that ball, he's really annoyed with himself. He is not vibing this at the moment, Rory McIlroy. Lots of thoughts. He's just not playing the golf that he wants to play.
It was a great tee shot to here for Phil Mickelson. A little over a foot left for his birdie, which he makes.
Yeah, it was an excellent shot. It was. Let's just have a look at it again. Andrew Beef Johnson called this one. Just pitch it there, just short of the front edge. Why not? There you go.
You know you've got to hit it, 5-10 yards short of the green, and then just cross your fingers and hope. Here's Homer at 10 for birdie. He's got a good chance on this hole because it's not an easy hole. Yeah, great putt. Dead centre. He's ticking along nicely here.
Would have been fueled by missing the cut at LA Country Club in his home city earlier this year at the US Open. We go down to Min Woo Lee.
Yeah, just finishing off on 18. This is for a round in level par. 71. He's becoming an increasing popular figure around the world, Min Woo Lee. Fantastic golfer. Just such a joy to watch. Sitting behind him on a driving range and watch him hit balls is just one of the best things you can do.
Yeah, such talent. They were Woos, by the way, not Boos. Goes by Woozy now, is his nickname.
Oh, hang on. There's only one Woozy.
Good look at birdie here for John Rahm.
What's this touch right to left? Slightly down the hill. He'll fancy this. It's stayed there. Wow. This is a situation of patience, isn't it, Thomas? You know, if you hit a putt where you think it's going to break and it doesn't go, you want to get into the red, get under par, but you've just got to stay patient and trust your golf.
Yeah, both for John Rahm and Rory McIlroy at the moment, it really is. It's just balancing, isn't it, the game for them right now. They're not quite playing the way they want. They're not getting anything out of it. Yeah, he definitely thought he was going to go right to left. I feel this is a big putt for McIlroy. I really do. He's getting frustrated. You can see it in his face. And that's a lovely up and down for him there. He knows there's 2 par 5s right at the end of this round coming. He's just trying to stick with it. Don't make any more mistakes and then try and take advantage of those 2 par 5s.
Hatton for par here after a good bunker shot. He's got a good opportunity for par. Again, just as he misread that.
Seems a little bit more obvious, the break from over where Max Homer made his. Up to 12, second in the rough for Victor Hovland.
Yeah, jump a little bit out of there. How's that for a shot? How's that for a golf shot? Finding it here on the early parts of the back nine, Victor Hovland.
And you need to keep it for the later parts of the back nine, particularly here. 17.
Yeah, Grillo. He was some player when he came over to Europe and played, and then went over to America. And he's making a nice way over on the PGA Tour, hitting golf shots like that. A fine ball striker he is.
That's the view of the 12th. Just a gentle bend from right to left.
You have two options here, don't you? And again, you see Rahm's got driver out. I think I'd potentially be looking at driver and taking it on at that far trap, and that would be my kind of line, and get it down there, because I think if you leave it too far back, it makes it such a more difficult hole. I think you've got to stand up and take it on.
Agreed. I think just the three bunkers are the story. Beef, anything but those. Left rough's not the worst place in the world. You can get lucky.
All right, all right. Get very lucky.
This is hitting a good bit right. Oh no. That's unlucky. That's going to be a weird one then. It's difficult to tell if he can get a club on that. He's coming out on the, obviously the short or the low side of the bunker.
Same play for Rory. Big putt, as you mentioned, Thomas. Looking to get the day going. I think it needs to do an awful lot. I think it's playing a couple harder this afternoon. As steady as she goes.
Well, this is unusual. We're arguably two of the best drivers of the golf ball in world golf, and they're a bit all over the shop right now.
They're 100 yards apart down there as well. McIlroy left, Rahm in the right bunker. Yeah, they just really need to find a little something on the way home. 16 of the last 17 champions. They were all inside, well, nearly all, the top 20 after day one. Bearing in mind that Rahm's in a share of 30th, McIlroy's in a share of 50th as it stands. I'm chasing these players right now in the final men's major of the year. .49 of the top 50 in the world here this week. Will Zalatoris, we hear, will be getting his season back underway after having surgery around September, October. As rumour has it, it'll be good to see him back on the golf course. It was a late qualifier for Nicolai Højgaard. What a couple of weeks it's been for the two Danes as well, with Rasmus Højgaard winning in the 6-hole playoff over that man, Nacho Elvira, who's level par through 9 today, just 2 weeks ago. And Jamie Spence has drawn up alongside Colin Morikawa in this group.
He's pulled a great lie, Ali. Right hand rough, 149. Into the breeze, he's got a chance here if he can hold anything up. I don't think he's got it. No, he hasn't.
It's not going to be easy from there.
He's working hard for it. Very soft there, and that's nestled down too.
You're not going to get much spin out of that either, and it's going to be one of them delicate ones where you got to try and just land it just on top of the bunker there and let it trickle down. That's going to be really fiddly, that.
What's the lie like for Tyrrell Hatton, Jamie?
Could not be better. He's got very lucky here. He's in the rough on the right of the 9th, 124 yards, so it's a wedge shot up into the breeze. He's got a chance. You just couldn't have placed this better, really. Very lucky. The thing is, where all the spectators have trampled the grass down in, there's so many of them. If you miss it wide, you've got a good chance. So he's found a good light. Look, it's still not an easy shot. You can just about see the top of the flag fluttering, but he couldn't have dreamt of a lie like this, if I'm honest. He can float it up into the wind, even pitch it a bit by. He wants to go a bit past the pin here if possible. That front bunker, as we know, is not the place. Got to avoid that. Just getting a bit chillier now into this breeze. These next four are going to play tough.
Oh, he caught a massive flyer there. And this grass just turned over on him a little bit. Got in between the blade and the ball, and off it went.
To 12 for par for Tony Finau. Trying to save it here. Don't want to drop 2 in the first 3 holes of the back nine, which is exactly what he's going to do. So he's at 2 over par. Big name struggling this afternoon.
Yeah, but I think the guys was calling it out there. It's a little bit tougher, but just a bit more breeze. Jamie, what's this looking like?
Yeah, pretty good, Thomas. He can attack this from 93, get some spin on it.
Homer's dialed in.
Well, 2 excellent shots here on 12 from Victor Hovland. Can he make it count? Yes, he can. Back to level par. And that's turning out to be pretty good work here this afternoon.
It's Alex Noren. 3rd shot to 18. Can he finish with a birdie here? Yeah, it's very tough to get close to this pin.
Trying to work out what to do here. I think John Rahm, Anthony.
Yeah, he just signed a glove for the guy that he hit on the head. Spent about a minute with him. Nice touch. I think he's okay. Going backwards. How many times do you see this at the Open? Not often.
They are just so penal, aren't they, Andrew?
Once you get in a position like that, there's nothing you can do except take your medicine, and I hope the guy's all right down there.
50 yards from the edge of the fairway, Rory McIlroy. He was a long way off. Justin Rose found it. Who's going to be next to play? Is it still Rahm?
Yeah, Rory wanted to play. I think he's now going to wait. Rahm's getting on with this. He knows the number. There's only a couple more than he had.
All right, quiet, please, guys. Thank you.
So many people on the dunes, on these hills. Tough pin. Half a club up the hill. Breeze almost straight into him, being far right. Just give yourself a putt for a par would be the advice.
That's a good shot, that. Not taking on too much after the mistake off the tee. Playing clever golf, John Rahm.
So that's what is ahead of Rory McIlroy.
He's actually sitting on the grass. He's actually got really lucky. A little bit of a side slope, but not too bad.
While they sort that out, we'll go to 18 with Noren.
Keep still,
for his birdie short in the heart of it.
In the heart, I don't think he's going to be too fussed. He can walk up and tap that in, and it's a great day's work.
It is, and it will be. That will be a 68 when it drops back to McIlroy.
You can just see the top of the flag. 1-3-2, so just a little gap wedge. You might just opt to go with a chippy wedge just to guarantee the carry.
Go! Go on! Go on!
Well, if he was going to leave it anywhere, that was probably not the worst place. Off the front right of that green. He's got plenty of green to work with now on his next shot. It's difficult to read these kind of lies. You have no idea how much it's going to jump. I actually don't think he got much of a jump on it. When you got their kind of power, you can get almost 50, 60 yards jumpers sometimes. So just have to be very careful.
It's Hatton's third shot, chipping back towards the pin. These can be tricky as well, and he's played that so well. Again, even the little chip shots, you know, they can come out and you can hit them a bit high off the face and they can come out dead, or they can really shoot off and release. He's judged that really well.
13th, Victor Hovland. He's holding this here up nicely. What a goal shot that is. He's just caught fire here on the back nine, Victor Hovland.
Got a chance for 3 in a row coming next.
Let's see what he can do here. This is going to be fiddly. Oh, that's a great shot, that is. Again, he's only got a couple of yards to land that in, and you just got to get it just out, just over the bunker and let that release. What a shot.
Just on the upslope, that's the only issue with this into the breeze. It's lying pretty well, so as long as he gets it back in the stance and just shoves this forward, it will release on him. Playing it further up the green than I thought.
Coming in hot. Bit of a tester coming for par, yet again for Rory McIlroy.
Let's see if he can convert this after hitting such a good shot in. Yeah, that's a great two, that.
Yeah, what's all the fuss about?
Certainly did make it look easy, so he's within one of the lead.
And Homer here for birdie on 11. Yeah.
He just looks so good from that distance, doesn't he? It's like they just roll in, not hit hard, they just roll in a perfect pace, right in the middle every time.
So John Rahm, after his struggles in the fairway bunker, this for par.
I got a feeling about it. It's a nice welcoming 15-footer or so, maybe just a hair in this. Back into the breeze, get your hands forward and pop it.
Again, I think he took his medicine well, like you said, Thomas, you know, middle of the green. He's never walking off with more than a bogey. It's sensible. It's so easy to play out the bunker and then go and chase it, miss the green, touch left, and end up making 6. And it's damage limitation there. I think that's real sensible.
Hatton for par. He got the line of Homer. Oh, Till. To be fair, you did shove that one a little bit. I don't think it was the green or anything's fault.
Harman here at 15 to get to 4 under. It's a good look up the hill here. Oof. Yeah, he gave a good run at it. It was a good solid putt. Wouldn't be taking that again.
Doing what he does, just kind of lingering around, very similar to the narrative of Harman last week at the Renaissance, where Tom Kim played nicely yet again for a second consecutive year. This is 3rd down 18.
Oh, that's lovely. Really well judged out of there. Gives himself a good opportunity for birdie.
McIlroy for par, you feel like it's another important putt, right?
Certainly is, with the natural viewing areas all along the dunes. He's working hard for it out there today, Rory McIlroy. Needs to stay at 1 over. It's a step in the other direction. Or feeds back to the tee shot.
100%. As I said, it's a difficult driving hole, and when you hit it that far offline, it's not going to be easy.
Needs to get a wriggle on. Back
12th
to
hole.
Homer.
And Homer, Ali, yeah. What a tough tee shot this is. 3 bunkers all the way down the right-hand side. Wind in off the left. And it's a cool wind now as well. This is a tough stretch.
Well, it's heading down the centre. Oh, that's lovely. That's just a beautiful shot. He went with the 3-wood just to protect himself a little bit. Executed it well.
Over yonder on the beach. That's not a golf club, is it?
Do you think he's got the golf bug?
Oh, come, stand a little bit wider. Give it a whack. Come on. Big turn. Come on. Yes. That's it.
And little does he know, he's getting a swing analysis from a Ryder Cup captain.
Hey, it also had that little Sevi finish with swirling the club. That's what he used to do down there in Spain, hitting them off the beach with his 3-iron. Might be a little bit late for this guy, but he's doing well, though.
Needs another bucket, doesn't he? Back to Tony Fee now. Missed the green at 13.
You just need something like that to spark you around, and it can all change from there.
Yeah, lovely action there. Nice speed. Clipped it nicely. Look at that. Just perfect all the way. It's one of those, I think we all feel it sometimes when we hit those shots. Once it leaves the face, you just know, oh, got that one.
Can Hovland convert again for the 3rd birdie in a row? He's flying here.
Yes.
Oh. That is unlucky there. Had everything in his favour there. Wind and a bit of break there. You thought that was just going to drop in.
Brian Harman has come to the 16th from the middle of the fairway. Just a solid golf swing, isn't it? Mind you, it's very rarely you see somebody with a left-handed where you can analyse it into being a funny golf swing. All left-handers look good, don't they?
What is that about left-handers and it looking good? How is that? I really don't understand how that works, but it just does, doesn't it?
Trust me, if I start swinging left-handed, it won't look good.
195 to the flag at 13 today.
195. Jamie mentioned it. It's cold now. club and a half a breeze. Got to be playing 15 more. Might even muscle a 5 there, Ram.
Well, he's holding it up. That's a lovely shot. That's a very good shot from John Rahm.
And a good illustration from behind of the challenges along this part of the golf course for those that like to fade the ball. You've got to start it at the trouble more often than not along this stretch. Did so nicely there, Rahm.
Just a drop of cashmere for Rory. Changing temperature. Just trying to keep one down. Doesn't want this floating.
Yeah, solid shot again. I mean, it's not the easiest tee shot here, and it can play on two minds whether you're going to try and shape that or let it come back on the wind.
I'll leave them and head up to the 18th hole for Tom Kim. Can he convert from chipping out of the rough there, short right of the green? Yeah. Not a great round, but it's a nice finish. And the one thing we know for sure, Tom Kim will come out fighting tomorrow.
So let's take a moment to take stock. Grillo headed down the last, just one opportunity to try and join the pair that lead the way in the 151st Open of Christo Lamprecht and Tommy Fleetwood on his home coast up in the northwest of England. Wouldn't that be something? Same too of an amateur winner. You'd have to roll all the way back to Bobby Jones to see one of those. Remarkable, isn't it? All the history that comes with this event. There's nothing like it, the Open. .28 players currently in the red, as well as Brandon Robinson-Thompson going along nicely. Came through qualifying. He's just about to make the turn over to Colin Morikawa.
Yeah, let's see if he can get something going through these difficult holes. That's a good shot there. As I said, it's very tricky hitting uphill into the wind to judge that.
Brian Harman, outside chance here on 16. He will take that. He'll take a 3 up the next, and then hopefully a 4 up the last. Dinner will taste good then.
Yeah, wouldn't it just? 3 holes playing under par. 11's one of them. That's where Phil Mickelson is, looking at his birdie putt. Finds it too.
Yeah, great start. Bit bumpy in the middle. He's back on track, Phil Mickelson.
This very similar tee shot to 12. This is, again, wind coming off the left. You want to keep it just left of them traps.
Well, it's not the easiest tee shot for Victor Hovland. He has that big cup. He gets away with that one. That's pretty decent.
Just down in the little closely mown area, down in the valley on the right of 13, Justin Rose.
Yeah, it seemed like a bit of a fat off the tee when he managed to get it to pin high. No real green to play with, just into the breeze. Might just hold this one up a fraction. One of these beautiful runoffs once more.
Pumped the brakes at the end. Brilliant shot though. Such a crowd favourite. Just the par, but a good one. After the sounds of the tee shot.
This one up a fraction. All these beautiful runoffs once more.
Pumped the brakes at the end. Brilliant shot, though. Such a crowd favourite. Now it's Rory's turn. Long time since his last birdie. Oh, very nearly. He's had just the one for the day, and it came at the second hole. 3 drop shots since then, but a very fine effort nonetheless from distance there.
Well, that was a beautiful putt. It's a par 3, though. Brian Harmon up the hill on 17. That was a poor one from him. And I tell you what, it's not particularly easy from over there. Might look like he has plenty of green to work with, but he'll be down the hill. Straight after the flag, it rolls off. Rahm. He'll have had a good look at Rory McIlroy's putt, so he'll be pretty confident on the line as he got the stroke to follow.
Still on the outside of par looking in. It is a 3 though, at the par 3. That's it. No joy for Max Homa. But still, he's got a little momentum in his pocket, courtesy of the birdies that came at 10 and 11. What of the Ryder Cup captain, the US Ryder Cup captain, and Zach Johnson through the green at 18.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest of days for Zach Johnson. That's a nice shot, though. He's got a lot of things on his mind at the moment.
What is it, about 70 odd days until the Ryder Cup? This week will play its part. There is little question about that. And if you're just joining us, let's roll you back through some of the action in the opening round here at Royal Liverpool. Tony Johnston, it was special from Christo Lamprecht out there today.
Wasn't it just for the young man, 6 feet 8 inches tall, British amateur champion, and got off to a flyer. Birdie at 3. For an eagle at 5, it would be a birdie.
Yeah, and then he hit a lovely shot here on 6, and this was for birdie. Just a fantastic start.
Wasn't it just? So pars at 7, 8 and 9 made the turn, then had this at 10.
Hello, we have an amateur leading the Open Championship after his first 10 holes. Isn't it some story?
Yeah, he was just wobbling a little bit here in the middle of the round, but then this on 14. How about that? He'll remember that for the rest of his life.
Shades of Justin Rose at Birkdale, wasn't it? His was on the 72nd. Where will Christo Lamprecht be? Sunday Eve. Might be in the mix after the campaign he's stitched together today. That included 7 birdies.
Did bogey 16, but then he had this for a birdie on the final hole. What a fantastic day, what a fantastic experience, and a fantastic memory for the young South African.
He took the Amateur Championship not far from here at Hillside. What a 2023 season the young amateur is having here.
Hey, 6'8", Tony. Just 3 feet taller than you then.
And that's when I'm jumping up and down. Amazing.
2 bunkers left, 2 bunkers right. Crosswind. This is tough to hold the fairway. Even the fairways being slightly soft. 3 wood.
Oh, I love watching this man swing. It's just so compact and so repetitive. I always wonder how anything goes wrong with it.
Driving iron. Soon becoming the best club in his bag, I think, can hold the left side. Knowing it's not going to get away on the wind. Strong. Couple of clubs left to right.
A birdie on a second hole this morning, or this mid-afternoon, I should say, and not one since then. We'd love to turn that around.
Homa tee shot at 13. Hard to see all the way back there behind the mound.
Oh, straight down the flag there on 13. Excellent shot from Max Homa. Zach Johnson finishing off on 18. A winner of this championship at St Andrews. That's a nice birdie on the last.
And a rough back 9, as you can see, back in 4 over par 40, but so much on his mind as the Ryder Cup captain.
Victor Hovland from a long way away here on 14. He's going along nicely, just losing the round there for a bit, and then he's gotten it back. And this is a pace.
That will require a little bit of work. Letting it drift on the wind.
That's okay. Well, 17, Brian Harman. And this is not as easy as it looks. He's got to be a little bit delicate with this one. Yeah, he's throwing it right up in the air, letting release down the hill. It's not easy, that.
No, played it really well. I don't think you can believe it's come up short. Played it too well. Hatton. Screen, like so many of them, raised on all sides. You just want to find the surface, and he hasn't. He's got a friendly bounce, though. My goodness. That could have been so much worse. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but it could have been a lot worse.
Griot on 18. This is his third out of the rough. And this is going to be impossible to get close to this flag. Just trying to throw it into the middle of the green. It's about as good as he could do, I think, from where he was.
putt for Tony Finau for a birdie. Really, you're just not expecting to make these, are you? 2 putts. By some miracle, if it should fall in, happy days. Superb touch.
Dustin Johnson on the last. It's not been a great day for him. 3 over par. We have that for a birdie.
He started his day at the first, driving into the 18th fairway, which is way left. And from there, it's just been a struggle all day for Dustin Johnson. Years past, he would have come in here as one of the favorites, and just not quite the same right now.
Well, Tyrrell Hatton's just chipped up, made a lovely chip actually from down in the valley there to about 4 feet. Now Morikawa for his birdie too. The tide's gone out miles. I'm looking out over the sea there. It's gone right out past those islands. See the D on the left, the Mersey on the right, and the Irish Sea in the distance. Beautiful evening. And this is a gentle right to lefter for the Open champion at St George's a couple of years ago. Just outside the hole.
Well, that was a very aggressive putt, that's for sure. It's got work coming up. Victor Hovland. This is for par. Yeah, well done.
Long birdie putt for Grillo. Had to play to this section of the green, didn't he, Tony, from that bad angle?
Yeah, just absolutely nothing else he could do. Could not even think about going at the flag, but he could with that one. Wow, 66, 5 under and tied for the lead. What a putt.
It just goes to show you, Thomas, I mean, he was out of position, made a smart play, and then sometimes good things happen.
Yeah, and that's all you can do on links golf. All you can do is just make sure you do the right things all the time. Just make pars, try and make pars, and the birdies come to you. That's a lovely putt. Look at the pace in this. Perfect. Just perfect. It's been a wonderful day for him. And that back nine is very, very special. Tough conditions. Quality golf for this guy.
Nakajima dreaming about getting back to even par with this eagle putt, and does. Wow, yes. Thank you, putting gods.
When you think of Nakajima and the Open Championship, you just can't help but think about the road hole bunker. That brought back memories for you, didn't it, Thomas?
Jay. Open Championship and bunkers. It's not something we talk about in here.
We weren't talking about the 15th at Royal St George's.
Just trying to get up on top at 14. Long wait as Justin Rose trying to make up his mind. Just down the left side, just past pin high. Pretty good, considering he was almost blind, second shot. Such a beautiful hole, 14. It's my favourite second shot. Just in the 170s. Got to be playing at least a dozen more. With this cold, freshening evening breeze, as Jamie Spence noted. Looking left. Acres down that left side. Nothing right.
Oh, he was trying to take it on, wasn't he? Half a club shy, and he'll keep up, but going down, and now he's got a test.
Dustin Johnson. Slow putt here for birdie on the last. What a lovely effort that was. It's a round of 3 over par for Dustin Johnson. Got a bit of work to do tomorrow to try and get himself back into this golf tournament. But it's certainly a player you can't count out.
T. Tony Finau. This loose, natural action of his. Pure instinct, I think. Don't know what he's looking at. Oh.
Looked like that might have been in between a couple of small little one-stroke penalties.
Well, you fancy Max Homer for one of these. He's really been putting well on this back nine, looking at everything. Oh, not a lovely putt.
That's going to be a par for Homer. 4 birdies, the lone bogey coming at the par 3 ninth. Go to Hovland at 15.
Oh, Victor. Harry. Lie. What?
Oh, it did. Wow. That is now a fantastic try.
We saw the chip to this point. Can he save par? Such a good score at 17, and he can. Wow, what a look we have here from down below the level of the green at 14. John Rahm, double teapot standing up on the fringe.
It's amazing that the previous shot we saw where it finished from the overhead camera, and you think, well, that's going to be quite awkward. Whoa, that camera angle really does tell a story. My goodness.
Well, our TV screen's always flat and everything out, but that gave you a good 3D view, and that obviously doesn't tell the whole story. So many choices from down here.
Yeah, he's fully 6 feet, 7 feet below the level of the green, Jay. He's been quite lucky. He sort of missed a couple of the mounds, so he's almost coming straight up the hill. He could have chipped it. I don't think he will. I think he's too good a... Sorry, he could have putted it. He's too good a chipper. Pitching just short of the top. Oh, going back in the bag.
Wally, with the exception of the driver, he could probably use every single club in the bag, couldn't he, to play the shot?
Yeah, absolutely. You could probably pop it with the driver. Even you could do that, Tony. Back foot it. But I like the putter, I really do. The fringes are perfect. They were marked off in the practice days, so they're pristine. And as I mentioned, he's coming in between the slopes, so it's almost straight.
Yeah, you'd have to say that this is probably the right kind of shot. You can go with the sexy one and bump it into the hill and one jump and up to the green with a sand iron or something, but This is probably the safer one.
15 feet of green. I think this is the play. Had to be the perfect chip.
That is really well done. You've got to hit that so hard to be able to gauge the pace. And he's still not happy. He thought it should go a little right to left. Take it, though.
Morikawa for par. This is pretty straightforward for him. Curse. Absolute curse in there.
Scotland's Michael Stewart for birdie at the 9th to go out in 1 under. And walked it in right in the middle. A great feeling.
And one of the best viewing areas, I think, round the back of this green at 14. The crowd are so close to the action, left to right early, across the slope and helping. Waiting for some magic. The tens of thousands that are watching this match.
Go, Rory. Oh, here comes an eruption.
And that is only the 4th birdie collectively between the McIlroy, Rahm, and Rose group. Rahm and Rose have 1 each. McIlroy now has 2. It gets him back to 1 over par.
Yeah, but his face is telling every story here. That, I mean, it's not joy, it's not happiness, it's just relief. Like, he knows he's got to make something happen over these last few holes.
How much is the last major of the year? It's been 9 years since his last major win. How much more pressure, because it's the last opportunity this year, is on Rory? Self-imposed, I would think.
Well, I think one of Rory's biggest problems is with the majors is that he obviously is desperate to win one, but when he doesn't win one in a season, the first one that comes around in the next season is the Masters, the one he hasn't won. So the pressure builds up, and if he doesn't win the Masters, everybody keeps talking, and then it becomes the same story every year. And I just think that that's the one thing that he's really fighting against.
It's the longest way to the 4 as well, all winter.
Brilliant. That is beautifully done from a seriously awkward position. Only 1 over. 2 par 5s to come. You never know.
3 atop the leaderboard with 66 is 2 in the morning, and Griot just hold that massive putt on 18 to join Fleetwood and the amateur Christo Lamprecht on 66, 5 under par. Good one for Jordan Spieth, former champion golfer of the year. Round of 69. Number 1 player in the world, Scheffler, with a 70. The 151st Open Championship. Oliver Wilson, great to see him. He got his spot this week with a 2nd place finish at the Betfred British Masters, and McIlroy gets a great reception as he climbs the hill to the 15th tee.
It is a tough finish on this golf course, but he enters in a good frame of mind with a long hole putt. We head to 18. Brian Harman, driver off this tee. We don't see many of those.
Oh, that looks tasty.
That's nice.
You know, you look at that shot there, Thomas, that fairway looks quite wide. When you stand on that tee, it doesn't look like there's a fairway there, does there? Out of bounds, tight right. Oh, my goodness.
Good look here at 15, the tee shots when Rory McIlroy won his last Open in 2014. 3 of the 4 days, brilliant tee shots. It's only the 2nd round where he hit it in the left fairway trap. Certainly easily reachable with a good drive from McIlroy.
A very expensive Harry Diamond there as well. What should I tell the boss?
Well, we head up the fairway there. We find Victor Hovland right bang in the middle of it. Trying just to get this on the front edge, or maybe even a couple of yards short.
I think it was a seagull. A little bit of target practice.
Well, you don't wipe it off. That's good luck. You never wipe it off. Like when a ladybug lands on you, you don't brush it off.
I'm convinced seagulls have a sense of humor. You've got the entire D estuary and you hit Hovland.
I still think he's Norwegian. He eats all my food. They eat a lot of fish up there, don't they? This shot doesn't set up that easy, I don't think, for a fade off the ball like Victor Hovland. So you've got to try and draw this in. It's not natural to him. This is heading down the right-hand side. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Morikawa. Grass growing sort of with him towards the green. Potential for a flyer. It has pitched into the upslope, and that's a really, really good golf shot.
It's up by the green. Keegan Bradley for eagle.
Won a couple of times in the PGA Tour this season, really having a resurgent year. He's got his putting touch back as Bradley. We go to Rory on 15T after a wait.
320 down the right side, helping breeze. Cruises past that. It's that left bunker at 370 is the issue. Time to flush one down that right side.
Let's go!
Just a little bit up and out of it. That's heading down the right-hand side. That's carrying everything back into the fairway. It wasn't his best strike, but he'll be happy to see where it is.
He won't know it's in the fairway. It's over a couple of mounds, a couple of bunkers. He'll be happy when he gets within 100 yards, peeks around the corner.
Just having a look in the yardage book there. Maybe, maybe not.
To Harmon. Driver off the tee, absolutely nailed it. Unusual follow through.
Looked like the anti-right miss. Of course, there's out of bounds all the way up the right side, and that is in position about 26, or Z, as you a lot say. In the long rough, pitching over the bunker. That just has back of the green written all over it, doesn't it?
You were dying to say Z, weren't you?
I did.
Position Z.
Were you laughing at me?
No, never.
You were.
I don't know what you two are talking about. We've got 28 letters in the alphabet.
Do you? 26. You knew where I was going when I said position 26, though, didn't you? Both of you started giggling. Don't laugh at me.
Never, Jay, never.
Oh, not you too.
Driver for Rahm on repeat. Wouldn't you love to neck one down the right like McIlroy at 360? Just got to hold this one down the right. Birdies galore.
Setting up left, it's the power fade. Is he as long as McIlroy? Can he take it all out of play?
Oh, perfect position. Down the right center, past McIlroy.
It's about 15 yards past McIlroy there.
Oh, me of little faith. Great drive.
Good drive from Homer, 181 yards. Wow, this is a difficult hole, this 14th. Up the hill to this very narrow target. Wind in off the left.
Yeah, you're really looking away from this flag. You saw John Rahm, he was only a yard or two right of it and it rolled down that hill. And that's exactly what you're trying to do. Excellent shot from Max Homer. He's probably the guy on the golf course playing the best golf at this moment.
Oh, look at that amazing view. Is a 17 green in the foreground, estuary with the tide out. High tide, well, that's an island with the wonderful rocks. It's a beautiful evening here. Royal Liverpool, Hoylake, England. And it has been an amazing day. And an amazing story when you think about the South African amateur, Christo Lamprecht.
The win obviously gave me huge confidence, kind of changed my life a little bit. I think I was kind of knocking on the door and playing some really good golf leading up to the amateur. It kind of just paid off, and here I am. The golf course suits me very well. I can be a little aggressive sometimes, and just got to miss it in the right places, and I think I did that perfectly today. I kind of was walking up and I got the applause from everyone, and I kind of looked up onto the big scoreboard and saw my name on top of the list, and I just said to my assistant coach / caddy, like, how cool is this? I'm playing an Open for my first time, and I'm on the top of the leaderboard after day one. It's pretty cool just playing around golf, playing 66 and playing in the major as an amateur, so I'm extremely pleased and really proud of myself.
And Tony, there he is, top of the leaderboard still at this point in the day. And you met him for the first time yesterday morning and had a nice chat. What a nice young man.
What a nice young man. You know, another product of the Golf RSA squad. You know, and Grant Hepburn, who runs the Golf RSA squad, he does such a great job of instilling manners and just decency in all those young junior players. Fantastic day's work.
Homer for birdie. Nice and aggressive there. Not quite getting the line right. I agree with that, Tony. I have to say, over the years I've played, you know, back to when Ernie and Retief were sitting at the top of the world, and all the guys that came after, Louis Oosthuizen, Brandon Grace, I mean, Trevor Immelman, there's so many guys that came, and one thing that they all have in common is that they're very calm, they're very lovely guys to be around, they have a great understanding of the game, and if they just get a little bit out of line, you think the great Johan Rupert just kind of pulls them back into line as well. But there's so much good coming out of South Africa in golf, and it really is enjoyable to watch them come on tour. A long list of them, and not all of them make it right to the top, but again and again you see a young South African golfer come out on tour, and they are wonderful young kids to be around.
Here.
Another South African three-time winner in the DP World Tour, Tristan Lawrence at 18, playing his third shot.
Oh. Now that's the way to finish a day.
And just kind of going along not so well, couple over par, boom, chip one in. All of a sudden you're around in 71 and, well, within 5 shots of the lead after the opening round.
Yeah, and they'll get the early start tomorrow. Maybe the calmer conditions go out and put a low one in. Hovland. Left to right. Oh, very tentative stroke. Didn't hit that with any authority whatsoever. Disappointment etched on the face.
Reachable par 5 and all, you know, but he missed it in the right spot. Just a little bit fooled by his chip shot. Finau now for his par to remain 1 over.
From the opposite side of the hole. No, he didn't let that get into his mind, did he?
Well, this is tough from Brian Harman. He really has nothing to work with here. You just have to try and throw it into the green and get a little bit of stop on it so he can just stay on the green. Yeah, he's done well. That's all he could do. He's actually giving himself a chance.
I reckon he could hit another 50 chips from there, Thomas, and not hit a better one. Absolutely the best he could do.
I don't know if this is as bad as we're making it out.
Keegan Bradley, 16. In off the left, the wind here. Yeah, good shot. He's having a good season, Keegan Bradley. We might have a little look into the US Ryder Cup team as well in September, maybe.
Well, he certainly has to be in the conversation, having won a couple of times this season. There you can see McIlroy and Rahm up the right center of this par 5 15th.
Golden chance, McIlroy. It's a narrow entrance. 245, the flag, pitching somewhere close to the front.
Don't go there. Oh, man. That just toppled in. That could be really nasty. Hopefully it's edged its way to the middle of the bunker.
Well, that was unlucky, wasn't it? Half a bounce, just one better bounce. I think he finds a putting surface. 235. Will the Spaniard learn from that and just play a little bit further right? But it will kick right. That's the danger. But it is a 5. Golden chance down the breeze.
Just leaning on it a little bit. Oh yeah, you were right, Anthony. Just kicked right. I think that's okay. I don't think it got into the real thick stuff.
Yeah, spot on. Just on top.
Straightforward chip then, up the green. I think he just kind of watched Rory's and was like, I'm not going there.
The following group waiting on the tee. The only player under par in this group is Max Homa, who is ready to go.
Yeah, 602 yards, that's all. But it is downwind. Here comes the sun. It's come out again to play. Thankfully. Downwind, this. Bunkers left and right. Hit at that furthest left bunker, about the 340 mark, and just hopefully get a nice bounce to the right here, with the wind down and off the left-hand side. Good drive required here. Then you can reach the green easily today, even 600 yards.
Not going to want to play that one again. Beauty.
And Morikawa. I was out with the Scheffler Fleetwood group this morning. They were 50 yards past that ball that Homer's just hit. I think there must be a little bit of the temperature involved in that one. Morikawa. Should be made for him, this one.
Lots and lots of run on that baby. It's gone miles, even with the fade.
Yeah, Homer must have missed his a bit. Morikawa's gone so far by him. Now Hatton, it's just got away from him a bit on this back nine, so he needs to finish here. Hatton, the 2 par 5s are downwind. Chance is coming in. Needs to capitalise.
Just slightly over the top of it. That's heading towards the bunkers. And they might just have missed them. Seemed like it just rolled up on the top of that grass.
That's the sort of luck I remember you having on the golf course, you know, Thomas. I've got you now. Hang on, I'm going to head for shelter now.
I don't even know what to say to that. Brian Harman to finish this round off with a birdie. I tell you what, to get it up and down from where he was for 2 is excellent, clever play. That is a wonderful round of 67. And that's, guys like that play smart with their brains, they deserve things like that to happen to them.
Similar type of thing for Griot when he picked up his birdie. His third shot had to play it away from the hole. And you know what? When I look at that leaderboard that we just saw a moment ago when Harman joined the group at 4 and a par 67, a pretty good match of morning and afternoon on the leaderboard. It's been a very even day as far as the draw goes.
Just stuck on the bank, so got lucky slightly. Rahm sitting pretty well actually, just feeding down towards the hole. It's important. Take the stress out of the day, pick one up. They've been hard to find.
Yeah, you got a little edgy on that. Straight away when he hit it, he knew it came up a little bit too quick. Tricky putt coming back.
Keegan Bradley having a good day at 2 under. Not going to improve on it just there, but it's really good, solid work.
Similar to the 4th. Didn't get up and down there, just on the down slope, down breeze. Just needs to stay down on this, otherwise it will come out hot.
That is a wonderful bunker shot. I don't think he would have thought he could have left that short of the flag. That is a beauty. We saw him get one a bit skinny earlier on, but that's 9 out of 10 right there. Should have another look at that, shouldn't we? Plays it with fairly firm wrist, but a great release. See where that club face is aiming up at the sky. He's kept the leading edge, always aiming at the target when he released it. That is just a pretty, look at that right hand. Overtaking the left. Perfect example of how to do that.
Yeah, it's overtaking the left, but not with rotation. It's overtaking the left under and the loft pointing up. I think that's very, very important to think about in bunkers.
The tall, elegant figure of Nacho Elvira for a birdie at 13. Well done. Yeah, that's worth rejoicing about. 1 under for Nacho. Good guy, Nacho. I enjoy his sense of humor too. Beaming smile.
Yeah, I saw a picture of him. He was in that open big merchandising tent. He was just buying everything off the shelf in there. So he's enjoying his week here at Hoylake.
Rahm will be very pleased to get this one in the bottom of the hole. The chip just came out a bit fiery. He was on the upslope, expected it to come down a little softer. I always love watching him hit these putts, Rahm. He's got that short backswing, positive follow through. Just got to read it right now. Unusually timid, actually, for a putter that length. Rahm normally sort of hit the back of the hole, and I think the lack of pace got him. Wasn't far away, was it? It really isn't. I mean, it's a game of millimeters.
It's a game that can drive you mad, but it's also a game we love. So do they.
So that unbelievable bunker shot from McIlroy. This for the up and down.
Back-to-back birdies for Rory McIlroy. And he returns to where he started the day at level par. Crucial momentum change.
I think I can see him finishing 2 under par, you know, Ali.
We all know that.
Par 5, 18th. Yeah, you can just see he's got a bit of an adrenaline rush now, hasn't he?
No denying that. Back on the fairway at 15, Max Homa.
Well, he hit 3 wood off the tee, hence he's got 292. Oh, it's a long way back. Long way back. Well, just downwind, he's still reach, same club. Narrow entrance to this green, pin on the front. Some long rough on the right. It's that bunker that's 25 yards short that's the issue here for him. He just, anything that avoids that, he'll have a chance to make his 4, but some shot to get the ball on the green from here.
That's a popular bailout spot. And there's some pretty nasty rough down in that little depression. So you can get lucky and get a decent lie. Other times you're struggling to get within 10, 12 feet of the hole.
Hatton got incredibly lucky with that tee shot.
Yeah, not a great lie, Tony. Thinks he can get there, he's been waiting. Might jump out of here. Tell you what, he's done really well. He's got to avoid that bunker.
You mean that one? He had a good break off the tee. Didn't take advantage of it. Come on, Mick, take that club out of my hand. Take it out of my hand quickly, please. Tony, that brings back memories, doesn't it?
Of you?
I'm not the one with the history, Tony.
In a 15, wouldn't you? Yeah, so like coming down on the edge of the grandstand, all the top part of the grandstand. 224 finish. Yeah. Now I'm just a touch out of the right, but mostly just straight out.
241 for Morikawa. Straight down the wind. And anything just right of this pin, really. In front of the green would be great if you can get a bit of stop on it, but you've got to carry that bunker as well.
He's trying to get that up high and soft. It's the narrowest entrance. A joy to behold. 3 feet left, that's in big trouble. Excellent golf shot.
Oh, he hit a perfect tee shot and then just threaded the needle with that second. McIlroy on the 16th tee here. And this is a difficult tee shot back into the sun. Bunkers both right and left.
Mushy P!
Just have to step up and hit a straight one, and well, that's about as straight as you get.
He has smoked that down there, Rory McIlroy.
You don't have to be from this planet to appreciate the power in that downswing, do you?
But just look at how much his shoulders rotate through to the finish. His shoulders are actually pointing left of the target. I mean, to have that much flexibility is incredible.
Not too far left, is it? Oh yeah, a little. He probably lost 30 yards pitching in that, but he doesn't know it's safe from the long stuff.
Looks like it did settle down here. Nakajima is for birdie at 17. Nicely done. Such a hard hole. You missed it earlier when I mentioned it's the shortest par 4 in the golf course.
Quickly to Hovland. Can he find a birdie at 16? Yes. And that makes it 3 in the last 7 holes, 6 holes even. For the Norwegian, he's back in the red. And he's back within 4 of the lead.
It's good stuff, Ali. Only been 9 birdies on that hole all day. That says a lot.
Trying to quieten the crowds. It was the host of the first ever amateur championship for Royal Liverpool. Some time ago now, we've got an amateur champion there in Lamprecht at -5, along with Tommy Fleetwood and Grillo, who lead the way at Royal Liverpool. It was also the stage of the first ever cup that would go on to be the Walker Cup. There's so much history here. It's fun to look back on. Matthew Jordan's got a lot of it. Round here himself started playing the game on this very golf course. Some great videos of him and the club in hand as about a 3 or 4 year old. Truly special. Let's go to 17 with Keegan Bradley.
The flag is barely moving, but they know there's a little bit more wind up on top above those grandstands. Nobody's complaining about finding this green today, or any day.
It is lush down here, short right of 15.
Sitting down a bit, Ali, this one. Needs to just dig it out and downslope. It will release this.
Oh, it's a beauty.
Good call, Jamie. Birdie putt to come.
Second shot at the 12th for Shubhankar Sharma. Multiple winner in his rookie season at DP World Tour. Trying to regain that winning form. And shots like this will certainly help.
It's been good in the bigger events on the DP World Tour the last couple of years. Rolex Series as well. A little up and down between then and now. So looking back, it was the ball that found the green for Justin Rose. And there's John Rahm.
Love it. Yes, sir.
Just in that first cut, as McIlroy stretched 120 by him, 178. Tough one to get all the way back, but I think the semi will help Rahm here. Just keeping that 7-iron slightly under the breeze.
It's just left of it. It's gonna.
Can't watch it finish, but won't mind it.
Just on the lower level, I believe, just below that little ridge that leads up to that back plateau where the hole's cut. You can see the drive of McIlroy, 302 into the wind. Only 160 left.
Yeah, good leave that, actually. He won't know that, Rahm. He won't be able to see that from the perfect spot, McIlroy. He's having a go at this.
Oh, pity. Just caught the edge of the ridge.
Won't be able to see it finish into the sun either, as that releases out. It's just that time of night. The golden hours, Tony.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? As is that golf swing. It wasn't far away from being really good. The late evening profile, who the other players consider the most talented golfer in the world, let's go to Keegan Bradley.
Recent winner on tour and his native New England. He's picked up 2 in the last 8 months on the PGA Tour. This is tracking.
There's a huge change back to the putter that he's using right now, the short putter. He brought it back from 9 years ago when he just went nuts and won in record fashion up there at the Travelers Championship in New England, as you said, where the region he's from, not his home state, but the only PGA Tour event in that part of the country.
Colin Morikawa, eagle putt at 15. Will this bring some joy to get back to even par? Not sure what to say about that, Ali.
No. Little lackluster effort. Over to the penultimate hole with Hovland.
Hole location that should suit Hovland. Loves to move it left to right, and that's textbook. Hole high, just up the middle of the green. Not a very wide green, so if you're up the middle, pin high, you're not going to be far away.
Rory just having a look to see if the sprinklers are in his line. If the sprinkler's within 2 club lengths of the green and you're within 2 club lengths of the sprinkler, you can get relief, but I think he's decided it's not intervening.
You forgot one thing.
What?
Both had to be on the closely mown.
No, I think the sprinkler on the fringe, if it's within 2 of the green.
Yeah, closely mown, can't be in the rough.
Oh, closely mown, sorry, yes, yeah.
Stickler, Jay.
I know, Professor Townsend.
It is for birdie, but it is off the green for McIlroy.
Yeah, they're not really in play. Left to right, up the hill, through the shadows, Ali. Just the ground's slightly depressed, that's the only thing. It's not quite as flat as it should be. Nice to see him go for that. A couple of birdies in a row. He's certainly starting to feel it a bit more. I think he's sort of back in this mentally, so he went for that one. I don't blame him. This is not difficult.
It will be slow. Up the ridge. Ooh. More left than he would have liked. I think that took a little bounce on the fringe. It might have been my eyes, but I thought it took a little hop. Have another little look. Did this take a bit of a skip? Yeah, just there. Just took a couple of feet of pace. I don't think it was ever getting there, to be honest, but
Almost like it went up the ski jump that Anthony was talking about. Back to 15. Chance to get within 1 for Max Homa.
Played a very good chip shot from the depression, short right, and there's that slope coming off the front left fringe, the top of our picture right there, that just pushed that ball a little left to right.
yeah, it's messed up a lot of guys today, hasn't it? Under reading from all sides of that hole.
Came so close just 2 weeks ago at the Maiden Himmelin, lost in a playoff to Rasmus Højgaard. Is for par to stay at 1 under, steps it in.
Nacho. Love seeing it. Shubhankar Sharma. What a shot out of the rough that was. Not quite sure how he got it this close. That's beautifully done.
He doubles his total and moves up into a share of 11th place.
Bradley's reached the 18th. You have to give it a lot of respect. Downwind left to right, mostly left to right. But out of bounds. The entire length of the hole, just off the edge of the fairway. Begging it to miss a couple bunkers up the left side. Not sure he did.
We shall see. Back to Jon Rahm.
Up the meat of the hill, just through the shadows. That's what McIlroy's demonstrated. This is slow, but very little in this.
You'd want to stay very still if you were the two camera people up on top of that. The shadows going through. Looks like he was putting past a castle. No joy. A little on the left, on the one coming back, I should say, for Jon Rahm.
Yeah, they've got a couple of testers left, haven't they, Rahm and McIlroy?
McIlroy left himself in a position. This is certainly not a gimme. We saw him miss what we felt like was a gimme earlier from, well, inside of 2 feet. Based on the way this one rolled, it came up short of the hole, but it was kind of trending left to right here.
Sneaks it in. Good par in the end. Just the 2 holes left to play.
Rory's visited quite a few bunkers today, and if you can par 17, 18 easily reachable, you hit a good drive, get it up there. He shoots 1 under par. He's only 4 shots back, and let's face it, he's the pre-tournament favorite.
And it's something to bear in mind as we watch Jon Rahm, that links golf courses develop throughout the week, don't they, Tony? The conditions change, the plan has to change accordingly with them, especially off the tee.
Yeah, I think it's going to play a little firmer tomorrow, then rain on Saturday, so you're right. You have to adapt. This for the par.
And Rahm gets ready to knock this one and remain 1 over par. Drop 1 to go to 2 over, and that is a real disappointment for Rahm. 3 putting from not very far away. I think tomorrow is the only day you might get a little fiery golf course. That'll only be in the afternoon. Big rains on Saturday all day long. Everyone's going to play in the rain, and Sunday's going to be pretty soft.
Tough hole, 16, straight into a freshening breeze, 461 of fun. Bunkers left and right. This is a toughie at the end of the day. What a finish this golf course has.
Going less than driver, Tony, just trying to fit it down there, but might have overdone it. It was not the natural Homa shot.
You might have got lucky there, maybe, and finished on the pathway where the crowd walk. Hovland. Super tee shot into 17.
Very nearly another step forward. Gave it a good run as well. Seen a lot of players just creep it over that front edge from that side with all of the trouble erring long. It really looks like it will race away once it gets past the hole. That did a little. So we'll see the one coming next from Victor Hovland. Just stunning though. Links golf at its best this week.
Just a part of the front 9, you know, the grounds crews getting ready. Players have all passed. That's why this bunker had so many footprints in it.
Good time to take a breath, take a drink, resettle. 17 tee. They'll have a little wait though. This is up ahead at the green.
Well, Hovland tries to finish this every bit of 3 feet. It's a very awkward tee shot at 17. The tee sits very low and you're looking up at a green. You can't see much of the putting surface besides that false front. It's a very unnerving shot because it's unsighted. First time these players have played it in competition, so there's no history there to draw back on.
Home has found a beauty of a lie. Scheffler was over here this morning as well. It's sort of the mist, to be honest with you. Up here on 16, left isn't too bad. It's all trodden down. He's got just over 200 yards into this stiff breeze. And the pin's just over a little ridge as well. So this is just get a par and run, really. This 16th, what a hole it is.
Such a wonderful swing from Homa. There's no catching up. There's no squaring up. The golf club is always square and on plane.
Down to 17 with McIlroy.
This will get your attention. If you just want to hit this green, 126. Up you go, up you go, up you go.
Up you stay. Run.
He was holding his breath there, wasn't he? It's pretty good now, though. South African, Ockie Stradum for a birdie. A long one. Oh, what a way to finish a day.
Two-time winner on the DP World Tour this season. I'd say confidence has been the biggest change, understandably so. Had so many runner-up finishes before he got that first title.
He's marrying James Kingston's daughter in September. James, who now plays on the Legends Tour, winner of the South African Open. Miliozzi. Straight back into that sun. It can be a little disconcerting, unless you hit a shot like that, of course, which is a pleasure.
These are all the roll-offs, all the ways that the bunkers can catch you at 17.
I feel like going and marking McIlroy's ball, Ali. The wind's dropped off a little bit right now, which I think helps. Just trying to keep this down, Ram.
Nice. And he'll get a bit of a read from Justin Rose there. The green's been called a horizon green, an infinity green. It's just a treacherous green.
I was going to say. Good view there of just how well above the level of the players it sits as well.
Very mixed reactions, haven't there been, Ali, from the players this week? It's terrifying, actually. When you get a strong wind, oh my goodness.
On days like today, I think you've just got to strip it down and remember that it's just a wedge. Try and block the rest out. Hit to the heart of the green. Hit aggressively to a conservative target, perhaps, Jay?
Well, I think Rom played the correct shot. Right up the middle of the green, got it hole high. You know, Rory, well, did he hit it where he was aiming on line of the hole and probably came up half a club short? I think Rom hit it right where he was aiming. Anything in the green, on the green, hole high is ideal. It's just an unnerving shot.
Great reception for there at 17. We go to 15. Mickelson for birdie. Been a bit of an up and down back nine thus far. Shadow's getting longer.
I love this time of the day. I felt like I might have cracked the 5-foot barrier when my shadow's that long. Beautiful second from Miliozzi for a birdie. Whoa, baby, whoa. Take a 4 there. All day, every day.
Morikawa, long range birdie at 16. Realistically, just trying to get down in 2. Just to go up a ridge, just past the halfway point, and threw it further left. That's essentially the McIlroy putt we just saw.
Max Homer in there really quickly to cast his eye on that one and get a bit of a read. Looks like he could do with some help too. What a break that was from right to left.
Homer found the green. That takes some doing here. It's quite a big surface actually, this 16th, but some hole, there's going to be some drama. There's finishing holes at the weekend. They're absolute beauties. You know, 2 long 5s. You've got that 17th, which is a terror, and this one, which is just a long, tough par 4. But it's outside chance here for Homer. Breaks off the right for the bird.
Want a mulligan on that one. It's been very good from close range today, though. Max Homer hasn't missed anything inside 10 feet.
Now you've done it.
I hope not.
No, I hope not too. He has looked really good, hasn't he, with the short stick? Really good. And calm, cool and collected.
Looking up towards 17. Who's to play first, Anthony?
A very good question. I feel like with the body language, it's McIlroy. There's more purpose in the stride. This is right to left, holding. There'll be a cheer if this one disappears. What a scene this is.
Standing room only. Just going to wait a while for it to break right, but I think that'll fool more than one.
Hovland aiming it down the left side, trying to play his normal cut shot, but with out of bounds right, you get that little extra hold on and pulling it left. Not dissimilar to the type of game that Matt Kuchar had. Aims right, comes over the top, hits a cut shot reliably.
.126 yards of terror.
Left to right, just a wee bit. It's growing on me, this.
Wally, would you like to play this in a 25-mile-an-hour crosswind?
Yeah. It's a small target. Seeing is believing. It's half a dozen yards up the hill. There's a nice flat spot where the flag is today from John Rahm's side. Just trying to drop this in the left half.
That won't please him. I think it was on a good line too.
$17 gone, just the one chance for birdie left for John Rahm.
I think that drive up 18 is going to get a serious seeing to after leaving that putt short.
Hatton has his putt from the lower level. Has to go up diagonally, right to left. Most people have left it short.
Took a little hop midway, but still dropped for Tyrrell Hatton.
Nice turnaround. He was out in 2 under, then he bogeyed 10, bogeyed 11, bogeyed 14. Back to even par.
The well-known silhouette of Phil Mickelson. He's been laying back a lot today. Took iron off the first as well. Fairway medal there at 16.
Yeah, that's a good drive.
Plenty of ways to get it done around this golf course, despite it being the longest back nine in Open history, as I understand it. Surprisingly so. The likes of Carnoustie as well. That's always been the longest. 17 out in the little corner of the golf course. The way the wind works, it's magic.
And the trouble with that hole, Ali, is the green is almost exactly half the size of the average green size on this golf course. It's tiny, and there's just no bailout. Right, you go down into that deep bunker, it's tickets. Over the back, there's long grass, there's sand. You come up short, it's in the front bunker. The only bailout really is the left-hand bunker. It's about the only half-decent place, and that's no joy.
And it's a green you could probably say plays even smaller because of the way it has a tendency to drop off around the edges. See what Tyrrell Hatton can produce here.
And you're sheltered by those grandstands. You can't really feel any wind. You know it's there. You can see the bushes behind the green moving in the breeze.
You've got a wedge in your hand, but you don't want to hit it up in the air because of that wind that you know is reliably from the right, maybe hurting a bit.
Catch some green. And stay on the green. Stay. Whoa.
He's a lucky boy. Might not be able to see that it did hang on to the back edge, Tyrrell Hatton.
I think somebody was in a bad mood the day they designed this hole. They weren't feeling kind. Could have perched the green up on top of the hill, a small green, maybe made it into a bowl, not a turtleback, Jamie.
Yeah, but it's got to be played, hasn't it? I don't think golf should be conventional. I like difference. It's tough. Right is a no-go zone. It really is. All the players know that. They're in between that bunker and the pin. And it's cool, but the breeze has just died a little. I think the tide's turning.
Does Homer have the shot?
He, like Hatton, has the anti-right shot, and that's for sure. It's just a, well, that was a 9-iron for Homer. We just saw that, just a little chip shot. It's just a, safety shot. That's all you're trying to do.
Had 3 triple bogeys there today in quite benign conditions.
This was spinning earlier this morning, this green. There's no spin in it now. You can hear the bounce, the firmness of this green now for Morikawa.
Similar line, slightly better result for Morikawa. But he trails Hatton by 2, Homer by 5. So he's had the most of the struggles. The 2021 champion golfer of the year. Might be a little weight ahead. Crossed arms for McIlroy as he waits to play his final hole. couple down the fairway having their issues. Down the left was Hovland.
Grass growing with him. This could come out fast.
Oh, don't do it.
Oh, don't do what? Don't do what?
Is that really OB right there?
Just barely cleared the out of bounds. He had a compromise lie there. His left foot was well above his right. He can't see the ball because it's over that little mound with the out of bounds runs right down the top of it. He'll be happy to find out it's inbounds.
Looking for guidance back there, isn't he? Nacho Elvira's fourth, we're hearing. Oh dear.
Dear, oh dear.
Played some amazing bunker shots in that 6-hole playoff where he lost to Hoegaard to Maiden Himmerland. What a playoff that was.
And those 3 bunkers up the left of 18 are probably 3 of the mildest greenside bunkers, and they're still difficult.
Fairway clearing for McIlroy.
Yeah, there's still a ball in the fairway, Ali. Oh, and is it for McIlroy?
It is.
It's been a good club that today. He's been 3 or 4 times where he's had the perfect, really, you know, sort of mental shot, really, rather than taking on driver, bringing a load of trouble into play. And with this helping breeze, I like this play. Well, you don't see this very often. Justin Thomas has moved aside, letting McIlroy tee off, trying to keep play moving. Great to see. Wide fairway with this club. This should run 30 or 40.
Look at that run. It's about 310 to reach that bunker. He's just knocked it there with an iron.
And thankfully to the right of it as well. Just for par for Keegan Bradley, who's found one of the fairway bunkers. So length left to save his 5. It's going to take his toll again, the 18th. No one is immune. Back to 17, Hatton.
Left to right all the way for Hatton down this green. It's quick as well.
Just kept on creeping out down there, didn't it?
Just for a bogey. Delighted to make this. Oh my. In a hole where guys are expecting a birdie. Walk off with 7.
That's the beauty of these bunkers and the design of the bunkers. You know, you're not supposed to go there, and if you do, it's not water or something like that. It takes a penalty as Homa is ready to go at 17.
Yeah, he's played the best golf this afternoon, no doubt about it, this man, Max Homa. Got a real chance to actually join the lead. He knocks this one in, he could go to the last, join the lead. Let's think big, left to right for him here, across the green.
What a fine effort that was. That's how you play 17. Middle of the green, 2 putts, anything else is a bonus, and away you go. Par 5 to come.
That's where we go with driver and John Rahm.
Setting up to the left, wind coming off the left. Textbook for Rahm, loves to move it left to right, playing into a bit of a bottleneck. Oh, aggressive tee shot. That's going to really pay off. Opens things up for the second. Bit of an unconventional swing does Rahm have. Some of it has to do with the fact he was born with a club foot. Stops his mobility, but a very bowed wrist at the top and a short swing. But look at the way the club stays in front. Good body rotation through. Stays behind it. Great extension through. Gets his power. Very strong lower body. Rahm can overpower golf courses.
Nicholas Colsaerts told me his two shoes are different sizes. By three different sizes between the two. Just for the width. So we go to Phil Mickelson. Second here.
Oh, it's not too bad. Every hole on this course has a name. This is called Lake, which is a misnomer because there's no lake or water anywhere near it.
Ready to play now, Justin Thomas, after letting them drive. It is his fourth. So it's causing the bank up. Ooh. Dodged the first, caught the second.
And 4 in the bunker, 7 over par in the round, and he is outside looking in and making the FedEx Cup playoffs. Not a spot that you think Justin Thomas would ever be.
Especially when it's the top 70, isn't it, that get through to them. It is hard to imagine him, like you say, not quite there yet. That's how it looks. Fleetwood, Lamprecht still on top. Emiliano Grillo trying to roll back the years to the likes of Argentinian Roberto Di Vincenzo, who became the first South American to win a major when he triumphed right here in 1967. Some great history around Royal Liverpool as they host the Open for the 13th time. There's lots lurking on that page. Scheffler, Schauffele and Matsuyama all at -1. Lucas Herbert had the lead for a little while today, but then he got to 17. You almost hope that's not the story come the 71st hole later this week. But it might be, you never know. Like we've been saying, all these players have to get through it.
Whew. Close to that out of bounds line with the second. He was seriously worried. Be a heck of a shot just to get this on the putting green. Settle down. Settle down. Stop. Well done. That's a heck of a shot from where he was in that thick stuff.
Mickelson for birdie to get back to even par for the former champion. I think it was more of a surprise when Phil won the Open Championship than when he won the PGA Championship after the age of 50. Just the nature of the game, the way Phil played up in the air and so much. He really showed a lot when he essentially compromised his game to win.
Came close in 2016 as well, didn't he? Going head to head almost with Henrik Stenson.
Beautiful views. I know I tested you on this. I'm checking your memory. I should wait. I know Tom Abbott's coming in to join us, but champion golfer of the year. Where does that come from, Allie? Do you remember?
You asked me this last year.
I know, and you failed last year. I thought you'd have had it. Oh, we'll save that for Tom when he comes in. But he's got his computer out. He's going to check.
Giving him time to study. That's what McIlroy and Rahm have a little of as they wait ahead down 18.
When you walk out of the World Golf Hall of Fame, if you turn right, it's the first name on the stone walking out of the World Golf Hall of Fame. The reason behind the name being the champion, being called the champion golfer of the year, but going down to 18.
Waiting with bated breath here, Jay. Why don't we watch Justin Thomas with whatever he's got here at 18. This is horrid.
Very likely go in that bunker to his left. And he does. You want the answer, don't you, Ellison? The answer is when Alan Robertson died in 1859, he was the absolute best and unquestionably best golfer in the world. When he died, they had to have a championship to decide who was the best golfer. And starting in 1860, with the Open Championship, after Alan Robertson died, every year after, it's been, the winner has been the champion golfer of the year. That's how good Alan Robertson was.
I think. Very interesting, by the way, Mr. Townsend. My little encyclopedic friend. This bunker shot here,
No
Jay,
notes, by the way.
No, I know. Well, I could make up a good story too, you know. Jay, I think this shot, that first bunker shot of Justin Thomas's has finished right up the back of the other bunker. I mean, where does he go now? What does he do? Now they're thinking about hacking it back into the previous bunker.
We've got about 49 cameras down the 18th, including Wirecam this year, and it's hidden from all of them, this lie, Justin Thomas.
Oh, my goodness.
He's still playing left. He's hit 2 on the same line there. Justin Thomas, at least he's out now.
It's a horror story.
Stuart Sink was bogey-free, as is Guido Migliozzi. He's the last one left on course. This for birdie at 15, up over a little ridge there.
Tony, you notice Ellison is tempting a lot of fate here with this, commentator jinx stuff. He's got a couple tough holes coming in to declare bogey free.
She's brave, I tell you what. She's not scared to have a punt.
If you'd seen what he did down 18 at Le Golf National, I think you'd back him too when he took the title.
Now, that was something to behold, wasn't it?
I think that was shot of the year.
I don't think anyone would fight you on that either. Jay, as we welcome the dulcet tones of Tom Abbott to the booth to take you through till the close of play.
Thank you, Alison. It's great to be with you and to take us through to the end of the day and what has been a lovely day for links golf, really, you have to say, and maybe the best of the weather that these players will face at the 151st Open, with the shadows lengthening here on the closing hole. Not been the best of days for Tony Finau, a player, Jay, that has had some good runs in the Open.
He really has. I mean, he has a game built for it. An ability to play a lot of different shots up and down and shape it both directions. But I think Tony right now is just not in a great place putting. He's won a couple times, recently, but right now it's a bit suspect with the putter.
Back on the tee with Max Homa. It looks exactly what you need there. Working it back into the middle of the fairway. Lots of danger off the tee at the 18th down the right side. Bunkers to contend with as well down the left. And we'll go back up to the green now for Hovland.
For the birdie. He's had a bit of adventure. I'd be rather pleased with a par, which he will get.
He's done well to turn the day around. A couple of bogeys in the middle of the day with 3 birdies since the 11th. And it's going to be a round of 17. A red number for Victor Hovland, who of course was in the mix 12 months ago.
Hovland was in great position. I mean, it was the round by Cam Smith that really defeated everybody. That final 64 at the old course to win. Forgettable day for Justin Thomas.
And where do you go from here? I mean, you try to turn your season around with a nice opening day at the Open, and it's been the complete opposite for Justin Thomas.
It's going to be a 9 in a round of 82 for a 15-time winner on the PGA Tour.
It's a far cry from winning the PGA Championship last year. And it's just one off the worst round of the day.
Certainly it's regroup time for Justin Thomas. Finau close out his day with a 5. Not a great round, 2 over par, but certainly still within reach.
Go back to the 17th, and Mickelson's always been a wizard around the greens. You might need some wizardry on this hole.
Just far enough back from the lip for it not to be too much of an issue, but even with his skills. And I really, really don't fancy the next one.
He's left-handed, he's okay.
No,
he stands on the other side of the
yeah,
ball.
I know that. But that face of that bunker, that can turn into a 6 in a heartbeat, Jack. But thanks for your help.
Just the 17 practice swings while he waits. 283 for England's Justin Rose, trying to get this one all the way back there.
See the ball that it looks like the grain might be growing against him. That's a wicked spot, but everyone's going to bail out. To the left, you would think, Anthony, if you're going to bail.
1 yard nearer, 282 with his favourite driving iron. Looking down the right, trying to get it through the 8-yard gap is McIlroy.
On the candle, Rory!
Went in with a lot of speed, likely right up against the face of the bunker. McIlroy will need to get lucky.
I mean, look at the bunker to his left here. I mean, these bunkers, they're vertical. A lot of them are literally 90 degrees. Oh my! And he's right-handed, isn't he, Joe? He should be a...
The last couple shots I've seen him play, he's played right-handed, yes.
Just the 258. No biggie for John Rahm. Just not been on his game today. Doing his best. 4-iron max. Looking to flight one to finish his day off in style.
Does he like it? Does he like it? Oof. Maybe for a second or two, but not now. Yeah, literally 2 feet away from being excellent.
That's Rahm's ball we see. McIlroy's ball is in the bunker further left of that pitcher.
1 yard off the entire day. Incredible.
Tough being John Rahm, isn't it?
It's the nature of links golf, isn't it? Literally. You can have a little bit of bad luck and you can be a foot or two out all day long. What a difference it makes. I mean, the swing was lovely and he tracked it with his eyes. Oh. And now he knows.
He doesn't know what we know.
Mickelson standing to it on this side of the ball. It gets a little punchy in the box late in the day here, I can see.
Just make sure you get it up and over that ridge. There you go. I think that bunker is probably why we've seen several triple bogeys there today. If you get in that bunker, I mean, you can be there for a week.
And we'll listen to this reception as McIlroy walks up to the 18th.
It's special, isn't it?
And it's going to be special when he sees this ball. I think he's up against the edge. He hasn't seen it yet. He's seen Rahm's ball. He's now seen his.
Combined 5 over par, though. This group's surprising, got to be, coming into today.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so.
Absolutely. All three guys, well, not necessarily Justin, but certainly Rory and Rahm would have been betting favorites.
Can he get that out? Can he get it out going towards the green? I mean, it is just absolutely sheer, that wall.
The difficult thing, I think, I mean, Anthony's going to have a better view having down there, but it doesn't look like he can get his left foot anywhere near a correct address position.
We'll get back to that. It's going to be a mission. Mickelson for the bogey. One little error on the tee on this hole and you are in desperate trouble.
Yeah, he's jammed against the face the second time today. Just got to be careful here. I think he wants to actually get into the rough just to give himself some sort of third. He doesn't really want to be on that downslope. He almost wants to carry that and get it back onto the flat.
And now he might be on the downslope, Anthony. I just love these bunkers because they are a penalty.
Or can Rory go at the green?
I do believe he can go left edge of the green. Jon Rahm had nothing at all. He's actually looking like he's going to play safe. But the thing is, it'll probably run off anyway, so what's the point? He's looking at the flag. That should be a no.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him come out backwards and left. He's going to let Jon Rahm go first. No, he's not. Rosie.
Yeah, should be Justin to go. John are playing head tennis. Looking right, no choice.
He won't be happy, not off that tee shot. He was thinking potential eagle standing in the fairway.
Just on the downslope a fraction for Justin. Constantly practice swinging, repetition after repetition. Just trying to slice this one across, use the slope, hold it against the hill.
Just paying the penalty nature of the lie. It's amazing how the subtleties of links golf can make the best players in the world at times look silly.
This is no guarantee either.
Yeah, you're playing for the fringe, aren't you?
Oh no, you're going to be careful of the footprints as well. That's the problem.
Take a breath, Rory. Take a breath. Take a breath. Take your time.
Does look like he's in a footprint, Anthony. He's walked around from several different angles to look at that first bunker shot. Right foot out of the bunker, as you can see, and that makes the delivery of the club into the impact area, Tony, so difficult.
Oh, this is... I mean, what other options does he have other than coming back out the bunker and then leaving himself an impossible chip?
He's gone right foot out. Now he's got left foot out.
Bit of magic required from McIlroy. Get it up and down for a par.
The thing is, if you hit a good shot here, it's just pure talent, because you don't practice this.
And McIlroy delights them at the 18th.
Well, Jay and I have just gone silent here. That was a magnificent golf shot. High tariff, high risk. I mean, that could have turned into a massive number. Look at this. And as Jay said, you don't practice that. That's feel and instinct. That was brilliance.
That was just phenomenal. Another look, another angle. To watch the way the club goes straight into the revetted face. But look how still he was, balancing on one leg, essentially. The left leg was up there on the bank just to get out of the way so that his hands had someplace to go. But that is just an unbelievable shot. It's a tough bunker shot if you're in the middle of the bunker.
And out of a footprint, just to make it a little easier.
Now Rose for his birdie. A couple of birdies already today for Justin. But it is going to be a round of 74 to open the week. And he'll need to have a better day tomorrow, most likely. He's going to be around for the weekend. Never quite know what the conditions are going to be like, but it's the weekend that we're expecting the nasty weather potentially.
This is a slow putt up the hill for Rahm, and from this angle it just wants to break a little bit left to right as it loses pace around the hole. Golf is not a fair game. Links golf magnifies that.
Dropping a couple of shots in the last 3 holes, and yeah, the look says it all. Now McIlroy to save his par. Great up and down from McIlroy to finish it off. And what could have been a disaster in that bunker but he saves a 5. And a man who won here at Royal Liverpool opens the week with a round of 71.
I can't believe that up and down. And that could, you know, if the second bunker shot doesn't come out, we've seen a 10 on this hole today. And you've got to think, all right, it might have been a visit out of bounds, but if it doesn't get out, it's back in his footprints and closer to the face. It gets worse and worse and worse.
Well, we saw 9 in the previous group from Justin Thomas. And yeah, I mean, I think that was a big putt for McIlroy. Statistically speaking, most winners at the Open Championship are within 5 shots of the lead after the first round. So that gets him to that 5-shot number. So, you know, you can say what you want about statistics, but it happens so often here at the Open that you don't want to kind of go against that and try and create something new.
So let's take you back to what happened there at 18 with McIlroy, and this is the shot that we're going to see plenty of over the next few days and maybe beyond.
I don't know if you'll see a more miraculous escape all week out of these treacherous bunkers, and then to go out and follow it up with that putt. Look at the reaction. That could be huge at the end of the week.
Absolutely. That fist pump right there after this ball goes in just tells you how important that was to Rory. He knew that. And just that mental thing of not being over par in the first round. It's such a big difference between even par and 1 over. Of course, he doesn't know, you know, that the last like 20 Open champions have been within 5 of the lead, you know, after the first round. But he knows he needs to stay within touch, and that putt helped him.
It's going to be a different story if McIlroy goes on to win this year than it was back in 2014. It was a wire-to-wire win by 2 back then, and he's got to fight his way back 5 behind after the opening round. Let's go back out to the 18th, and Tyrrell Hatton, who's hit it left, but seems to be okay. Jamie's down there for us.
Yeah, 296. Been waiting all this time for those 2 bunkers to be raked as well. Thinks he can get there. It's not a bad lie, actually. It's not a bad miss down the left-hand side here at 18.
That is a seriously good shot, because modern metalwoods out of that rough, it can slide off the face and just go off, veer off, straight out of bounds right. He's done really well there.
Now Morikawa 289. They watched the big screen, these two. All the trouble up ahead they were watching. Keep it right.
You like that play, Tony?
Yeah, I do actually. For that flag, he'll get a drop away from the stands into one of the drop zones. Got all the green to work with. I'm presuming he'll go to a drop zone to the, well, hopefully to the right. If he goes left, not so much fun, but yeah, there's much worse places to be than right there.
Now Homer, that's a good play, I think. Just knock it through the green. You can't mess with those front bunkers. He's 10 yards nearer, so this is a lot of club. So he's obviously playing right for the back of the green here, or even in the rough. It's not a bad spot.
That's not a great spot over there to the left. He'll get, you know, he'll drop in one of the drop zones, but that is not the right side to come in from. It's a tough one. 20 feet past the hole, unless you get extremely lucky, is a good result.
Back out to the 16th, Miliozzi. And they have that to save par. Man who's playing in his 3rd Open. He's missed the cut in the first 2 appearances, for going along well here.
Back to the 15th. Shubhankar Sharma. A chance to get to 3 under. Good man.
Michael Stewart here for a birdie at the 15th. It's been going along well. That one just missing out. Playing his golf on the Challenge Tour, had to come through the qualifier at Dundonald to make it into the championship. He's a very good amateur player about 10, 12 years ago. Lost in the final of the amateur.
It was a very good pitch from Eliotzi. He read it well. A little tear, and what a par. Great work for the Italian.
Looking at the forecast for tomorrow, seemingly maybe not great overnight, but tomorrow the weather could be very similar to what we've seen today. The wind may be even lighter, so a couple of good days, Thursday and Friday, for scoring here at Royal Liverpool, and 5 under par leads the way. So still a few players out there on the golf course. Now we'll be following them in all the way to the end of play today, which probably still about an hour's worth of golf left. Not been the quickest pace of play in the afternoon.
I think it's sort of understandable, isn't it, Tom? You know, the difficulties out there. You know, you just got to get 1 3 ball that all find greenside bunkers, and it can add on 10 minutes.
Yeah, we meet with the rules officials before the championship, and their pace of play estimates are always quite optimistic, really. 4 hours, 40 minutes, I think they said, roughly. That usually is the first group out. It slows down as the day goes on. And so what's happening here at the 18th, Jamie?
Well, Homer's in the second row of the grandstand, so he's going to have to drop the ball in the nearest drop zone. He's got a ref over there as well. Hatton's waiting to play his pitch shot, but he wants to let all the commotion die down before he plays. Hand on hip. Hatton needs a good up and down here. All in trouble, actually. Morikawa's gone to a drop zone as well, so it's all happening here. But it will be Hatton to play first. Lots of movement behind the green for Tyrrell Hatton. He's just letting it all calm down. He's quite right too. Big up and down for him here, but he's got a skirt with a bunker down the left here. He needs a bit of spin on this ball. He's going to have to use the collar and that little knuckle to throw it back to the right.
Great view. You can't see him getting it close to the hole unless he lands this on the fringe. Oh, he hit the edge of the fringe and green, that little collar, and just kicked it hard right.
Yeah, I think he's landed it probably within 6 inches of where he wanted. It was a pretty well played shot. It's an evil bounce. Trying to land it in a sort of little hollow between the 2 bunkers on the fringe. Oh my goodness. Horrible bounce.
For a bounce like that, that was a pretty calm reaction from him.
Back out to the 17th, Miliozzi. It's been wedged to an 8-iron, depending on the player, throughout the day.
That'll do. Anything on the cut grass is acceptable at 17.
Homer to play. Gone to the drop zone. I couldn't see the lie from where I was, but even so, he can't take on the pin here. He's got to just play left. He's played really well all the way around. Don't give it away here. Just play just left of the pin. Try and get it pin high. 15 feet, 20 feet.
just clings on. Yeah, historically, the drop zones from the grandstands, they don't pick the shortest, tightest bit of grass, though. They'll find some nice juicy stuff that'll make you think about the chip.
Rory just coming out of the scoring tent, and he will go to the interview zone to meet with various different networks.
And Morikawa, he's gone to the drop zone as well. But a much easier shot for him is just straight up the green, just get the strike on it here out of the rough.
Really dug its heels in, didn't it? I think out of that rough he's expecting that to chase on a little more than it did.
Sharma at the 16th, his third shot here.
From quite a long way back. And quite a delightful shot. Excellent distance control. Not something we're really used to seeing. That sort of backspin on links greens.
That was very surprising, you know, because we haven't had any rain to speak of yesterday and none today. There hasn't been enough wind to really dry things out. There's been sunshine here today at times.
Chance of a shower overnight, but if it doesn't rain, you know, the golf course will have changed quite a bit from when the players were playing practice rounds earlier this week, and that will be difficult in terms of judging the distance off the tee if you're laying up short of these bunkers.
And then they'll have to readapt on Saturday because it's going to chuck it down by all accounts. Homer for the birdie. He's done so much good work today. He just wants to nestle this up whole side. Whoa, whoa.
Man has won 6 times on the PGA Tour, playing in his 3rd Open Championship. Back out to the 16th, and Sharma to save par.
This one should have a little left to right in it. Wow, what a par 4 that was for Sharma. Won twice early in his career in his first year, and then kind of traveled around a little bit and kind of lost his touch. And now he's starting to play good in the big events. Hatton for a birdie after a bad break with that pitch shot.
Well, a good outward 9 today by Tyrrell Hatton. He was 2 under par with birdies at 2 and 5. Dropped a couple of shots at 10 and 11. Dropped another shot at 14. Ends with a round of 71. A player who has had great success in links golf, winning a couple of Dunhill links on the DP World Tour. And I think certainly not out of it.
Oh, not in the slightest. And as you say, Tom, he loves links golf. He loves the challenge of the majors and the big events. Can Morikawa finish the day off with a birdie and get to 1 over?
Not to be. It was a quick rise to the top for Colin Morikawa. I remember when he came to Royal St George's, he'd never played a major in front of a gallery because he'd played during the COVID times, but went on to win there back in 2021. And now another player who's risen to the top of the game fairly quickly. This for a par, but a good start for Max Homer. If this goes in, it'll be a round of 68. And there'll be some eyes on him. He loves the game. He loves the intricacies of links golf and learning the way to play these golf courses. Great scholar of the game.
He's got wonderful power. He's underrated off the tee. One lone bogey. That was at the 9th. He has a very controlled type of ball flight. He'll be good if it gets a little bit windy. Plays kind of a little bullet cut shot off the tee. Doesn't get way up in the air. Should prove well on Sunday afternoon for a guy like Homa, who, as you said, many are expecting him to pick up a major soon.
Still 6 groups left to finish. I think a lot of folks will be heading to the exit after McIlroy's group has finished. A few players still under par. 4 players out on the golf course are still under the card, including this man at the 17th.
For the birdie. Good try. That putt has proved to be a little quicker than most players have anticipated. Good effort, though.
And this group will make their way across that bridge to the scoring area, closer to the clubhouse. And a few autographs for folks that have been working inside the ropes. Nice touch.
Each group has their scoreboard carrier, their marker, their own bunker raker, which is nice.
And rules official.
Rules official. Quite a little team, isn't it? Oh, you got the glove, you lucky thing. She's looking and thinking, well, that's a bit big for me. How am I going to use that on Sunday? Nice gesture, though. Quite a character, isn't he, Max Homa?
Adam Schenk now back out on the 18th. He's had a poor run here since the 13th, 4 bogeys. Looking to turn it around at the 18th. Careful, I don't want to go too far right. Oh dear, dear. That is close to the line. The line is on the top of that bank there. Cop, I think they call it.
I'll see for par. That'll be a welcome one. Anytime you can make one at 17. He's got a good ball flight. Not dissimilar to what Max Homa has. That kind of low, boring little cut shot.
He's won 3 times on the DP World Tour as we look out towards the D estuary and further afield. Huge wind farm out there, and the tide, massive tides in this part of the world that come in and out. So you get these huge beach expansions when the tide is out.
Sharma tee shot up the hill. Only 126, plays closer to 140, 142. Most of the wind is from the right, hurting a little bit.
These guys have all done their homework, haven't they? Nobody wants to have anything to do with that right-hand pin and that cavernous bunker. Left centre of the green, halfway up the green, take that all day long, all week long.
Just coming up to 8:40 p.m. here local time. And we'll still have just under an hour's worth of play roughly. It's a long day for everyone involved over the first couple of days here at the championship. And great work by our team of technicians and production folks. So much effort goes into the championship in the run-up, getting all these angles that you see and the cameras in bunkers and drones. This is out at the 18th and the 5th shot here. Problems for Phil. Hearing that Phil may have hit one out of bounds off the tee. He may not be next to go here.
known as one of the greatest short game players of all time, and bringing even the great Phil Mickelson to his knees are these revetted face bunkers.
Not taking too long with that, didn't have too many options.
Playing his golf on the Live Tour, but don't forget the Masters this year. I mean, he wasn't that far away. Kind of surprised a few folks with a tied second finish at Augusta National. Back out to the 16th.
And less than driver for the Italian, playing to the wider portion of the fairway. Further you go up, the more the out of bounds and the right narrows in.
It's amazing how that out of bounds gets in people's minds. How on earth did this stay here? He won't be unhappy with it, though.
Tell you what, if you have vertigo, you wouldn't like standing there.
My friend Dennis Pugh wouldn't like that. He's got vertigo. He's not been well recently, but he's certainly on the mend, which is great news. But he wouldn't be able to stand there. He'd struggle. Nick Taylor, 2 over par. A couple of birdies here on the back 9. 1 on the way out at the 6th.
Samoya for birdie at 17. Over par, trying to get to 2. Could it be a rare birdie? Yes, it is.
Oh, boisterous gallery out at the 17th. They've been there all day. They've been waiting folks to come through. He had a good week at the Maiden Himmelin, finishing in a tie for 4th, which qualified him for the Open. So getting in relatively late. And now Mickelson.
For a double bogey. Ouch. And the 18th destroys another scorecard. He's just finished double bogey, triple bogey.
It's a round of 77 for the 6-time major champion.
Through 16 holes, only 1 over par. Not a terrible position, and then just disasters at the final 2 holes.
Back out to the 17th, and Sharma for his 2. This would get him to 4 under par within 1 of the lead. It's just been a solid day for Shubhankar Sharma. Didn't come in here with a lot of great form. Missed the last 3 cuts, but he's found something today as we go back to the 18th.
Nick Taylor for par, and this is where if it's losing pace up by the hole, this wants to break left to right. So easy to miss it on the low side.
Yeah, beautifully holed. I think that putt's a little slower than it appears because most guys have just tiddled it up to the hole and it takes the break. That was positively done. 73, no disaster. Tomorrow's a new day.
And such a great win in his home country early this year, the RBC Canadian Open, after that 75 in the first round. 67, 63, 66 to really provide an exciting finish.
This to break 80. Well done.
Shank got off to a terrible start. Bogey, bogey, triple bogey, bogey. Been having a great season on PGA Tour. Nearly won at Colonial. He's had a couple of other close calls. Nearly won at Valspar.
as we come towards the end of the day here on the opening round of the 151st Open. We'll check the first page of the leaderboard. And we have an amateur tied for the lead. And we've got a man from this part of the world, Tommy Fleetwood, as well, with a round of 66. Some excitement here, certainly, to add to the storyline. As we move through, I think there are players, for me, at 1 under par who look very dangerous. We get to move through those scores at 70, but there are some very talented players there who are in prime position to make a move over the next couple of days.
Yeah, you're talking about the 1-unders. Look at Scheffler, Schauffele. Some of those names are pure chalk.
McIlroy finishing up with a great up and down. He is with Rishi Prasad.
On 18 after the pass save seemed to say quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't think I would have been too happy walking off the 18th with a bogey after the 2 shots I hit into the green. So, yeah, it's just when you hit it into these bunkers, you're just sort of riding your luck. You're hoping to get a good lie and not up against one of those revetted faces. And just didn't really have much of a shot with my third, and then hit a hell of a shot with my fourth to get it to where I did. And yeah, it was really nice to finish the round off like that. I felt like I did well and battled back from 2 over to get back to even par. You know, I was thinking maybe another birdie at the last and get to 1 under, but you know, I was pretty pleased to walk away with the par in the end.
And what's your assessment of finishing the day level par, 5 behind?
Yeah, you know, there's a ton of golf left. You know, I could have let the round get away from me a little bit in the middle there. You know, it was 2 over through 12, and then to get back and finish an even par was pretty good. So, you know, I know I'm going to need to go out there tomorrow, shoot a good score in the 60s, I would think, to get myself, you know, right in the mix for the weekend.
As always, appreciate the time.
No worries.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers. No worries.
Late finish for Rory. Looked quite tired after that 71. It was hard work in the end, but I think he's right there. He's in the mix here, which is what he wants to be.
Well, 2 over in the back 9 to get it back, even though it was a disappointing 71 in the end, the way it finished. It was a great par, but not to pick up a birdie on the final hole. It hurts a little bit, but I think this golf course, you're going to be tired after you get off, no matter when you play and what score you shoot. It's going to wear you out.
I remember playing here in 30-mile-an-hour winds last year. I know what that feels like.
You did it by choice. Robinson Thompson. Oh, well done. He thought he'd missed it until he didn't.
Man from the Isle of Wight and south of England in the English Channel. So a bit of a wait at the 18th. It happens, doesn't it, when you've got a reachable par 5 with danger lurking.
Tom, you'd have to say these last 2 holes, 17 and 18, are going to have to say a lot on Sunday evening about who's going to be the champion. I mean, we've seen miracles, we've seen disasters.
Well, when you think that 2 of the final 4 holes are reachable par 5s, and then the 17th, you know, the short par 4, so much can happen.
And a tough day for Mark Warren. You can see 8 over par, and it's not getting any easier there. And what we're seeing here, you could see coming down the stretch. As you say, there's the chance of disaster. This is not over here, even if a player has a sizable lead coming to the tee at the 17th.
I mean, when you think most of the time in professional golf, when you have a reachable par 5, you're thinking, okay, it could be 3 to 6. Here it could be 3 to 8. Huge swings, potentially.
Last man off today was Marco Penge. Here he is for an eagle at the 15th. Plays his golf on the Challenge Tour. Came through the qualifier at Dundonald. Second time he's played in the championship. He missed the cut last year. Should be Nacho Elvira next to go here at the 18th, I think. Playing alongside Alejandro Canizares, and we saw Mark Warren in the bunker.
Plenty of green to work with. Ball looks like it's kind of, we're looking at it from a very high view, but it looks like that ball's buried down there a little bit. There you can see grass is growing into him. Not an easy one to get the club face in the back of the ball and judge the pace.
No, not easy at all. You know you're going to get grass between club and ball, but how will it come out? It's a guess.
Let a few shots slip away on the back nine as Alejandro Canizares 4 bogeys since he made the turn.
Miliozzi from way left of the fairway, a layup.
And with this whole location, Tony, you want to lay up down the right side, and he does. A good angle, not a great angle because it's far enough back. He's still going to have to come over the shoulder of that bunker you can see at the top of our screen as Elvira gets ready for this one for birdie.
And he was another player that was going well before he made 7 at 15. He's now 1 over par for the championship, but he's got this to finish with a round of 71.
A couple times in the 6-hole playoff against Rasmus Højgaard had a chance to win the maiden Himmerland, couldn't convert.
Yeah, that finish got him into the championship. In this process that the R&A has used to fill the field here by creating a series of events around the world with qualifying spots.
It's a great way to do it too, because you're towards the end, just before the Open Championship, you're getting informed players.
And doing it at events all around the world. And one thing that the R&A stresses and works so hard upon is investing in the game around the world, grassroots level. And of course this year introducing the African Amateur Championship, which will be a new initiative with the winner getting a spot in this championship in the future. And you think about how that will impact golf in a continent that has in some places, Tony, been very rich in the game.
Yeah, quite right. 3 under, Sharma. What a good day's work. Aiming down the left, you would think gonna just hit a little fade. Let the wind hopefully push it back into the fairway. It's trying, but not hard enough. Get a lie. Well, at 3 under, Jay, you'd think, don't ever go at the screen. It's too dangerous, don't you think?
I think the wind has dropped down now, so it's not as reachable as it was maybe a half hour, 40 minutes ago. Alejandro Canizares for par. This is fairly straight from this angle.
Home in 40, and it's a round of 75.
Great golfing pedigree. Father, several times a Ryder Cup player. Real gentleman.
You play a lot with Jose Maria Canizares?
Yeah, fair bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What a player he was. Mark Warren. Oh, using all the hull.
Let's go, Mark.
That's a good par in the end, isn't it, after visiting it. Greenside bunker, 2 to get out. Quite a few very tired-looking guys coming off this golf course. There's no respite. Any mistake gets heavily punished.
Been a bit of a wait here for this group back on the tee. This, speaking of sons of golfers, Mark Wheatley's son, Gunnar Wheatley, here on the tee at the 18th. He had that dream week, didn't he, at the British Masters, which qualified him for the Open.
Yeah, hadn't been playing well at all, and he did say that, you know, he leading into the British Masters, he was getting a little bit better. He was seeing positive signs, but he didn't see that finish coming. Maybe I'll see his third, extreme right side of the fairway. Still have to go right of the hole.
A little further away than he would have liked, but he's played so well. 2 birdies, not a bogey on the card. Don't throw that away.
This is the Australian Conor McKinney, is third to the 18th. Just needs to settle on that line. Yeah, and that's what can happen. It just drifts off the green. 21 years of age, playing his golf on the Challenge Tour in Europe, and finished tied for third in the qualifier at Dundonald to make it into the championship. And what a special week this is, making his debut in the oldest major championship in the game. So the first page of the leaderboard, those 3 players have been sitting at the top for a while now. Stuart Sink has just been so impressive of late. The man who won in 2009 in that famous battle with Tom Watson that went to a playoff at Turnberry. Jordan Spieth battled back after a double on the 8th hole in his round to finish a couple under par. And a whole group of very talented players with major championships at 1 under.
Oliver Wilson, like Gunnar Wheatley, got his slot this week in the Open Championship at the British Masters, up against the face. I think he can get this out no problem. Club's going to bang into the revetted wall, pop up in the air, 15, 18 feet past the holes. Good result.
What a shot.
Had 1 eagle. On the 5th, bogeyed the 6th. He's 1 under, and that was a heck of a shot, because your heart's in your mouth. You know if you get it slightly wrong, it's going to hit the revetting, come back, and then you've got to face it all over again, and maybe again, and maybe again.
And hopefully not hit you.
Exactly.
McKinney getting ready to play his 4th shot here.
This is an awkward shot. He's down below the level of the green. Based on his stance, looks to be on a little bit of a downslope with his stance, but the ball's on the closely mown area. There you can see he's on the downslope. Certainly different options, Tony.
Yeah, he wants to putter, doesn't he? But, you know, keeping the putter low, it's getting a bit snagged up in the fringe, the edge of the rough.
There's 2 of those sprinkler heads that are pretty close to his line as well. And he looks to be outside of the 2 club lengths. You cited that rule nearly perfectly earlier today.
Got to chip this, hasn't he? He's going to have to pick it up quite sharply. There's no option but to chip it, just to avoid catching it up in the collar of rough. Ball way back in his stance, which is going to de-loft it, and it is a little beauty.
Well, he was born in Scotland, moved to Australia as a teenager. He won the Lynx Trophy last year, before he turned professional. So he's obviously comfortable on the links, but represents Australia, as we've said, but has Scottish roots. Links Trophy contested in St Andrews. The finale on the old course. Now Robinson Thompson for his par at the 17th to stay 1 over. He's playing his golf on the MENA Tour. He's a mini tour player, basically, and a lower league player. And this is some performance.
Miliozzi. Looked very good for a long time. Going to be a par. Going to be a round of 69. You wouldn't be too disappointed with that, would you? Bogey free. Not too many of those today on the leaderboard.
2 bogey-free rounds. Stuart Sink was the other former champion. Of course, he won in that playoff at Turnberry against Tom Watson, who was going for his 6th, which would have been a record.
Just past 9 p.m. here on the Wirral, which is this peninsula where you find the town of Hoylake. And Oliver Wilson, a man who's won the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship. We talked about Tyrrell Hatton having success. Of course, it was an emotional victory almost 10 years ago for Ollie Wilson there at St Andrews.
Ollie Wilson, when he won at St Andrews, and then last year when he won Maiden Heroin, both times he was outside of the top 700 in the World Golf Rankings. So he'd had some deep depths in his career and then come back to win. Shows incredible strength of mind. He's always been a very hard worker. He's never lost his enthusiasm for the game.
That's great stuff, isn't it? 269s in that group. Very late in the day. Good work, lads. Good work.
This is Hurley Long. Her birthday tomorrow, turns 28. And he's going along okay. 1 over par. Back out to the 18th.
Doesn't look like the greatest of lies here for Samoa. Is it in a slight hollow depression, old divot? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks a little sparse right there, but you got a little bit of an upslope. Interesting that the scoring average from morning to afternoon was over a shot difference higher in the afternoon, when it seemed like the weather was pretty much the same morning and afternoon. Good balance of morning and afternoon players on the first page of the leaderboard.
Seemed to get a seriously good strike on it.
Right there in Tyrrell Hatton land with that awkward angle. Maybe just crept up far enough.
I think he got every inch out of that he possibly could.
You know, the temperature's dropping this time of the evening. You see the players' hands in their pockets trying to keep them warm. The ball doesn't go quite as far.
Now Gunnar Wiebe. Oh dear.
That is just miles out of bounds.
Over there by the NBC cameraman Scott Winder, who's covered many championships over the years. Wasn't expecting the golf ball to be close to him over there. It may have hit him actually.
Yeah, hopefully after a couple of bounces.
He's a pretty hardy soul, Scott Winder. He's been around the game for many decades. But I wouldn't think he's been hit by too many golf balls there, so hope he's okay. And take 2 here for Wiebe.
Oh, the day has just got a lot worse, hasn't it? He's 6 over, and this is turning into a nightmare.
No lie, we just saw it looked like a rabbit running for a hole, and no chance getting that next one within 50 feet of the hole coming over the bunkers.
Sing Suhan, I think he goes by Steve with his English name. Oh, what a shot.
Oh, we've waited all day to see one of those.
One of the best of the day. He was another player who got off to a horror start. Made 6 at the second, 7 at the third, and then bogeyed the fourth. And he's battled back well with 3 birdies since then.
Maybe one more to come to get back to 2 over. Shubhankar Sharma. Laid well back.
What a smart shot that was. Taking the bunkers out of play. Okay, I'm out of position. In order to get it within 15 feet of the hole, he would have had to land it between the green and the bunker on the downslope. You have to sometimes just swallow your pride, even with the short iron, take what the golf course gives you, and that was certainly that circumstance.
Some changes made to the links here at Royal Liverpool, most notably that 17th hole, and because of that they have been able to extend the 18th tee. You saw the longer yardage there this year than when they last played the Open at Hoylake. Second oldest links or seaside golf course in England. Only Royal North Devon, which was founded in 1864, is older than Royal Liverpool.
Yeah, such an important club in English golfing history, isn't it? I mean, the rules of the amateur game were actually established by Royal Liverpool Golf Club in the late 1800s. So they really helped promote it in England, popularize it.
Yeah, the first amateur championship held here in 1885. And of course, 2 of the game's most accomplished amateurs, John Ball Jr. And Harold Hilton, both associated with the Royal Liverpool, as we watch Wiebe's 5th.
Amazingly, he didn't even try and knock it on the green, just played around the bunkers due to the nature of the difficulty of the shot and the lie he had.
Now Marco Penge for birdie. There's still a few folks out there watching at the 17th. There'll be a cheer if this goes in. It's just going to hang on the left, is it? Oh, no. And you think about how important it is for these players, a player like Marco Penge, to go well here, playing his golf on the Challenge Tour. You know, there's a lot of money on the line. If you make the cut here, it eases some potentially worries financially and world ranking points. Huge weekend ahead, not just for those trying to win the championship, but other stories of players trying to change their careers.
Dash forward to 18. Samoa electing to putt it. He was just far enough up to sort of threaten the flag.
Interesting choice of clubs. That's really the best he could have done, going with the putter, unless he took a chance on putting it and possibly going in the bunker on a further left line. Chose not to pitch and landed on that side slope.
3 good tee shots here from this group. This is Hurley Long for a birdie at 17. Yes.
Tell you what, those are loyal spectators out there. It's 9:10 local time, and they're still out there cheering the players along. Great to see.
Now Wiebe, He's had his struggles, and we've seen a few players over the last hour or so really struggle at the 18th.
Oh dear, 6th shot. Looking very dejected. You can understand that. You've looked so forward to playing in this Open Championship. And really, wheels have slightly fallen off.
Now Hahn for his birdie at the 17th after that wonderful tee shot. And it is going to be a 2. The man who comes in here having won his last start back in Korea. That was last month. And making his debut in the championship. That win got him into the Open.
Sharma played that defensive shot with his 3rd. Now the long putt. This is a slow putt. If anything, this one wants to break a little right to left as it approaches the hole. Hands are cold late in the day. These are not easy to get the pace correct.
Good effort. An excellent round of golf. Just tidy that up, pop it in. Terrific 68. It'll be a late dinner, but it's going to taste so good.
Great stuff to shoot 68 that late in the day. You've waited around all day to tee off, and that not an easy putt here for Samoa, but this is for a birdie to get to 1 over in a 72.
It's be for a 2-4 finish. Nice way to battle back. You know, there are a few folks out there that have had a great day, and why not getting into the spirit of it?
It's really hard to beat an Open Championship crowd, isn't it? It really is.
Oh, goodness. Hopefully that was the grandstand.
I think he underclubbed a bit there.
Gunnar Wiebe for his double. He's a man who's been in all around the game. He talks about his father, Mark, plays on the PGA Tour Champions now. He's caddied for his father at the Senior Open and the US Senior Open. He's worked in professional shops as an assistant pro at Bel Air Country Club, famous country club in Los Angeles, played college golf, and still plying his trade, trying to make a name for himself.
That was Mark in the walkway right there, watching Gunnar finish out. So sure, he's very proud of his son. Not many times do father and sons get to play in this great championship. Mark in the white hat, you can see left center of your picture.
Had a nasty injury, did Gunnar, when he was moving luggage during a trip to Mexico. He walked into a glass door and it caused him an injury that he had to take quite a long time away. It wasn't far away from being really serious. Now Robinson Thompson at the 18th.
That's a fine golf shot. Fine golf shot. And takes courage to try and flirt with that right side of the green. Looks like he does it every day of his life, that shot.
Love their golf. Get the binoculars out. Who's coming up next? His wife looks like she might be thinking, are we going to get going soon? Now Stewart with his second.
Come on. Keep coming, keep coming. Superb.
Amazing this late in the day, chilly. 2 eagle putts to come. 2 eagle putts in the penultimate group here in the first round.
Oh, it's a long time since we saw an eagle putt on 18, isn't it? I don't know, maybe she's the one saying, "No, I want to watch the end of play." I came out here today, watch golf. Sit there with your binoculars and keep quiet.
People come from all over the world to watch the Open. I came up by train from London on Tuesday morning, and in the train carriage were 2 couples from the US making a trip here specifically to come to the Open. It was something they'd wanted to do for a long time.
Yeah, I have friends come over. They come over from Australia, New Zealand, a lot of South Africans, a couple of Zimbabweans. And they plan it years ahead too.
And you can get into the ballot for tickets next year at Royal Troon. Now Hahn on the tee. Final group making their way to that closing hole on a Thursday evening here in Hoylake. Oh dear.
Another ball, please, Caddy.
Well, when you have such a horror start like he did, and you battle your way back with 4 birdies, and then you hit that one shot at 18.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that little mini leaderboard there. You know, we've got so used to the fact from seeing it all day, but we've got an amateur at the top of the leaderboard in the Open Championship. It's a wonderful thing. Right, down the left. Aim it at those 2 left-hand pot bunkers. Or maybe just left of them and try and slide it left to right. It's not coming back.
Somewhat predictable after your playing companion hit it out of bounds just in front of you.
Utterly inevitable, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And then the playing partners start going further and further over to the right, Jay. I always thought that was the best plan on a hole like this anyway. Tee it up on the far right. Aim it down the left side of the fairway and try and slide it from left to right. That's the plan.
But I like that shot. Look at only apex at 79 feet. You take a little air out of it, and you know it's less likely to go high right.
Hold up, please.
Maybe tee it a little bit lower. Kind of, you just a fairway finder. You'll get relief away from the fencing. Now Hahn playing his 3rd.
Just where you have to regroup here and just try and get one away. Maybe if you can put 2 really nice swings on it, have a chance to save par, but try and make a bogey.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's just ugly. That's just ugly in that pot bunker. That could be left into the rough. Oh, not nice.
That giant screen there in the spectator area will be illuminating the 18th fairway pretty soon. 66, 1 off the low round here in the championship at Royal Liverpool leads the way. Okay, we've got an eagle putt here, Tony.
Come on. make my day. Just drifting right. But you know what? Just tickle that one in for a par round of 71. That's good work.
Plays at the Freshwater Bay Golf Club on the Isle of Wight. And according to the R&A, the Isle of Wight fared well in the Open in the early days of the championship. Roland Jones was second in the 1905 Open, and Alfred Henry Toogood was fourth in 1894 from the Isle of Wight. So he's in esteemed company if he goes well this week.
I'm so happy, Tom, because you've come up with some info that Jay Townsend doesn't know.
Okay, let's see this. It's to get to 4 under par within 1 of the lead late on a Thursday. And Michael Stewart's putt is going to run out of steam there. There's still a chance for a birdie, and it'll be a really good round of golf. A man who plays his golf on the Challenge Tour, one below the level of the DP World Tour here in Europe. Double bogey here for Campillo.
The 18th has taken its toll. There have been 18 scores on double bogey or worse on a par 5 that's reachable. It just goes to show you the difficulty of those bunkers. Yeah, there have been a couple balls out of bounds to the right, which, you know, think what you may, but it's those bunkers right there in the picture, those beautiful bunkers with the sharp edges and the steep faces, those are causing the problems.
You lot right there. Well done for staying on and supporting. Love it.
Yeah, well done. So good scores in that 3-ball. Michael Stewart round in 68. What a week he could have.
It's been pretty amazing the number of scores throughout the day, early, middle, and now very late, that are all in the 60s. It just goes to show you that throughout the day, the scoring opportunities were there.
They can afford a pizza, but they can't afford a glove. Hopefully they'll get something. But these aren't the big earning players. They might need the equipment here. They might not be giving it away too much.
The future of golf up there. Maybe someday one of those youngsters will be playing in the Open Championship and that type of thing. That's why this week is so great. It's really about the whole world, centered here in Hoylake, England this week at Royal Liverpool. But all eyes are on these guys, and the opportunity to be inspirational is amazing.
Time and time again, you hear from someone like Tommy Fleetwood. I was out here watching. I was one of those kids once upon a time. Hold on a minute.
Got a scrum going on here for that glove.
Was there some foul play there from somebody?
I think it was. I think.
Great for Michael Stewart to throw up another ball to let the youngsters have one.
Oh dear, it's all been too much for him.
No, he's looking at his phone. He's not asleep. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. No, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's looking at his phone. Don't pan down. Come on, don't do that. Don't prove he's asleep.
I think
Oh,
there we go.
He just woke up.
I thought we might find him here at 6:35 tomorrow when the first guys go off.
He'd have a stiff neck. It'd be probably a little chilly as well. I knew he wasn't asleep. You can't fall asleep. This stuff is too good.
Hurley Long out at the 18th in the final group. Looks like he's going to try and hit a big left to right cut here into the 18th. He's aiming down the left.
He's aiming at the first. Let's just pitch out to the front of the green stuff right there.
His father is American. Moved to Germany to teach golf. He's been there for 40 years, his father.
You're not going to hold that against him, are you, that his father's American?
Not at all.
Okay, good. You said it with a little bit of disdain there, Tony. I'm not sure about this Abbott guy.
You know I'm American, right?
You speak funny for an American.
Has to be struck well in order
I just play a British guy on TV, that's all.
Well done. Just on the left side of your picture, just going out of frame there. Those flags were blowing quite hard off the marquee to the right of the 18th.
Oh, hold on, don't want to go too far right here. Okay, it's going to catch the rough. You can see the out of bounds line there, which is not straight. It's sort of wavy as it comes down the fairway at the 18th.
You actually got a really nice angle into that flag. There's not many places you can miss the screen and have a good angle in.
Well, we saw the tee shot in the bunker for Hahn. It was his second shot from the tee after driving it out of bounds, and this is now his fifth, and the danger of running up a really big number. Still not home here. That's left of the grandstand, so they'll need a ruling there because he's going to be completely blocked out. So I think he will go to the drop zone, but well, we've got a little time as these players make their way up the 18th. Let's take a look at some highlights from earlier today, and we'll start with the defending champion golfer of the year, Cam Smith, for his birdie at the 15th.
Rory McIlroy. Inside bunker, couldn't get it out, came back into his footprints in the most horrendous position and produced a small miracle. And if that wasn't good enough, he rolls it in for the most unlikely par. He gets one of the biggest cheers of the entire day.
McIlroy round in 71, Cameron Smith round in 72, Scheffler one better, he was round in 70. And that one falling in, a man who's had such consistency in his 2023 campaign. Will he be able to add this major championship to his resume? Jordan Spieth battled back from an early double.
This was a really hard hole location just over the bunkers, and Spieth just played a brilliant shot. One of the best of the day at 7.
Spieth a round of 69. Nice story unfolding with Matthew Jordan.
First to play in the first game, member here at Royal Liverpool. It was Matthew Jordan. Harman turned into a really big event player.
Agreed. Round at 67 today for Brian Harman. Same score for Adrian Otegi. This would be finishing things off for him with 4 birdies on the back 9.
Antoine Rosner with this for a birdie at 18. It's him into a tie for 4th.
Grillo was on the wrong side of the fairway to play his 3rd. Played out sideways, essentially, to the safe part of the green. Never mind, it was a long putt. That's a birdie 4. That's to tie the lead.
Tommy Fleetwood, this was his 3rd at the 15th. And that would lead to a tap-in birdie. He'd already birdied the 14th. And then at the 16th, he had this to get to 5 under par. And it would be a round of 66 to match Emiliano Grillo. And one of the big stories of the day, Tony, maybe the biggest story of the day, Christo Lamprecht.
Yeah, I would say so. This was his little pitch into 14 for a birdie. Wow. All 6 feet 8 of him.
Man from George, South Africa, plays his collegiate golf at Georgia Tech. And won the amateur championship at Hillside. 3-2 in the final, earning his spot in the Open, and he took full advantage with his round today. He's a tall gentleman. He hits it a long way, and he will have a lot of eyes on him tomorrow. After that round of 66, a lot of people will be excited to see how he plays the game tomorrow with the length that he has. And what a summer of golf it has been for Christo Lamprecht, who can't even get to the #1 spot at Georgia Tech in Atlanta, but is at the top of the leaderboard here at Royal Liverpool after a fabulous day, joined by Tommy Fleetwood. Another wonderful story brewing with Tommy and the home support that he will have here, close to where he grew up. And Emiliano Grillo, who has a lot of experience in the game of golf and certainly has been around the game long enough to perhaps get it done here at the end of the week at Hoylake. Still some rulings out on the 18th, so they haven't quite finished play just yet, but we will take this group into the house and getting on towards 9:45 in the evening by the time they finish. Steve Hahn just getting a drop here. Each game has a rules official. Rules officials from 17 different countries around the world.
Well, this is not too much fun, is it? Not a tremendous way to finish a day. He's going to be playing his 6th shot, but while that gets sorted out, Hurley Long.
Tony, I think the best that Long can do is nearer to the back fringe than the hole. I'm surprised he's actually not playing out to the right.
Yeah, I think he's got a choice, hasn't he? A putt from the back of the green or from the front edge. Temptation to get cute with this. Oh. Well, I never.
Well, that was bold, wasn't it?
I'll tell you what, if he gets that slightly thin, he's actually in Liverpool centre.
Well, at 1 over par, that was a pretty high risk shot because he's right in there to be in there for the weekend.
Yeah. What a shot. Must have been a gruesome lie.
So Hahn was 3 in the bunker, 4 out, 5 to this position. This is his 6th shot. Just helping you out, Tony. You had one of your shoes off a moment ago trying to figure this out.
Oh, is that what that smell was?
Oh, yeah. Not good.
But you've got a feel for him, haven't you? Man, opens a par, double bogey, triple bogey, 5 over after 3, got it all the way back to 2 over with that birdie at 17, and gonna hand most of it back again. This game can be so cruel. I don't know how he gets us on the green with his 6th shot. So right now you're thinking 8 would be a success story.
Good smart shot, taking those bunkers short of the hole out of play. Currently 2 over par. Looking like he's going to make a triple to drop back to 5 over in a round of 76.
And he didn't on the bag there, man who's been around the game for a long time, carried a long time on the LPGA Tour. Trying to bring his man home. Well, they've exhausted the wine cellar today. By the looks of things, has gone home, I think. A great place to enjoy a lunch or a dinner there in the clubhouse. The members do have access to the clubhouse this week, and it's been pretty lively. I was in there on Tuesday evening. It was great fun. Marco Benj is going to go, I think. They started today at 4:14, so it's now 9:38. It's been a long day.
It most certainly has. Now that last tee off time or two, they're never much fun. You've got guys out there clearing bins, and the spectators have gone, and it's cold. So the guys that have managed good scores down the stretch have done extremely well. Come on. Come on. Oh, good try. You think they'll still have dinner available for these guys in the Players' Lounge? I would presume they would, which would be very nice if they can get it.
The RNA does things very well. I think they'll have that in mind. I thought you were going to say there's still going to be dinner available for you, Tony.
No.
That'll be ready once we walk out of the booth.
No, the RNA, they just do things in style, don't they?
Hurley Long looks like he's going to go just to try and keep things going.
This group just got off to a really tough start. We mentioned Steve Hahn and his difficulty in the early going. Marco Benj was the same. He made a double bogey at the 3rd, dropped a couple of other shots in the first 4, and then Hurley Long was 1 over through 4. So they were lacking momentum in the early stages, and they've done well to battle back.
Oh, what a pity. That would have been one of the up and downs of the day. What a shot he played out of that rough. I still can't really believe it.
I think we might have seen the up and down of the day here at the 18th. McIlroy out of the footprint.
Outrageous stuff. But that's good work. Final group, 1 over par. Well done, Mr. Long.
And this for a double bogey for Hahn. Finish things off on this opening day of the 151st Open. Good judge of pace there, and that'll be a tap in, but disappointing way to finish it off, having battled back after the tough start. There's going to be 2 triple bogeys and a double bogey on his card to go along with 4 birdies. There's danger lurking out there, no doubt about it, at Royal Liverpool.
Well, he'll take some comfort in the fact that he's made those birdies, because he's 5 over par. You know, the cut's probably going to be 1 or 2 over. He knows he can come out tomorrow, put in a good round, still be here on Saturday.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard as play closes for the day here at Royal Liverpool. And the story really centres around Christo Lamprecht and what he was able to do today and what he'll be able to do over the next 3 days here, how he will fare under the pressure, under the spotlight of leading a major championship alongside Tommy Fleetwood and Emiliano Grillo. Stuart Sink is in there, Wyndham Clark, who won the US Open not too long ago, round in 68, and a number of players who will be looking to challenge over the next several days. The weather seemingly set fair for tomorrow. You never quite know until you wake up here next to the seaside to see how the conditions will be, but it looks likely to be a similar day, and probably a similar day for scoring here at the Open. We're so glad you could be with us on this long day. We've got another long day of golf for you tomorrow, and we'll look forward to your company from all of us here at Royal Liverpool as the clock ticks towards 10 o'clock. It's goodbye for now from me, Tom Abbott, and everyone here at Royal Liverpool.